Voy.
Yeah. Yeah. Darkness. 7 Priest. 7:30. A Demon Hunter. Yeah. Let's fucking go. Hey yo, life don't stop for nobody. I learned that quick at 14. Roaming the streets, took some hits. Look around, swivel on my head like bitch from The Exorcist. Exercise, some demons got rid of fake friends. Not a chance in hell, can we make amends? They respect the intellect, the talent. The wicker man empties the clips. The passion for my ambitions is penance. Retribution for my sins, no halfway crooks. Full-time films never gave no fucks. Full-time film, don't give me deceptive looks. Rule 1, no snitching. Even if there's a killing, some goons fail the mission. Others pay and are imprisoned. Streets is amazing. When you lost, you can't get shook. Most men are hard to trust. Most women are only looking for big bucks. So I just bust my nut and tell them if they looking for love, you bet out of luck. darkness, chill, the demon hunter.
Up here. Let me try. Ah, so that's the guy, the Dunfield hunter. I've heard about him.
If it wasn't for us, he'd be dead by now.
Hey yo, in front of the camera, fucking your bitch in the ass, hosting like Patrick Bateman, calling American Psycho, fuck you undercover rats that gave statements. In the basement, cutting niggas up into fragments. This is more than entertainment. This is the release of madness from the mental state. There isn't a weak link in the crew, even though I got loose screws. Foaming at the mouth like babies. 84 corner floor, eating fish like a diner party. I ain't here to dance and party. Scoping out the room so I can slice arteries. Most of these dudes artificial. I'm always official because I see this as an art form. Talking to myself at night like I had another face. Edward Moore Day, civilian passing by, yo, for God's sake. Corpse hanging from a fire escape. When I bring the inferno, no one will leave. Internals burnt to a crisp and steaming. A Filipino chick told me to whistle on a hot day. A breeze will hit your face, dicing your features at an insane pace. You lost large amounts of blood, looking like an albino. I was sick in the mind, even as an embryo, telepathically attacking anyone around my bush.
This nature of ours, but it got lost for LSD. The urge for their blood is stronger. If that day comes, then another. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, check it. Demon hunter, religious text carved in the chest. Holy water causing third degree burns of the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Demon hunter, religious text carved in the chest. Holy water causing third degree burns of the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Yo, my body is covered with these bloody incisions. I've been acquainted with pastors to treat demonic conditions. A fully rusted rotating disc is placed in position to split my tongue down the center, splatter blood on your vision. I levitate from the bed, 360 spins on my head. I urinate on the carpet while mother's hosting her guest. I've got a message from your dead mother, she's burning in hell. Attracting flies to my body with split vomit and foul smell. Commanding hyenas to feast on your brother. You run for cover while they yank on his ligaments, causing vessel ruptures. I'm now speaking to the forces within of Osiris. They hear the name of Christ and forcefully act in compliance. I give you a dead stare, causing your teeth to fall. You really think that the exorcism will be my downfall? I think not, but I give you 2 props for trying to tame the unseen deity that's opposite from Allah. Demon hunter, religious text carved in the chest. Holy water causing third degree burns of the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Demon hunter, religious text carved in the chest. Holy water causing third degree burns of the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead.
Welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lives. And I just lit this bowl up. Sorry, guys. Bless you guys, man, for being here with me. I'm gonna have to play another song here while I smoke this bowl here. It is what it is. Play another intro for you guys. See what it is. This one seems nice. Let's play this one. Bless you guys for being here with me.
The car's on fire, and there's no driver at the wheel. And the sewers are all muddied with 1,000 lonely suicides. And a dark wind blows. The government is corrupt. And we're all so many drugs with the radio on and the curtains drawn. We're trapped in the belly of this horrible machine, and the machine is bleeding to death. The sun has fallen down, and the billboards are all leering, and the flags are all dead at the top of their poles.
Machine lies, yet where we talk about how the machine lies beyond the machine, that lies.
Sometimes I have faith in God, dude. I feel spiritual. My heart feels at peace. I don't know, just other times, I literally feel like I'm tunnel surfing through decadence. Have you ever been to the West End, to the city, in like rush hour? It's like real busy, and all these bodies are charging towards you, and you're going in the opposite direction. You like have to get somewhere real quick. You find yourself literally surfing through the bodies. It's like those bodies compose decadence, compose some debaucherous burrows like ectoplasm, like Soho and them places. You literally feel the decadence, like some thick mist that covers everything, like some thick, debaucherous smog. Trying to meditate and believe it's decadence, squeeze up like Satan Eden. Find myself beating, shredding the curb, torture seeing, sprinkling that shit, the herb of the pain. But when I said it, I wouldn't. But I'm craving release from these thoughts. Let's burn in the lens of the eternal retina. Usual as a father, no phone call or even letter. Grew up with my grandmother, not even my blood, and not in my mom and me. She died when I was 18. Filled with my was in theology, so I could build a strong foundation. Like a pyramid rooted in Taohi, multi-nature. Confused, didn't know me sangwa. Kitano, either well I can hear news of the wars in the Okitana. It's called as Carlo in the old days, unsure days, persecuted days. Under the Spanish flag, after those days when the Moors was fought and forced, sword by the Inquisition. Exile from a BBR because of submission to Allah. Alcohol, one final revolution, way too much tunnel vision. We need no mind enlightened vision.
Right. Yeah, obviously Kant was like an occultist, you know. He was in the Swedenborg, you know.
Okay, yeah.
And what's up, guys? It's the Machine Lies. We talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we're going to be dropping at you some important presentations that we were given on accelerationism on the one end and Discordianism on the other end. You know, so we started off talking about this at the beginning of the show. We were talking about a new right and a new left emerging, you know, through philosophical ideas and underpinnings of these themes. You know, we were really looking at the accelerationists going from the Protestant Reformation, you know, in terms of millenarianism and the dispensationalists of the Discordian, you know, where one believes in randomized change and the other believes in emergence, you know. So there's this whole thing about chaos and emergence. The Discordians are about are about chaos. Okay, they think chaos is a mother of order. The accelerationists, the idea of accelerationism, loosely based on this idea of emergence, evolution, about transhumanism, Yeah, cult of Eros. Yeah, exactly. The modern age is a dialectic between science and art, between Eros and Logos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, emergence. Yeah, that's right. This is a key word. You know what I mean? Emergence is about evolution. It's also about randomized change. Man, this is really green screen really eating me up today, man. Don't know how to fix that. Man, I think I gotta sit up more. Yeah, there we go. A little more of me there. You know what? Let me just turn this off. Fuck that. This looks so bad. I'll just fix my hair. And turn this virtual background off. This fucking dog shit. Just fix my hair a little bit. Don't give a shit. There we go. Crisp. Look like a mad scientist in a cellar. It is what it is. The fucking camera's broken for some reason. I don't know why it's got that problem there with the camera there. There we go. There we go. Little shadow removed from the camera there, huh? Bless you guys, man, for being here with me, man. I'm reading here from the philosophical manuscripts of Karl Marx. Where we're talking about how some of these ideas came into the fold. The underpinning of Karl Marx is what we talked about on our 100th episode. If you'll go back, we talked about on our 100th episode Hegelian philosophy, and how Hegelian philosophy was based on the Kabbalah and Hermeticism. Now, we don't try to dwell on religious topics here, but we have made this a channel covering religious hoaxes. Why? Because organized religions have been used throughout the centuries to come out with all sorts of historical hoaxes. Okay. See, religions have their own histories. Okay. They also have their own cosmology. This is very important to realize that when you're dealing with religion, theology, okay, when you're dealing with philosophy or dogma or the progression of dogma throughout history, see, all philosophy has a history. There's a history of science. There's a history of philosophy. There's a science of philosophy. There's a philosophy of science. There's a history of religion. There's a philosophy of religion. See, why? Why can you do that? Because all of these are not subjects. They're just not. Okay, these are what is known as the architectonic arts. The architectonic arts. They're disciplines that create all other disciplines. Okay, so if you're dwelling on merely the level of symbol, you're on the wrong stage. You're on the wrong stage of the conversation. The conversation's happening on another level that you don't see, okay? That you don't readily perceive. Okay, that's why they've already moved the window of the right and the left, moving to accelerationism on the one end and Discordianism on the other end. Okay? Ideologies, thought prisons. Okay? Beliefs are the police of the mind, right? Okay, and we get to Karl Marx. Not the ideas of Marx in his theory of communism, okay, but the philosophical manuscripts of Karl Marx. Okay, my philosophy book here is all tattered up in ruins. So I'm going to have to really, really clutch this microphone. And sorry if I'm sitting very awkwardly here, but it's kind of hard to look at the book that's all ripped up. If you look at my book here, hold on, let me show you guys. See, it's all torn up and shit. But yeah, nevertheless, I got to bring you guys this economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. Karl Marx deals with this idea he took from Hegelian society, alienated labor. He says worker sinks to the level of a commodity. Okay, why am I talking about this? Okay, because workers becoming commodities, okay, the subjectivity of the subject-object relationship, okay, that's seen in phenomenology, okay, that's going to be seen in the ideas of the postmodernists. Okay, the postmodernists are a Freudo-Marxian synthesis, okay, they used. Okay, they use Freud and Marx. Why? Because they wanted to put a pretty face on Nietzsche and Hegel. They abandoned Nietzsche and went with Freud. Okay, when the postmodernists are talking about Freud, they're really talking about Nietzsche. Okay, when they're talking about Marx, they're really talking about Hegel. The underpinnings of the ideas, right? There's this Freudo-Marxian shit, okay, is really Hegel, Nietzsche, okay? Hegel and Nietzsche, okay? See, that's something that you write down and you look up the ideas of those people, right? And you figure out how they fit together, okay? Okay, I've already gave presentations on all those thinkers, okay? But they require you to think in terms of having their own independent presentations of their ideas, okay, for you to understand how those ideas connect to each other. You understand? So that's important to realize when we're dealing with postmodernism, because people talk about this shit all the time. They say postmodernism. People say that's postmodern. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, what did the postmodernists, who were they influenced by? I'm telling you guys. Okay, they put a pretty face on Nietzsche and they turned him into Freud. They put a pretty face on Hegel and they turned him into Marx. Yep. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Nick Land a lot. And it's going to be nice to have Dr. Lestat here, you know, so we can have give a thorough presentation on some postmodern ideas in terms of accelerationism. We're building up to talking about accelerationism, guys. Okay. Okay. Accelerationism is influenced by cyberpunk and sci-fi shit like Philip K. Dick and William Gibson. Okay, it's also influenced by the postmodernists like Deleuze and Guattari in their ideas of capitalism. You know? Okay? But it's also influenced by radical philosophy, okay, of the nihilists who read. Okay, people say that Nietzsche influenced nihilism. He did a la Georges Bataille, but Nietzsche himself abhorred nihilism. He thought nihilism was like liberalism. So Nietzsche was not a nihilist himself, but his ideas went to influence nihilism, just like Hegel was not a communist. Okay, he supported the French Revolution, but he himself was not a communist, right? But he influenced the ideas that thought up communism. Get it? Anyways, he says the worker sinks to the level of commodity. Commodity. Okay. The most miserable commodity, that the misery of the worker is inversely proportional to the power and volume of its production. Okay. So he's talking about ideas. He's talking about man being reduced to the product that he produces. Okay. He's saying, okay, so that's a blurring between the, you know, subjective and the objective. Get it? Right? But political economy proceeds from the fact of private property, he says. Okay, so his theory needs capitalism to be there. So competition in nature, right? Because he's Hobbesian, right? 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 He says we have seen how political economy regards exchange itself as an accidental fact. The only wheels which political economy puts in motion are greed and war among the greedy, competition, freedom of craft, division of landed property were developed and conceived as accidental deliberate force consequences of monopoly, the guild's feudal property. Value with with the devaluation of men, of monopoly with competition, and the whole alienation with the money system. Okay. Okay. So he's talking about competition, division of labor, division of land, right? And he's talking about money, the introduction of money and value system, devalues men, turns men into commodities. Okay. Okay. These are his philosophical ideas that he borrowed from Hegel. He's drawing on Hegel's idea of the master slave relationship. Get it? Right? The worker becomes what he's producing, right? It's the synthesis between him and the product, right? If somebody's making something, okay, just like people want to introduce machines into human beings. Humans were making the machines. Now they want to put machines in the humans. The merger of man by what he's making is another example of the merger of the subjective and the objective. You get it? Right? That's why when you get to like Baudelaire, Jean Baudrillard, he's talking about this type of shit. Right? They use these ideas for the Matrix movie. You know? Okay? That this reality is fake. Okay, you'll see lots of allusions to Gnosticism in the Matrix movie. It's talking about the fake reality and the archons that control this realm, right? That's what they're talking about in that movie, right? Mr. Smith is an archon, right? Or whatever, right? Anyways, we proceed from a present fact of political economy. The worker becomes poorer the more wealth he produces, the more his production increases in power and extent. The worker becomes cheaper commodity. Okay. Labor is embodied and made objective in a thing. It is objectification of labor. Okay. The realization of labor is objectification in the viewpoint of political economy, and realization of labor appears as diminution of the worker, alienation. The idea of alienation, okay, which is also an idea of the concept of the anti-hero. You know, you guys see the anti-hero, you know, is a character that's based on alienation, right? And that's also an idea in existentialism, okay? And a lot of the existentialist writers were very much partial to the ideas of Hegel and Marx, right? Okay. And also the ideas of the romanticists that were in opposition to the Enlightenment ideas, right? They seek to return to nature and return to spirituality. Okay. That's why they were influenced by the occult revival, right? A lot of the romantic authors, right? You know, like you go to like Thoreau, Henry David Thoreau, he's like going out in nature, going into the cabin. He's reading the fucking Bhagavad Gita and shit. You know, he doesn't give a fuck about the U.S. Constitution. He wants to read the fucking Bhagavad Gita and shit. You know, we're talking about 1800s. This country was donezo. Why? Because of the occult revival. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, man, shit is crazy, man. Shit is wild. I'm just breaking some shit down for you guys, you know, just joining Thank you for joining me here, man. You know, labor embodied and made objective in a thing. Objectification of labor, the realization of labor is objectification. Okay, here's where shit gets weird. He says, the poorer he and his inner world become, okay, it is the same in religion. Okay, interesting, right? The more man attributes to God, the less he retains in himself. Okay, it's just like the relationship between the worker and the product. The greater this product is, the smaller he is himself. The externalization of the worker in his product means that not only his work becomes an object and external existence, but also it exists outside him independently, alien and autonomous power. Okay. The worker can make nothing without nature. This is the first time he says it. This is the first time he says fucking nature. Okay, and the whole motherfucking Communist Manifesto, you're never going to hear the word nature. It's just about technology and industry and men producing work and labor through the use of industry. This is the first time he talks about nature. Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts in 1844. Okay, he says nature. The worker can make nothing without nature, without the sensuous external world. It is the material wherein his labor realizes itself, but as nature furnishes to labor the means of life, in the sense that labor cannot live without objects upon which labor is exercised. Nature also furnishes the means of life in the narrower sense, namely the means of physical subsistence of the worker himself. Okay? What is he going to say? Is he going to say that work is an alienation from nature? That would be interesting, right? He deprives himself of the means of life in two respects. First, the sensuous external world gradually ceases to be an object belonging to his labor, a means of life, a means of his work. Secondly, it gradually ceases to be a means of life in the immediate sense, a means of physical subsistence. Okay? Okay? Shit, my shit's all fucking ripped up, son. The worker becomes a slave to his objects. The first enables him to enter as a worker. The second, physical subject. The terminus of his slavery is only that he can maintain himself as a physical subject so far as he is a worker. Political economy conceals the alienation in the nature of labor. Okay, he becomes a slave of nature, he says. Okay, so we create means through nature, and then we become enslaved to nature. Okay, we become alienated from ourselves through creating things. Okay, and enslaved to nature. That's what he's claiming. Okay. Externalization of the worker from one side, the relationship of the products from his labor, but alienation is shown not only in the results, but also in the process of production and the productivity itself. How could the worker stand in an alien relationship to the product of his activity if he did not alienate himself from himself in the very act of production? After all, the product is only a resume of activity of production. It is the product of work and externalization. The product itself must be active externalization. No free physical activity and mental energy mortifies his flesh and ruins his mind. The worker therefore feels at ease only outside work. Animalistic becomes the human, and the human the animalistic. Okay. Okay, the result is therefore that a man worker feels like he's acting only freely in his animal functions, eating, drinking, procreating. Okay, right? Okay, he becomes alienated from nature. See, he's only human in himself, right? And hence he's alienated from himself. Let me turn this motherfucker on real quick. Yeah, bless you guys, man. Thank you guys for being out here, man. You know, I'm gonna go back to the top of the shit here. See who's out here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, bless, brother. Greetings. Chuck in Tennessee. Sorry about that. R Poe. What up, homie? R Poe, one of the smartest people in the chat, man, for real. And so is Reddington. R Poe and Reddington are true OGs, man. Honestly, man. I see them. Yeah, Cult of Eros. Yeah, we put that one up. Bless you, brother. Green screen chomp. Yeah, I know. Shit was horrific. Eros and Logos, Gaia and Chronos, Feeling and Logic. Woo! Look at this guy. Bless you, brother. TML phasing in and out with a free. You know what it is, man. Yeah, my bad about that earlier, you know. Abused, used and abused. Religion equals commercialization of spirituality. Shit. Bluebird. What is the history of history? You know, you could do that. You know, the history of the art of history. A history is an art. You know, you could draw up the art of history, and there's a history of art. But just as there's a philosophy of philosophy called metaphysics, right? What is a new term? That's a new term. Bless, brother. Sheesh. Sheesh Louise. You know what I mean? Karl Popper. Yeah, we talked about him last time. When Wittgenstein aimed a hot poker at him. Yeah, bless. Yeah, that is true. Marx is Ouroboros. Yeah, Nick Land. Yeah, Gibson. Yeah. Inspired the word cyberspace. Very good. Bless you, brothers, man. Silver tongue. Yeah. Soft despotism. Very much so. Bless you, M. Lizard Tree. Thank you for being here. Scott 2B. Yeah, the Q Love Matrix. Yeah. Well, thank you guys for being here. Gives energy to God outside. Yeah. Stream yesterday. It was so weird. Yeah, that was an impromptu stream. Yeah, we're gonna open up the panel in a little while. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. You know, gonna open up the panel in about an hour here. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you, friend. Bless you. Machine Lies. My buddy Chris. Stoned but alone. You know it, my friend. Sounds like a story of my life, man. For real. Yeah, man. Bless you. Yeah, for sure, man. TML, cool stream. Raccoon City. Look at this guy, man. All good men mean well, just don't always end up doing well. Whew. Wise brother. Metaphysician. Nice to see you, friend. Gibson. Gary Baxter. What a G, man. Gary Baxter is real. Yeah, go check Twitter, okay? Stop fucking around with me. It's time to call. I'm not talking online right now. Just call me, please. Can you briefly describe the difference between Pelagianism and Calvinists and their impact on modern Christianity? Okay. Pelagianists took Augustine to task for talking about sin, okay? They thought that St. Augustine created the doctrine of original sin, okay? That's what they charged him with. But that's all the way in the 5th century. Okay, Calvinists are a Protestant, okay? They're an interpretation of Martin Luther, okay? And they don't believe in free will. You get me, metaphysician? So the problem about whether we don't have free will and we're caused to sin, okay? Okay, and then on the other end, about original sin. Okay, them dismissing original sin, the Pelagians, get it? So it's about theodicy, get it? The conflict is about theodicy or about the concept of original sin, okay? In other words, and theodicy is also in religious shit, it's about the problem of evil. Get it? The concept of the problem of evil. Does God allow evil in the world? Okay. That's the main shit there. Okay. So, yeah, bless you guys for talking about that with me, But, yeah, that's an excellent question, metaphysician, man. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, brother. Anybody got any more questions on any of these subjects, We talk about it, you know what I mean? But, yeah, nature. He also concludes man is a species being. Okay, I think that's false. But this idea of man as a species being, okay. Karl Marx, he said the root of man is man himself. He thought the man is the measure of all things. That's false. Okay, man is a symbol. Okay, if you reduce man to a species being, okay, then what you get is equality. Okay, and equality is a self-limiting doctrine. Okay, it reduces man. Okay, every man is unique, first of all. There's no such thing as equality. If we reduce everybody to equality, that's a good way to get into totalitarianism. All right? Human is being. Blessings, brother. That's good shit. Human is being. The material world is a test. Yeah, Virgo moon, please call me. I don't know why it's taking you so long. Conspiracy. Bless you. Bless you, tacos, cats, and colts. Thank you for joining us again. But yeah, man as a species being belies a belief in evolution and equality, okay? Can we prove these things? Okay. Okay. The life of the species in man, not that I'm saying there's no proof of it. I'm just saying that, hey, look, the idea has certain implications. Okay. Has certain implications in terms of political science. Okay. In terms of philosophy, in terms of how we view the rest of our understanding. All right. Considers himself universal, consequently free being, the life of the species in man as animals, physical in that man. Okay. I'm going to take a break from this for a second. All right. What is this? Page 316. It's funny. It's page 316, and he's talking about the destiny of man. Yeah. Anyways, you know how they try to encode shit in these philosophy books. You know what I mean? They try to do this shit, like try to hide that shit. You know what I mean? In there, man. But yeah, man, I'm gonna play a video here that you guys might like by a channel I found a long time ago, you know, called Cuck Philosophy. Cuck Philosophy. An excellent channel, you know? And it's got some videos on postmodernism. And we'll start with this one because this is one of the fastest ways that people get introduced to the subject around. And I'm trying to trying to dumb it down a little bit for guys. I've been told that sometimes I move too fast, and there's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of isms and stuff, and I don't bring in enough popular themes and subjects and whatnot. So I'm gonna dumb it down for everybody. Okay, and put like some videos here so we could look at this stuff. All right, 5-speed. Bless you, brother. It says Jordan Peterson doesn't understand postmodernism. Okay, let's check this out, man. Yeah, exactly, Reddington.
Response to Jordan Peterson on postmodernism for a while now, but I have always found it very difficult, mostly because he rarely refers to specific things postmodernist philosophers have said, or rarely distinguishes between them. Derrida, Foucault, Lyotard, Baudrillard, Deleuze, all of these philosophers.
Okay, there we go. Like the list of the main guys, right there. You know what I mean? See, that's why these videos are so useful. See, he's running down the list of the main guys.
Foucault, Lyotard, Baudrillard, Deleuze, all of these philosophers typically placed in the postmodern camp have very different ideas, and if you make generalized statements about them, it is very hard to respond without knowing which specific philosopher you are talking about. Peterson sometimes mentions Derrida, but only to form some semblance of specificity, so he could then go on to.
So Foucault is interesting. Okay, Foucault was very much into psychology, right? Deleuze and Guattari, they really talked about capitalism and mental health. Okay, all of them deal in terms of Marxism and psychology. That's why they kind of call them Proto-Marxian. You get it? But yeah, anyways.
Talk about something completely unrelated, such as when he mentions Derrida, only to then go on talking about cultural appropriation or campus censorship, as if those were things Derrida talked about. After a while of watching videos,
I also saw that they were using the term cultural Marxism a lot. Okay, cultural Marxism, or, basically Fabian socialism, was kind of the thing that they were talking about. You know what I mean? And we talked about Fabian socialism by Annie Besant, the Theosophical Society, and some of those concepts, But yeah, we're gonna run down some more of that shit in a minute here.
Videos by him, I identified a few points about postmodernism that he makes repeatedly, and I will respond to them step by step in this video, hopefully dispelling some misconceptions. If you are someone who was introduced,
yeah, Foucault's filthy, guys. Yeah, Foucault. He went to Africa, and he was a PDF preying on little African children. So he is quite a disgusting fellow, and he had HIV. So yeah, he probably is probably a incredibly evil person, you know what I mean? So you could see how moral hedonism reflects in their real life. I mean, shit. I mean, that is just terrible shit. I mean, but yeah, Foucault was you know, on some weird shit for real, you know what I mean? But he was a pretty interesting philosopher. He talked about sex, you know, a lot of that gender sex stuff, you know, titles and stuff about gender fluidity and stuff like that. A lot of those ideas come from Foucault. You know what I mean? You know, whereas you get to the technological side, you know, and you're dealing more with some of these guys that talk about capitalism and machines and stuff,
to postmodern thought.
and in Deleuze and Guattari, they open up their whole dealing about capitalism and schizophrenia. It's called Anti-Oedipus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia. You know, it's all about machines, how our desire is linked with machines, with machine production. So that's essentially one of the main concepts that we're seeing and reading about in Marx, the blurring between the subjective and the objective. You know what I'm saying? Okay. In terms of machine production. Anyways, guys.
Thought through Jordan Peterson, I really encourage you to stick around and watch this video because Peterson's misrepresentations are too influential to be ignored. And even if you have already decided that you hate postmodern philosophy as a whole, it is always better to have a good understanding of what you are against. Before getting into it, I would also like to point out the things Peterson said about postmodern philosophy that are generally correct. One, it came as a reaction to modern philosophy, and two, it points out the difficulty of finding a single overarching interpretation.
Right? So postmodern, okay, it's a reaction to modern, just as romanticism was a reaction to the Enlightenment. Right? So you got modernism as a response to romanticism. And then you got postmodernism as a response to modernism. Okay. Anyways.
Interpretation of the world. That's pretty much it.
In brief, I think what they did was in the late 60s and early 70s, they were avowed Marxists, way after anyone with any shred of ethical decency had stopped being a Marxist. By that time, even Jean-Paul Sartre had.
So he's linking Marx to Hobbes there. Okay. Because Hobbes kind of believed that man is a species being as well. Okay. He kind of believed in, he kind of invented biology in a sense, by showing the mechanical nature of man's operations, in his book Leviathan, right? He was also a moral hedonist, right? But in his political project, he fashioned quite an interesting design in terms of the equality-based man, and he fashioned him into this artificial man of the rule by consent, and he created this notion of sovereignty in that book, But yeah.
Woken up enough to figure out that the Soviets hadn't ushered in the kingdom of heaven. He had.
I will get this one out of the way first, since it's just a matter of empirical observation. Peterson makes this claim a few times. When no one could defend Marxism in academia anymore, to continue it, academics had to disguise it by inventing postmodernism. This is demonstrably false. In this video, Peterson calls Derrida and Foucault the architects of postmodern philosophy. Foucault's first major work, Madness and Civilization, was published in 1961. Derrida's first major work of grammatology was published in 1967. Both of these works contain some of the main principles of their philosophies, such as a critique of historical method and analysis of power relations for Foucault, and deconstruction for Derrida. This was before the French riots of 19...
See, the idea of that human nature is based on power, that everybody has a little totalitarian leader inside of them. That idea really comes from Foucault, And it's based on this idea of man as a species being, a little bit, and then Derrida, he invented a deconstruction ethos where he take down ideas through Hegelian synthesis and deconstruct them, but yeah.
1968, in which many leading protesters were self-avowed Marxists. These strikes, protests, and riots had 22% of the French population involved. In 1969, the French Communist Party received 4.8 million votes. It was the third largest party in all of France. At the same time, Italy's second largest party was the Italian Communist Party, receiving 8.5 million votes, remaining the second largest party in the next election of 1972 as well. And here I am only going by parliamentary statistics. Many Marxist parties are non-parliamentary out of principle. What I'm saying is the communist movement in Europe was alive.
Yeah, if certain people want to join and start the discussion with me, I'm going to drop the link in about an hour. So thank you guys for joining, and please be patient there. And I'd love to start a conversation with some of you. Yeah, bless you guys for being here.
During the birth of postmodern philosophy, including many prominent Marxist academics. There was absolutely no reason for academics to disavow Marxism while secretly still believing in it. And even today, Slavoj Žižek, for Christ's sake, arguably the most popular philosopher alive right now, is not only a self-proclaimed Marxist, but flirts with Soviet imagery, has written introductions to writings by Lenin and Mao, and hangs an image of Stalin at home on his wall. This theory that the rise of postmodern...
He's the guy who Peterson debated, if you remember. They had this big debate between Peterson and Zizek one day. Highly publicized, of course. But yeah, it was a very strange kind of event, where a lot of people complained that Peterson didn't understand the nuances in the Marxist theory, But yeah.
Marxism becoming taboo is observably untrue. In fact, a lot, if not all, Marxists you meet today will have harsh criticisms of postmodern philosophers, and vice versa.
They transformed the Marxist dialogue of rich versus poor into oppressed versus oppressor. And the postmodernist types is they're nested inside Marxism. So what they did instead, being highly intelligent individuals, was play a game of sleight of hand and transformed these Marxist presuppositions into postmodernism in the 1970s. The sleight of hand was, oh, well, fine, we'll just play a different oppressor versus oppressed game, and we'll introduce identity politics.
See, it's a little different, instead of, if you really read the postmodernists, they're relying more on Hegel than they are on Marx, as I said. And they're relying a lot more on Nietzsche than they are on Freud, but see, the trick is to go backwards when you read them into the guys they got the ideas from, and not into, these futuristic concepts like Marxism, the utopian brand, and also the kind of, farther aspects of behaviorism, that are from Freud, from the strain of Freud.
Peterson claims that postmodernism is Marxism in disguise because all it did was take Marxist class conflict and replace the rich and the poor with the oppressed and the oppressor in general. This is nonsensical because it assumes that a sufficient condition for being a Marxist is simply believing in a conflict between the rich and the poor, which anyone with a minimal understanding of Marxist theory will know is inaccurate. Are the liberals who identify a conflict between the 99% and the 1% Marxists as well? Secondly, he maintains that since postmodernists replaced rich versus poor with oppressor versus oppressed, this remained Marxism, which essentially means that, according to Peterson, any ideology involving group conflict is Marxist. Does the fact that during feudal times liberals fought the monarchy because they saw it as oppressive mean that they were Marxists? Does the fact that fascist ideology identifies elements in society that oppress healthy life mean that they are Marxists too? No, of course not. Marxism has certain necessary tenets. First of all, Marxism posits a grand historical narrative, that is, historical materialism, something postmodernist philosophers deny. Marxism typically sees history as a succession of economic stages, which
Right.
many
Why do postmodernists, deny a historical narrative? It's because they believe that the idea of capitalist realism creates the, merging between these, realms, subjective and objective. It creates a hauntology in terms of time, in terms of lost futures, and and those types of things. And you'll see the idea of archaic revival, for the Discordians, and the idea of futurism for the accelerationists, that it's kind of like a blurring of times, you know what I mean? Imaginations, if you will, you know what I mean?
postmodern philosophers deny. Marxism sees each economic stage as more advanced than the past one, which many postmodern philosophers again
Yeah, if you miss me, you would call me, but there's no demonstration that you actually miss me, you know what I mean? Because you're not calling me,
deny. Marxists typically see their goal as the establishment of a workers' state, which would then gradually wither away, which again, many postmodern philosophers disagree with. In fact, the postmodern philosopher Baudrillard, who, unlike Foucault and Derrida, actually frequently this way, which many postmodern philosophers
I'm sorry, I got distracted there for a second.
of economic stages, which many postmodern philosophers deny. Marxism sees each economic stage as more advanced than the past one, which many postmodern philosophers again deny. Marxists typically see their goal as the establishment of a workers' state, which would then gradually wither away, which again, many postmodern philosophers disagree.
Okay. So history as succession of economic stages. Okay. That's kind of Hegelian. Progressive history, kind of Hegelian. The worker state, Obviously, postmoderns don't believe that. They believe everybody wants power, But yeah.
Agree with. In fact, the postmodern philosopher
Actually, Foucault and all of those guys, they denied there is a such thing as human nature itself. Okay. They denied a such thing as human nature,
Baudrillard, who, unlike Foucault and Derrida, actually frequently used the word postmodernism, did not even see class conflict as today's fundamental conflict. Marxism emerged from Hegel, that is, modern philosophy, and uses the dialectical method, which posits that history moves forward as contradiction leads to negation. For example, capitalism exists as a contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. This contradiction increases in intensity to the point where the system is negated, and the negation leads to a new economic stage. Philosophers like Foucault and Deleuze, instead of seeing negation as the agent of change, favored affirmation. They believe that the dialectic method simply creates a new normative standard that excludes the different, seeing it as contradictory. What they wanted is a theory that affirmed not contradiction, but difference, not negation, but affirmation. I could go on about fundamental differences between postmodern philosophers and Marxist philosophers, but here's the point. Peterson, by claiming that Marxism is disguised under postmodernism just because of its oppressor versus oppressed dynamic, necessarily loses all precision and theoretical rigor. To use Marxism in such a loose way to the point where it becomes indistinguishable from many other ideologies is to make the term meaningless. There is a reason why many postmodernists made explicit criticisms of Marxism. To look for specific things Peterson has said in response to postmodernist philosophers, this video is the most useful thing you can find. Here he makes a few statements about Derrida and Foucault, in which he at least pretends to make direct responses to their ideas, although most of it is wrong. Let's go point by point.
Derrida was also, and Derrida in some ways is even a more treacherous thinker, because he makes the claim in some sense that like a political system has a center around which the majority congregate, let's say. It's quite similar to Foucault's analysis, and that there are people who are outside the category system, and then, which is obviously true, because no matter how you categorize people, there are certain people inside the category and certain people outside. That's actually why you categorize things. And you can't just scrap categorization, because without simplification and categorization, you actually can't function in the world. Then, Derrida went, and Foucault as well, went a step farther, and this is one of the incredibly crooked elements of their thinking, I think, another sleight of hand, which was, well, category systems exclude, political systems exclude, economic systems exclude, any hierarchy of value excludes, obviously, because if there's a hierarchy of value, some things are more valuable than others, and the less valuable things are excluded, because otherwise it wouldn't be a hierarchy of value. But the next claim they essentially make is that the reason that those hierarchies of value are constructed isn't to produce whatever it is that's of value, but to exclude and to maintain the structure of power that's intrinsic to the hierarchy of value. And that's...
This is wrong. Peterson talks about how Derrida conceives of a center that excludes people and that it exists to exclude people. Well, here's something Derrida said at a lecture. First of all, I didn't say that there was no center, that we could get along without the center. I believe that the center is a function, not a being, a reality, but a function. And this function is absolutely indispensable. In other words, Peterson isn't actually disagreeing with Derrida. The center, or the binaries, or the hierarchies of value that Peterson talks about, Derrida saw all of these as indispensable, as necessary for functioning. His philosophy was meant to point out precisely that they are functions, that they are not set in stone, that they can be changed. Let's go on to Foucault. Foucault did not believe that power exists solely to maintain power. In fact, he believed power was necessary for the production of knowledge. Here's a quote from Discipline and Punish. We should admit, rather, that power produces knowledge, and not simply by encouraging it because it serves power or by applying it because it is useful, that power and knowledge directly imply one another, that there is no power relation without the correlative constitution of a field of knowledge, nor any knowledge that does not presuppose and constitute at the same time power relations. Okay, so then Peterson goes on talking about how postmodernists sometimes criticize scientific practice, which he takes to mean that they reject science as such, and then goes on to say that social justice warriors own iPhones even though they require quantum mechanics to be made. And this is another example of him trying to tie Derrida and Foucault into something completely unrelated.
And it's a rare, bloody social justice warrior that doesn't have an iPhone or an Android that wouldn't work if quantum mechanics wasn't actually correct, because the fact...
The next substantial claim he makes is this.
So anyways, the worldview of the postmodern neo-Marxists is that everybody is basically not an individual, because that's really a fiction, and it's a Eurocentric patriarchal fiction at that, but a member of whatever their identity group happens to be, and there's no real possibility of communication between identity groups, hence phenomena like cultural appropriation. And so it's a war of all groups against all groups, and it's nothing but a struggle for power, and there's no higher order.
Okay, so there's a few things to unravel here.
That's one thing that the postmodernists are going to focus on, especially the accelerationists, that I forgot to define earlier, was that the accelerationists are going to focus on culture influencing technology, accelerating technology. So they're saying that certain types of culture accelerate technology instead of technology accelerating culture. Okay, so that's the view we hold here on The Machine Lies, about technology is actually the accelerator of culture. Okay, and also that liberalism and technology are linked, okay, in a way, through universal values, right? But anyways.
First off, he equates postmodernists with neo-Marxists, which, going back to my earlier points, makes no sense. He admits that postmodernists don't believe in overarching narratives, but calls them neo-Marxists. But neo-Marxists do believe in overarching narratives, so there's a contradiction there. Anyway, his claim is that according to postmodernists, the individual doesn't exist. This is not true. What is true is that they criticize the notion that the individual subject is a simple, rationally autonomous, and transparent thinking being. For Foucault, in order to be a subject, you must be able to place yourself in a discursive practice that would help you contextualize the world and your place in it. And that discursive practice changes throughout history. They did not deny the existence of individual subjects as such. Similarly, Derrida said from the before quoted lecture, "The subject is absolutely indispensable. I don't destroy the subject, I situate it. That is to say, I believe that at a certain level, both of experience and the philosophical and scientific discourse, one cannot get along without the notion of a subject. It is a question of knowing where it comes from and how it functions." The next claim by Peterson is that because they supposedly deny the existence of individuals, all they see is group allegiances, and so society is nothing but groups of people fighting for power. Again, this is untrue. First of all, remember what Peterson was talking about earlier. He said that in any group distinctions, some people are excluded, which is why postmodernists are against them. But now he claims that groups are all that they believe in. Well, no, Derrida is inherently critical, although not dismissive, of group allegiances, not because of the simple fact that groups exclude, but because in deconstructive thought, any binary distinction will be sustained by its own negation. If you want to understand deconstructing binaries better, I generally suggest you watch my video on Sonic Adventure 2. This is not to say that he believed group identities are always bad, but that they are never set in stone and should be questioned. In fact, Derrida spoke surprisingly little about specific political policies. He was more interested in broader ethical notions, such as responsibility, forgiveness, and hospitality. And whenever he talked about politics, he did it very cautiously, with an inherent openness towards the future. There is a problem as such in characterizing Derrida's thought in such rigid terms, because rigid distinctions is precisely what Derrida wanted to expose as arbitrary. Peterson thinks that when Derrida talks about privilege terms, or the center and the margin, he is speaking of it in inherently political terms, specifically in terms of identity politics, when Derrida's claims are much more general. They're about the structure of language itself. Foucault believed that group distinctions are formed by power. For instance, identities of race, gender, and sexuality are not formed by those that hold those identities, but by the powers that discriminate against them. This is why he spent a lot of time researching how group identities changed throughout history. Basically, both Foucault and Derrida were critical of essentialism, the idea that everything has an essence that defines it, meaning that, for example, people are not identified by any single essence, whether that is nationality, race, or sexuality. And finally, they were not as interested in the content of different groups as in the structures that maintain them. For Foucault, whether you say that society is just a collection of groups or just a collection of individuals, you are either way participating in a certain discourse, which will to some extent be relative and ununiversalizable. It is also important to note that Foucault did not use the word power in an inherently negative way. For him, power is simply the ability to affect society or individuals, whether in good ways or bad ways. Even in a perfect society, power would still exist, but would simply be distributed symmetrically. To say that they believed all struggle is group conflict is extremely unhelpful. I'm only scratching the surface of Derrida's and Foucault's thought here, but one thing instantly becomes very apparent. The difficulty Peterson is facing is that he is trying to take philosophers with very fluid and nuanced ideas and put them in simple, rigid terms, which inevitably fails. Owing to the radically unique way that these philosophers approach different topics, the discussion is never closed because their thought inherently opens itself up to future forms of discourse. In fact, I am certain that coming back to this video in a week, I will have thought of several other remarks I could have added. And although the future always remains open and ahead of us, the video must eventually end. So let's conclude.
See, confusing ideologies and philosophies, right? That's the problem, right? There's as many philosophies as there are philosophers. You know what I mean? But yeah, ideology is a much broader thing that kind of functions in terms of history and has many, many nuances, right? But yeah, we're going to continue reading some materials, Faustian of historical buildups to these ideas about the self, and I'm going to be taking a little break here with you guys. If you, like to smoke cannabis, now would be a good time to go and get your bowl or whatever you need, to do that with me, because we're going to be smoking here together. It's been a lonely time for me, right now, and I'd like to have the wherewithal to give you guys a good presentation here for the rest of the time. It's been an hour and 20 minutes in. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me, man. Thank you guys for being here with me. And I want to be rolling up some purple here. I do have a nugget of purple weed that I should be getting out here and smoking with you guys. You know what I mean? But yeah, bless you guys. We've been talking about we talked about Hegelians, the young Hegelians, and we're gonna get into some other stuff, some what do you call it? Marxism. But really we're talking about the origins of Marxism first, the philosophical manuscripts of Karl Marx. We already touched on some of his ideas, the origins of his ideology and the of the young Hegelians, because we're trying to get into the ideas of the 1800 that moved into postmodernism, but we have to distinguish. That's why I just showed you guys that video there, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying too, Smith. These ideas are dangerous. Know your enemy, Smith. You know what I mean? But yeah, man.
Yo, shit, this paper thin, Luke. The when I'm singing, check out the scoop. Yo, I serve styles like Jello. I got to meet up with my fellow and plot all the styles I got. Yes, I go hip hop, act like hero. This be that back to back shit. I'm not going to back, so don't sweat it. Yes, I rock the gathering like this. Plethora, back chill. Yes, I rap the level. My vision that I got. I see you only be touched in the right spot. So let me rock a motherfucking style on the crowd. Check this shit, that's fuck where staring could get you. Our ass kicking. Yo, check the daily news in my intersection. Except to perfection. A style well chosen. Ain't a damn thing you could do to make me say no. This is how I say yes. Do I want a chunk of cess? Yeah. How you want it? I from shit like this on a magnificent tip. I'm hearing from my fans, they like how I jam. I put this to this, and I come up with a fat split. Now we got to keep this moving, and we all know this. What time is it on the clock? We got the countdown going down right now. So let's make this quick. Let's get to some freaky methods that's catchy. Yeah, baby, you look kind of sexy, and I think I wanna know you personally. Yeah, you know me. My name be Torture. Some call me Torch. That nobody's like that. Don't check me how I play rhythms that I be addicted to. Don't check it, ain't no crack that I'm smoking. Rhymes that I'm flowing with. It's be like this, yo. More maniac track sounding something fat. Yo, put me on some reflector type shit. Put me on reflector type shit right quick. Put me on some reflected. 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 Check my dialect. No respect to myself. When I rock a style that's good like this. To your ear hut, you look like some turkey. Stop it, yo, check me out now. I wanna be reflected. I wanna be reflected. some glasses. Yo, check it. It goes down like this. I'm out the door, but now you can know. I bet you know that I'll be back for some more. Oh, Lord. Yeah. For your ear hole, for your ear hole, for your ear hole, not your asshole. Sorry, no toes, but I'm not really sorry. Be careful with the style that I bring. See, yo, check it like this. Me rock a little bit for your ear hole, like some shit like this. Maybe torture, check my boy style I bring ya. Straight from the core heights area. Shit just got blessed. Twisted. What was up in me? Chunka says, oh yes, it's like this. Get that shit over my chest. Yes, I rock the best. Yo, check it when I hit you up in the head like this. My man, break it down quick. Yeah. Word up. Ooh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Now, he's about to rock the rock, the rock away, the rock and way, the rock and way, the rock and way. I beat the torch, I flip like this, I'm on the microphone, go out the grip.
What's up? Yeah, peace to all the people that are here. You know, we got 36 people in the house. Bless you guys, man. It's 9 p.m. here on the East Coast, and we got 36 people in the house talking about, you know, the current, how we got into these modern issues and times. You know, we're going to take a look at article by Philip D. Collins called Faustian Face of Modern Science. He says, scientific totalitarianism is certainly not a new topic in the halls of political science and history, given its bloody legacy of democide, state-sanctioned genocide, mass murder. Okay, its prolific spread throughout the world. Scientific totalitarianism remains a preoccupying socio-political phenomenon in the 20th century, yet few researchers have examined the epistemological foundations. Okay. Utopianism. Utopianism could be considered the manifestations of trans-historical, occult, counterculture movement. He says, okay, utopianism. Okay, I'll say that again. Utopianism could be considered the manifestations of a trans-historical, occult, counterculture movement. Okay? It's to understand the occult concept of science, one must first establish a working definition for traditional science. The word science is derived from scientia, the Latin word, scientia, which means knowing or knowledge. Thus, there is an epistemological dimension to science. After all, epistemology is etymologically derived from the Greek word episteme, which also means knowing. In recent years, science has been couched in the epistemology of radical empiricism. Okay. Within such an epistemology, the gaze of contemporary science has been firmly fixed upon the ontological confines of the physical universe. Ontology, okay? That's the study of being, okay, guys? Onto, being. Ology, study from the word logos. Get it? Ontology. Ontologos. Whether the modern scientist realizes it or cares to admit it, radical empiricism, okay, that means that all we can trust is our senses. That's empiricism, okay? The only thing that we can trust is our senses. Okay, now radical empiricism says that because all we can trust is our senses, we have to deny the existence of the physical world as well. And I read you guys an example of that last time, the last show I did on Bertrand Russell, right? He was such a radical empiricist thinker. He believed in radical empiricism, folks. Okay. Okay. Within such epistemology, okay, we're reduced to the radical confines. Within a radical epistemology, we're reduced to the confines of the physical universe. Okay, and within radical empiricism, we have to deny the existence of the physical world as well to a certain extent, because all we can rely on is our senses, right? Linda de Hoyos reveals the point at which science finds a dilemma. The problem arises when the scientist asks why the body fills this space and not another. For example, why it should be 3 feet long rather than 2, or square rather than round. This cannot be explained by the nature of bodies themselves, since the matter is indeterminate as to any definite figure, whether square or round. For the scientist who refuses to resort to an incorporeal cause, there can be only 2 answers. Either the body has been this way since eternity, or has been made square by the impact of another body. Eternity, quote unquote, is no answer, since the body could have been round for eternity also. If the answer is, quote, the impact of another body, unquote, there remains the question why it should have had any determinate figure before such a motion acted upon it. This question can be asked again and again, backwards to infinity. Therefore, it appears that the reason for a certain figure and magnitude or bodies can never be found in the nature of these bodies themselves. The same can be established for the body's cohesion and firmness, which left Leibniz in the following conclusion. Since we have demonstration that bodies cannot have determinate figures, quantity, or motion without an incorporeal being, it readily becomes apparent that this incorporeal being is one for all, because the harmony of things among themselves, especially since bodies are moved not individually by this incorporeal being, but by each other. But no reason can be given why this incorporeal being chooses one magnitude, figure, and motion rather than another, unless he is intelligent and wise with regard to the beauty of things, and powerful with regard to their obedience to their command. Therefore, such an incorporeal being be a mind ruling the world, the whole world. That is God. And he was a deist and a Rosicrucian, in fact. Thus, Leibniz concludes that corporeal phenomena could be explained without an incorporeal principle, that is God. In fact, the ontological plane of the physical universe cannot be considered a subsistent form of substance per se. It is underpinned by immaterial order. The manifestation of sensible objects within corporeality is the result of unseen interchange of transcendent principles outside of temporal spatial realm. Rene Guénon recapitulates that. The truth is that the corporeal world cannot be regarded as being a whole sufficient to itself, nor as being isolated from the totality of universal manifestation. On the contrary, whether the present state of things may look like as a result of quote unquote solidification, The corporeal world proceeds entirely from the subtle order in which it can be said to have immediate principle. And through that order, as intermediary, it is attached successively to formless manifestations and finally to the non manifested. If it were so, its existence could be nothing but a pure illusion, a sort of phantasmagoria behind which there could be nothing at all, which amounts to saying that it would not really exist in any way. The rejection of universals began with nominalism, a philosophical doctrine that was formulated in the Middle Ages. Nominalism originated with William of Ockham in 1290. As Aquinas made clear, Summa Theologica, images only captured things in their singularity. Ideas, on the other hand, captured things in their universality. Occam failed to make this distinction. Therefore, by reducing ideas to mere impressions on imagination stemming from sense perception, the epistemological confusion of led Occam to reject universals. Although Occam still believed in God, he denied the objective character of God. Thus, God became unknowable abstraction fraught with ambiguities. Thus, a nebulous concept of God leads one to reject faith as quote unquote blind, yet true faith is pistis, Pistis, from the Greek word. Okay, the term was invoked by Aristotle to connote proof, proofs. Okay. In addition to casting faith under rather derisive light, nominalism led to the bifurcation of in the epistemology. What is quantifiably, or what is quantifiably or empirically demonstrable. Sorry about that. Quantifiable. Such a epistemological rigidity underpins scientism. Michael Hoffman elaborates on this danger. The reason that science is a bad master and dangerous servant, ought not to be worshipped, is that science is not objective. Science is fundamentally about the uses of measurement. What does not fit the yardstick of the scientist is discarded. Scientific determinism has repeatedly excluded some data from its measurement and fudged other data, such as Piltdown Man. Okay? That was a hoax that was, I think, started by Teilhard de Chardin. Wasn't he involved in that somehow? Anyways, when extended beyond beyond the legitimate fields of application, science becomes a rigid template. In the words of B.F. Skinner, it dehomunculizes man, a being that was originally defended by the literatures of freedom and dignity. In the Western experience, the authors write, some of Luther's positions had roots in nominalism, the most influential philosophical and theological movement of the 14th and 15th century. Okay, we talked about how Luther kind of how he was kind of his kind of German nationalism, his ideas, they kind of influenced Hegel in a lot of ways. Hegel was a deeply Protestant thinker. Okay, when you look at Rousseau, when you look at Kant, when you look at Hegel, they're deeply ensconced within a paradigm, especially how I described it, of Protestantism. But yeah, spiritual elements that remained embedded between embedded in Christianity assumed more of a Gnostic character, depicting the physical body as an impediment of man's knowledge of God and venerating death as a welcome release from a corporeal prison. Gradually, a Galilean synthesis between spiritualism and materialism was occurring. Okay. Okay. Luther was involved in the Rosicrucian order. This is an interesting quote here. He says, G.K. Chesterton elaborates on the folly of applying the scientific method to governance. He says, the thing that is really tyrannizing through government is science. The thing that really does use the secular arm is science. And the creed that really is levying tides and capturing schools, the creed that really is enforced by fine and imprisonment, the creed that really is proclaimed not in sermons but in statutes and spread not by pilgrims but by policemen, the creed that is great and disputed system of which began with evolution and has ended with eugenics. Materialism is really our established church for government, which really help it to persecute its heretics. Vaccinature. You guys know about where I was going with that? But yeah, it's in its 100 of experiment has been disputed as much as baptism. He's saying that the jabby is the new baptism. That's weak. That's a crazy statement right there. And it's approximate 2000, but it seems quite natural to our politicians to enforce the word. And it would seem that madness to enforce baptism. In the scientifically regimented state, the citizen becomes little more than amalgam of behavioral repertoires. From the scientific vantage point, the populist motivations can be calculated and systematized, thereby allowing those few conditions who are accountable to no moral master to develop economic and technological stimuli that can produce designed patterns of behavior. Such societal models as technocracy, which Frank Fisher defines as follows: technocracy, in its classical political terms, refers to a system of governance in which technically trained experts rule by virtue of their specialized knowledge and positions in dominant political and economic institutions. Aldous Huxley also posited such a societal model, which he dubbed scientific dictatorship, quote unquote. The older dictators fell because they could not supply their subjects with enough bread, enough circuses, enough miracles and mysteries. Under a scientific dictatorship, education will really work with the result that most men and women will grow up to love their servitude and will never dream of revolution. There seems to be no good reasons why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown. This societal model is exemplified by Henry St. Simon, psychological interpretation of the state, which extrapolated radical empiricism into the altogether new field of social relations. Adherents of St. Simon's philosophy contended that, quote, the key to diagnosing and curing the ills of humanity lay in objective understanding of the psychological realities behind all thinking and feeling, unquote. He never conceived of economic classes in the Marxian sense, but his functional class analysis prepared the way for Marx. Frederick Engels described Marx's theory as scientific socialism because both science and Marxism bestowed epistemological primacy upon observable phenomenon, Thus, radical empiricism provides the epistemological basis for modern forms of scientific totalitarianism. Interestingly enough, radical empiricism was embraced by many members of the Bavarian Illuminati. In his outstanding tome, Perfectibilists, the 18th century Bavarian Order of the Illuminati researcher Terry Melanson reveals the works of the Venetian author and reformer Paolo Sarpi constituted and recommended reading for Illuminati initiates. As is evidenced by his own epistemological ruminations, Sarpi was a radical empiricist. Quote, there are four modes of philosophizing. The first with reason alone, he says. The second with sense alone. The third with reason and then sense. The fourth beginning with sense and ending with reason. The first is the worst. Okay, reason alone is the worst because from it we know that what we would like to be, not what is. The third is bad. Okay, the third is with reason and then sense. Because we many times distort what is into what we would like rather than adjusting what we would like into what is. The second is true but crude, permitting us to know little and that rather of things than their causes. The fourth is the best we have in this miserable life, he says. Not a fan of life either, huh? Numerous researchers have demonstrated the ideological continuity that binds the Illuminati and communism. There's a direct line from the Illuminati to the French Revolution to the Communist League of the Just. Okay. Likewise, both the communists and the Illuminati share the same epistemological predispositions, radical empiricism. All right. Okay. Let's read this because this is interesting. It's saying that the myth of today is science. Okay. I say technology is the myth of science. You know, you'll notice the sci-fi. What are the monsters of sci-fi really made of? They're technological monsters. Okay? They're technological monsters, aren't they? Technological monsters. Okay. I'm reading Faustian Face of Modern Science. Yeah, Chesterton. I read some Chesterton there. I read some Marx earlier. So it depends what part of the episode you're on. Okay? And we looked at a video on postmodern philosophy. I'll go ahead and drop this link. See whoever wants to come up here on panel. If my friend Pill Eater is still here, that would be ideal. I don't know how to chat at him because he has some type of emoji there as his thing. But yeah, bless you guys for being here. And anybody else who's around, you know, you guys want to step up here. Bless you guys. We'll see if we can get some intelligent interlocutors here. If not, we'll just let the panel go where it needs to. We'll just have a conversation with many people. You know, what are you going to do? You know, but bless you guys for being out here with me. You know, we got 40 people in the house. The number of audience has increased since I started. So yeah, that's pretty good. You know, I guess that's a good sign. But yeah, regular audience members, you know, we have more of those. That's good. Bless you guys for being out here, man. You know? Yeah, man. Thank you for being here. Square Peg, thank you for being here. Bluebird, thank you. Britt. Got some You got some of the ladies in the house. We got Hank O'Flamio out here. Bless you, Hank, brother. We got Reddington out here, 5-speed. Bless you, brother, man. R. Pole, yeah, thank you for being here. You know, Chris. Yeah, pure-size yourself out of existence. Yeah, science and seance. Exactly. Science. Nice. We got 6079 Smith out here. Bless you, brother. Marks the spot. Yeah, man. Cool, man. Thanks, guys. You know, I don't know if Pill Eater and Conspiracy Distillery, you guys still here? You know, I think I bored them with my music. But yeah, if they were here, I'd love for them to hop on the panel. You know what? But yeah, let's see what else Mark says here in this. You know, says some interesting things. I'll tell you that, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, I got some more of my notes here. You know. Economic and philosophical manuscripts. Let's take a look here. You know, it says, okay, so he talked about the animalistic and the human, and the animalistic. You know, let's take a look at some other shit. He said we talked about how he believed that man was a species being. Okay, he says nature is the inorganic body of man. Okay. Okay, I think that's absurd. Okay. Because I think man is an extension of nature, isn't it? Nature is alive, is it not? You know, he says nature, alienation from nature. You know, you know, if you look at Hegel, you know, he kind of says that the antithesis of man is nature, whose synthesis is mind. Remember that one? It's kind of a bad view of nature, isn't it? Terrible view of nature. You know, instead of looking at nature as something that is, you know, even a creation. You know, well, the pagans saw it people with spirits. So they saw nature as divine, you know. Oh, I've summoned Pill Eater. Bless you, brother.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Hey, what's going on, friend? Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Okay.
Just tuning in earlier, and you're watching Jordan B. Peterson talk about Sartre and Marxism.
Yeah, sure were. Yeah, that channel, Cuck Philosophy. That's an excellent channel. You know, he talks a lot about postmodernism on that channel. I'll be using that as a resource. You know,
I have criticisms for him. I mean, I've always thought I watched his stuff when it first came out. He was known for that video about K-pop and late capitalism, supposedly. That was his big hit.
He brings in some interesting topics for sure.
But you know, I started to tune out when he did a really embarrassing video about Deleuze, the band Suicide, and drum machines, which I thought were three irreconcilable differences that I was just, all right, man, the jig is up. This would be good if you told an old person if you were in a Manhattan art gallery. Yeah, sure, you'd get the, you know, cheese and wine table, but he did not talk about drum machines whatsoever. He was just talking about why Suicide is his favorite band and why he likes Deleuze, which is just like, you know, it's just not fair. You could do the same thing. You know, you could talk about why you like My Little Pony and Jack Derrida and why you're trans. So I don't get it. But he did that, and then he had a book out from I think
That's the stuff that'll get you 200,000 subscribers, though.
yeah, like
You
the
got to bring
normal
in
people.
like Star Trek with philosophy. I tried to do that in my first video where I was I started talking. you know,
It works. You know,
I'll tell you how low I went. I said but it was actually weird. I actually tried to search this on Google, and I didn't know if anybody found out about it, or you know, it didn't seem like there was a lot of expositions on this particular theme. But and it's also funny because I just finished reading Karl Marx philosophical manuscripts, and it ended, the thing about man as a species being, it ended on page 316. So I was like, is that a coincidence? Page 316. And then the episode 3, season 3, episode 16, on Star Trek The Next Generation, is the one where Data creates a fucking android like himself. So I was like, whoa, it's saying that he's creating like a being in his own image, just like John 3:16 in the Bible, It's like fucking.
I can't say I was a fan of The Next Generation or any Star Trek at all, but
Yeah.
I do like the concept of the Borg. I do think technological singularity, AI, and Borg talk, transhumanism is an interesting subject too. And I'll be citing the Borg once in a while.
Yeah.
But I think going back on him, cucked philosophy. He signed off to I think like 0 or repeater books, and basically has this. He says, "I'm a left Nietzschean. A hammer and a sickle. You could be a communist and a Nietzschean." And at the end of the day,
the left Nietzscheanism thing is a total
right.
It's total bunk. Yeah, it's total bunk. Nietzsche was totally against leftism. So that
it's a big cope, to use the fun kids language. It's a big cope to advocate American liberalism. He wants to watch Miyazaki and be a Nietzschean at the same time. It's just, okay, enjoy your Funko Pop dolls. Okay, I'm not here to make you happy, but that's what he wants. He's the Funko Pop doll lord with a critical theory degree.
Yeah, there's a rough topic of communism, just or whatever, but it's not really communism per se, but it's kind of just the theories surrounding it.
It's just he wants to use the subcultural left-wing term and say, I'm left, not a meanie right-wing guy, and that means I can go to your cheese and wine party at the Manhattan Art Gallery. What do you say? I've read Nietzsche, and that makes me a dirtbag leftist, and I like this and that, and K-pop and late capitalism. Give me a book deal.
Yeah, we have
my favorite band is Suicide.
Yeah, we have an honored guest here. Traditional Culture Preservation Society. I'll let you guys build for a minute.
How's it going?
Go grab my coffee from the other side of the room. But I'm hearing you guys. Yeah. How's it going, Trad? Go ahead.
It's going well. So we're talking about communism tonight.
Again? I don't remember. I don't remember. I suppose. Well, technically it was Star Trek. And it was about Star Trek, and then talking about cucked philosophy. How I was saying cucked philosophy, he became a left Nietzschean, which I thought was a big cope for I still want to watch crass things while pretending I'm a philosopher. And it's not that. Just goes back to the American liberalism stuff.
Well, it's interesting. A lot of people that are on the left they love Nietzsche for whatever reason.
I think it's a big idealism for libertarianism, though they don't want to admit it. And so they'll say, I don't want to be a Stalin totalitarian guy, so I'm just going to be a Nietzschean, and then all of a sudden talk about equal distribution and pretending I'm a dirtbag leftist. Because that's what the whole dirtbag leftist thing is. It's like, I want to be an anti-liberal. I want to be the funny guy who's red-pilled, but I want to play it safe and pretend I know something about Deleuze and Derrida and far left postmodernity, which at the same time all it makes sense is the American liberal state. So it is a confusing position to have. It still upholds the notion that you can call people racist or you don't want to talk about race.
Yeah, well, I guess it's sort of like the destiny effect, right?
I mean, that's the grill pill. I just want to grill and Chapo Trap House mentality about, well, I want to talk about these things, but there's nothing we can do. Might as well take the black pill, Mark Fisher, suicide, minions as communists, bizarre psychological operations.
I'm not actually that familiar with Chapo Trap House other than the name.
Well, they're the same thing. It's the same, like, they'll say these like cunning communist, socialist, libertarian points of view, and then they'll say, "Oh, there's nothing you can do. Just act like a normie." But you're smart enough and pretentious to know what this Marxist theorist is, and I don't know. It's just like a cool kids club that ends up becoming co-opted by American liberalism, so it doesn't really do anything.
That sounds like the Bernie Sanders movement.
Oh, yep. Yeah, and that's why they had Richard Wolff on and Sanders. They're Bernie bros, or at least psyopted Bernie bros.
I wonder if that's going to materialize ever again.
I doubt that's gonna come back into the fold. But they are having expressions of it on the right wing, where they have like this sort of small communities type of thing, so they might have sort of, they have neo-tribalism on the right wing, so that might lead into some sort of, communism. They have stakeholder capitalism, which has shades of communism.
Well, isn't stakeholder capitalism the stuff that the World Economic Forum is trying to push for?
Yep. It's kind of like that type of stuff, right? It's like you'll own nothing and be happy. Wasn't that the term that everybody got mad at, right?
Yeah, that was from the video they released.
Yeah, that sounds like kind of like, the type of, very much influenced by that type of thing. But yeah, this is the guy that Nietzsche's that interpreted Nietzsche, more left-wing Nietzscheanism. I think it comes from this fucking guy. You guys ever hear of this guy? Georges Patel.
The solar anus. So the idea quickly, from my understanding of solar anus. So in poetry, it's very, very short story, but the ideal is that if a sun rays light and gives positivity, a solar anus is like a black sun, or not even a sun. It's a black inwardness, hence like a solar anus.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me
of
our friend Toilet Bowl Earth. He has kind of like that image, and yeah.
He's like celebrating decadent nihilism, or the ideal that it's also an apocalyptic culture thing where doom and gloom is coming, and honestly you should be accelerating and ready for it. You can read like an acceleration criticism of Bataille, but
that's what I've read in Fanged Noumena. You know what I'm talking
about? Right.
Yeah, he's got a chapter on Bataille, so yeah. He talks about that.
You can also go to Arthur Rimbaud, and talk about A Season in Hell, and how this young, homosexually confused kid was talking about how, the fever dream and this kind of idealized pathos of being young is actually suicidal, considering that he stopped poetry at his mid-20s, moved to South America, and I think became a coffee merchant. And his friends were mad why he didn't continue poetry, but Bataille was kind of in that similar vein. He was all like talking about some of the liberals really like him because it's this cool punk rock. Oh, I'm not political, man, but death, destruction, decay, and so he always gets misread that. But Nick Land, his interpretation is accelerationism, thirst of annihilation, where the solar anus could be, when the sun physically goes out in the science fiction terms, like in the work of Gene Wolfe in the book The New Sun. So it could be translated that way. I mean, I've seen it that way before, but importantly, he said the parody of another, that you are parodying.
Have you heard of the cult of like the black sun worship, like the black sun thing, the hollow earth thing? Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, it can relate to that in a way.
It's just weird though, but yeah, that they have the same kind of symbology in the neo-Nazi thing, but yeah, because because have you heard of Nick Land and the neo-Nazi connection there?
Right. Well, he's just like an edgy conservative now. I wouldn't say he just likes to talk about hyper racism, write about it. But at the end of the day, Nick Land is just like
But I mean
edgy.
with the Order of the Nine Angels where they were
Yeah, yeah.
using.
The Order of the Angles.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there's
what do you think of that?
that they had a I mean, it's funny because a lot of that is just more accelerationist theory in James Mason's Siege. The ideal is that, there's an elder, you play the Star game together, and supposedly, Savitri Devi, Jainist philosophy.
Yeah. That's what I got. It is like the Savitri Devi and the Julius Evola angle of it. Because they're kind of take it against modernism to a certain extent. Yeah, they take it in an interesting direction. But yeah, Savitri Devi is such an interesting thinker. But yeah, she's definitely out of her mind. But yeah.
But I don't have much to say on Matai at all. I mean, he's interesting as a footnote, but I don't know. Nick Land made him popular. Then everyone else are just liberals.
Yeah, accelerationists. And I was trying to get I'm gonna have one of our friends over here on the show, Dr. Lestat, here to talk about accelerationism as well. He seems like a very intelligent interlocutor, but I think he stepped away for the moment. But yeah.
So what's your whole opinion on the Marxist worldview, TML?
Well, I think it's nonsense, but it is what it is. We just it's just one more thing that's there, part of the playing field.
Well, I was one for a brief period of time, but I think one thing that just kind of turns me off. I mean, there's a lot of things that kind of turn me away from it now, but like one thing I find really off-putting with a lot of its advocates is they tend to really downplay like the deaths of civilians or just civilian deaths in general. And they like to just assume that like everybody that like, party members killed or whatever were just like, political enemies and all these other people that were just like deserved it. And even in cases like when it was like anarchist, there were times when they did really stupid things, especially in Italy, that like screwed them over and gave them like very little leverage politically because there were just some aimless acts of violence.
The end justifies the means.
I have a really quick rebuttal for a really quick sec. So the reason why we study Marx is just a form of sociology. So instead of looking at Marxism and the religion behind it, think it more in terms of Hegelianism, the ideal of society going forward, humanity progressing, and you have a trio: Marx, Max Weber, and Emil Durkheim. The three had very different conclusions about things. Marx being that capitalism and profit is irrational, therefore you have to create an Epicurean post-scarcity side. But remember, Weber was all about culture and people, and that's kind of a cultural anthropology thing. And that would be in contrast or improvement to Marx if you're a Weberian. Or you could just go back to Durkheim and say, well, whenever you have a modernist society, the individual usually kills itself because liberalism is a natural decay that you don't find it in animalistic societies. So instead of worshiping, an orthodox Marxist school and saying what Karl Kautsky has to say about religion, following that order, think more in terms of sociology and Hegelianism, and you can kind of go on the right path, where you get things like Sorelianism and such.
Yeah. And also another thing about it is a lot of what I don't, advocate for it now is just like, especially like where I've evolved now in terms of what I've learned, is just the way it just like promotes materialism and this idea that like we got to
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, and that's why I started with that philosophical manuscript, because that's the only time where he actually mentions nature, and I think he gets it wrong. He's taken that Hegelian kind of Kabbalistic view of nature, and that's where he falls into the elements of materialism. He he gets into just Hobbes. You know, he's just totally Hobbes, where he's just like, people are people. And I think that's a shitty place to start a discussion about human beings, where you reduce man to a species being. You know, you just
that's
get
the
out.
thing. They're just a bunch of fucking workers ants trying to create factories and shit.
Yeah,
and then like they have this
yeah,
dream that over time it's going to create like this post-scarcity society where people won't have to work as much.
Yeah, and then the postmodernists, they're gonna accomplish the same thing in terms of culture, you know. And it's weird. I do think that Jordan Peterson is a gatekeeper for that shit. You know, he's got to be, because he can't just get it so wrong. You know, that he's just like.
Well, Jordan Peterson is practically a postmodernist for all his claims to be otherwise. He does the typical like postmodern song and dance routine where he can't answer a simple question without bringing up 10 other questions.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson's actually a postmodernist. It's not practical at all.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's actually practicing what he denies. Yeah, that's
I think it's the disease of liberalism. Liberalism tries to not be sincere, advocates irony, that everyone's playing a game, and that you have to give Derrida-esque answers of going on a 10-hour questionnaire about animal rights or something. The point is,
no, that's not true at all. I mean, I'm neoliberal. The liberals can be direct. It's just some people just don't like the answers.
Right. It's not exactly neoliberal and economic or otherwise. I'm talking about the liberal ideal of the individual or the centrist without any sincere convictions that everyone is an individual right. And so what I'm saying is, going back onto Marx, you have extreme examples like object-oriented ontology and Timothy Morton, where after Nick Land, and basing your entire argument upon materialism, which Karl Marx is based upon, the ideal of OO, or object-oriented ontology, is that objects who are not human belong in the solidarity struggle. So my sofa is a living being. My television set is living. And therefore, you have to apply the same political correctness and pronoun policies to the non-living objects. And you have to have solidarity with non-human kind.
Sounds like animism.
Yep, that's
so like we're going back to tribal societies.
Yep, and that's Mortonism.
That's what I was saying. It's like it's right there in the
merging
subtext.
of human and machine.
It's just
exactly.
And so Timothy Morton is a trans person.
Exactly.
And so Morton with they
book.
Well,
it's like with Nick Land. He actually says, like, he actually recommends neo-occultism. But yeah, go ahead.
But I'm saying Morton is the political correct version after Land. He has a trilogy of books: Hyper Objects, Dark Ecology, and Humankind. And so in Dark Ecology, the idea first there's hyper objects, and hyper objects are the objects that are living. In other words, your computer is living and thinks exactly like you. Second, there's a dark ecology, right? So instead of a deep ecology, that means it is the ethno-nationalist will that everything must survive and must exist. This is what white nationalists argue. Morton takes it to an extreme level and says that we have to make sure that plastic, like the chemical plastic, has its own self-determination, and that there's a dark ecology like the dark web, and basically all objects have to have a fair say if they were ever given human intelligence. And finally, you have to have solidarity with the non-human kind, and leftists must now, under the materialistic philosophy of Marx, must consider that production is creating new life, and that you have to make sure that non-human kind has a say exactly like you have. And this is a perfect prelude to the techno singularity.
Well, that makes me think of there are certain parts of Papua New Guinea where the tribes, when they go out to collect nuts in the forest, they have to use like special, basically politically correct language so as to confuse the nuts so they don't realize they're being picked.
Right, and that's Morton. And Morton's like an extreme Janus after Land and calls everything racist and thinks Black Lives Matter is another example I would suggest reading is the book Spaceship by him. And he talks about how spaceships will be the key understanding that it gets humans into the future and not humans in the future. In other words, Morton so basically there's this new liberal school of thinking, post-Marxist, that believe that we're in a human period and that humans are so arrogant and so supreme, it's the new white supremacy. So it's no longer about white people anymore. It's about human people. And humans are the real racist. And we have to downplay humans in favor of objects like technological singularity. And therefore, things like a spaceship is for social justice.
Okay. So Rent says that it's idolatry, and I actually agree with him, but I just need to know why idolatry is bad.
But anyway, Morton is too extreme, and to a point that, of course, American publishing houses like Verso would give Morton a say. And you got to remember something, Morso is also Zizek's label. It's also everybody else's label who is a postmodernist. And I can only say that Morton is a part of the Malthusian plan to depopulate everyone and to make sure nothing has ever grown and that robots rule us.
Well, this was we should have all just listened to David Icke. He was saying this stuff back in the 90s.
Yeah, but that's just a long digression about, what Marx leads to. Eventually, somebody's going to re-criticize Marx as in Marx was for degrowth and that Marx wanted us to live in the pods and eat the bugs. And now we kind of have it with like trans people being professors and object-oriented ontology.
It's robots don't rule us. Robots are puppets. People rule us with robots.
Well, you could argue that to a large extent, this started by the robotization of human beings with, natural philosophical naturalism and materialism. This idea that the human basically is just a biologically determined machine with no actual personal agency, which is very, very much in among like contemporary philosophers today with this theory of hard determinism and things like that.
Yeah, but isn't that from what's it called? I think what's that branch of Christianity? The one Stuart talks about. That's
downplaying humanity.
Calvinist. That's from Calvinism. Yeah, that's from Calvinism. That's from
Calvinism, though, wouldn't say that humans have like no agency whatsoever. Even Calvinists would not go so far as to say that humans are literally that the mind is literally just a robot that's programmed, comes into life, does things exactly the way that a robot or like an ant would do things. Like this is I would say, you could say it's downstream of Calvinism. You could say it's the result of the Protestant Reformation, but even the Protestants themselves would not go to this extreme. And to be fair, 200 years ago, even like the atheist materialists like David Hume wouldn't go to this extreme. It's actually a very recent trend, really, within the last century or so.
No, a Calvinist would say it's predetermined by God.
But they talk about it as it being a paradox, even though it's contradictory as far as I'm concerned, as far as Calvinism goes.
Calvinists are soft determinists, so they would say that there's free will and everything's determined by God and it's a mystery, which I think that's sort of similar to the Islamic position as well, that like these two things which seem like they're contradictory actually aren't contradictory if you have the mind of God.
I debate I-Fi on this, and we determined that free will is just a result of attribution. God can have complete control over you and all your actions for all your life. And as long as God attributes fault to you, then you have free will.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I follow what you were saying.
You can have free will has nothing to do with control. It's all about attribution.
I mean, that's one way to step around it.
I think you're basically saying compatibilism, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say that though compatibilism is still a different position from hard determinism, because hard determinism says that basically human beings are completely basically enslaved to their biology, enslaved to certain reactions going on in their brain, the same way a robot would be. That we are AI in a sense. We are ChatGPT already. So therefore, to develop an actual AI like ChatGPT is not really doing anything different from what we've already got.
Who's talking? Is it JR or Pill Eater?
That was JR.
Yo, JR, you seem like you've done a lot of research, and you seem like you're trying to find the truth through deduction. What have you landed on?
What have I landed on? I have a complex web of beliefs that I hold. Could you be a little more specific?
Yeah, he fell out real quick.
I see.
Rent, did you oh shit, I gotta add him again. Yo.
Yeah, my
Yo,
shit got unplugged.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, my bad. Yeah.
I mean, like, specifically, like, what do you believe, created or caused all the things to exist and, the current direction that, like, humanity is headed in the world?
The current direction that humanity is headed in the world is, I think, because of humans' mistakes, because we did things that were maladaptive and bad for the human race, and we're now suffering as a result.
And what do you think is the original cause of that?
The original cause of humanity's mistakes? I mean, I would say that certain facts of human nature, the fact that human beings have the capability to do both great good and great ill, ultimately, I assume that there would be some sort of ultimate cause, like the Kali Yuga or something like that we might be heading in towards as well.
I'm not really getting very much out of you. I feel like you have a lot of words to say when it comes to not agreeing with things, but when it comes to asking you what you believe, it's just like
the problem is that you're not giving, like, you're asking me these really broad questions.
What do you believe from the beginning?
What do I believe from the beginning? You mean the beginning of time?
Correct.
I believe that I would say that I think that this world came into existence from the actions of a higher power.
Okay. Do you call that higher power a god?
Yeah, I would say so.
Is there any reason why you're being so elusive?
I don't think I'm being elusive.
I think you're being slippery.
Okay, cool. You can think that, but I'm not.
And is this in a debate?
I'm not sure where this is going. So.
I'm just saying.
I can give an atheist example of the existence of God.
Like, I'm not trying to debate you or interrogate you. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what you believe. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, so far is there a question you've asked that I haven't answered so far?
At the end of the day, it's not that you haven't answered it, it's the manner in which you're answering them.
Okay, well, now this is just tone policing. Do you have a point?
It's not tone. It's the specific words you're choosing and avoiding.
Well, I mean, this is kind
How
of
about
dumb.
this?
So do you have an actual
I don't even
point
care
on it?
anymore. Have a fun time debating.
Well, that was bizarre. Anyways, yeah, what were we talking about?
I was about to talk about Alvin Plantinga, but
it was Calvinism.
Oh snap! This Plantinga guy.
Yeah, the belief in God and modal logic. He's like basically
really quick.
Who is that? I'm sorry, I don't even know who just spoke.
Oh, it's just me because.
Oh shit! Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, because JR did a stream like last week about salvation, where different early church fathers disagreed on that concept because some of them thought that, like, if you were unbaptized, you were bound for hell, and then like some of them were universalist, and that does like raise a lot of skepticism as far as I'm concerned concerning Christianity, because it's like if the Bible is God's holy word, then why is it that like so many people have different interpretations of what God's word is, instead of it all just being uniformly all in one package where everybody just agrees and it's all just like, easy and simple? Like,
well, that's the Catholic Church claims.
What's the
that
issue with
all
that?
you have to do is listen to the Pope and everything, problem solved.
It's because people even lack the understanding of
Right.
the verse
I mean,
that
it's
you're
not.
referring to. So essentially, people got under this impression.
Well, the
that
thing
the
is, it's like
Bible
it's not that
is
I
one
don't
book.
believe in God or anything.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people got under this false understanding that the Bible was one book, right? And
I know that's not what you're saying. I'm just trying to clarify myself to those
And then
listening.
what we also have to understand is that it has been corrupted and modified to suit the purposes of the controllers of humanity multiple times. And we have the evidence to support that. Now, with that being said, does the Bible contain truth? Yes. Is the truth the word of God? Yes. Is the truth only found in the Bible? No. Is there lies in the Bible? Yes. Is that the word of God? No. Is the truth not found in the Bible the word of God? Yes. Do you understand?
Yeah, here's an alternate hypothesis. Yahweh is a god of confusion, like Eris is a goddess of confusion.
What's that based on?
That Christianity is confused in general.
Well, a lot of Christianity worships the Bible. That's the problem.
But are they confused because of Eris, Hank? Or is Eris causing the confusion, or is it part of the confusion?
Probably part of it, but Yahweh's actually helping them out more than Eris is.
I see.
I'm more believe in the ideal that it's a god or some great Lovecraftian monster can exist, and that's what I was trying to bring up with Alvin Plantinga.
Hold on. How did Rank get destroyed last night on EBT? They're not capable of destroying anything.
EBT couldn't destroy Officer Snaps. This is
He couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't destroy the broadside of a barn with a fucking AK-47. Are you kidding me?
And that got destroyed was EBT on the panel. He destroyed himself.
Yeah. Why do they keep? Why are they afraid to have the discussion if they're the ones doing the destroying? You know. But go ahead, Pillator, about Plantinga. That is a very important figure, Plantinga. His critique of evolution versus naturalism.
I was more talking about his modal logic about the existence of God. But here's the thing: he doesn't say God. He says it's a maximum being, or just a powerful being in sky. And the first thing you have to ask in analytical Frege-esque philosophy, is it possible? If it is possible, and we're all wondering, then it must exist somewhere outside of our world. Hence, it gets into the Lovecraft ideal of cosmic gods, right? Or the techno singularity, right? And if it does exist in possible worlds, then it could exist in our world, and therefore it must be real because of his existence over there. So even before the argument begins, it's this false belief.
It sounds like he's going off of Anselm, or the GCB of the greatest conceivable being. Remember that?
Right.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of people criticize him because, well, how do you define that? What's this powerful being? But the thing is, long as you think about it, then therefore existing in possible worlds and existing in every possible world.
That is ultimately
egalitarian kind of.
That's ultimately where Anselm breaks down. But
and it's very easy to debunk. I mean, tell him to point to the greatest possible being in your empty spreadsheet.
But the point is, if you're not a Christian or whatever, you can translate this modal logic into the ideal that Cthulhu is real. And so you can kind of put into this ideal that there's something powerful, and whatever that is powerful might not be what we're thinking about.
Well, I would say that it becomes pantheism eventually, because if it's the greatest possible being would by definition have to be the totality of everything.
Or like Logos, or the ideal of but it just gets me thinking about like this ideal going back, just going on the ideals, because another digression, there is a Christian postmodern French philosopher, if you know, by the name of Francois Laurel. He's known for his project called Non-Philosophy, and that the problem with philosophy today...
Oh, shit. That sounds like something I should invest my time in.
Okay, so Laurel...
Let's go.
So Laurel, as a discipline, he made it up in his little living room called non-philosophy. He argues that philosophy as a whole has an ontological bias, but because before you begin it, you have a political agenda or bias. I know it sounds really, centrist, whatever, but bear with me.
I think that's 100%
But
correct.
bear with me. He's not anti-philosophy.
I've never heard anything more true.
Yeah, he's not anti-philosophy. He's non-philosophy in that you have to look at philosophy outside of it, or philosophy thinking about those who are thinking about philosophy. And the reason why he's doing this is because he wants a spiritual basis to intuition belief. You don't have to use analytical philosophy or social construction theory or use a structuralist ideal to understand the world like materialism. You just know right away that if you follow the semantics of non-philosophy, you can understand that there is something about the person. In other words, he's continuing the project of Heidegger and trying to make it better for the French taste. And as well, he's critical of Alain Badiou, who's talking about neo-communism. Again, he's a Christian, because he talks about a postmodern Jesus, that he talks on, the René Girard belief, but he goes off the mimic desire and thinks it's more of Jesus is thinking more in terms of outside the human structure. So he's a lot of twist and turns traps so well, but it goes back to the homodal logic about God, because he'll definitely use that in a very bizarre postmodern sense to say that, well, even if it's not good at God, it must be a Cthulhu monster. And therefore, with this ideal, we are thinking about thinking.
I just want to know why idolaters get so angry when you tell them that they're idolaters, and then they realize that they're idolaters.
I know I'm an idolater. I'm not angry at all. I worked like 10 hours on the clock. I'm still chill.
But here's the thing, Hank. You're trying to stand on the 10 Commandments and also being an idolater while denying that you're an idolater. That's the problem.
No, I don't stand in the 10 Commandments, so
you can't do both.
Yeah, I agree.
I respect Hank because at least he decided he's not about the 10 Commandments. He's just going to be a straight up fedora.
Another Christian postmodern philosopher, René Girard, just believes it's mimesis, that you just have to know that cloning and copying one another is a normal monkey behavior. And if you understand this evolutionary psychology, it's not that there's adultery. It's just more like, I want to copy this person out of ethics. And therefore, because we're flawed.
I mean, you brought up this thinking about thinking, this sort of like mimesis, this thinking squared, I mean, I think that this is really, I mean, it's what Aristotle referred to as the highest order of business. I think it is part of, I think hence,
but
that
the thing is, what's funny about Laurel
isn't it?
is that he denies Plato. He denies the first philosophers too. Because
What's up, gang?
What's
up, son?
Appreciate you letting me up, TML. I wanted to have a little conversation with Rant, since he still seems to think that his Protestant take on Christianity is legitimate. I don't know if you remember last night, but when I was talking about the whole obelisk in the center of Vatican Square, you remember when I was talking about that and making fun of you soy jacking over all of the stupid Christian takes like that? Do you know that there's actually an inscription on the obelisk that is a prayer of exorcism on it? Do you know about that?
How tall is it?
Dude, are you fucking retarded, dude? Answer the question. Do you know about the prayer of exorcism on the obelisk?
I just want to know how tall.
Oh, wow. See, that was why I'm going to limit myself to like 5 minutes of this with you, because it's so embarrassing. Can you answer my question? Can you not be retarded? Can you answer a question? 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 Hey, Ben Shapiro light. Can you answer a fucking question?
On the panel from another stream.
Shut up and answer the question. Stop acting like a bitch.
About an inscription.
Yeah, because you talk hard and you're a bitch.
Steven,
I'd
appreciate it. I'd appreciate it if you don't rage quit. But yeah, man, you guys just have a good discussion. You know what I'm saying? It is what.
On a pillar. You want to know about a demonic exorcism that's on.
All I want to know is if you know about the prayer of exorcism on the obelisk. Do you know about it? Okay. All I want to know. That's literally all I want to know.
Does that make it okay?
Do you know it or do you not? That's all I want to know.
Does that matter?
Do you know it or do you not? Because it matters a lot. It matters a lot. Do you answer the question?
Technically, if you're telling the truth, I now do.
So you don't know. Okay, so you don't know. You didn't know.
Technically, I do know.
So you don't know. So you know now, right? So you're fucking retarded.
So why are you so mad about the obelisk?
I'm not mad. I'm mad. Well, no, I am mad because you're a
I know
fucking
you're mad.
poor representation of Christianity, and
I'm
it's
not a
people like you that need to get
representation of
curb
Christianity.
stopped. Then you need to fucking stop referring to my belief system. Stop fucking quoting the Bible, you fucking retard.
You are
Because people
a
like me are gonna
participant
come
in
check
the
you.
Antichrist
People like
system.
me are gonna come chin check you fucking
You're not going to
retards
do
that
anything.
quote the Bible.
You
Yeah,
are a
shut up, Ben
coward with
Shapiro.
a
Like,
lack of knowledge.
you don't know shit, nigga.
You came up here with a quote off of an obelisk. Would you
Right,
like
that
to
was
talk
my.
about the
That was
Bible?
literally the only thing that I needed
Oh,
to know about you, dude. You're a
really?
fucking disgrace.
Well,
Yeah,
what does the
dude, you're
Bible
fucking
say?
embarrassing.
Well, what does the Bible say about erecting pillars in a place of worship? Can you tell me?
Oh my god, are you seriously gonna try and do the cherry picking
I'm
shit?
just saying.
You don't even know the context of the verse
just
you're
saying.
quoting. That's
Did
the
they
funniest
erect
thing.
a pillar in a place
Hey,
of
how about
worship?
you quote me? How about you quote me the context of that verse?
So let me ask you, what
Hey,
is
how about
a
you give me some
pillar a
proper
symbol of?
exegesis? How about
Is
you
that
give me some
pillar
proper exegesis, retard?
Is that pillar in Vatican Center by any chance the representation of the phallus of Osiris
Here,
that
you want me-
Semiramis or Isis crafted in order to create her son Horus because one of the members went missing
You
and
want
they
to know what
chopped
it
his
is?
body up
You want to
into
know what it
13
is?
pieces.
You want to know what it is, nigga?
It's the
This is-
phallus. That's
No,
what
you're
it is.
retarded.
It's
Okay,
a symbol
this
of
is
the
no.
phallus.
Shut
It's
up
the
for
same one
shut
at the
up.
Washington
Shut up, you
Monument.
stupid fucking piece of shit.
666
Shut up, you stupid
feet
fucking
tall,
piece of
pussy.
shit.
666 feet tall. Did you
Right,
know?
exactly. It's Goliath's
Fantastic.
head. It's
Oh, it's
Goliath's
Goliath's
head.
head. Where do you get
Yes.
that from? It looks definitely
It's
like a
literally
big
the
dickhead, you fucking fool.
Oh my god, yes, and it
Looks like
has
a dickhead, not a
fucking
head.
description of exorcism
Where's
on
Goliath's
it. It's
head? On
the
the tip?
metaphorical equivalent to Goliath's head
Does
being
Goliath
put
nut
on.
out of his
That's
head?
the same. It's the same reason why all of the other pagan gods exist in Vatican Square. They're
Does
all
Goliath-
crushed gods. They're
they're
all
crushed
dead
gods.
gods,
I see.
and the only God that still lives is Christ.
I see. And so what about the Temple of Mithra in the basement?
You're
about that
fucking
guy?
retarded. They're all dead. You
Oh, they're all
act
dead.
like you're drawing from meme quotes, dude. You're
Oh.
so far behind.
Okay. Well, if you're a Catholic, you need to do a little bit more research.
No,
into your
you're so
religion.
fucking retarded. I'm Orthodox, dummy.
Oh,
You
that's even
fucking
worse.
nerd. You don't even know who you're arguing with.
So Orthodox is basically Freemasonry.
You know, again, you're so fucking retarded.
Oh.
Like, this is the funniest thing about you fucking Reddit type nerds that try and act like you're Christians. You
So tell me
fucking
about the
Baptist
Orthodox.
retards. Okay, yeah, ask me a question. What do you like to know about
me about
the
it.
proper belief of Christianity? What thing do you think is false about Christianity that I can debunk you? Line them up, retard. I'm ready.
Tell me why the Orthodox do color magic when they change their colors for the different time periods and they chain little boys together, walk them
You're
around.
fucking retarded. No, the first question you asked was
Why do they participate in the occult
why did
mysteries?
No, dummy. You asked
Why do y'all
one
have?
question.
Why do you have?
No, shut
Why do
up.
y'all have
You're-
idols?
Hey, Ben Shapiro, like, shut the fuck up.
Oh,
You asked
all right,
one
go ahead.
question.
Answer the first
about-
question.
Yeah.
Why do they do the
first question-
colors and walk the
Yes,
little
why
kids
did they
around
do the
in
colors?
chains?
Why did they do? No, dummy. It was one question. Why
same
did they
thing.
do the colors? For the same reason that the fucking seasons changed, retard. There's
Okay.
Pascha. There's Passover. There's fucking Christ's birth. The reason that people change their colors is for the seasons, dummy.
Witches do that too. So do the Catholics. Next
Ooh,
question.
wow. Ooh, wow.
Why do they chain the little boys together and walk them around like dogs?
They don't chain little boys together. Have
I've
you
got
ever
it on
been to an
videotape.
actual?
I've got it on camera.
Yes, fucking share screen. nigga.
I've got it on
share
camera.
Screen. Share screen. Share
Listen,
screen.
Listen, why
Share
are you
screen.
denying
Share
something
screen,
that
pussy.
happened?
Screen.
Everyone here
Share,
can go
share,
and Google
share,
it right now.
Share screen.
Bro, you can go and Google it right now.
You're
I'm
so
not lying
embarrassing.
to you. I have nothing
You're
to
so
prove to you.
embarrassing.
I just want to know why they do
Have
it.
you no shame? Have
Okay,
you
why
no
do they have
shame?
idols?
They
Why
don't
do
have
wear-
idols.
Why
Okay,
do they
do you
wear
think-
schemas? What is this? What is the meaning behind this schema? Why is it set up like a
You don't
Masonic
know the
staircase?
whole Orthodox schema reasoning. You don't
Yeah,
know the whole. They're buried with that, dude. The
yeah, why
whole
does
reason that they wear that is to know that
why
death
does
is
it
imminent and
mirror
that they need to. Hey, shut up.
why
They
does it
know
mirror the
they.
skull and
Shut up,
bone
dummy. I'm explaining.
Freemasonry?
Shut up, dummy.
Why are
I'm
they
explaining it to
copying
you.
the
Shut up,
occult?
dummy. I'm explaining it
Why
to
are they
you.
copying
Shut
the
up,
occult,
dummy. I'm
pussy?
explaining it to
I
you.
don't actually need your answer. You've been exposed a long time ago. What are you,
Yeah,
sleeping?
I know. You're
Your
fucking
answers
stupid.
don't matter. The
All right,
fact that they do this
TMO, I
shit is
appreciate
means
you
that
letting
they've
me
been
coming up. This guy's
exposed.
a fuck. Hey, get curb stomp, faggot.
You ain't gonna do nothing, pussy. Next question. Did he rage quit?
Good. Get it. Good. He's stupid, angry, and stupid. So, I actually have a question for Rant. Can please share my screen? Muhammad, do you copy?
We got some Orthodox Masons in the punch bowl.
So I saw your chart today. I'm still working on decoding what the chart means. Do you have a key to translate the characters to like a word or something? If you don't have a key, we'll probably figure it out in like a month or so. But if you have a key, that would be great, Rant, to know what the labels, the columns mean.
All right, I'm going to be changing up the chart, so the labels are going to change. But we have Jesuit, Satanist, meme, Luciferian, Freemason, cult leader, Gayop, flaky, agent of chaos, LARP, NPC cunts, Qtard, fedora, glowy, creep, secret squirrel, sleeping, and bottom of YouTube trash can.
Okay, thank you very much. Does fedora code, is that code for atheist, or what's fedora mean?
It's just hats, son.
Oh, that works. Okay, that's all.
It's just fedoras, bro.
Okay, well, that's all I had right now. Thank you.
Exhibit A is you.
Yes, I build an archetype.
Ruh-roh.
I'm not afraid of him. At least not that much.
This is like John Cage, 4 minutes 30 seconds, and we're just performing silence for 4 minutes straight, just for the art for it. Just
That would
like
be
for
nice.
the art.
Enjoy the silence.
Yeah, but I love the the type of behavior there. Bless you, True Earth. Wow, that's a cool name. Yeah, bless you. Trad is writing in the chat. Peak orthodoxy, peak ortho bro YouTube. That was funny. Yeah, kind of. It's like the same script, like every time. It's actually, it actually gets kind of funny, but yeah, it's interesting because it's like it's a recurring theme here. As you know, you have
Although to
some.
be fair, my conversation with Jay Dyer actually was fairly cordial. It wasn't what I expected.
Yeah, it was not what I hoped for. Let's just put it that way. Okay, I wanted you to go on the attack because you had just done the presentation on Christianity. So I mean on the Ortho Bros.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, you should hit him with some of that stuff because I'm sure they would have showed up here in troves. That's why I'm like,
you gotta sweeten the pot first. You gotta.
Oh my God! Like I was nowhere. Like I think I said one thing in the chat. I was like traditional culture. Like let's see it, dude. Like this is gonna be fun, because somebody had cued me in that you were or actually I turned it on my TV It was like one of those recommended YouTube videos. So I turned it on, and then all of a sudden he's talking about traditional culture, preservation. I'm like, I know this dude. So I hop in the fucking chat, and already there was 2 or 3 people mentioning my channel. So that if you went up there and stirred the pot, they would all show up here. It would have been fun.
Optics are high, as they say.
Yeah, the optics would have been high. Yeah, the optics would have been high then.
Yeah.
We would have gotten them to do it.
I don't know. I see. My strategy is, you sort of come in the first time.
Greetings.
First 1 or 2 times you come in, and
Bless
you're because the thing I didn't want is to just be like, the troll that gets kicked off like 30 seconds later, right?
Yeah.
Which is what happens to a lot of people that come in too hot on the show.
They're buddies. Yeah.
Yeah, I come in nice and slow and cool, so I'm very hard to remove. So that's just my style.
I was summoned from another realm. I was working on the chart, you know what I mean? And I had somebody, you know what I mean? Nobody on the panel, you know what I mean? They were like, yo, you got to go hop on there real quick. And, you know what I mean? I don't know why I did, but now I know.
Sounds like you got ambushed, son.
Fucking ambush, bro. All right. You know what I'm saying? Exposing. What's up, Joe Cool?
What's good? I got no idea what you guys are talking about. What's good?
Neither does he.
You never do.
I'm trying to classify the panel sphere, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna start making my own chart probably today, tomorrow.
Hank, here's the problem. When you actually try to do it, you're gonna realize there's a significant issue. All right.
Yes, I am aware of the issue.
There's not enough like columns to put the people in, and they fall into multiple column categories.
Yeah, so you have to use a database.
Like
what categories? What categories?
Bro, we've got a lot. We've got a lot.
Give me a couple, so I know this will help me a lot. Give me a couple of categories.
It's like 20 or 30 categories, bro. It's like Jesuit.
Notice this man is using this term "we" real loose.
So yeah, I'm aware of it. I worked. We would have to use a database to get the
Look, this is we the people, okay?
This is we the people.
Yeah, if you ain't with me, bro, then you against me. You know what I mean?
Then
you ain't included in the we anyway.
What categories would we put these motherfuckers in? We the people.
Category, bro.
Give me a couple, 2, 3, and that would help me because I think I got an idea. Chart categories. If you tell me a couple of the categories, I think that completes the vision in my head.
All right, so one of them is Fedora.
I never figured that one out.
Secret squirrel. Meme.
Oh, I got
leader.
meanings. Okay.
You know,
show my screen again.
Jesuit Freemasons.
All right, thank you. I got you.
You know, Satanist, whatnot.
Yeah. That ranch chart.
This is the chart.
Oh, is it? Hold on.
You could full screen it, Hank. Full screen it so we can see it better.
Joe Cool, you're currently listed under Fedora rank 2. Right under Hank. You're above Isaac.
Hey, they got photos.
You're well above Steven, but he's just moved into Gnostic, not Gnostic, Orthodox Freemason territory. It's a new category you guys don't know about yet.
Okay.
I see a Freemason.
I see Jag.
I see a Freemason already by
Snafu.
Talhawk.
I see Hank. I see me. I see Tarek. Was this Paul on here?
Yes, cult leader.
Okay. I see Flo. I think that's Flo on the far right. Oh, Paul, I see him.
I mean, look, this is a meme at the end of the day. Don't get it twisted, but it's the most serious meme you'll ever find.
All right. I'm just, I don't know if I want to figure out that, just the one category seemed so complex. It seemed like it would be fruitless for me to try to dive right now and try to figure out all the so and so's and shit.
Here's my
At,
goal.
at the end of the day, you're going to end up with 18 categories, just like I've got 18 profiles.
How would you do it, Mr. Mustache? What would your suggestions be? You have no suggestions? Just 18 categories?
I don't suggest that anything that I do applies to anybody else. I do what I do, and I express it to other people. Maybe they can use it, maybe they can't. I don't know.
Well, I was just, I think you're a pretty intelligent dude, and I was seeking your honest opinion on how we could organize this information. I know you deal with a lot of data and information.
Well, that's because it's again, you're trying to categorize people instead of looking at everybody all as one. See how many categories you got out there? Oops.
Yeah. No, it's not working. I agree with you. It's not right.
So something's wrong.
Not
They
correct.
fix
There's,
it.
there's categories where we have people that overlap, and there's categories that contain
It's
some of the
logical.
categories.
Can you overlap all of them and just put children of God?
Yeah, you could do that, but that's
You know what I'd like to see?
assumed.
I mean, technically we could. Technically.
Yeah.
Is that what you'd like to do? Because then we wouldn't be able to separate anything, though, and be able to identify who's not. You know what I mean?
I got suggestions.
Really? As a
It's not helpful.
so as a concept of a child of God that has an image and likeness, and what in our image and likeness that we observe daily before us is anything but the powers and creations of God, that we are capable of doing the same similar things. Why wouldn't you want to agree that you are a creator and that you can create?
That's what I'm doing. I'm creating.
Okay, but you're categorizing people in that as part of your creation, rather than using talents to show a message of something of a positive thing. You've got categories up there, cult leader, and yeah.
I mean,
saying you're
that's
creating
kind of
negative shit.
So what would you prefer rather than cult leader?
Well, I think everybody's looking for truth out here, aren't they?
No, I'm not. I'm looking for narrative.
Wait, Hank was the top cult leader, not Paul?
No.
Well, if
I'm
there's
Papadora.
8 billion people, if there's 8 billion people on this planet, shouldn't there be an accounting of who did what for the people that of the needs to sustain life in these communities?
No.
And the value is on the paperwork pulled from the resources to do such. And then anything in above that is all profits, in which would be fulfilling his will of you being a prophet unto the nation and passing that legacy on.
Somebody translate that for me.
There's a whole lot of looping and a whole
y'all ever
lot
read
of
Ephesians?
confusion out here.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, I have suggestions.
5:11, verse 3. Is that man is the head of God? No, that's Corinthians.
Hey.
No, you tell me.
Hey, have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them, dog. You know what I mean? You're supposed to expose these people. And how are you gonna know not to be around them if you don't put them in the chart?
Yeah. So, Rant, here's what I'm gonna do. Right now, I think I'm gonna do 2 different charts. One.
Wait, you guys.
One using Myers-Briggs type indicator. There's only 16 different columns to put them in, so you don't have to worry about column expansion because you have a limit already. And another one that only has 3 categories. Here's the thing: we had to use mix-ins. You had to use look up mix-ins and programming and actor model. That's freaking because one chart won't. You can't do everything with just one chart.
I'm thinking of just doing instead of doing all the chart shit with all the different subcategories. I'm thinking again all the people in the Panaverse into a collage of pictures and however big that fits, and then each panel icon will have certain things like grifter. We'll have like a little icon for grifter, right? Things like that. You know what I'm saying? Illuminati confirmed. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a database. You pretty much mapping a database into an image, and that should work just fine.
We might have to do that and then rank that into a tier list. Okay.
Do you understand there is an inherent flaw? One man can do this all day. When it becomes we, in the end, you eat on each other.
Okay.
I mean, I
Period.
included
That's
the
the
whole
only way it
internet on
is.
this, bro.
Without
Every
being-
night this panel is gonna be live, and you can vote, and you can just type in the chat whatever you think should be. You know what I'm saying? And we make
Yeah,
changes.
this isn't. I've been here for years. This isn't the
Yeah.
first list I've tried to. I've seen people try to make, and I'm telling you, it's if it stays fun and shit, yeah. But when motherfuckers, it always gets. This is where I see it always becomes a power play. Everybody always turns around on the leader at some point. They disagree with this category, that category. We don't trust the guy who came up with this
Well,
list no more.
you
Put
know,
him on the list,
here's
and
the
then he
thing,
gets
Joe
eaten.
Cool.
Yeah.
This list is simply my personal perception of the panel sphere. So it's literally governed by no one but my brain.
It
But I
works
do
with
take
me.
feedback from the people.
Okay, very
'Cause
good.
there are people, I don't know people that good,
All
right?
right.
So if
Thank you
somebody
for the
knows the
clarity.
guy, you know
Yes.
what I mean?
Now it's fun again.
That's,
Now it's good again. Yeah.
yeah, that's what it is. This is not the fucking, you know what I mean, panel versus scoreboard, bro.
Nazi.
Who am
So
I?
so. Yeah.
Right?
Right on. Right
I'm
on.
just saying, this is my personal perception from what I've seen.
I love it now.
You know what I
Something has
mean?
become interesting. Yeah.
And look, yo, if shit changes, people are gonna be moving around in
It'll
my
be fun.
perception.
I'll tune in to watch. Right.
I'm
That'll
just
be
letting
fun
people
now.
know where they're at in my mind. All right. And this is me letting
Great.
this is me so I can refer to the chart so I could keep track of all this shit that's happening parallel to each other.
Oh,
all
this
at
is
the same
great.
damn
You made my
time.
next thought. You made my
Yeah, I'm
next
gonna do
thought
it
pop
too.
in.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I'm
do it
sorry,
too.
but how many sensitive motherfuckers are on here? That seems to be the next thing, right?
Basically, everyone on here is pretty salty if you get them to the right thing.
That's what I
Damn
wanted to
right.
I'm on this, by the
Push the
way,
right
also, and I
buttons.
include myself. All right, I'm in the glowy category right there.
Very good, very good.
Just letting you know.
That's so funny.
You know what I'm saying? Because categorizing everyone in the panel versus glowy activity, obviously. So I got to be in the glowy category.
I would have thought glowy was gay. I can't figure out what it means.
So like I said earlier, this guy's using that term "we" awful loose. Just so everybody hears the distinction here.
Okay.
He now clarifies he's using our help in adjusting this for his perspective. Just a reminder.
He
kids.
means he and his girlfriend. That's what he means by we.
I mean, no, at the end of the day, you take into consideration people's interactions with other people, right? Into your perception of that person. Is that not correct?
I do it all day long, yeah.
Like if everybody on this panel right now tells me, hey, Tony Baloney, right, is a murderer, right? We probably shouldn't hang out with him on the panel.
I think we could take it one further than that.
I'll take your word for it. We'll put him in the murderer category.
We could take it one further than that. What is the content? Is it is it moralized to life, or does it demoralize life?
I agree. That's closer to the satanic spectrum. See, that's why we also need the grading system. I got to fix the chart. All right, I apologize.
There's a lot of mixed opinions. There's a lot of mixed opinions.
Put this chart off the screen. I'm ashamed of it until it's perfect. It's out again. All right.
There's a lot of
No,
there's a lot of mixed
you're
opinions.
fighting a good fight. Don't be ashamed.
You know, we
At
got
least
this
you
one
started.
by Dr. Lestat about labeling people. We got this one by Witness. It makes no sense.
Oh, he just made the chart.
We got this one by I like it. Oh, but then she likes it. She said it. She said it just needs work. So, and then she said, "Fuck the chart." Damn, she be changing her opinion. She be changing.
Sound
her
like my
opinion.
ex, bro.
Yeah, she'll be changing her opinions like minute by minute. So you get minute by minute updates on her.
Right.
You want a good woman joke, bro?
Put her on the chart, man. Put her on
Taking the chart too seriously already.
You want a
We
good
need a
woman
new
joke,
category for flip floppers.
We got Tarek wants to be on the show. I think Tarek is on
there.
Oh, Tarek is in between glowy and creepy.
Yeah. Tarek,
Creepy
you're on
is
there already.
self-explanatory.
He's not fully in the creepy. He's just touching on creepy with glowy, with like flow state.
All right, I get more understanding of the chart.
He's not fully in the creepy.
The fedora category, fix the chart. All right.
No, we can make it
Wait,
work.
wasn't Fedora Freemasons or something like that?
We got
I can make an idiot category, but then you know what I mean, we wouldn't need some other categories.
projecting from the projects.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
maybe.
chart needs to be 3-dimensional. I don't see it working any other way.
The chart is gay.
3 dimensions isn't enough. So we gotta use more with chart.
You got all sorts of opinions out here from the peanut gallery. It is what it is.
Creepy.
Creepy.
Don't worry, Rin. I'm gonna make a chart that triggers them much more. Don't forget about all of your mistakes, whatever they are, assuming they exist at all. I'll make them
Glowy and creepy. Okay, I see.
What are you talking about? His house is haunted.
Oh shit, bro. See, the chart doesn't lie, bro. The chart already knew this it was all through statistical analytics, obviously.
Obviously, he calculated.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the resolution size of the images that I chose were specific, obviously, to the calculation.
And of course, if you ever want to look this up and do your in-depth research in the future, this link will always be available. You can just look it up, just look it up.
Bro, I wouldn't click not even one link you sent me, bro.
I'll click them. I mean, I already saved one in my favorites, so I'll totally click your links, Wizard.
Never fascinates me on how powerful that alter ego is when all one has to do is go back to that altar and correct that ego.
Hey, I guess I'll smoke after that.
No one seems to want to answer that real question. If all hell was to break loose tomorrow and it was done and we all had to come together and work together, how would we be able to do that if we can't come to the simple fact that at some point between these 8 billion people that need to come together and fulfill that will and legacy, how are we going to do that without delegated powers through some sort of instructions, which is paperwork, to sustain life in these communities?
Oh,
that's
Mike,
a big
now.
question.
Pretty simple.
That's the big question that nobody wants to answer and talk
well,
about.
It's complicated.
I
think it was how at the end, how do you sustain life in this community? But it was a bunch of other people. How do people come together? How do they do this?
I am the same way as a wizard. All one.
Made the chart.
Hey, do you?
There's a lot of people that don't want to be accountable.
What did I tell you about the mustaches, bro? Every guy with them mustaches,
it's
they're
gonna
wizards.
end up on the chart.
It's a wizard stash,
Charlie
bro.
Chaplin was a Satanist, right?
That's where the real value's at.
No, he really was a Satanist.
Dun, dun, dun.
You can look it up. He was a Satanist.
Now, Pops, what's up, man?
And that's your avatar, buddy. Put him in the list, Satanist.
He's already on the list.
As a Satanist, because that's a Satanist.
It's the same thing, right?
That's a Satanist icon.
I don't know how hard it is to see equity.
Why do we allow Satanists to even walk on this planet?
Because you don't have the power to stop me from walking.
Damn, is that a Satanist icon?
This is
I'm a
true.
Scorpion, but
you know what they used to do to Satanists back in like the 1800s, right?
Well, I know what you do to blacks too. So
back in the 1800s,
one thing
right?
has nothing to do with the other. One wasn't justified. One was.
No, the one
Satan, you're evil. You're evil. You're looking to do evil on the planet.
So you're the judge of the evil, and then you get to decide who gets killed. I put my faith in Pops.
I guess so. Pray to Pops.
Hey, I just say one thing. If you're a Satanist, I'm a demon hunter. I'll call you out. That's it.
The Bible say your enemy is not man, and it's the huge number of evil spirits in their hearts. Blah blah blah. That's it's not the man you want to kill, right? You do.
I don't want to kill anybody. I just want them off.
Kill a demon. Kill the demon. Kill the evil. How do you do that?
Send them to the moon. Let them live on the moon.
No, you're sending a person to the moon. I don't know about
or
that.
you decide who's a demon, who's not.
No, what we really should do is
I get the joke, but stand behind the philosophy behind your joke. Yeah.
Have you looked at the Zombie doing? See how much
an
message on
island
the
to
internet?
put all the Satanists on the island. You could all live together and have an evil life together.
No, you should live on island, and I should have the control of the planet.
We should not allow Satan worship in the open, especially like just to brag. They brag about it.
Who do you mean by we? Who do you mean by
And
we?
allow.
We
And
is the people.
allow.
The
We are the
people.
people.
Are you a
Yeah.
communist?
We
You
the
communist?
people. I'm not a communist at all.
Why are you talking for the people then?
Well, because I say we the people, like, the Constitution. We the people. That's not
The
communism.
Constitution guarantees religious freedom. Have you read the Constitution?
But Satan worship isn't a religion.
Yes, it is.
No, it ain't.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't it be?
is recognized.
So let me ask you this. So let me ask you this.
All right,
So let
it
me
is
ask
a
you
religion.
this.
You want to be technical and say it's a religion, but I feel it's not a religion.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Who do you think designed that to make
so-
Satanists legal?
So you claim that Charlie Chaplin was a Satanist. Now,
Yeah.
if your claim is that Charlie Chaplin was a Satanist, then please explain how he went to a satanic church and worshipped Satan before Satanism even became a thing in 1966.
Are you serious? Satanism was around
Yeah, that don't make sense.
2,000
No,
years. What are you
no,
Bro, there was people
believed-
worshiping
People
Satan.
believed people
And it's
believed
Moloch,
in
bro.
Satan. People believed in Satan, and they may have worshipped Satan, but it was not recognized as Satanism. And second of all, if you do your research again, Charlie Chaplin never did such a thing, which is the point of the question.
Yes, he did.
I don't care. No, you show me where Charlie Chaplin.
He used to say he was an atheist, but he wasn't an atheist.
No, he said he didn't believe in God.
Yeah. Well, he said he was an atheist, but he wasn't.
So if you don't believe in God versus the guy that does believe in God and Satan, do you think he was a Satanist? Come on.
He definitely was
This
a
ain't
Satanist.
this ain't to show what someone shows receipts on to show that he's a Satanist or whatever.
Yeah, it's a show where you go ahead and just make false accusations.
It's not a
and
false
just keep running
Oh,
your
is
mouth.
it that show? Right? Or
Google.
is it
All right,
that
here's what you
show?
do. Google it, and you'll see 100 things pop up that he was a Satanist. Proof.
All right,
Everybody
we get
wants
to
to
that.
enforce their words out here, and they
I
have
bring the
none of them
receipts.
come with any value
Go
whatsoever.
Google it, man. I don't got time to do the homework for you. Go Google it and see.
You don't have time to do homework at all.
Of
You
equity,
can't just
anyway.
pops. You're going to end up in like every other rant.
Again, you come with what you call receipts, and you never saw it firsthand yourself. The receipts that you say you're bringing are somebody else's receipts. Great work.
Doesn't matter. What are you not
Real
supposed
good.
to?
We can bank on that for our
There
future.
you go. There's the link. Go ahead, click on it. Go watch your Satanist.
Our grandchildren,
I
they
put
can
the
bank
link.
on that.
I put the link in private chat. Go ahead, go watch your Satanist. There it is. There's your receipt, buddy.
You only have one upvote.
Yeah, I'm really about
You're
done with all the
sticking up for a
craziness
Satan
out here
worshiper,
myself.
Mo.
I think I'm
You know-
about due for a break.
You know what's amazing? This world now, people like whoever's on here sticking up and saying religious freedom for Satan worshipers, shame on you.
No,
Shame on you.
no.
You're
What's
going to have to
amazing is
answer
that
to
you
the
haven't
Almighty
ended up
God
on
one
Rant's
day.
clips already.
You're going to have to answer to
What's
the Almighty
amazing is you
God.
haven't
And
ended
you
up
know
in
what
my
he's
Rant's
gonna
videos
tell you?
already.
You know what he's going to tell
That's what's
you?
amazing.
You ain't got a ticket in my kingdom. Go downtown. Shame on you for sticking up for Satan.
Do you agree we should all love one another?
So much for freedom of speech.
Satan worshipers.
Do you agree
do not
we all
deserve-
we
not
should love
Satan
one
wor-
another?
No, not Satan worshipers. I don't love
No,
Satan.
I said one life to another life. Should we love
No,
one another?
Stop with your liberal bullshit.
No, that's your liberal
Stop
bullshit.
with your liberal bullshit.
You don't want
I
to be held
love
accountable.
everybody, but I don't like Satan
I'm,
worshipers.
you know,
And if you
I
don't
tell
like
you,
it, go marry
I'm either
one.
going to take a break from this place or I'm going to bust a fuck loose on
You're
this
a
fucking
Satan worshiper.
what seems to be a beta verse.
Bootlicker Satan worshiper.
Because I don't
That's
see
what
much
you are.
value out
Look at
here,
your-
and I
look
thought
at
I
your
used to
frog.
see some.
Show your face, buddy. What do you look like? A frog? Are you Kermit? You can't show your face? What's the
So all
matter?
you hear is looping and cupcaking, looping and
Cupcake,
cupcaking,
5
looping
speed.
and cupcaking,
Look at
looping
you.
and cupcaking.
Look at you. Your avatar's a frog. You Satan
And you're
lover.
starting to see that there's not much value in any one of their
I'm gonna leave
platforms.
this show because I can't take somebody telling me I love Satan worshipers. Come on, buddy. You're over here sticking up for Satan worshipers. Shame on you. Shame on you. Go answer to the
I'm
Almighty
speaking up for
God.
life.
You better pray. You better
I don't-
pray that God is the most
Why would
merciful.
I need to pray?
because you're
You better
evil.
pray that you done what you needed to do in that whatever that eye is you're looking at.
Is a
That
Satan
you done
lover.
what you needed to do to be a man and not some
To
pussy
be a
ass bitch.
man, Mo, I'll take you. I would
And
do
protect your
justice.
community and not just your
I use
fucking
you as my
house.
mop. When I
Beta.
clean my floor. You're beta, not me, buddy. I don't
Get-
like Satan
dog,
worshipers.
whoa,
Do you know most Satan
TML?
worshipers are beta?
I'm gonna
They're
get out of here because
bisexual betas?
I'm either gonna make one hell of a motherfucking name for myself tonight,
You can't make a
or
name for
whatever,
yourself.
because
You're
I'm
a
about
Satan
tired of
worshiper.
cupcaking with even the big ones out here.
You're a Satan worshiper. You can't cupcake it, Satan
If we can't
worshiper.
come together and realize that there's going to have to be a record of our actions to clean this motherfucking mess up,
What
you're
mess?
all a bunch of beta male
What are you-
bitches.
what are you
and
waiting
Five
for? A
Speed said
savior?
that, and
What
I
are
don't
you
give a
waiting
fuck who you
how
are.
How many guns you got?
If you ain't willing to fight for life and everybody,
Fight for life.
I don't give two fucks.
What are
Who
you
cares?
talking about? You got the wrong guy, buddy. Go watch my show. Fight for life.
Don't give a fuck
You're
about
up
your
my
show. My
alley.
motto's always been be the change you wish to see. Bring some value out here, not just for
My
yourself.
motto is I hunt demons.
For
'cause
life
demons
as a
are
whole.
running- Who do you think's running this planet right now that's making you crazy?
Motherfuckers like us.
No, demons, Satan worshippers. Most of those people running this planet are part of the satanic
Got a
cult.
lot of motherfuckers out here talking about it, but no bringing no value to any real fucking truth.
Value? What the hell are you
Only
talking?
what
Are we in
sustains
war?
their life and
Trying to get
because
value?
they're comfortably numb and all this blood money they're all fucking choking on while all these kids in the fucking community are suffering. Fuck all you beta male motherfuckers out here.
And who do you think's doing it, Satan worship?
I'll make a name for myself tonight.
Go
I'll
ahead.
put all of you on blast, right? Every one of you son of a bitches that claim to be Christ-like. What are you doing for all the children suffering in your fucking communities? Fuck all you beta males.
Jesus didn't bootlick Satan worshippers. He destroyed them.
You got stuck with the Omegas because the Alpha is talking right now. So shut the fuck up.
An alpha, you look like a frog. Put your face on if you're an alpha.
Now that's some real value out here tonight, folks.
Hey, hillbilly.
All this cupcaking going around out here. Need to learn something. No, it's already fucking in you. Dumb motherfuckers. Bitch ass slaves.
Look at this frog meth head.
No, it ain't. He's
go
just
hit the
tired of
pipe.
taking the bullshit from all you stupid fucks out here. Act
are
like you're
talking
bringing
like an idiot.
value to the solution when you're not.
The solution is get rid of all the satanic worshippers. And there'll be
Motherfuckers
no
out here,
problem.
oh, you got mommy's heart. No, motherfucker. You're lacking something. You're
Go.
lacking something.
Go.
The quiet one just might be the most elevated, motherfuckers.
The most. I keep telling you, show your face, buddy. What's the matter?
Hey, my
You got a
face has
problem?
already been seen out here, homeboy.
What are you, that ugly?
Who gives a fuck?
I'm curious.
Who
what
gives
you
a
look
fuck?
like.
What's that? What? How does that bring us up and clean this mess up that's in America and the world right now? Dumb fucking couple,
I'll tell you how to
bitch
clean
ass
it
slave,
up, idiot. Get rid
bitch
of
ass
Satan's
slave.
cult.
Point the finger. Point the
worshippers,
finger.
baby.
Point the
It's
finger
all
so
about-
I don't have to be accountable.
This is
Fuck
a
you.
spiritual war. It's all about.
You are accountable.
You're gonna be.
Because I'm going to set the fucking record straight who's got equity here and who the fuck don't.
What equity you got?
A whole lot more than you got.
Yeah, where's that? You worship Satan? What?
Hey,
Where's your equity?
My actions describe it, motherfucker.
Your actions sticking up for
My
Satan
actions
worship?
describe it, motherfucker.
Well, your
And if you
actions
think you're going to
stop.
come out here and destroy and disseminate life anymore with your bullshit cupcaking, bringing no value to protect it, now I'm going to start stepping up to all you motherfuckers.
Are you going to bring on YouTube, idiot?
I ain't going to bring nothing but the truth.
What's the truth, idiot?
The
Stick
truth
up for
is-
Satan worshippers? Is that the truth, you idiot? You're an idiot.
This guy's fucking, it's
I'm
dumb. But hey, it's
surrounded
good
by an
content
idiot.
because I think the message needs to go out there, TML.
I think the message.
If you don't agree with me,
You're an
brother,
idiot.
I'll leave here because I only want to bring value to your channel, my friend, and to the
You're
truth.
an idiot.
Well,
And I'm
value
tired
is
of
fear,
all of
value
these
is
opinions of all of these highly educated motherfuckers when this game is so goddamn simple. It's funny.
It is simple. Get rid of the satanic cult that's running the planet.
No,
and you'll
fuck
be all
you.
right.
You don't make the rules. The rules are already laid down, ordained, and fucking established. Treat each other with respect, honor, and love.
Listen.
Hail
I know Gen X is a Satan worshiper with no.
What do you think,
Yes, I
TML?
am. Yo,
I am
keep it
not
going.
I'm about to
disrespecting somebody
I'm
that
about to
works
just
for
go,
Satan.
man.
I don't
It
care
sounded
what you
like
tell
you were
me.
If you don't find any value in it, I won't stick around.
Well,
You have
But I
provided
think it is
value.
a hard-hitting truth that we all do
don't
need to
look
come
for
together, and that
someone
has to
as an
start
excuse.
somewhere.
Don't look
5
for
speed,
someone as
shame
an
on
excuse
you.
to leave 5 speed. Don't put your exit on someone else. No one's asked you
Well,
to
no,
leave.
it's
Don't do that.
you know how it makes me feel to see all these grown-ass motherfucking men out here that ain't got something that's so fucking simple inside their heart and fucking souls that their fucking alter ego drives them
Like
so
you're really
much
mad.
with those feelings and emotions, and they look like bitches out here.
And what I saw was somebody.
Exhibit A.
And what I saw was somebody. And what I saw was somebody claiming some kind of fact about Satanist, and that somebody else was supposedly supporting that guy as a Satanist when he never knew him as a Satanist. Then that very guy turned around and called him a Satanist because he didn't know the other guy was a Satanist. That's
What are
just
you
fucking total
talking
idiocy.
about?
Yeah, that's
Who's on first? What's on
There-
second? I don't know.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I saw. Who's on first? Who's on second? Don't you
You're an
get it
idiot.
yet? You're
Charlie
talking about
Chaplin.
names of this and that, and you're not even talking about the
I put
real
the link for
issue.
you. Charlie Chaplin was a
I
Satan
like it.
worshiper.
Why not vote?
And that's
Hey,
it.
I googled that, and I
I
couldn't
wouldn't let
find
that
it nowhere
motherfucker
on
bother
Google.
me
You
more
go
about
ahead.
it.
You
Except
go
for
ahead and
Point
look
is,
that
Satanism.
up.
the fact
Not
of the
only did
matter
a
is
ton of
none of
shit
us is going to
not
get out
pop
of this
up,
without working
nothing
together.
popped up on him being a Satanist. In
put a
fact,
link
a
in
bunch
it.
of shit
I'll
popped
put a
up
link.
that would
Yeah,
give
why
evidence
not
to the
vote
other
for
shit.
that link?
But I
Hey,
googled
put
it.
a
I
Exactly.
didn't
link in
Not
the.
YouTube.
one
I
thing
put a
came up
link in.
saying that he was a Satanist.
I
So it
put
was
a
this
link.
man's interpretation that Charlie Chaplin was a Satanist. Now you go look,
I
and
put a
when you
link.
research it, there was not one word
Yeah, it's
spoken about
bullshit,
Charlie
Bobby.
Chaplin
Look at this
being a
guy sticking
Satanist.
up for Charlie Chaplin. I put the link in the chat. Go look it
I'm
up.
just telling you what Google said.
I know what.
TMS, I
Black Santa
apologize,
Claus. I
brother.
put the link.
I'm
Not
just
one
tired
word
of
about Charlie Chaplin being a
being
Satanist except
He's a
yours.
Satanist.
Do your research. No
He's
one
an
calls him a
atheist.
Satanist except this
Satanist.
guy.
Oh, he's a Satanist. I just put the link in the
Hey,
chat, but you don't want to
hey,
look at it.
Pops. I can't. If I look at it, I'll leave the panel. I'm
Half
on
of
an iPhone. It
Hollywood, half of
sucks.
Hollywood is Satanist. Did you know
Hey,
that?
Pops, when you were debating 5 speed, you said the answer was to kill all the Satanists. And you also
Not to
said,
kill. I said put them all on an island.
No. You said kill when you were debating him. You said island with me. And then you also said that we all have to face Jesus. I'm wondering, when you face Jesus, the guy who was down here on this planet, is he gonna say you did what I taught, which is to kill all the bad people? He gonna back your
I
plan?
don't recall saying killed them. I said they don't belong
He
on this
specifically
planet.
did. I've been holding that shit for a while.
Well, you
I
got to
wonder
show
if
me
all
where I
those
said
Satanists
kill.
don't want to do things equitable and
You got to
trustworthy.
show me where I said kill, because I said put them on an
I
island
don't
together.
really have to show you because I know you did. And the
It
fact that
doesn't
you don't
matter.
stand behind it
And,
answers my
you know,
questions.
no, I didn't say kill. I said you know what they used to do to them in the 1800s, don't you?
No, when you were
They used
talking
to kill
to
them in the 1800s.
when you were talking to 5 speed, not me. When you were talking to
You're
5
gonna
speed,
have to
you
play the
specifically
replay.
said kill. I don't
You're
have
gonna
to. I
have
know
to
what
play
it
the
says, and
replay.
I
No,
know
you
you're
don't
not
know
standing
any.
behind it right now.
No, because if I said it, I said it, but I don't
Yeah, and
remember
you
saying
said
We
it.
still don't know the
And you
categories.
said it. Go back and
Well, if I
listen to
said
it. I
and
heard it
said
too.
then we got to get rid of. If we got to kill all the Satanists, then we got to kill them. I don't know.
That's
what the guy
ridiculous, Pops. Political violence is ridiculous.
Satanists are not human beings, in my
Yes,
opinion.
we are.
I
We
hate
most
to
certainly
tell you.
are.
And
Zev
there you go,
claims
in
one.
your
He's
opinion. And
You
there you go
guys
again.
are
And
worshiping
there
a
you
god.
go
You don't
again.
get to
And there
decide
you
who
go
to kill and
again.
not kill.
And
That
there
is
you
that
go
is
again
not
in
the
your
American way. That is
opinion.
illiberal.
This is
See, that's
my
what I'm
opinion.
tired of, Wizard.
I'm entitled
You
to
I'm
an
cannot
tired of
opinion.
change
motherfuckers
cannot
character
change an
assassinating fucking
Hey,
people
we're
out
in
here as your
America,
word has no
man. We're
value.
entitled to
You
opinion.
can't change an objective definition that has been defined over a period of time just because of your opinion.
How you feel? Yeah.
And they don't even bring equity with the conversation.
America's brought up on opinions and fights.
So maybe he's a
that's an
Satanist.
excuse not to act honorably. You're a dumb fuck.
You keep
listen,
flip-flopping
maybe he's the
anyway, because
Satanist.
one day you hate
Listen,
Satanists, the next day you want them on your show, and you
I
have
think
cool conversations with them.
Satanists
So I don't
do
even
not
think you
belong
know
on
where
this planet.
Very
If you
you
good,
want to
bro. I
keep
didn't know
sticking
that.
up for Satanists, shame on all of you. Shame.
Oh no, shame. Oh no.
Again, there you go. Again, there you go, projecting.
I am
Again, there you
defending
go,
the Almighty
projecting.
God. You people are idiots.
Again, there you go, projecting that people up here
Well,
are protagonists, for Satan,
Yeah.
and not a one of us has spoken up
Yeah,
other
yeah.
than Jeff.
All we said was I don't want to.
Listen.
Hey, Pops. That's you know why you're steady
Anybody on
talking
this
right
show-
now, Pops. Keep talking over everybody, Pops. I'm not
Anybody
sure what
on
you're
this
trying to
show
accomplish.
sticking up for a Satanist is evil.
All right, can I talk without
So
you
what?
talking over me? All I said was you shouldn't kill him so far. You didn't even ask my opinion on any damn thing. The only
I
statement
don't
I
remember
made was
saying it. If I said it, I said it.
wait,
But I don't remember.
wait. I was saying what I said, not what you said. All I said was I don't think we should kill him, and I'm not sure about the island idea. I'm not sure how you
Yeah.
characterize me
Well, I probably
as
changed
sticking
what I
up.
said. Yeah, and I said
I'm
put
not-
them all on an island.
I'm talking about what I said. I'm not sure how you characterize me as a Satanist off the two
I never
statements I made about them.
characterized you as a Satanist.
Joe Cool's fedora.
I thought you say sticking up for Satan as we're evil or some shit. How do you
Exactly.
characterize me as
Fucking
sticking
evil.
up, sticking
No,
up for
you're
a
evil.
Satanist because I don't want him
Well,
dead?
who here is actually a person of God? Let me ask you, because it seems like he's a sticking
He
up
is
for.
no respecter of persons, so there is no such thing, person of God. Person is of man. Get it right.
Everybody
Person
got it.
of man. What are you talking about? Person of man.
He's
Stop
just,
getting it all
he's
wrong.
just playing word tricks with you, bro. Don't worry about it.
Fuck you, person of man. What are you talking about, you idiot? Talk English.
I ain't seen any real motherfucking man out here in a long fucking time, and 5 Speed said that. No equitable man.
Look at you. You look like a
No
hillbilly.
equitable man.
Look at you, Mel.
Hey,
I've
Pops,
seen
you got
very
an ID
few.
in your pocket? Hey, Pops, you got an ID in your
Very
pocket?
motherfucking few equitable men out here.
Yeah, why you got your hat crooked? What's up with that?
Hey, Pops,
Can you
you got
wear
an
your-
I got to be able to look at your dumb ass. That's why.
You're a dumb ass, man. Where did you learn how to talk?
No, that's
Hey,
not
don't worry
even
about your
him, bro.
fucking backyard.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say
We're
5
cleaning it up for you.
One
Just sit back there
question.
and don't worry
Let's
about
I'm
it.
gonna go ahead
Don't
and say
go on
5
that
feet
fucking
is a
fucking
human
guy.
sock
To the
puppet.
other. Let's go from one thing to the other. Who
Ladies and
here-
gentlemen,
who
we have a
here
human sock
believes
puppet.
Satan-
I've never seen it before.
Who here
I believe this is a human
Satan
sock.
worshipers should have freedom of
Just
religion?
one
Who here
question,
does that?
Pops. Just one question,
Charlie
Pops.
Chaplin is a sadist, and you can look it up.
Just
I
one
just
question,
did.
Pops. Just one question, Pops. Do you have an ID in your pocket? Honest
Do I have
question.
an ID?
Yeah, do
You
you
know
have an
he
ID?
does.
I'm
You know he's a
sitting
bitch ass slave.
God damn, let him
Underwear.
fucking answer.
I don't have ID in my pocket right here now. It's in my
Okay, but
Yeah,
that's okay. So your answer says that you got an ID. You got
Yeah.
a daddy, you bitch ass motherfucker.
You got a what?
You got a daddy, bitch ass mother.
A
That's who
daddy?
you gotta. That's who you gotta report to. Is the guy that
That's what this
owns
is all
that
about. I
ID
said it was
that you're holding in
psychological.
your
I said
pocket.
that.
You're
Oh,
a
you
bitch
drive?
ass
You
slave.
drive without a license?
I don't drive. I don't need a license. I don't have a license.
What do you do? You
and
ride your
I don't
bicycle?
give a fuck.
You ride
My
your bike?
tolerance for these fucking
Oh, I
fools out
forgot.
here is
You're like
about
Charlie
done. To be
Chaplin.
quite
You
honest.
ride
He rides a
bicycle.
bicycle with his top
It's
hat
so
on,
easy
bro.
to prove these people
Charlie
inequitable.
Chaplin. Look at you. You look like Charlie Chaplin. Maybe you're him reincarnated.
How do you
We're up
visit a
to see
friend
the
who's 10
wizard.
miles away?
Brother.
You walk?
Look at him.
How do
He
you
looks
visit a
like
friend
that's
who's
why he's
10
sticking up
miles
for
away
Charlie
or in the
Chaplin.
He
next
is in
state?
transmission.
I mean,
Yeah,
look,
how do
the
you
idea
go
of
to
the
borrow?
the wizard.
Hey,
What do you ride your
I've known.
bicycle to the store?
I'm known to borrow other people's cars, or they can come give
Okay.
me a ride. Either way,
All
it
right.
works.
Well, I won't let you
I don't
drive my
have a
car without a
license,
license,
and I
'cause
don't
you go to
need a
jail.
license,
Yes, you
and I
will.
can go to anybody and prove that. And you're the one that doesn't want to do the research. That's why you still
I
got
know
an
the
ID in your
research.
pocket. But it's easier to listen to somebody else tell you what to do
You
because you
cannot
don't know how to
drive
be a man
without
yourself.
a license.
Hey,
You
what's up
will
with the
go
plaid
to
shirt?
jail if you get
Is that a
caught in an
Masonic
accident.
thing? The plaid shirt? Anybody?
Look at this guy. He's worried about having
Anyone
a
know about the
driver's
plaid
license.
shirt?
Well, I
This
think
No,
it's
I
about
dumb,
time.
yo.
I
Is
think
that
it's
for
about
being?
time that people
going
are
Is that
held
for
accountable.
being on your square?
He's going into the
Charlie?
corporation bullshit, like, you know, they own us, to buy our social security number. He's doing all that crazy.
Hold on,
conspiracy
real
No,
quick.
I never said they own you.
Are
They
those
did
shirts
give
for
you a
being on
social
your
security
You
number
said your
that
daddy.
your
The
legal
government's
name.
my daddy. You just said. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you got an ID in your pocket, and every time
Oh.
they ask you for an ID, that's what you're going to give them instead instead of standing in the Word of
Hello,
God.
Charlie?
You fucking Christian.
Charlie, is that shirt
Fake
for
ass
the square
motherfuckers.
You know,
of the
Fake ass
square and compass?
motherfuckers.
You don't see me worshiping a Satan worshiper.
Are you by any chance a
You,
Freemason?
you got that license in your pocket, don't you?
That's not
Charlie, are
worship.
you a Freemason?
I feel bad, Gen X. He don't seem like a bad guy, but he's got that Baphomet statue.
I don't think his headphones are working.
He
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
I can hear you, Ed.
I think
Oh.
you're just a little confused. That's all.
Jeff, are you a Freemason?
No, I'm not a Freemason.
All right, I'm just checking. I'm checking.
Jeff said he's a Satan worshiper.
He does have the plaid shirt on though for the square. You know what I mean?
It's black and red. Plaid.
You're right, though. You're right.
Jeff.
That's the satanic. That's the satanic one.
That's the satanic.
You know what? There's one good thing about this.
Jeff,
But
you're
now
on the wrong
Mustache, on
team.
the other hand, has the white and black like the chessboard.
Jeff's a good man, though.
I'm
Look at
wondering.
him.
Is that right?
Jeff, you're on the
So
wrong
I
team.
gotta ask
Jeff.
everybody. So I gotta ask everybody.
Oh yeah.
Charlie,
Like-
go ahead, Charlie.
So you don't like Satanists, but I gotta ask all you Christians that go to church and pray in public every fucking Sunday.
Oh, you know what
Fucking
you look
blasphemous
like?
motherfuckers.
You can
You
let
look
him
like
finish,
Hitler
Pops.
that lost weight.
Oh shit!
Look at that mustache, man.
He said you look like Hitler
Maybe.
after all
No,
the
look
meth.
at that Zig Heil mustache. Look at that.
Damn.
shit. I'd be embarrassed to walk around like that. Look
Shit,
at
he
him.
did it. Yo, what's
Yeah,
up with
doing
that
the-
checkerboard?
Yo, definitely we gotta put that on YouTube. We got
Yeah,
Nazi.
clip that.
Oh, we gotta put that on YouTube. I just put it on YouTube, you ignorant fuck.
Yeah, we gotta show the world.
Bitch ass slave.
Pops, what's up with that checkerboard background, Pops?
What happened?
What's up with that checkerboard?
What checkerboard? He don't got no. He got Charlie Chaplin. That's
He's
his
got
boy.
the checkerboard shirt, bro. Look at him.
Well, he loves Charlie Chaplin.
He's got the Masonic
What?
outfit, bro. He's got the Masonic uniform, bro.
Hey, I'm just sitting up here all chill. I got nothing to worry about. I'm so
I'm
full
telling
of
you.
love. You know, it just flows of an abundance.
If you
Watching
measured-
all these
Five
watching
Steve,
all these bitch ass
you
slaves
worship
out
the
here that
Almighty,
won't
but
be
you
accountable
fuck
to
up.
themselves and the truth.
Look, listen.
That's
the
what it
Almighty
is.
and you
Listen,
stick
hear it
up
out.
for
Hear
us.
it out.
Everybody's
Careful.
stroking each other's
Yeah.
egos,
I'm just
doing
saying.
each other's
the
nuts,
root of the problem
cupcaking,
is
feeling
Satan.
all good,
I'm just saying.
and not really bringing any true and real value.
You want to know some truth?
Any of the
Here we
problem?
go.
You want to know some value? All right. The degree measurements of Charlie Chaplin's mustache was 33 degrees.
That's
right?
cool. That's cool.
Just saying.
You want the truth? The truth is,
Thirty
if we
not.
worship the
You
Almighty
can.
God
Did you enjoy the art?
for Satan, you're no good.
So what's
Did
up,
you find
Frogman?
value in his art?
What's going on, Frogman? How you doing?
What are witnesses?
Frogman, Ratman,
Look at
No,
all
is
these.
this the frog? Is this the
Frogman,
Frogman?
Ratman, what up?
Look at all these
Five
Christians
speed.
saying they're Christians,
Five
sticking up
speed.
for Satan worship.
What's up, dog? What do you have to bring of value?
What do you have to bring of value? Why am I
chart.
beholding to you?
Bro,
Rant?
I bring charts and treasure troves of value. I just want to know what
Who
kind of
gives a
value
fuck?
you bring.
I do. I like
What
your
the fuck?
fuck.
What is that? What is that? How does that?
I
help
like
fix-
these charts.
How does that
I
help
give a
fix the
fuck.
problem?
And is
Hey,
you're
we got more
concerned with the
people to add
value?
on.
How
Charts.
does that help fix the problem, Cupcake Rant?
That's what I'm asking you. You know what I mean? What is the value? Let's
You
get
know,
to
my
you.
motto's always been popularity without a positive purpose is valueless and fucking pointless, Rant.
Oh,
You get it?
fucking please.
So
Sounds
what
like some-
equitable value do you bring to the universe in the
do you
protection
bring?
of life?
He's helping me.
Mr.
That's good enough.
Mr.
That's
Christianity,
like
man.
popping on a handstand or some crazy shit. Like, what did you even say there?
Same
I- Hey,
Yo, you
my
slipped
problem
in
is-
many
my
words,
prob-
bro. That was like neuro-linguistic programming, bro. What are you doing?
Another one of my problems is I always wonder why everybody's so worried about what you're going to bring to the plate when nobody really knows what you bring to the plate until the day is over. And gosh, that seems like when we're put in the ground, you know, after our life is over. That isn't that the end of the story? Isn't that when
I
you
like
get asked
it.
what you
I
brought
like
to
it.
the table?
I like it.
Well,
Only
when
for
you,
Ningen.
when you
What
bring to
are
the
you
table,
bringing
you
to
stick
the
up for
table?
Satan. Guess what's going to happen to you?
Nothing.
You'll
Down.
see.
what did you bring to the table
Ah.
to stop the trafficking in your communities?
Let me tell you.
Anyway.
What do you bring there? You bring a whole lot of nothing out here in the betaverse.
The
What do you
Almighty-
do in your fucking communities?
The Almighty does not have patience for Satan worshippers. I'm sorry.
Well,
Yes,
who
he
gives a fuck
does.
about
Otherwise, it wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
I mean, he
You'll
doesn't
see.
have patience on Einstein's. There's no Einstein's.
You better get
He's
on
the
the
king
other
of
team.
patience for shitty people. He's the king of it.
Satan worshippers, there is no room.
There's
for
no
that.
fight here with me, Machine Lies. Just so I'm clear,
Go live
there's
with
an
Satan.
equitable truth to be could be drawn to. And that is that center balance within oneself,
Look at
and
5-speed. He
not
acts
to
like
let
he's
that
running
alter
around his
ego
community.
misguide
Yeah,
it
but that's each person
for
has to
missing
find that for themselves.
tensions
5-speed acts like he's running around his
to put
community. saving the
disadvantages
world.
on other people
I
to
know, he's like
create
the Buddha for
advantages
me.
for
He
oneself.
ain't doing shit but smoking.
Yeah, this is a
Self-righteous
human sock
motherfuckers out
puppet.
here.
I'm not even
Simple
convinced this is a
motherfucking
real
rules of the
person.
game. Simple fucking rules of
What's the
life,
rules?
and
Tell us.
all these
Tell us the
motherfuckers out
rules.
here don't get it.
Don't get it. I get
The
it. You
accent
worship
sounds
Satan.
real.
You're a Satan lover.
It's sad. Sad state. Sad
No,
state in your
the
mind, Ben.
Constitution guarantees us religious freedom in this country, so you
Don't
can
give
leave
a
it.
shit.
You can leave the country.
Right.
We got religious
It's
freedom
IRS
here.
Well,
You can
I
leave.
guess
You
that
have
can
the
be
freedom to
looked
leave
at. I guess that
and
can
not
be
come
looked
back.
at as equitable
Well, if you want to be a
Not only
libtard,
religious
you
liberties.
if you want to be a libtard,
So let's get
I
back to
agree
the
with you,
topic.
Libtard. Thanks for asking.
if you want to
Because
go
you don't
far
got
left,
you don't have a right to practice Satanism here and do the things that's been done.
Yeah, you're free
Fuck
to leave
no.
the country, Paul.
Hell no.
Yes, I do.
Go fuck yourself.
Well, 5-speed, that would depend on what
you want to be a
Satanism
lib.
is, because
Who
I
is
don't
that
think
libtard?
Jeff
I'm
up
talking
there
about
is
what's
Hey,
been
Tank, I'm the
sacrificing.
libtard.
Joe Cool.
You
I'm
are
talking
the
about
libtard.
all the children been trafficked in this country under
All right.
all of these beta male men
All right, I
right
get
under
you.
their noses in their own fucking communities. And in
All right.
2024, we're still talking about it.
I was just talking about when you
He
said
brought it up.
that the Satanists, you characterize them all and doing the evil things they do. Jeff calls himself a
They do
Satanist,
it.
and
They get by
I
with it because
wasn't
we allow
done, you
them.
impatient person. Jeff, I don't see him doing a bunch of these horrible things.
Because Jeff's just confused.
Evil exists because good men do nothing.
I was talking about Jeff, Fast Speed. You got a
When Jeff
comment?
gets deeper into that religion, he'll
It's
have
simple
to do that
though.
stuff. Read their doctrine and then you'll know. I've read it. It's evil. There's child sacrifice in it. If I'm lying, pull out the book, Mike.
Jeff, have you sacrificed
You
any
mean the
children
Bible?
lately?
You mean
It
they
don't,
stole
it
children?
don't matter what Jeff
You
is
mean they
done.
stole children in the
Yeah,
Bible?
see,
That book?
It
I'm
don't
not
matter
sure
what
you're talking
Jeff
about
has done.
Satanists.
To know your enemy, you got to have their book too.
Yeah,
read the
the
book.
Bible says to stone children.
It doesn't matter.
Did you read it?
What
That's
Jeff
actually
has
a pretty
done.
good point. That's actually a pretty good point, guys.
Jeff is
Because
the
if
exception to the
because
rule.
because if Jeff is calling himself a Satanist, and hasn't done the things that the Book of Satan is calling for, I'm
Then he's not
posing
a
the same
Satanist.
thing. I'm posing the same thing that old Pops here is projecting about other people. Get it?
Listen,
Yeah.
if you are a Satan worshiper, your book says a lot of evil shit. You could go
I don't
look
have
at
a book.
Sounds
What
good,
about
Bob.
exactly? What
There's
about
a
the people that
satanic
self-define
Bible.
themselves?
Satanic
I don't even
Bible.
What
know
about
you're
the
going
people
off
that
of.
self-identify? Are you the
can't
all
believe-
Almighty that identifies others?
I can't
That's the
believe
problem.
that I'm
You're
having
here
an argument
identifying everybody.
over skin up
Shut
a
the
Satan.
fuck up.
He just doesn't want to be identified.
Listen, you're not getting to the root of the problem. You're sticking up for Satan, and that's the
No,
bottom line.
the root
No,
of
the
the
real
problem
problem
is
is
ad
acting fast
hominem.
Ortho Bros.
The root
Shame
of
on
the
you.
problem,
Need me to
the
stick
root
up
of the problem is ad hominems, and you people sitting up here constantly using ad hominems.
Who's
You're
talking
using
now?
classifications
That's Wizard, and
that
he's
you'll
right.
put
right now.
everybody into, and you don't even
Homonyms?
know the guy.
Ad
Homonyms?
homs, knucklehead.
We're using
ad homs.
homonyms? What are we using?
my
Fancy
God.
fucking words?
That's
Talk
Latin.
English.
That's freaking Latin. Ad
Talk
hominem.
English.
It's against the man.
Mustache.
You don't know
We're
what?
using
You know basic
homonyms?
Latin?
We're not here to debate. We're just here to roast. What are you on?
We're on hominins now. Hominins.
It's not an ad hominem. It's called a roast. Get with the
Oh,
program.
okay.
And there's people
No, you
suffering
need to
in
train
your
your dad to
communities
roast
right
better.
now.
He's not very good. I'm sorry. He's not very good.
It's just a roast, bro. And I
Hey,
never said he was good.
Lip talk. Go hang out.
He's not. I didn't say
Go
he's
hang
good.
out
He's
with
pretty
all
good
those
at it.
Democrats
He's not good at
in
it, but
Washington.
it
Go
is
hang
a
out with
roast.
all those- Go
Oh,
hang out
okay.
with all those Democrats in Washington, lip talk. Far left. Go ahead.
Oh, Pops,
how
you gonna
far
lose
that's
any
true.
footing you got with that left versus right nonsense.
When you're sticking up for Satan, you're far left.
You're sticking up
Period.
for the
No,
right,
I'm
Pops?
not.
Is that what I'm hearing? You're sticking
I
up
can't
for
believe I'm
Republicans?
arguing
You
over
serious,
this.
though, Joe? He didn't
They
have
suck.
anything from the beginning.
Definitely not
Bobs,
getting it.
Bobs, we're in the upside down world, bro. You don't understand?
No, this is fucking crazy. People are sticking up for Satan. This is insane. insane. The world is gone to shit. The Almighty's got to come down here and blow this shit up because of people like you.
Hey, you're breathing illegal road. Get on your rocket, go to Mars. Go, Lord.
The
Elon
Almighty
Musk.
rules
Blow this shit
everybody.
up.
So
Poor Gen X Jeff. He don't even know what the fuck he's worshiping.
You see what you did, Jeff? Caused God to want to blow the whole
Jeff,
world
do
up.
this.
Hey,
Jeff
Gen
says
X,
button
did
When
you
I
read
came
your
on, they were talking
satanic
about it
Bible?
before I even came
Did
on.
you read your satanic Bible? Did you read it?
It's like he ain't even got one, bro. You
You don't
You
even
got
have
one,
one.
so how were you?
Which one? The one by LaVey for the Church of Satan? No, I don't use that one. That's what I'm saying. I
King
don't know
James
what
version
you're
with
going
Baphomet
off
in the
of.
background.
Yo, Jeff is such a rebel. He rebelled against God, then he rebelled against the devil. All right.
Wait, Jeff has a book.
You know,
Jeff
deep
has a
down, the
book because
Almighty
he
God
said I
wins.
don't use that one. Jeff has a book. What is it, Jeff?
I don't have a book. I don't have a
You
satanic
say I
Bible.
don't use that one. That means you have one, man.
There's
So why
several
are we
that I
even
use,
arguing
including
that
the
you're a
actual
Satan
Bible.
worshiper?
All right.
Listen, he
There's
reads the
several.
Book of the Dead Necronomicon.
I don't know, like he's
I read the
quoting
Book
at
of the
me like I'm
Dead.
violating
You better
the
put me in another
book you're
category,
reading.
bro.
But Jeff, don't you think you should go get the satanic Bible and then
No,
understand
why?
what you're
I'm not
worshiping?
Church of Satan. Why would I need their Bible?
What are you then?
he's
I'm an
independent
independent Satanist.
Satanist.
I'm an outsider Satanist.
Oh my God, I don't even know
We-
what the
we
hell that
had this
is.
Yeah, I gotta Google some shit, pops. I gotta Google it too.
Outsider Satanist. We got some new titles for people now. Holy
Or
shit.
independent, whatever you want to call it.
We're independent.
I think you
And that's why we need the charts.
I
That's
think
why we need
you're,
the charts.
you're
Thank
a
you.
liberal.
Well, all of these wild imaginations out here just blows me away.
Oh, you're all betas.
No,
Oh,
yes, I noticed those too.
They're everywhere, man.
everybody's
Yeah.
a
What
beta.
am I
to
looking
this
for?
guy.
I mean, even in folks who don't, it may not think they have them.
What'd you say? Outside Satanist? No, independent
He
Satanist.
said he's an
Yeah,
outside
or
Satanist.
outsider Satanism.
Outsider Satanist.
So what the hell is
Outsider.
that?
Post-Satanist.
I'll tell you what it is. You know the fat gothic girl at the mall that sits there and tries to
Yeah,
summon
that's
up
the fat
Cthulhu in the
gothic
meat freezer? That's that kind of Satanism.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, here's what I got to say to everybody. If you
Yeah, how did I-
like
how would we
Satan,
know
then
what
go
the
watch
difference is?
all these other people's shows. If you're for Christ and you're for the Almighty God, come on down there. You can't fool Pops because I don't accept Satan worship.
That's because you're weak. You're afraid of them. You know they're better.
Pop.
Did you hear what this idiot just said? You know
Yes,
that.
I'm saying you're afraid of Satanists. Yeah, I'll say it again. You're afraid of Satanists.
Did you just hear what the libtard said? Satan.
Yes, I'll say it again. You're afraid of Satanists. You're part of black people.
Change your name to libtard because that's what you are. You're a libtard.
Okay, sure, I'll change it.
Mind blowing.
He's here to tell everybody who they are.
He
can't
is.
fool
He's a
Pop.
libtard here. He's saying
That was
Satan
dope.
people
That
are
was
better than
dope.
us.
That was dope, Jeff.
What do you want? What do you worship? No, nothing. You worship that yellow hat in the back of your room. What do you worship?
I wish you'd shut your fucking mouth.
I'm telling you.
Oh, I'm a Unitarian Universalist and
You're just
I'm
so
a Discordian.
inconsistent, though. Every
What are
time you're on
you?
the show,
Unitarian Universalist and Discordian.
A universalist?
Oh, Hank, someone
Yeah,
said
Motherfuckers like that are pollution out here.
That's the branch of Christianity, but
They-
and the
they-
Discordian.
What is that? I never heard of it. A universalist? What do you
Unitarian
like,
Universalist. I don't know how you haven't heard of it. It's
You
been.
don't
I
know
mean,
as
they
much
found
as-
your country. They found a country that you don't like. You need to leave.
Don't
What
let him
country
fool
I
you,
don't like?
Pop.
Freedom.
Don't
Don't
put
let
no
him
words
fool
in
you,
my
Pop.
mouth. I
Hank,
love
somebody
my
Don't
said
let
you
him
left
fool
your
you,
church.
Pops.
I love
Deist
my
country at best.
It's the best country in the world. We just got
Yes,
evil
you.
running it.
It's Constitution.
We just got Satanists running it right now.
Why don't you run it better?
I
Yeah,
could
run it
run it
better.
a lot better. Where you
Just
think
start
Donald
acting
Trump?
right, maybe
Where
it'll
you
run
think
better.
Donald Trump's
People to
from? My
decide.
town, buddy, not your fucking hillbilly town.
You mean the
He
guy
can't run
that
no
brother.
better. Who
the
you
deal
want
Yeah.
as president,
porn
hillbilly?
star? The guy that deals porn stars?
Who
That
you
guy?
want as president,
That
hillbilly?
Donald Trump? You mean a different one?
The
Hillbilly,
one who
you
was with
want?
Epstein on
Trump,
Epstein
hillbilly?
plane. The
Yeah,
one who
is that
ushered
Donald
in
Trump? The one
Operation Warp Speed. Which
That's right. You
Trump?
need a fucking
Somebody's
New
trying to
Yorker in
come
there to
in.
run shit. You can't have these other satanic people running shit. That's
I mean, I've been trying to verify which Donald Trump. Is it the one that dates porn stars or the one that goes to Epstein Island?
They're all fake and gay, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're all the same.
You got no proof of that. Show the receipt.
Oh, stop it.
I got
That's no
receipts.
different.
All right.
Oh, now you want receipts telling everybody else.
Now you
I
want
gave
receipts.
you the receipt. I put a link in the chat, but you just refused to acknowledge it, Charlie.
No, you give somebody else's receipt,
Don't
dumbass.
matter. It's proof.
Yeah, it does. Go to court with somebody else's receipt, you dumb bitch.
I will, you dumb bitch. Hillbilly, who you want as president? Donald Trump, you know you do.
I already gave you the
I've
receipts.
never even registered to vote, you
I
fucking
already
bitch
gave
ass
you the
slave.
receipts.
Well, that's even worse. People like you
As
are the
if
reason why we're in
voting
the shit
matters.
we're in.
I
'cause
made
you
it
let
short
the
and sweet.
Oh
satanic
yeah,
cult
the
get
ones
in.
that are steady in the system and don't placate to the bullshit. We're the problem because you
Right.
bitch ass slaves go ahead and get the ID and pay the taxes and suck everybody's dick. You fucking insolent bitch.
All in by doing
Everybody.
so, you futurely enslave your children.
Hey, idiot, there's
Bitch
two
ass
things you
fucking
gotta do in
slaves.
There's
life.
logic to that, guys.
There's
Both
two
Bitch
things you
ass
gotta do
fucking
in life,
slaves.
idiot.
Because
Pay
they all want to
taxes
run
and
around
die.
out here with their fucking egos claiming they're important.
Nobody's important.
Oh, ego.
Popularity without a positive fucking purpose is
But
pointless
positive purpose
and
going to go save the
valueless.
children. We're gonna go save the children. You ain't saving
That's
shit.
who was waiting.
Pimp and Flow was good.
Save yourself. You're gonna save
Interested
children.
in your thoughts, Machine Lies, because I haven't been on your panel much, and I'm kind of curious whether you and I,
that's for sure.
whether any of this energy's flowing here tonight, because I don't want to come over here and disrupt you. But if that energy's flowing, and there's no way around this motherfucking equitable truth in how we all act in the descriptions of one another.
Now. Equitable truth.
To that level.
Boy, you got a fancy vocabulary.
Straight as the gate and narrow is the way.
Equitable truth.
If we can't do that,
You got a fancy vocabulary.
It's hillbilly got a
is
fancy
there?
vocabulary.
Yeah, it's probably something you don't know nothing about.
What
Yeah,
is
it's
there,
probably-
Machine Lies?
Yeah, it's
What is
probably
it?
something you don't know
We
anything
got
about.
Fall
Nick.
left to my right, and we got Hillbilly John to the bottom with a frog. This is what we got going
I'm curious.
on. And then we got about 5 Satan.
I asked him a question, damn it.
Well, I will say this, just to answer your question, and thank you for being here, 5 Speed. Bless you. You're welcome to voice your opinion here. But the thing is that, in my view, there are different categorizations of satanic behavior.
No. I'm talking about in what I was saying about all of us. Coming. Just if the world was to go to shit tomorrow and the whole system just crashed, wouldn't you say we're all going to have to come together in these communities and through the paperwork have the value on the paperwork to fulfill the needs of sustaining life in these communities, holding everybody accountable in what above sustaining life is all profits and an abundance?
I don't even
Here we
know
go
what
again
about.
with all the fancy fucking words. Here we go.
Well, I guess what you're asking me is if the system crashes, we're gonna have to write things down to verify shit, right?
Well, there's going to have to be directives and things duties to be carried out to sustain those needs of sustaining life in those communities.
So what, you want to figure that out right now?
Oh, you let Slow Slate up here.
See,
We can figure it out right now.
That's the slowest guy on the metaverse,
Put your
man.
faith
But
in
look,
man.
when
That's my faith in
That's
God.
the biggest cupcake out here.
When society collapses, you better not
like
find
Flow
me,
State.
5 Speed.
What's that?
You better not find me when society collapses.
Why would I find you? There's
Isn't
no
that what
value
you're just
there.
saying when society collapses, we're all
You're
gonna
just
have
a
to work
taker.
together and do silly shit.
You're a user. You use other people for your benefit.
I know, and you
Why
got
the
nothing to
fuck
use,
would I
so that's
find
why you better not
I'd
find
throw
me.
your ass out of the fucking village. Bitch ass motherfucking beta male motherfucker.
Woo.
How you like those apples? You gonna
Man,
come out here and you want to
how
talk
do
some
you
real
like
fucking
those
truth?
apples?
Let's talk some real truth, bitch boy. I listen to you all you're the old cupcaking out here and think you got something and you bring no fucking value to life out here whatsoever, except like I said, use other people for your benefit and your usufruct mindset.
Sort of like how I used you the last time we talked to make a great short
You
video. where
didn't
you
use
proved that you
shit.
didn't
You
know
used
what
something in your
mean.
imagination.
You don't want to let me finish, do you?
That was a good one, Flo. I heard most of it.
Did you see that short? It was fantastic. He doesn't know what attention is. It was a great time.
Hey, listen, you're talking about Joe Cool. I probably know Joe Cool. What, Joe Cool, 4 or 5 years now?
At least, yeah.
Joe Cool ain't changed a fucking bit. Ain't learned too much out here on the spiritual side as far as I'm concerned. But I can tell you what Joe Cool will tell you. This motherfucker right here ain't changed from day one.
He was telling me about it's all about Commerce Joe since the day I met him, and now I have to reconsider a bunch of the shit I said. Yeah.
What more needs to be said? Actions prove all, right? Now, what was the actions? Was they benefit to sustain life and protect life? Or was they out here using motherfuckers for your own benefit? Slow state.
You mean whole state?
You can call me whatever you want, Boo Thing.
I'm being serious.
I know you are.
Right,
You
because
take
life
yourself
is no
way
game.
too seriously.
Life is no game except
Life
for those
is
that
a
want to
game.
use other people for their own
Life
benefit.
is a game.
No, I'm just calling it real. I'm tired of you motherfuckers character assassinating the good people out here that actually
Everybody
do bring
who's
some
a
fucking
lame
value,
thinks that
but you
they're
son
the
of a
good
bitches are
people.
too fucking stupid to see it.
Oh,
That's
that
the
was
same
dope,
fucking.
Flo.
You sound like an incel.
Well, no, it's true. It's the
He
fucking
said everybody
truth.
some
In
thinks
equity,
there's
it's
a
the
good
truth.
people.
In equity, it's the fucking truth.
Can you stop spazzing out for a second? I'm trying to find that short of you.
Well, that might take you a while.
I know I've got a lot of content.
Yeah, he does.
He's stupid, Hank. Yeah, he does.
35 speed. If you want to help the world, then get off YouTube because you're wasting time.
You know what, Pops? I'm gonna take that advice. I need a nap anyways.
You know, this guy's over here wants
He
to
was
save the
talking about,
planet, so get off
somebody
YouTube.
else.
You're wasting time on this fucking thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a nap. Thanks, Pops.
Hey,
I have to continue to try to wake up you
I don't
dumbass
put my faith in
motherfuckers
man. I put my
No, you
faith in the
don't.
Almighty
You
God.
that want to fight against truth and think there's
You
some
want
kind
to
of
waste
joke
time, but
behind
get
all
credit
this
for not
fucking
wasting
shit.
time.
It's sickening to me. It's sickening to be such a bitch ass motherfucker that thinks there's something funny in all of this.
You're funny.
You're all fucking cowards as
With
far
your
as I'm
equity
concerned.
bullshit.
Every
Keep
last
saying equity.
motherfucking one
Make
of you
yourself-
that think that way.
You learned the word
words
in
on the
school,
internet.
equity.
Well, you show me something otherwise.
Who brings equity to the table? You don't bring no fucking equity.
You don't bring no value.
Right, because there's no fucking trust in your fucking lives. Because you're all a bunch of fucking seem to be a bunch of infidels that
He
think
makes
that
people
way.
makes people like frogs. I like that frog. It's pretty cool.
That's right. That's a calm motherfucker right there. Because I'll talk to fucking 15 cops the same fucking way I'll talk to your bitch ass.
Bitch your ass. Hey, you forgot to put equity in that sentence.
Or
I don't
value.
need
You
to-
can use value too if you want.
I don't need to use the word. I walk in it.
You don't walk in the word.
That's not value.
I walk in the word. I stick up for God.
Who are
You're
you
over
to
here
define my
bootlicking
value?
Satan. You're bootletting Satan. Go ahead,
Who
go
are you
bootleg.
to
Well,
define
I'm a
my
market
value,
participant.
bitch?
In the free market of
Slow
value, I am a participant, and your value is not
You
very valuable.
won't be there to judge me at the end of times. Slow state.
Don't you see that? Can you see the hat? Am I on screen? Yeah. Can you see
You
this
are
hat?
not.
That's you.
I'm
Yeah,
already
everybody
judging
sees it.
you.
I don't care.
Ooh.
Yes, you do.
It has no effect on me.
It's
The
got you in
record
your
is
feelings.
the record is clear.
All right,
Slow
you
state.
two tough guy.
You folks come up here fighting against the truth and equity, or the truth about the equity.
He said
Here we
it. Drink.
go.
And want
Fucking
some value.
equity. Hey,
You want to
count how
go?
many times he
You
said
want to go
equity.
against equity and think
Equity
that there's
three?
some trust and value somewhere.
He said equity
It's
3
pitiful.
times in 2 sentences.
It's fucking disheartening.
Here it is.
Disheartening now. Here we go.
Yeah, it's disheartening to be such a bitch that you can't see it.
Hey, what about the equity?
Such a bitch.
You got any
And,
equity?
and you got to fill yourself up off of somebody else's downfall.
Feel myself up.
That was dope.
Isn't
Yeah.
that what
Yeah.
most of your content's about? Host state is
the link I just
decharacterizing
dropped is
somebody
about
else
you.
in a way to fill your ass up, bitch.
I don't know what you. I don't know what those
I mean,
words meant, but
let's
it
if
sounded
we're going to
kinda
talk
gay.
truth here, because I thought this was the fucking truther movement. Is it not? Or are you a bunch of fucking liars out here?
I
Is
thought
it
you
not?
didn't care.
Or are you a bunch of fucking liars out here?
The truth is, there's no
I told you
equity in
it's going to
telling
be
the
hot
truth.
tonight. It'll be hot tonight. What you got, slow state?
Woo, it's hot in here.
Yes, it is. You're looking mighty fine, bitch boy.
Well,
Pause.
he likes you.
That's right. Because he brings no
just said
value
that's
out
right.
here. and
said
has
he
no
likes you.
has no ideal he's destroying his children's future by sitting here acting like a bitch.
Well, what are you doing? Are you out there protecting
And that
it?
goes for anybody that thinks
Yeah,
like him.
let me give if I
If
could
you ain't
translate.
standing up for equity and trust, you're
No bitch is
destroying
up
your
in
children's futures.
Hey,
You're
check
not
out.
doing
I'm gonna
shit but
back up.
crying on the
Let me
internet.
If you're
back
not
up what
standing up for
5 speed.
equity and trust,
5
you're
speed.
destroying your
Let me give an
children's
example of
futures.
what you're saying, 5 speed, because I'm guilty of it. I always give motherfuckers shit when they present their fucking ID.
I'm tired of being
If you've
fucking
broken no law,
ridiculed.
you make it worse on everybody by presenting your
Fucking
ID.
claim they ain't got
5
no
feet
value.
is saying that all of us who use these fucking credit cards and submit to the system make it worse. I gotta believe it when I'm guilty.
I'm just trying to share some fucking positive reality and some sort of finding some fucking truth out
You
here.
suck at it. The
Yeah,
positive.
you're not doing
No,
good.
you all suck at it because you're all fucking stupid to reality.
You're not
I'm
communicating
happy. I think
positivity
life is a
right now.
joke. I told you that. You're the one
Life's
who's all
not a
bitter and
fucking joke.
butthurt.
It's a very serious game to protect
Well,
your
Your
children's
life is a
futures.
joke.
They got
Your
to you
life
with the
is a joke.
propaganda, man. They got to you, Jeff. Whoa, boy, not Jeff.
Oh yeah.
5 speed. Yo,
All right.
you're all
Hey,
propaganda.
Q-card territory.
Why are you owed my attention?
You're
I had your
propaganda.
attention.
Hey, 5 speed. Do you believe in trust the plan by any
No,
chance?
Y'all got to be quiet so we
I
can.
believe in trust the plan.
Rand's never been
What's
hard
the
to
plan? The only plan is the way.
QAnon.
Do you,
huh?
do you trust the
talking
plan?
All right, well, it's not going to work.
You're a QAnon.
The plan's the way. What the fuck are you talking about, Rant? What are you trying to do here? Trying to get
I'm
you some
trying to figure out if like you
content
fit
with no
into the
value?
Q-card category. That's all.
No, you're the fucking Q-tard value. You try to come out here and twist the
Hey, did
fucking
you get the jab?
what we're talking about.
Yeah, did you get the jab?
Did you get the jab? Maybe that's why you're retarded.
Streams.
Or did your mom
Retarded.
drink a lot?
I'm gonna give you what you want tonight.
You're
What do you
give
want?
I got the jab.
What do you want tonight?
You Satan, of course you got to.
You want to
That's why he looks
continue
like
to
that.
lie to yourself and wake up to the morning and look at another bitch
I
ass
want
slave
you
another
to
day?
bend. I want you to bend over.
Do
stick
you
your
want
head
to
in between
continue
your
to
legs,
lie to
and kiss
yourself
your own
and wake
ass?
up morning after morning looking in the mirror knowing you're a bitch ass slave and did nothing for your children's future?
I want
Or you're
you
a frog.
to
Is that what you
head.
want to do?
They're putting something in the water and making the frogs
Is that
gay.
what you want to
Heard
do?
that frog gay.
I want you to
They
stick your
put
head in
they
between
put
your legs
astrogene
and
in the
kiss your
water,
ass.
folks. They're turning the
Is that
freaking
what you
frogs
want to
gay.
do?
Scene in the water.
Answer the question. Is that what you want to do?
Listen, I'm giving you value, okay? They've got astrogene in the water. It's turning all the frogs gay.
No, I think everybody's ignorance to the reality of things out here is what's been in the water and they drink it.
You're
They
so
drink it.
scared. You're so scared.
So, joke's on you, dumbass.
I think we all need to be out there saving the children like Timothy Ballard on Masonic Templar night.
Good.
You're so scared.
Stay the
shit
fuck
what's
away from
going
me.
on, it's ridiculous. You can't control yourself. You cannot control.
Is that so?
yourself.
What, you guys think this is a joke?
You're
a
the
joke.
joke. You're propaganda. You
Well,
believe the
slow
movie.
state, you trust me.
Movie you're
You'd be
watching
the
right
last
now.
one that I'd call, the last one I'd pick for my team.
Trust the plan.
Hey,
Trust
can
me.
you turn your camera on 5 speed so we can see your micro expressions when you're being all fussy?
Fussy.
Will you give me a nice little nutsack rub if I do?
No,
Little
because I'm not
bitch.
gay, but
Hello, my honey. Hello, my baby. Hello, my dancing man.
I know. I get the reference.
Sort of like Puffy and Beaver, you know. What do you think?
I think that's pretty
sort
gay
of like Puffy and Beaver. What do you think? You ready?
I think this is the rant network, man. There's too much arguing going on here.
Hey,
Let's get it on. Let's get ready to roll.
But you guys are all about entertainment, but you're supposed to be truthers.
This is entertainment. You're
Who said
entertainment.
that we're supposed
With
to be
your equity
truthers?
bullshit.
Well, I didn't say you, slow slate. You ain't got much of a brain cell, so.
Bro, you
Bro.
can't. You are in no
Bro.
position to call
Bro.
anybody on YouTube stupid. You understand that, right? He doesn't understand that. You don't know how to string words together.
Good thing you ain't the judge.
I can judge you.
You
I can
do
judge
whatever
your
you want to
I
fucking
can
do.
judge your
You-
vocabulary.
you-
I can judge your delusional thought process, like you're out here doing something when you're really just crying. I can judge all sorts of things about
Man
you.
has credentials. He's the head of the Church of Feminism. Okay.
So, well, you go to character
also have a
assassinate
perfect-
equity? Good luck.
What,
You're
say
going
that
to
again?
character assassinate equity?
I'm
Good
not
luck.
assassinating your character. I'm
Good
just calling
luck,
it as I
dumb
see it.
fuck. It proves you're a bitch ass beta male slave, cocksucker.
See, there's that vocabulary.
Now, when you going to quit playing games?
Never. Life is a game, and you're a
You'll,
joke.
hey, one who seeks equity comes with equity, motherfucker. Remember that.
There we go again with the fucking equity.
Everybody
That's right.
drink. Everybody
That's
drink.
right.
Eat
It's
that
called
equity.
accountability, bitch.
Ah, see, you need equity. See, back in my day, we had equity. See, men walked around with their equity in their pocket. They walked around with their wristwatch, much snappers. We ate steak and cigarettes with our steak and some donut sandwiches there, but listen, yeah, we had equity back in the day. See,
If you're in the community, you'd have to back up that fucking house.
This guy don't do shit for his
It's easy to
community.
do out here
on YouTube.
ah, you're not a man of the community. See, we walk around, we give out turkeys on Christmas. See, I'm a turkey frog. All right, we got equity. I got equity stamped on my label with it.
I don't have any equity, but I got some value. Could I trade some value for some equity?
There's no value in Kansas City, I can tell you.
Okay. I got my value is I can offer you English lessons. I can teach you how to speak in complete
No,
sentences.
thank
I
you.
can fix your grammar
No,
and
thank you.
spelling.
No, thank you. You're untrustworthy.
That's a funny one. That's
untrustworthy. Unequitable about you.
Wizard,
You
I'll
won't
have
be
you know I
judging
got a
fairly,
perfect score in
motherfucker.
English
You
on
like
the
using
ACT,
other
sir.
people.
Oh, we moved from equity to equitable.
Oh no, we're just keeping everybody accountable. We're keeping the record straight.
He upgraded equity to equitable.
Get your fucking house in order.
Back in my day, two grown men would go out in the back of an alleyway. They'd pull out a knife and they'd ask each other about their equity. And they'd say, if you don't have equity, I'm going to hold you accountable, see? And he'd say, see, I got equity right here, see? In this switchblade, see?
Hey, Vibes, the chat wants to know how much you drank tonight, you drunk. Yeah, that's what we thought. Hey, chat, yeah, you're right, he's drunk.
So anybody thinks that they can degrade my good name, go for it. I don't care.
It's
the record
super
is already
easy. It's not
straight.
that
I'm
good,
out
man.
here with equity and
Your
trust,
name is not
motherfuckers.
that good.
And it doesn't seem to be too many other people following those principles.
That's
But
an equitable
good luck.
explanation.
Good luck.
You're just such a vulnerable crybaby. Nobody's impressed with what you're doing. You're not doing shit. You're just complaining.
I'm the one crying. You guys are just
You're the
trying to
complainingest
distort the
motherfucker up
truth
here.
of the matter. So you win and stroke your egos and you can go home and jack off later.
I'm a gay frog.
No, you just want to win a conversation and defame the truth and equity.
Dude,
Listen, folks,
principles.
I got the documents right here. They put ashes in the water and made Jeff and this frog gay. Apparently, it's working its way on flow state now. I don't know what's going on, folks. We got to stop drinking the water. I got the documents right here, folks.
You're an inequitable son of a bitch as far as I'm concerned.
As
If you
you can
don't
see,
stay true to yourself,
frogs like to hippity
who are
hop
you?
around in the water, and that's how they got all the atrazine in them. They got gay rapidly. It's a tragedy. You gotta see, folks, we gotta save the children from the gay frogs. That's the real problem I have.
Why you riding around with that driver license?
You're not bringing any value or integrity to this equity solution of accountability, you see? All right, we're trying to have integrity out here on Integrity Farms. On Integrity Farms, we don't put no atrazine in the water. So none of our frogs are gay. We got the straightest frogs around, folks. I promise you right here. All right?
The fuck out of here with your
Listen, you ain't got no integrity. All right? Integrity Farms puts no atrazine in the boat. No atrazine in the water. All right?
Rant, if you could slur a little bit more, I think you'd just about damn near have it perfect.
We're giving you guys some content tonight. I hope you guys use it up.
That's what I
maybe
do,
it will
remember?
wake up some of those people out there looking for the fucking truth instead of you bitch ass motherfucking slaves.
Listen, I
Hope
tell
I'm
you every
giving
night,
real
it's the
value
Jesuits,
tonight.
the Rosicrucians, the Kabbalists, the Satanists.
All of you,
All right?
that includes-
We're tagging them and
as far
tagging
as
them.
I'm concerned,
Put them on a chart.
you
All right,
know
we got
what?
the chart right here, folks.
You know
We got
what?
the chart right here.
That go ahead. Anybody that wants to come at me with any sort of truth to come to some understanding of what's going on in equity, we will do so. Until then, everybody is a bitch ass slave that cannot have that respectful and honorable conversation. And that goes for the God of all media, Mr. Paul Unslaved as well.
I'm just out here trying to build
Peace out,
value.
everybody.
I'm providing a chart for the community to see who's an agent, and we got agents infuriated coming on the panel as gay frogs talking about all kinds of crazy shit. I don't even know what to make of this, folks.
Unless you
But I got the
wanna leave,
documents right here.
Because I'll grant your wish just like I did Paul. It don't matter to me. If I can't find value in you, there's no sense in me hanging around you.
There
So,
you go.
if I can't
That's
trust
what
the
we've
bro,
been telling you, man.
That's what we're going to telling you. Go save
well,
the
that's
children.
what. Hey, they don't seem to be too much trust out here in this community. I suggest
Nobody
all of you start
trusts
building
for
some.
shit, bro. Quit crying about it.
Start building some.
No trust
I
in
don't know
these
why
streets.
Try to
Welcome to
tear
the
each other
panel.
down.
Welcome to the chart.
Equity and some
Start
value.
building some and start instead of trying to tear each other down.
Bro, I build shit all the time. You just whine online.
Yeah, you don't build shit. What do you build? I heard your drywall failed.
I heard that too, but not from the guy who hired me.
Well, your fucking hat did for sure.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're out of your goddamn mind. Have you seen this thing? It's prestigious. It's got value. It's more equitable than yours.
Makes me want to be a Christian.
Only thing you're fucking missing is the wig and the curls, bitch.
Why are you still hanging around?
Because he loves to whine and cry and
Machine
moan and
Lies
be a
didn't ask
fucking
me to
victim.
leave.
He loves being a victim. It's his thing.
No one's a
Every
victim
time
here.
he's on a
No
panel anywhere,
one's-
he complains about how nobody else is
No one's a
equitable.
victim.
He thinks he's the star of the show tonight. That's what it is.
You
He
think
is.
that
He's
He
you
likes
the
the
lolcow.
attention. He's a beta.
You
He
think
likes
you
the
got all
Which
the
is good, 'cause
powers
all my
and-
other
and you
lolcows
bring
have
some
blocked me.
value to your community.
RBR blocked me.
I find
Lolcow
I
Paul
find
blocked
humor
me.
in that.
Thank God I've got Russell.
Bring some equity. Come on, the guy.
What value do you bring to your community, Slow State?
What kind
You
of
said
equity?
it
Like
best.
we need
I
more
just
black
use
men
people.
What do you bring?
I'm using you right now. I'm milking the lulz out of you.
Protecting life. What do you bring to
Who
your
you protecting?
community
You
to
can't even
protect the
protect
lives
yourself.
in your fucking community?
What do you
The
suppose
people
we
you're
do,
supposed
Kermit?
to care about.
I
Yeah,
would
how
not
do you protect
possibly
lives,
What
play
the fuck
myself
are you
in your
doing?
bitch
Y'all
ass.
out here wanting clicks and views and popularity with no motherfucking purpose.
No.
I have more of all
What's your
those things than you
purpose
do.
here
Well,
today,
go find
Slow
someone
State?
that's doing what you want them to do and go hang
My
out with
purpose
them.
here, I told you, life is a joke. I'm having fun, man.
What value can you bring to your children's futures, Slow
By making
State?
fun of you? I don't know.
No. What
Maybe they'll watch this.
value? in
Maybe
your
they'll watch
actions
this
can you
someday
bring
and be like, haha,
to
Dad
your
was
children's
hilarious.
future, Slow State?
I don't even think you got children, 5-speed.
You too, bitch boy.
You don't got children.
Anybody
You're full of
pipes
shit.
up, that goes for you too.
Man, if anybody pipes up, see, I'm gonna sit on this fucking rock, see? I'm the gayest frog around, see? I'll be out here raping everybody in this stream, see? I'm the gayest frog there ever
Hey,
been.
let's keep it
Nah.
trustworthy here. And
How much atrazine have you eaten
let's
today?
figure out some truth
keep it
here.
real.
Let's
Do you
keep
got
it
any
trustworthy
children?
and equitable.
Do you have any children? Let's keep it real.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
And I got
so
4
have
grandbabies.
good for you.
Talking right now.
Many frogs in this
really
lake,
exercise
see?
that fist sometimes and shut the fuck up, bitch boy.
Dude,
You're not providing any value to society, see? Neither am I, but I'm gonna talk about it on the
right
internet.
now-
Nah.
No, not right now, because you know what? I sat back and I thought about
Oh,
this a
not
little
right
bit before
now.
I
You
jumped
see,
up here.
right now I drink whiskey and talk shit on the internet about people not providing
I
value.
thought
I
about this
literally
for a
not
little bit
provide
before I
value. I'm
jumped
just
up
saying.
here.
It would be
And
cool
I
if we
said,
could get
you
a
know
poll
what?
so the chat could decide who has more
They've
value.
kind of character
I'm a gay frog,
assassinated
see?
me enough out here, so I'm gonna give them some real
I'm a gay frog.
content.
I'm sitting
But
here
there's
with
gonna still
authority,
be
with my arms
truth
crossed.
and
Oh, I
equity
have
within
authority.
the
I'm an authority
content.
frog.
So I'm
You
gonna
ever been
give
in
some
authority frogs, eh?
real value.
Real value. Oh, tell us all about the real value now.
He don't have any children, and yet he's talking shit.
He just
Sit on a rock.
like playing online.
You don't even have enough money to buy a chair. You're over there sitting on a rock, free rock.
Broke
Talking
ass
shit about
dog.
God. God made that rock you're sitting on, pussy.
Who gives a fuck?
And again,
I'm
Jesus.
God gives fucks, eh?
motherfucker. Get
And
the fuck
again,
away
Jesus.
from it.
And again, Jesus didn't have children either.
Welcome to the science lab. We're going to do an experiment with a frog today. See, we're going to cut out his organs and put them on the top of it.
What are
Are
you
you
putting him
suggesting
equal
that
to
Russ
Jesus?
is like Jesus?
Clearly. He's saving the kids, remember?
He is. What a martyr. Martyring himself.
He's saving the kids.
He's saving the kids from becoming gay. See, he's eating all the atrazine for himself.
He wants
And
everybody
He's acting like a human filter, filtering all the atrazine from the water supply. Himself, he's saving the children from becoming gay.
I am saying that what you hold against this man, you didn't hold against Jesus, yet you hold Jesus as one of the most amazing men on this planet. And he
I'm
didn't
not
have children.
religious, sir.
Now
and
you're
neither
trying to
are
hold
you,
that
despite
same
your
aspect
faking.
against another man.
Listen, don't compare this silly fucking frog to Jesus, okay?
I'm not even Christian, and I don't think you should compare him to Jesus.
I doubt Jesus ran around cursing
stupid
motherfuckers
argument.
out and being angry all
Right,
the
you know
fucking
what's
time,
Exactly.
calling people
That's my
bitch-ass
point exactly.
slaves.
It's a stupid fucking argument, and they can't see the truth, and it's right in front of their fucking
But you're
eyes.
still here because otherwise you'd just be drunk and alone.
I'm gonna tell you like a G once told me. You're a loser.
Charlie Chaplin talking shit. Look at him.
He said shit.
Yo, he looks just like him too. That's the problem.
But
look at him.
That may be what the people in your community that the prosecutors came in and destroyed their families and took their fucking children while you bitch ass motherfuckers.
I measured his mustache. It's 90 degrees. I'm sorry. I didn't want to put any disinfo.
If y'all don't know Wizard from when I met him, I thought
90-degree mustache.
Wizard is most improved on the internet.
There's a good avatar. Really? I like that one.
Yes, really. I remember a couple years ago, I don't know, it couldn't have been that fucking long. When I met on Paul a year ago or whatever the fuck it was, he was a raving lunatic that couldn't string two sentences together without fucking busting a blood vessel in his head.
Have you seen
now
him? He's still
he can
kind of like
communicate.
that.
Joe Cool still got on his
Well, no,
avatar
he's
from the
still-
pandemic.
He's still a raving lunatic.
Oh, that's funny shit.
nigga's
I
an
remember
asset.
I remember he had that avatar. I remember that avatar.
We got Pops over here with the Illuminati background.
That's
Put him on the
motherfucker,
chart.
bro.
Except one thing. I'm not a no Illuminati.
I didn't even notice that.
You gotta watch him. He's got the infrared hat on, folks.
Hey,
You gotta
let
watch
me-
this man.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Rant. Who put that fucking Illuminati wall together? Me or you? You're the one who built that shit and designed it.
All right, I might have built the Illuminati wall. I might have did that.
Let's switch the chart around. Change the chart up.
Yo, he built that shit and he's blaming me.
All right, plot twist. The wall's in my house.
I gave him money to buy
funny.
soundproof and he bought Illuminati shit.
It's funny.
So you, man, you're undercover Illuminati.
Listen, I bought two colors because I thought it looked cool. Okay.
Rant on the list.
I tried to make a checkerboard. It looked Illuminati-esque.
Hey, we the people want the chart changed. We want the chart changed.
All right, I'll have to put myself in the Illuminati, bro. I'll put it in there. All right.
Which category
Fair enough.
of the
Fair
frog
enough.
Did the gay frog get into?
I'm going in as the Illuminati. Gay frog is gay op flaky.
Is there a vulnerable narcissist category?
I mean, you mean the flow state category?
No, that's grandiose narcissist.
Yo, all I know is you built that shit. So stop.
I might have did it. I might have built it. All right.
You can't.
I might have built an Illuminati wall in the house. All right.
That's right. You did.
I'm going to make tea, guys.
I don't know what
People don't know
that's
that shit.
code for, but enjoy.
Code for what?
I don't know. Whatever his tea is that he's shooting up.
Hey, what happened to Kermit? He ran out of words. Equity don't get it no more.
We're not equitable enough, probably. Look at him. He's
Yeah,
sitting there
see, in my
cross-eyed.
day, we had integrity, see?
I shared some integrity and trust with you. Is about as much as I'm going to share
Who
with
are
you.
you kidding? You watch Sound of Freedom. Now you think you're a hero. You never saved. You never even saved a cockroach. Forget about saving a child. You don't even know what saving people are. I did save people in my lifetime. You just save shit. You never put your life on the line. You don't know what it's about. So stop your shit.
Only thing you talked was a bunch
Talking
of.
a big game. I got fucking proof. You got
The only
proof?
thing you're talking is a mouthful of shit.
Pops, can you let the man enjoy his righteous indignation that he has not earned?
What did
Shut
you
up,
do?
Slow State.
Were you in the military, buddy?
Who gives
what
a
did
fuck?
you do? Well, you didn't do
Fuck
shit.
no, I
What
was
did
no
you do?
devil dog.
Was you a
Life
police
is
No
officer?
kids, no
Was you a
military, no
fireman?
nothing.
Was you
Just a
a
crybaby ass drunk online.
He didn't save nobody.
Listen, he smokes meth, drinks whiskey, and he collects a social security
You
check.
can't even save a
Yeah,
fucking
that's
job.
it. That's the ticket. You got it right. Man,
You don't
how
even
the fuck
work,
did
Mo.
you know?
You live off the government.
Oh, you probably got that info from the Pope, didn't you?
You live off the government.
I didn't know that. I
You
just
got that
learned
info
about
from
you.
the Pope, didn't you?
You're a
Rant?
slave to the system with your food stamps.
The only way you knew that you got some backdoor deals with the Pope, don't you? Rant?
Go vote for Biden again.
Huh?
Go
Rant.
vote for Biden.
Come on,
Get-
let the cat out of the
Get
bag,
an
buddy.
increase in your.
We're making the chart right now, folks.
Only you would have that information.
We know you.
You know me.
We know you.
I hope so, because I know you too.
We know lots of things, folks.
We know you
And you're
live in
not-
a trailer.
and you're not too
and
trustworthy.
You don't work and you collect.
You don't seem to be trustworthy. You only want to talk about yourself instead of what you're going to do for the
Talk
future.
about I'm talking about the Almighty God before. Who you talking?
You got your hands on your nut right now.
Hands in my nut.
Hopefully, you're giving yourself a
Gonna
reach
talk about
around
the
as you stick
Almighty
the
God,
finger in
but
your
you-
ass.
You're going to
Listen.
talk about the Almighty God, but you're going to hand over an identification in order to do so. You
Stupid
ignorant
motherfucking bitch ass
Him
slaves,
and his
man. I tell you.
identification. This guy's.
I don't
such an
understand why
idiot.
Russ thinks he's not a slave. Russ, why do you think?
Because
he's
you
not
guys
a
act
slave?
like a bunch of fucking.
Man,
kids
we're
out
all
here.
masters of legal
No one here
universe. That's
counting
why we're
anything.
all basically
You
getting
need to fucking-
evicted, man.
You need the old man to pull off a belt and wear that ass.
Man,
out.
we're
Good
masters of
times for you.
masturbating. Man, we have
Charlie
mastered the
Chaplin.
mastery of masturbation.
Charlie Chaplin, do you have a social security number?
I don't know. I just leave you guys with this, and I'm gonna
And
sit
what is
back
it?
and I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Come on, Charlie
In
Chaplin.
50, if we
you
all
have a Social
live,
Security
if we
number?
all live another 15 years or 20, you're gonna look back on these days, and you're gonna realize what value and the detriment that you were bringing
I'm
to
setting an
your
alarm
children's
for
lives.
15 years
Why the
from now.
fuck you
Bitch ass
interrupting me when I'm
motherfuckers.
interrupting you? Charlie Chaplin, you got a social security number?
The legal fiction known as the legal name has a social security number assigned to it through enumeration at birth, and it's put on a card that they turn around and authorize you to use for commercial transactions.
What are you
And you
teaching
can
me
do so.
something?
You can do
I
so
don't
without
know that.
having the actual card, just as long as you remember the number. So yeah, I remember the number that
You
was
have a
assigned to
social
that card.
security number? Yes or no? It's a simple fucking question.
I don't have it. No.
So how do
They
you work?
do.
How do you work?
I don't.
Oh, so you're a bum.
No.
So what do? You were born with $1 million? What?
No,
How do you
I
make a
barter.
living?
I barter and trade. I don't work in their
You
employment.
barter. What
system.
fucking planet you living on?
I
you
don't.
barter and trade?
I don't need an ID, and I don't have an
barters and
ID,
stamps.
and therefore the only way I
You're full
do
of
things is
shit.
with people that don't require an ID.
Where the hell you live that you're bartering? I like to know.
Same place you are.
I don't think you live with me.
The
'cause where
Bronze
I live,
Age.
you can't barter for fucking. How you get those headphones? You bartered or bought them on Amazon?
Yep, all donations.
You
So
know,
then
you
now
can
he's-
barter things off people's front porches before they notice the Amazon box is there. If you're quick with it.
Now, so this guy survives on bartering. This is what he's trying to tell us. I don't believe you. I think you're full of shit. You didn't
Well,
barter
he
for
also
that.
survived cancer,
Okay.
so there's probably some funds left over from
That
that.
microphone you got is really nice. That's an expensive mic. I know what it is. Don't
Oh,
tell me
yeah,
you
okay.
bartered for that. That's
Yeah,
bullshit.
it's really nice.
It's
I mean,
a good mic.
it's $30.
My ass. You bartered for it. That's what
Yeah,
you're saying.
$30
How'd you get $30 if you don't work?
from donations. That's bartering.
Oh, so
I
you
put things out. Other people think it's got a value, but give me some value.
Oh, so you go
I
out
can
there
use
with a
that.
cup and
It's a
beg.
value system, and if you don't know how to convert the values, that's on you.
So you're a beggar.
No,
Well, what the
I've
hell
never
are you
begged.
talking about?
I've never begged for anything.
If you
it's
work-
there and
Yeah.
I can get it, I'll get it.
If
But I
you
don't
work-
sit there and think I need something, then sit there and
They
beg
don't call
for
them
it.
beggars.
So if you worked and made $30, you didn't pay no tax on that. You got to go to jail.
No, I didn't. And no, I don't have to go to jail. Show how a third party can intervene with a private contract, a private agreement.
See,
What's the
Pops, they
price?
think
It don't
by
matter.
playing
You got
semantic
paid.
games that they're not liable. And
There's
got
the
paid for
cupcake.
your labor. You got to pay tax.
And I'm inclined
don't.
to and I'm
I don't
inclined
know.
to
I
wish
don't know
them
what
luck
you
on their
guys
word
don't get
game.
about taxes are
Two
voluntary.
things you got to do in life: die and pay taxes. That's the way it is.
Oh
Deal
no,
with it.
the
like a
thing
cop.
you do in life is live. And then when you pass on, somebody might decide to pay some taxes for a burial expense, but otherwise, taxes are voluntary. In case you don't understand how that works, tax comes from the origin of tithe, which means 10%, which is what people gave as a gift. They weren't imposed as a mandatory response to, hey, we need 10% of everything you make. No, it was 10% of what you made as a gift if you felt you made enough to be able to give. It's a gift. It is not something you just take. You ignorant bitch ass slave.
You're ignorant. You don't pay taxes, you go to jail, buddy.
No, I don't. And I've not gone to jail for any
You don't make any money. You don't work. You're a bum. That's the difference.
I started a business.
I don't
in
pay child support either, right?
Neither
And I
do
don't pay
I.
fines and fees and penalties. See, plenty of cases out there that shows that they won't issue warrants and stuff because once you realize the secret is to qualify that signature that says the authorized representative giving an unambiguous signature on the instrument, therefore qualified as an authorized representative, is not liable for the person named in the instrument. There's
Maybe
a
if we
distinction
shake
of
those
two
words
venues
up and
there.
try again, they'll form a sentence.
There's a distinction of two venues there, two jurisdictions. One's on the paper and one's in the paper. Learn how to read. Learn English. It's real easy.
That's what you man. That's what you were alluding to, or maybe 5-Speed. One of y'all when y'all was saying everything from the paper. 5-Speed was saying that the new world. And the question he asked Machine Lines, he said documenting paper or something, recording paper or something.
I've worked for myself since 1992 until 20. What was it?
Stealing money
2019,
out of the pants
2020,
pockets of the men that
when they
visit your
locked
mom that did the
everybody
job.
down.
And now you're
All
collecting
of those years, I bet you I gave the government $5,000.
Yeah, and there you go.
It's voluntary, folks.
And you go and you're just like Mitchell and everybody else, go around projecting everybody's on welfare and unemployment and all this and getting all these kinds of funds while placating that I'm the guy that doesn't have a car, doesn't go anywhere. Evidently, I'm living on somebody. Where the fuck are you getting on all this information?
How do you barter your cable bill?
The Snafu crew gave us the information.
That was dope. How do you barter your cable?
How do you barter your internet? You tell them, hey, listen, guy, come on down. I got a couple of plants I can sell you.
I've got a companion that worked for the government all of her life. So now we get a benefit. So now we get a benefit. So now we get a benefit of being able to give a direct routing for her accounting.
Oh, so
it's all a matter of correcting the
Wizard, I
title.
gotta call you out a little bit, Wizard.
Yo, your woman must be crazy.
It's not very heroic if you tell me I don't have a driver's license and you go to your friend next door and you use him to drive you somewhere. If I don't have internet, but I borrow my friend's
No, you
internet.
missed the part. You missed the part where I have people that allow me to borrow their car, knowing I don't have a license. Knowing at the end of the day,
do they know about it?
Knowing at the end of the day that no matter what happens, I'm the honorable one, and if the car gets towed, I get it back for him.
How about if you kill somebody while you're driving? What happens to you then? You get in an accident.
Again, you're not understanding. Again, you're not understanding.
Won't change that.
Again, you're not understanding. Those are terms and conditions of contract. And if I don't have a contract with somebody, they can't send a third-party intervener saying, well, you don't have a contract with this. Don't you understand?
They will.
Don't you understand that proves that somebody says they have a monopoly? Don't you understand that proves that somebody's saying that they have a monopoly on your ability to contract in private by making it a very public issue? Those are two jurisdictions.
All I know is you drive without a license, get pulled over, they'll impound the car and take
I don't drive. Don't you get
you
it?
just
There's
said
a
you
specific...
drive your friend's car.
No, I don't. I borrow my friend's
of Angry Old Man Yells at Cloud.
Are we in an alternate universe?
I never said I drive.
It's useless,
drive-
Lister.
Whoa.
Shut the fuck
He's
up.
about to
I
blow.
said I borrowed.
Keep going.
I said I borrowed friends' cars. I
So you
never
drove
said I
it.
drive.
So
I
who
said
drove
I
it?
borrowed other
You said
friends'
both. You
cars.
said I have a friend drive
So
or
you
I
drive
borrow
it.
a car. You said both. Yeah.
Correct.
So
So if my
what do you
friend
borrow
is
the
the
car,
one
make your friend
driving,
drive it
and
with
he's
his
got a
license?
license, he is the one driving.
So
I
you're
never
using
said
him.
I drive.
So you're using your friend to drive you.
If that's the case, yes.
Okay, there you go. You're a user.
No, it's quid
You're a
pro quo.
loser.
You don't understand barter, do you?
Barter. Oh.
You think I just
Give
use
me
them and they give me a ride somewhere for nothing? It's called bartering in everything I do.
He said, I'll trade you 7 acorns for a ride to town.
I use
There's
5
all
speed
of
for
this
a low cow, and I
negativity.
don't give him any
Is that
value
what
back.
comes from
Yo,
honorable
I
men?
don't know where the fuck he lives, man, but I never heard of you could barter and live like a decent life. But yet, he's living off his woman who works for the government, okay, who
and
you hate.
And you also didn't know that you could live in the Ozarks all on your own for 2 years or up in the Appalachian Mountains off trail for 7 months in a goddamn tent. 56 years
You're
old.
like
No,
Rambo.
you can't do that.
I don't want to live in a tent, but I do know the Ozarks.
Are you
pretty
streaming from your tent right now, bro?
well. I'm in fucking Missouri. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's the problem.
Missouri is the greatest state in the union. Lowest cigarette taxes.
You're in.
Yeah, you're down there. You're down there in Eminence too, right?
Nah, he's somewhere else.
I'm somewhere else.
Yeah, but very
I'm in
close,
Eminence.
right? Yeah, you're in Eminence,
2-3
and I
hours
know
away.
the area, and there's kind of a nice little close little knit there. See, that's where I was at, Eminence.
Eminence
Even
is
though
like
you're not
playing your
yelling, it
fucking
still sounds like
game.
you're yelling.
What the fuck?
Are you that guy living in the woods in Eminence?
Are you living in Eminence?
That one
Were
dude.
you the guy in the woods?
Yeah, don't you know the Tom Woods Forest, Tom Sawyer Forest? Yeah,
Now I like
He
him.
said
I'm
that.
familiar with living naturally.
Now I like
was
him.
I was the one running around out in the country following the deer.
Get
With
out
a
of our
little cart.
dumpster.
No, I know what
Oh,
he's
yeah.
doing.
So,
I
are
dig
you
it.
having
So
a
you're
good time
living
in
in
the
a-
forest?
in Canada.
You're
bro. I
living
dig
you're
it.
living near Eminence in a trail. I get you, and you're living off the grid. Nothing wrong with that.
You know what I
I
mean?
know.
But I want to know who the fuck you're bartering with, because there ain't too much bartering in Eminence. They want money. It's called green cash.
I can see someone just
Yeah,
giving
that's
you a
the
ride to
problem.
town, but
That's the problem. You give it one shot,
fucking
don't even
barter,
think anything about it, and you've never practiced it. So
Well,
don't sit there, barter and trade
how many-
doesn't work. Been doing this shit since I was 10 years old.
Well,
So
go
Wizard,
to,
do you
let's
barter
say you
with
go to
dollars?
Dollar General or Williams or something and try to barter some shit. Go ahead.
Well, I fuck them.
Bought an Uber ride.
They ain't getting it.
I just don't get it. Like, so this guy's living so.
They
Look,
claim
you
that
can
they're on
barter
this
with
path of the
dollars.
way.
If you
and
pay
have
with
no
dollars
fucking
and
clue
just
where they're
call
at.
it bartering, I think that works for their system too.
Oh, he's bartering. I don't know.
You can
I know
also
that
make
it's
your
pretty
own
good.
dollars, is what I
I don't
hear.
know where the hell you could barter.
And
Unless
you
you're
Hey,
growing-
Wizard and Fast Speed.
Are you
Does
growing
this
weed
path
like
that you
and you're
guys are
bartering it?
talking about lead me to living in the woods somewhere? Is that the ultimate destination? Living in the woods off the grid?
That's an individual choice, people. As far as I'm concerned.
Where did you
I
find?
mean,
I can
there's
be a
8 billion
non-slave.
people in here. There's
I can
there's
be a
8 billion people on
non-slave
this planet.
and do it another way and still be a non-slave and do it some other way than living in the woods.
Being
blah, blah, blah.
equitable and trustworthy to each
listen,
other
guys,
is the
listen,
only
guys,
way.
Listen, guys. Let me ask you to ask yourself a goddamn question. Does anybody have a right to tell you how to live, no matter how it is you want to live, as long as
No,
you're
that's
doing
an
good
obvious
things
one.
and right
No,
things?
that's
Any
obvious. No.
human? Are you talking about just the man itself, a human being?
No one has the right.
The
Thank you.
Almighty God has the right.
Then why are we asking this question? It's already known. So
the-
the solution that we need to work on isn't based on who has authority. We already know, right? Just like the man just said, our Father which art in heaven. Then why are we bickering about the name and who can do this and who can do that? Don't we already agree that nobody has authority to tell us what we can or can't do?
I
as long
wasn't
as
sure
we're
we
not
were bickering
harming
about
The
any of
anybody?
difference
those
between
things.
the ideal and the reality. The ideal is you're right. Nobody has the right. The reality is, guess what? They're going to.
Yeah, but the distinction is different. The point is that, yeah, there are some people that are going to, because those people need to be told what to do. There are others that don't. You can't just keep delineating everybody into the same subset as a goddamn slave.
Well, they got letters
who was
now.
doing that?
I don't
most everybody up
I
here,
break people down
most
according to.
everybody up
I
here
break
trying
down-
to
there's a
categorize
category for
everybody
people
as
who
if though they
cannot
belong
distinguish
there.
between what they want and what is. You fall in that category. There's people like me who understand the distinction, and then there's cops like Pops.
I ain't no. I'm gonna be 60 years old. What do you think? I'm still walking around with a badge and a gun?
No, but you're still in that bucket in my brain.
Hey, let me ask you this seriously, Charlie Chaplin. I know you live in Eminence, in the woods or whatever. Do you shit in a bucket? Because I don't
Who's
like
baby?
shitting in a bucket. I see people they shit in buckets.
Somebody made the baby cry.
I want a toilet with running water.
This guy's fucking clueless. Fucking absolutely fucking clueless. Thinking it's funny when his grandchildren are going to reap exactly
you
what this
sit in a-
cocksucker sows.
Man, you
Would
just
you
worry
sit
about
in a
making
bucket
some
for freedom?
descendants. Don't worry about our own. You got some catching up to do,
Hey,
sir.
if I wanted anything
Go
out of you,
find a
I'd have
woman
rattled
who
your
will fuck
fucking
you.
Hey,
cage.
hillbilly, you shit
I'd
in
have
a
rattled
bucket.
that cage you're in.
You're shitting in a bucket. Don't lie.
Would you
He
sit
is
in a
the
bucket
bucket.
for
At
freedom?
least it's in a bucket and ain't coming out your mouth.
He is
All
the
I know
bucket,
is
and
you
we're all
shit in a
shitting
bucket.
on him.
And you're sitting there trying to be like some kind of noteworthy guy. I'm going to save the children. You ain't saved
You
shit
think
your whole life.
You think your children are going to look back on this and think
You ain't never
what
saved
you did
anybody.
benefited them?
I did a lot more than you for society. I can tell you that.
How you know?
Because I know. You ever saved a
You
baby in a
got a
fire? You
cake.
ever went
You
into a
might
fucking
have one of them
fire?
black robes.
You ever saved a child in a fire? I have.
Oh,
Did you light it?
you're
There
a hero
it is.
now?
There it is.
You a hero now?
There it is.
I did a lot more. I
Saved
did a
your
lot. What
boy,
do
the
you,
truth
what
comes
is
out.
your equity? What do you bring to the
The
table
fucking
with
truth
equity?
comes out.
What is your equitable equity? Have you done anything?
So
for
what? Let me
society?
ask you: are you a hero?
I ain't no hero, but I'm telling
You
you, I did a
glorify?
lot
Yeah,
more
well,
than
you just
you.
glorified your fucking self as one, and didn't
Have
come
you
out
ever
here with
saved
no equity.
anybody? Have you
All
ever
you've been
saved a
doing is
child?
masturbating to your own
all
righteous
heroes have
indignation
equity,
the whole time I've
motherfucker.
been here.
All you keep saying is save the children, but you haven't saved one.
Yeah, why don't you contribute to the
How do
child's
you know what
welfare?
the fuck I've done?
Because I
We
know
know
I
that no
asked
woman's
you and
having
you won't
sex with
answer.
you.
You won't answer.
Okay.
You're caught on propaganda.
When is the
No,
last
I
time you got laid?
I find no value in the conversation after
Did
you've
you go
asked it
find the
50
tunnels
times.
where all the children are in? Did you go find the tunnel system?
Did you?
No, did you?
No, you're the firefighter or
So
something.
how the fuck are you saving children? You ain't
How the
saving
fuck are
nobody
you?
but yourself. But I'm not here saying I do.
What rank are you at that fire department?
I'm not saying
Was
I
you
do
a little
save it.
bitch to them and ended up with a sweet spot
What
deal?
have you done? What have you done lately?
Was
What
you a
has
bitch
he
to them
done?
and ended up with a sweet deal with your own firehouse?
He can't tell anybody.
I'm asking you a
what he's
question.
done. I'm asking you a question.
Was you a bitch boy to the system and ended up with your own
I'll
firehouse?
answer your question after you answer mine.
Fuck no.
Then
That sounds
fuck
fair
you.
to me. Go
What was
ahead,
your
five
question?
speed.
What was your question?
Was, who have you saved in your life?
Myself, first and foremost. Who
There
have you
go.
saved?
He
Who
said
have
I
you
saved
saved?
you. I just
Who the
told
fuck
you.
are you saved?
I just told you
Disqualified.
who I saved. And that's just not one person. I've saved many people.
Oh, okay.
Hell,
That was
I've
your
saved people
question,
too.
5 Speed.
In what
Who
way?
You say?
In
What
what
do you
way?
mean in what way? I just
In
told
what
you.
way? Well, we got to get to the content, right? We got
I
to
just
find out
gave
whether
you the
it's got
content.
value.
It is value. I
Okay,
went
let's
to
hear it.
fire
Let's
and
hear it. In what
Pennsylvania.
way?
All right.
What
Five
way did you
speed
save them?
forfeits the value round.
Did you
He does
save
not
them by
have a
telling
life
them
he
they didn't
saved,
have to be
nor
a
one he's
slave to
created.
another man's system?
No,
That's
I
what he
saved them
meant.
by
He's
pulling them
Then
out.
you
saving
didn't save
kids.
shit.
I saved
That's
them by
what he
pulling
meant.
them out
Then
of
you didn't
harm's
save
way.
shit.
Oh, I was supposed to pull the baby out of the fire and say, by the way,
I'm
don't
I'm
be a
talking
slave to the
about
system.
I'm not
You're a
talking about
fucking
that
idiot.
instance.
You're an
I'm not
idiot.
talking about that instance,
Well, what
idiot.
instance you want, idiot? How about I save somebody that OD'd? Have you
See how
saved
these guys
anybody that
see how these
OD'd?
guys just pick and choose their own
Yeah,
little
I've saved a
topics
few
for
of
their
those
own
motherfuckers.
little
Oh, I
conversations
believe you,
and
Joe, but has he
calling
had?
their little nutsack why
Have you ever performed CPR on a human being and saved their life? Idiot.
No.
I have this on tape on my channel.
And does that make me an idiot because
Yeah,
I
it makes
haven't?
you an idiot because you're sitting there saying you saved people, but you didn't save anybody but
I
yourself.
just understood what he meant by
So
saving
can I
the
ask you?
kids.
So can I ask you?
And your
so can I
precarious
ask you-
grasp on the English
so-
language also makes you an idiot.
So can I ask you, if you do get that opportunity to try to breathe the breath of life back into a little boy, and you somehow find out, no matter how hard you try, you can't. What about that? Does that mean somebody's a failure?
I don't
That's
think
God's
it does.
will. That's God's will.
Okay,
God
so
wills
what's the
everybody-
difference? So what's the difference between the one that does or doesn't? See, what I'm talking about here is everybody again wants to go to the name of somebody that did something, whether or not they were inspired by the breath of God. See, everybody keeps forgetting about
you
the
gotta
breath of God,
understand, this man
even
is
when you're giving
bragging.
CPR to somebody else.
This man is bragging. He saves people, and he don't save nobody but himself. That's what we're trying to get to.
I said I help people
I'm
in
not
my
here bragging
community.
about my. Who you helping in your community? Who?
None of your
Name
fucking
them.
business. It's private
Oh,
information.
it's none of your
Yeah.
business because you haven't saved
How
anybody.
do you help them? How do you help them?
How do you
That's
help
private too, because it
That's
doesn't
private
happen.
too.
Folks, we've been over this. We've been over this a million times.
No, we
We're
haven't.
not going to get into. We're not going to get into the semantics of the flow
semantics?
state style.
There's no equity
and
in
all
your
of that
fucking
shit.
vocabulary.
If you
drink for
guys,
equity.
if you guys aren't going to your public officials and shutting down all of this shit, you're bitch ass slaves.
I want to
And
see
your
you go
community
shut it
members
down.
are suffering for all you big men out here. Your ignorance.
You
Well,
watch
bro,
the
you're
news
sitting
tomorrow.
Because
here
you,
with us,
all of
dumbass.
you folks could stop it, but you're just such bitches.
What are you
Why
sock
aren't you out
puppeting
there
about?
doing something?
You're
Because
the bitch.
because I'm only one man.
You're the bitch ass that keeps
No.
bragging.
You're a bitch ass
Fucking
sock
How many
bitch
men
ass
you think
slaves
we
and
are?
evil.
So maybe
I'm only
we have
one
the same
man, too.
reason for not doing
But
it.
I'll
What
take
about
you
that?
all on. I don't care.
You don't
Well,
even
you
have
sound like
original
you're
ideas.
drunk
You
ass
sound like a
only
fucking
one man.
parrot.
A parrot?
Yeah, parrot.
What do you guys keep what do you guys keep parroting out here hour after hour, day after day, month after month,
Who's
year
you
after
guys?
year?
You have a
What do you
turkey.
We
keep
just make
parroting?
fun of you. Every time I'm around you, we're just making fun of
I
you.
wonder if you're jacking off when
So-
you're out here.
Why do
parroting
you
every day.
come here?
So
To
have you
provide
gone to
value?
your city
Haven't seen any
council?
value yet.
Have you gone to your
Pollution.
city council and started going?
That's all you
crazy?
guys are doing out here, just polluting.
But what have you done? Have you gone to that city council and done what you say? Because talk is cheap.
My shit's
So the
already
only
out
value
here.
you provide is if I recycle your ass and get the
My
change
shit's
back.
already out here. What are you talking about?
You got no
He
equity.
provides me a lot of
shit?
value as a little cow. Keep a little cow.
In other words,
You're
That's
trash.
okay.
I gotta recycle you
In
and
other
get
words,
value out of you.
in other
It's
words,
better.
that's a
It's
yes.
better. It's better than sucking on another man's dick while he's telling you what you're going to do with a life.
I don't know.
think-
That's
I
not so
think you're a
horrible.
dreamer.
Don't.
They don't
Going
broke
on-
all. They don't broke all you bitches.
you're going
spirit
off
and will that you
topic.
coward to another
You're
fucking
going
man.
off topic,
You
man.
fucking cowards.
Don't
ain't
judge
done
it if you
anything.
ain't tried
Well,
it.
how does that make you feel that another man tells you what time you're going to leave work?
Here
That
we
make
go
you
again with their
motherfuckers
bullshit.
feel?
Has this happened to you?
How does that make you motherfuckers feel that another man tells you how you're going to live your motherfucking life and raise your fucking kids? How does that make all you feel?
I don't know what planet
Who's
you're
telling
fucking
Does it make
on,
you
but ain't
feel
nobody
good,
telling me
Cupcake?
how to raise my kids.
Well,
Does it
you're in
make
a
you
different
feel
boat because you
good,
don't have
Cupcake?
kids.
Well, see how good
Who
you
don't
feel
have
when
kids?
your
I
Probably
have
a
children.
job.
I have a kid.
You guys want to
Desperate
barter for some bees
times.
nuts?
My
I'll
kid's
barter.
on this fucking
No, this
show,
is
you
this is
idiot.
the real
You
value
need
out here,
half a box
folks.
of nails.
And if you
I
want to
got
kick
4
it,
grandkids
kick
too.
me.
What do you got?
TML,
Boots?
I got
you want me
20
to
pounds
leave?
of these nuts, bro. If you got anything you want to trade, you know what I'm saying?
I've got half a
Open
box
for
of nails. Does
barter.
anybody need half a box of nails?
Oh,
This
here we
is
go.
fucking World of Warcraft chat, bro. We're gonna trade some fucking mithril for some fucking wood and some cotton.
Fuck, fire up the
Hey.
bowl. Pass the motherfucking
I'm
bowl
gonna go
around.
stand in my town with a sign that says
Young and if they
Have
WTS.
a
are,
good
yeah.
conversation.
I love World of Warcraft. I'm a hunter dwarf in there.
As long as it's truthful
My speed don't
conversation
even
and
know what
real.
World of Warcraft is. He's in another planet.
Fucking will
No,
work for
I think
food,
all
bro.
you guys are in another planet out here. Keep looping on trying to
Do
figure
you
out
know
how we're going to
anything
get out
about
of
World
this.
of Warcraft? That's what I want to know.
I'm
He
trying
doesn't
to.
even know shit about it.
What you want to
called it
know.
Murthra,
Listen,
but
Charlie
I'm trading
Chaplin
this
lives in the
shit.
woods, doesn't drive a car, yells at you for all the shit you do to participate in society,
You
and
play
barters
League
with
of
fucking
Legends?
squirrels. Okay.
Ask him
ever
about the
play-
shovel. Ask him about the
Did you ever
shovel.
play League of Legends?
Is that the
Charlie
shit,
Chaplin
I might
studied the
have.
law off the back of an oak bark tree that
like
just
League of
had the
Legends.
runes appear on it by the power of Odin. And he
Gotta be a
studied the law in the woods off the back of the leaves.
How
He
about
used the
Call of
twigs to
Duty,
draw
bro?
the sigils in the
All
dirt,
the
and this is
time,
when he
yeah.
learned to become a magician.
Loving it.
All right, he
Gotta
hit
be
the
well
33rd
balanced.
degree, trimmed his mustache 90 degrees for the square of a man. All right, this is symbolic by his patterning of his shirts.
And
Okay,
it's got to be a well-balanced shovel with a sharp edge.
right,
When
well
I'm
balanced
done,
shovel
I
with
can
a
very
sharp edge.
peaceful and
we were
very
getting into
Grave digger's spade, yes, we know.
Yo, we were
Okay,
getting into World of Warcraft, and you're blowing it, man. We were
I
having a
think
nice
I think
conversation.
I'm gonna
you're
just go
playing
stand in the
around,
woods
Wiz.
and
I
I'm gonna
think I'm gonna
scream,
bounce.
"Want to sell acorns? Willing
Powers
to
are-
buy gasoline?"
Shoot.
I don't know. We got
My superpower is an arson.
the Barter King on this show.
No, I never
superpower
played
is an
League of
arson.
Legends. I just
We're
looked
gonna
it
make
up.
a
I never
reality
played it.
show called Barter King. Charlie Chaplin.
He barters the
Barter
government
King.
his house by burning it down and suing his insurance company. It's called fraud, but he calls it free living.
All right, hey, it's 5-speed onto anything.
Oh, the
We
man
do-
lives in
people's
he
backs
lives in
are
a tent.
people's backs are about as holy with
I didn't
all
know
those
they-
knives in it as that book is. So
I didn't know
remember
they
that,
bring
folks.
internet to people that live in
Listen,
tents.
5 Speed's out there taking fucking
I'm tired of all these
pharmaceutical
motherfuckers
medicine
trying
and
to take
turning it
credit for
into
something.
methamphetamines. Okay, he barters this for cash.
Wait,
which he
it's
uses
him and
to buy the
Wizard.
drug
It's him
supply.
and Wizard
Again.
onto anything. Him
The
and
Pope
Wizard, are
must have
they
gave
on
you that
anything?
information.
He buys all the
They
stuff
have you in the
at
back
house.
room when he gave it to you.
Hey, you know how to make that meth?
It's not bartering. It's called drug
I know
sales.
it's called buttery.
You know how to
He
make the
buttered
meth?
that
You know what I
ass
mean?
before he
You can
started.
call drug dealing whatever you want. It's not bartering.
It's called buttering that ass before he got started.
It's called
Buttering
buttering.
that ass.
That's
Yeah.
prostitution.
He knows a lot about buttering assholes. He learned from Flow State.
Well, obviously yours have been buttered quite a few times because you've been spitting all
It has
kinds of
never
shit
been
out here.
buttered. All right, I'm not your mother. Don't talk about me in that way.
you notice
all right,
he
I
took
won't
the-
take it from you.
You
all
notice
right?
he took the frog down? He's embarrassed.
He took the frog down.
Yeah, he can't deal with the frog no more.
He got laughed into oblivion.
Now he's like a white circle.
I mean, he's
Now
still
you're
gay.
a white circle.
He
How
might
you
not
like
be
that?
a frog, but he's still definitely gay.
That's racist, yo.
Are you a
You got
racist?
laughed into oblivion.
Yo, 5 Speed, are you a racist?
Why are you gay?
You don't even want to answer that
You-
question.
Ask Joe that question.
He's passing on that question.
Me and
You know what I'm saying? Show
5
your
Speed.
true colors, man. Show your
We're
true colors.
ex-lovers.
Come on, guy. Tell the
He
truth.
broke
Man,
my
5
heart.
Speed has gotten
Joe, you
worse.
said you
over
never
tonight.
fucking say anything.
He
5
broke
Speed,
my
you need
heart.
to take.
Man,
you need to call
see, I
tonight,
can't even
go
trust
to
you,
bed,
Joe.
take,
It was my
sleep
fault.
it off, put some aloe vera on all those burns. You've had a hell of a night, just
You
like
ain't
always.
kidding. Yeah, his brain must hurt.
Who has?
He does. That's the thing.
Who has?
There's not much there to hurt,
No, but he's busy saving the children.
or at least feeling some sort of way about the fact that he's not saving them.
I think
No,
the only
feeling
day
some way
he
about the
slaves
fact that
children
you're
in his
not
dreams.
saving them, Flo. Feeling some way about the fact that you're not saving them.
Right.
That's his
Okay. So
issue,
let me
that
ask you this, 5
we're
Speed.
not
What
doing
can
what
I
we're
do
supposed to
to
do.
earn your
Right.
approval? How can I
Right.
be valuable and equitable and honest and truthful in your eyes? What can I do?
You
And
ain't gotta
I'm
do a
out of
damn
here.
thing in
I'm
my
out of
eyes.
here. I'm out of here, TML.
Oh,
So
then-
y'all have a good night.
Good night,
You don't-
Wizard. Keep
You
rapping.
don't have to do. You don't have to do anything in my eyes. You got to be true to yourself because your children depend on it. And with that, I'm gone.
I think I'm
That's
Be the
literally what I'm
change
doing.
you wish to see.
Hey, how many children do you have?
Popularity without a positive
Hey,
purpose
hey,
is
how many
pointless
children
and
do you have?
valueless
Speed.
Yeah, he
to
has none. Zero.
your
He said it.
children's
How many
future.
children do you have?
Much love, TML.
Huh?
Be easy,
How many
5 Speed.
children you have, fuckface?
Suck it.
He's got zero.
Yeah, that's right.
Nobody wants to let them drop his
Talking
load
about
in
about the fucking future of
Yeah, you
children. You,
gotta
don't even
have
have
sex to
children. You
have
should be
kids.
worried about the future of your meth pipe.
Barter.
At least that shit
Hey.
applies to you.
I like Dr. D. Head. Yep, the United States education system is telling you how to raise your kids. That's why all my grandchildren are homeschooled. See, you got to pull your kid out of the fucking indoctrination.
Yeah.
Shout out
Believe
to
it.
Celia, the male sock puppet account in the chat with the woman name.
Half a box of nails is better than no box of nails. I like that comment. Dr. DeHit is in the house.
Yeah, still looking for somebody to barter something for half a box of nails that's useful.
Well, he's shitting in a
Did we
bucket
lose
living in
our
a
Volk
tent,
house?
and he's telling me that he's living the good life.
Yeah, I got to build half a deck. I might be interested.
Hey, if I got to shit in a bucket and live in a tent, I'll just go get a license and get a job.
Yeah, I've been open for barter with soap for like 3 years. I have not had one person take me up on the offer.
All of a sudden, everybody feels if they have a job now, they can tell people, "Oh, you work? Oh, you're a slave." That's bullshit. I've been working my whole life.
How
I've never-
homeless people make themselves feel better.
You don't like your job?
No,
you
no,
fucking
no,
quit.
no.
That's
I think
all.
both are
It's
wrong.
it's mirror mentality, bro. Don't fall for it.
Forever,
All right?
people with jobs been telling people who do shit differently that they're pieces of shit. Both are wrong.
Listen, you gotta work to make a little bit of money to live. That's the way it works.
Well, work is different from a job. Yeah, I worked. I sold dope. It was work. Whether somebody
Whatever
call
you
it a
gotta
job,
do
some
to get
motherfucker.
whatever you gotta do.
Yeah,
But I
what's his
wouldn't
name
sell
out
dope
there
easy.
cutting down trees to make his house? That's work.
Yo, Joe, cool.
But I wouldn't sell
At the
dope
end of
because
the
selling
day,
dope
however
will
a
kill
man
people.
makes his money, that's up to him, right? But don't come on the internet and try to talk down to motherfuckers when you make it. You know what I mean? Like, look, I've sold fucking weed. I don't try to tell people that do real fucking work that they're a fucking piece of shit because they work and pay taxes. That's just crazy.
Like, yo,
You
you
know what I
said
mean?
you sell dope.
The
Dope
fuck?
and weed are two
I dig
different
it.
worlds.
I'm just
All right.
saying, like, make your money. You know what I mean?
Don't
Do it
kill
how you got to
people,
do it, bro.
Hey, okay. This is the last, I'd say, 20 minutes of that conversation.
We can tell
I
somebody
was thinking-
struggling, not able to fucking eat, that they can't go and work and fucking pay taxes, and they should just fucking starve and try to barter. Like, what the fuck are you talking
No, they
about?
gotta sell dope.
These motherfuckers is crazy.
Listen,
You know
I
what I
want
mean?
to get away from the system, right? I didn't have an ID from the time I was 17. I was probably 50 something by the time I got an ID or driver's
the
license and all
fuck?
that shit.
Are
I
you
had
serious?
one job. Yeah, I had one job that was
But
in
why,
the 80s.
Joe Cool? Anybody can
But
get
my
ID.
point is, I don't know nothing about the system either. I don't want no parts of those motherfuckers,
Illegal
man. They might
immigrants get
have
ID.
something to offer. I don't have a problem with illegal immigrants either.
Oh, I don't got a problem with illegal immigrants until they're invading our country, like 20 million of them.
This is your country, nigga. This is Earth.
No, you got to come in legally. I want to know who's coming in and who's going out. Do you lock your door?
Yeah,
at
I
night?
know. That's
They
police
scared of the
shit.
weed man, then they run to pharmacia, right?
You can't have criminals coming in
police
this
shit.
country. That's
Oh
not what
my
this
God,
We have
we're
criminals
half of
all
us
over
are
the place.
criminals. All of everybody in America, the shit is a
No, we're
criminal.
talking about
A
real
third of
criminals.
us is in the system
Right, the ones
now.
with badges.
Those niggas too, they
Do
criminals, and
you
we didn't
think for a
count them.
second that these countries aren't emptying out their jails and sending them here? Because that's what's going on.
I'm not sure that would change anything, man. This is Earth, and we can't put up some imaginary line and say this is ours. You stay in, you stay
You don't got
out.
a country if you don't got borders. You ain't
Yeah.
got a country. What do you
Well-
got? If you don't got borders, you ain't got a nation.
Well, that might be a good thing.
Well, that may be a good thing. So you're on the breadline because we can't
That's
support the
from Marx's
world.
playbook.
Man, I miss 5-speed.
There ain't nothing wrong with immigration, legal immigration. You got to come in legally, like my grandfather, and you got to bring something to the table.
problem with legal, I would.
My grandfather was an iron worker.
I wouldn't be opposed to the idea if legally wasn't judged by cats. No offense, pops, like you, right? You determine legally. I'll never be content with that shit. Just let the man buy. If cats like you got to determine what's legal and what hoop he got to jump through.
You gotta
Fact
bring
is,
something to
all
the
these
table.
shits we putting on these immigrants, motherfucker, white boys shooting up schools, black motherfuckers selling dope. We all fucking doing the same
What
dumbass
happens?
shit.
Black
We
people
expect
don't
the
shoot up-
immigrants are not gonna
Black
have any
people don't
criminals.
shoot up
They
schools, too.
won't have any bad people amongst the immigrants. They're supposed to be better than us.
But what happened? Black people don't shoot up schools and white people don't sell drugs? Everybody's doing all kinds of shit.
Did you miss the fucking point? Did you expect immigrants to be gods then? Or did
I
you expect
expect-
them to have flaws and faults too?
They gotta come in legally and bring something to the table.
Yeah, like some fucking
And not be
motherfucker who
criminals.
hates Mexicans determine what's legal for them.
Undocumented
This
work.
shit
Why?
will never
Mexicans are
fucking
good
work.
cooks, man. They make them good food. Mexicans could cook good. You ever eat? Half the
Taco
pizzerias you
Tuesday.
go to is Mexicans.
Everybody nodding their head. Yeah, you're right about that, bro. Mexicans can't cook.
They could fucking cook, man. We need
And man,
them
they
too.
party. They get down.
And you need Mexicans to
parties are
do
the best.
landscaping. They're the best landscaping.
Oh, shit.
I miss it.
Listen,
We lived
we
in a
need
Mexican
everybody.
neighborhood a little while back, man. It was
But you gotta
awesome.
let them in. They gotta be vented before they get here. You can't have pedophiles coming into
Hey,
the country.
hey, we don't do a good job of vetting that shit ourselves. When I was
I agree.
young, man, I joined Pops and give me a second. I joined the gang when I was 10 years old with the Fork on the Hustlers, Disciples, our opposition. And when I got older, I realized, oh my God, I was wrong. I was letting, because they're on the other side of the viaducts, they were my ops. They were troublemakers. All I was so fucking wrong. And this fucking border shit reminds me, it smells just like that shit, bro. It's the same energy, vibration, everything. No one's keeping them out because we feel like they're coming up here killing people. It's us versus them. They're taking our shit. That's what it is. That's what's unsaid, in my opinion.
We've always
think
let
you're
people
kinda
in
right,
this
actually.
country. We've always let immigrants in this country. We
You
welcome
say I
it.
think I was right with the Vice Lord GD shit. Fuck
Don't you
that.
understand? America welcomes people. We're proud to let people come to our country.
I
but you have
can't
to be
tell we
vented.
say that shit out our mouths, but when we had it up and the Irish come over here and read the statute that said we welcome you, they would spit on and said we don't want you in our
What
fucking
are you
country.
going back to 100 years ago? We're talking about now.
Ellis Island, motherfucker.
What's that got to do with it?
How
The
you
people
think
that
our,
came-
how you think our ancestors got here, bro?
No, my I
We're the Irish and
understand.
Italians, bro.
But they didn't.
Right, both came
My
over.
grandfather came through Ellis Island, but he didn't
And they were
complain.
treated like shit. They had signs that said no Irish and
correct.
no dogs. They were spit on when they got
I
off of
agree
that
with
boat,
you.
bro.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with that, but the fact is,
We got a chance to do better than the person who treated them
What,
when
by
they got off
letting
the boat.
anybody in?
We got
No.
a chance. You got a second chance that
But
they
by
didn't
letting
get.
Did you know they
anybody in the
classified
country,
No, you don't have to
Italian
do silly shit, but be
as the
fucking
lowest
kind.
ranked
Act like
you
God.
have to have borders. That's what we were going into, and you said no, we don't need borders.
I said I'm
You
not
keep-
so sure we
You're
do.
going all over the subjects, Joe Cool. You're not sticking to one argument. You're going from one argument to the next.
Are you baby gaslighting me or something?
A country needs borders. Without a border, you have no country. So let's get that into the place.
And I said, I'm not so sure that's a bad idea. That's the Vice Lord GD mentality I was just talking about. It breeds mob mentality and it makes you kill other countries and hate other people. The government has killed more people than any group of anybody.
So
By
by having
far.
borders makes you kill other people. Is this what you're saying?
Yes, that's exactly what
No,
I'm
by
saying.
having borders, we're protecting our people. Do you
Oh my God. Who are you
lock
protecting
doors
over there in
now?
Afghanistan
Hey,
killing people? Who are you
guys.
We
protecting
don't
in
have
someone
borders.
else's country
Hey, guys.
killing them?
Guys, let me give you a quick history in Samaria.
We have borders
Right?
in the United
Listen,
States.
hey, the origin, right, of war.
Whoa, wait a minute. You keep
Hello?
jumping in. No,
I'm trying to
It's
give you
fair.
an
We've been
understanding of
talking
what
for
you
a
don't
while.
Let me
understand.
address this Afghanistan first.
But yo, that has nothing to do with it.
No,
I'm
it
trying to
does.
explain to you borders and war and where it comes from. Listen,
We need
okay?
borders.
No,
Now,
listen,
we
I'm
pull
trying to
all our
explain it to
troops.
you, bro.
We
Jesus,
should pull all our
I've been
troops
quiet
out
for
of the
like
Middle
30
East.
minutes straight, bro. Just calm down. All right.
We do
Look,
not need to have soldiers in
the
other
back of
countries.
the American dollar has an eagle, right, with some wheat and some arrows.
Yes.
This comes from the Babylonian system, right? Where when
Oh,
human beings
God,
went
we're
from
going
being
back to
nomadic to
Babylonia.
having
What
civilization.
about the Mexican flag that
I
had
was
the
so
eagle with the
interested,
snake
man.
hanging
I
out
was
of its
interested.
mouth?
Jesus, fuck. I'm trying to say, right?
You guys are talking shit. We need borders.
Listen, I'm not
That's it.
talking shit. I'm trying to tell you that the reason why people go to war is because their population gets too large for the land they control
That
to
too, yeah.
produce the agriculture for.
Yeah, but we know
go to
that's
So they
war
not a
have
for
thing in the
resources.
and they're
United
What are you
borders,
States,
teaching
man.
us?
and that's why
We
you
know
have
that's
warfare.
yeah, that's
Okay?
one of the
He's
reasons,
telling
but that's
us
not a thing
we
here in
don't
the
need
United
You guys are gonna
Human
make me
States.
beings
open up
went
my
from being
book.
nomads to being in civilization. This was the result. You
Oh
had
my
warfare.
Yeah,
That was it.
God. We're talking about fucking borders and you're jumping
That's
Yeah.
into
exactly what I'm
Babylon.
fucking telling you. If your border, right, can't sustain your population because you don't have enough land to grow the food, you have to go to war to get more land.
We have
I
enough
get
of
it.
everything.
That's
We
yeah,
have
go
enough
ahead.
land in
Go
our
ahead,
Can I
people.
understand
Let,
why?
let the lady speak, y'all.
All
Yes,
right, let
can
her
poop
speak.
talk? Poop has something to say. Oh, thank you. Okay, so my dad watched that thing on TV because he's a conservative by Tucker Carlson. And this whole thing at the border about all this. Well, can I say something? And I'm saying it right now. Do you know Florida, after they had that hurricane, they couldn't reconstruct anything because they didn't have any migrant workers? Because did you guys watch South Park, the latest episode, where all the construction workers were driving Lamborghinis and wearing fur coats? It's because the American population is so fucking stupid, they can't do their own goddamn work. And if you don't let migrants in, guess what? The country's going to collapse because nobody's building the roads. Look around, fuckers. There's potholes everywhere.
I disagree.
You have to have, there's something called brain drain. United States has used it. We get the best scientists, we get the best workers from all the countries. But guess what? People are deciding to stay home now, and they're building their own countries because they don't fucking want to come here. So Americans want to build that wall, and guess what? It's going to be the wall that isolates them because we're not going to be the best on the earth if we don't have the best brains. Because you're going to tell me the American brains are the best brains? These fucking white doughs? No, they ain't. They're fucking stupid as fuck.
South Park as a source.
What are you talking about, white doughs? We got everybody living in this country.
Listen, what I'm saying is they need to vet anybody. They need to fucking vet. They need to vet everybody. They need to vet, and we need to get the top minds. But that's not going to happen when you're like, we don't want nobody in here. Well, I think we need to get people.
Who said that?
ASAP. We need to get people ASAP. We need to get people in here ASAP.
But
With
who
all these
said-
retards that I'm looking around and seeing.
I think we're going
we
to
need get
classify this
people
one
in
as
here
Q-Tard.
ASAP. We need to get some fucking smart motherfuckers here ASAP.
But you're not
That's
talking.
all I had to say.
You're talking.
Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Pooh.
But you're not
All right.
talking reality, because the reality is exactly what I said, is we need to vent. And you're over here arguing with me and then saying, yeah, we need to vent them. So you make no sense in your argument.
Okay, Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson. Okay, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what to call it. You know what? I got no words for her. She's a psycho. She's over here. She jumps in the conversation and agrees with me.
Pop. It ain't all about finding where you oppose a person.
Here's what you do.
Wait, don't interrupt me.
You're right.
please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Look for, in what she said, look for what made sense, right? We do that shit, and we've been doing a lot, looking for the dumbness in what people say, because it's easy to do. But what's positive in what she's saying, if anything? What's the positive part of the point she was trying to make? Yeah.
The positive point is she's saying that we're let's get smart people in the country, but we've been doing that forever. With that, we've always done that.
They're choosing to stay home. They're choosing to stay home now. They're not coming anymore. They're choosing to stay home.
Hey, Pops, what about
And
the
what you
first
said
part
about
of our
Florida
argument?
was total bullshit.
Wait.
They
What
built
about the
Florida
first? Pops,
without
what-
Mexicans?
Yeah, that part. What about the first
Okay.
part of our argument that
and
society
FYI
has been being crushed when we got rid of the migrants? I can give you a story in Louisiana somewhere. They found where all of them lived, and they planned at the same time, went and got them, kicked them out the country, and all the crops died because Americans wouldn't work for that small amount of money.
I agree.
And
They had to let them
FYI,
back
the
in.
climate's going to get a lot worse, and we're going to need a lot more construction. We about to get a lot more.
You believe in the
But
climate change?
Americans
I
don't
don't
want
know
to work
shit
for
about it.
slave
I believe
wages.
we're
I
changing
agree.
it for
I believe
the
in the
worse.
climate
Seed
that-
clouds and shit.
Yep.
Yes, we're weather modification. They said they're making it better for us. I assume they're making it worse. I never trust the government.
Oh, it's weather modification for sure.
Nah.
Look at all the chemtrails in the air. What do you think that is?
I was just watching Prince. My girl been telling me this shit. Watch the chemtrails and people are going to act weird the next few days. And it seems like it's been right. I've been doing this for, I don't know, 6-7 months now at least. And I just saw a clip of Prince back in the day. It was very old. Obviously, he's been dead for a while. And he was saying, yeah, you look up, you see all the chemtrails, and then your neighbors, everybody starts acting funny. They're all mad. My girl literally has been telling me the same shit.
That's true.
It's not.
And if you noticed, I know a lot of people lately, well, everybody that I know has been telling me they just don't feel good anymore. They feel tired all the time.
Yeah. It's
And
not,
that's because we're
not
getting
the
put.
trail just alone, bro. It's a
getting fucking
combination
poisoned.
of the microwaves. Okay.
It's from
I was
every-
thinking
You're in a
microwave
giant
5G.
microwave. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're
Yeah.
being you're being irradiated, and I don't care what they tell you. It's not true.
Molested
It
in
is
water.
true. Okay.
It's gotta be true. It's super logical. Just same way with X-rays. That's why they cover up certain parts and they tell you in small doses it's okay. We're always being hit by these shit, even if it's small doses. It's accumulating. It would make you feel shitty, like we do.
Well,
So,
what
Joe,
it is,
cool.
is these things are regulated to go up to a certain like range, but they actually exceed that all the time. You know what I mean?
Right,
Joe, cool.
right.
I want to get back to one subject. Now, you could
Yeah.
even watch the last show or two. I agree 100%. We should not have military bases or soldiers in any other country but ours.
All
We
right,
don't
okay.
need to have 50,000 men in Japan. We don't need to have 50,000 men in Germany. You know where we need all our soldiers? On the border. This way we know who's coming in and who's going out.
You scared to death, Joe. You
I'm not
scared to
scared to death at
death.
all. We need to have a country. Who's scared? I'm from the hood just like you.
Yes, and I joined the game
I ain't got
because
no
I was
problem calling
scared.
you a
I
Crip.
looked tough and said tough things because I was afraid. I'm older now. When I
I
see it
ain't
in
got
younger
no
people, I
problem
see it
in
as
fighting.
weakness.
I'll throw hands with anybody. Don't matter. That's not the problem here. The problem here is having a country. America
It's joining
was
a side. The only side we can choose is good. Trust the things that Wizard Nell was talking about crazily.
we
That's the
have
only
to
side we can
secure our
choose. I
country.
can't ride with you just because you're on this side of the street. It's illogical. I can't do it.
But this has nothing to do with borders.
This side of the street borders, I was using the
You
analogy.
can't have you. Do you know? And this is a fact that the FBI, okay, caught. How many got in? We don't know. 163 people on the terrorist watch list. These are the most evil motherfuckers there are.
All right,
Now
push pause.
you got more people coming in. Stop
Pause for 2
interrupting
seconds.
me.
Yeah, let her
it's
finish. She
important,
wanted to
it's
jump
important.
in on that terrorist watch list
Yeah,
nonsense.
it's
I'm
really
guessing.
important. I swear. I'm going to stop. Do you know the FBI's top terror watch list is homegrown terrorism supremacist group?
I do.
What are you going to tell me? MAGA is terrorist? Is that what you're saying?
The number one terrorist
using-
threat in
Are
this
you saying
country is
domestic
right-wing
people-
extremists,
Are
Pops.
you
That's a
saying
fact.
domestic people left
Listen,
the country and came
the
into
number-
the border?
I'm saying you're quoting the FBI statistics, and I'm telling you, are those
we don't
accurate?
know if it doesn't matter if they're accurate. I'm bringing out a point.
You
Terrorists
do
are
know
coming
the
in
number
country.
the number one terrorist threat to this country is right-wing radicals. You know that, right?
According to the FBI, who you're quoting right now,
And Department of Justice. Those are the number one terrorists in the country.
You know who the
Why are you
biggest
not
threat to
focused on
America
them
is?
white people? Why you focus on
Do you know who the
Mexicans and not
biggest
white
threat to-
people?
do you know who
The
the
number
biggest
one
threat-
school
Fuck.
shooters are
Well,
white
you
people.
making it sound like just
Yeah,
Mexicans
I
Why
guess.
we not
coming in.
focused
Yeah,
on white people?
I guess the problem with the report of that is that the FBI and the CIA, they create a lot of the so-called terrorist acts.
I agree.
Yes,
so
I
that's-
agree too. I think we're all
I don't
agreeing.
disagree with that, but what I'm telling you is you can't sit here and tell me that we've let in about 10 million people already, and there ain't no evil son of a bitches
Who's
in them
saying
groups.
crazy shit like that, Pops? Whose argument are you fighting against right now? None of us have said that.
No, but this is what I'm trying to bring a point. is
You
we
said,
need
are you
borders.
trying to tell me? And I'm telling you, no one up here said that. Why are you arguing that point?
Because you were throwing Afghanistan in there. I understand.
It doesn't mean that I said
America's
no
gone
one
to
evil has
war
come
with
in.
other
In
countries,
fact, Pops, my statement was people are people. The same way we're evil, I expect the immigrants to have a group of evil people in them. That was what my statement. It
There's
wasn't
nothing wrong
whatever
with
you said.
immigrants. There's nothing wrong with them. They got to come in legally. They got to be vented. That's it.
Yeah, I know. You'll tell them what's legal and
You
what's
can't have
right,
an
what they
open
got to do
border.
to be in this country, how they got to
That's right.
behave. You'll
You
tell
can't
them.
have
You'll
an
teach
open
them when they
border
come
and
in.
let people. I'm not teaching them nothing.
Yeah, they can come in with the food, but leave that fucking
You can't
Mexican
have
hat back over
pedophiles
there.
and
That shit
criminals
looks
coming
crazy
in
over
this
here.
country. You can't
Okay,
have
now
that.
I agree with him on that. Yeah, we can't be letting pedos in.
We know that he's dumb arguments that no one's even fucking arguing about.
You said we don't need borders.
Yeah,
That is the
jumped in there.
argument. You're not making sense.
Yes, explain to me.
So we don't need borders.
No.
That's what you said.
Yeah. But I was about to talk about something else. That's
Well,
why
now
I
you're
said
choking
no.
on your words.
No, you jump subjects as you accused
I
me
didn't
of doing
jump subject.
earlier.
I'm sticking to the same fucking
No,
subject.
no. You went to Borders and she was talking about vetting motherfuckers who come across.
That's
I was
borders.
talking about vettings. You jump
You
subjects.
do gotta vet them. That's why you have borders.
That's what I was talking about, and then you just changed
Dude,
subject.
if I was
No, you're not
if I
making
was
any
in charge,
sense whatsoever.
I would
I
go
know
and
because
I
you
would
keep
scout out
interrupting
the
and you'll
best
never know what the
minds in
fuck
every
I'm talking
country.
about when
All
you do
right.
that.
You're not making any sense.
I would
I
scout out
cannot
the
when
best
you
minds in
truncate
every
my
country
every
and bring
fucking
them in.
statement.
And the white man isn't the bad man. The white far right. That's
Yeah, I was
all
just trolling
bullshit.
your goofy ass so
Jay-Z
you'll
is one.
understand.
Jay-Z's a billionaire and he's one evil motherfucker. So let's not talk about black and white. Let's keep that
Oh,
off the
white
table.
man perverted Jay-Z. You know
Hey
that.
guys, I got
You
something.
believe
It's
all
kind of
that
a,
bullshit. The white man is bad. They brainwashed your propaganda ass. White
guys.
and
I have
black get
something.
along. I've had more black friends that I like than
You
I
got
had
a
white
black
friends.
friend, Pop? Don't
I
get me
have plenty of
started,
black
bro.
friends. I have plenty of them.
Oh, I'm not gonna call like your kids, so I'm not gonna give you shit.
The truth. I've had all kinds of friends, but I get along with black people more than white people. And you know why?
That's what Karen said.
Because they're fucking real. That's why.
Nah,
Now,
Pops
that
ain't
don't mean the
racist,
white
bro.
man is
I'm
bad.
real.
I know, but he's leaving so many
How about
openings.
how
I
about
like
this,
to
yo?
troll him. The only
How about
reason
this
I'm
shit, yo?
trolling him
Pops
is
let my
because it's
black friends
easy.
live in my house.
Oh, that's real.
I don't give a fuck what color your skin is.
As long as your pubes don't go in my
I mean,
carpet.
no, I just gotta tell it how it is. You know what I'm
I
saying?
just don't want devil worshippers near me.
Or Mexicans.
I don't mind devil worship. Just don't
Why?
get your
I got no,
pubes
I've had
clogged in my
Mexican
brain.
friends. I told you Mexicans cook good. I
Damn
had
Mexicans.
Mexican friends too. What are you talking about?
As long as they
like
stay their ass across the border and come in.
First
and-
of all, it's not Mexicans coming over the border. Okay, it's people from 100 and something different countries are all coming here. It's not one country.
So keep all them motherfuckers darkies.
They all got to be vented. That's right.
Vetted.
And we only want whatever vented, vetted. Who gives a shit about them? And we only want the best of them. We don't want losers.
No,
The best of
nigga,
them.
no.
The
People
best
are
of them.
people
The best. The
everywhere.
best.
Shit.
Yes.
My grandfather was an iron worker. They needed people to build railroads. That's what he did.
Who the fuck
best.
are we, man? Your fucking kid used to sell weed, but we only want the best of the best. I
The only
fucking
thing I
stopped
want to
selling
differentiate.
heroin 4 years ago,
Me
but we
selling
only
weed
want the
has nothing to
best
do
of the
with him,
best.
Joe
What's
Cool.
selling weed, letting people
He didn't.
in?
He didn't
I never
allow it,
sold
bro.
weed.
Pops was trying to beat the shit out of me. I was doing my own thing in the fucking streets, bro. Not fucking
I
with Pops
wasn't.
at
My
all.
point was that people are people. I
Right.
fucked up.
No,
I did
no,
the
I'm
shit.
only at
You did the
2%.
shit. But suddenly, we only want the best of the best of
Oh
them.
no, my
They
phone's
don't
not
get the
charging.
same
I have to
Don't bring it to
considerations
me.
that
Well,
we
Joe
do.
Cool, I never sold drugs, Joe Cool, so I want the best of the best. I never did shit. I do.
Hey,
Maybe you,
Go ahead,
maybe
poop, if
maybe
you trying to
because
talk.
you're trying to say because
All right, I
you
need
broke the
poop
law
now.
and you did shit that was bad, that should allow us to have bad people come in our country makes no sense.
No, I can state my own point. I'm saying the fact that
point is-
all of us do bad should tell you that
I
there
don't
will
do
be
bad.
people.
What do you
I'm
mean
sorry,
all
did
of
you
us?
just truncate my shit again? And are you going to tell me you don't understand what I'm saying or I'm not making sense?
You're
And
not.
you don't listen, let me finish my sentences. I was saying that the fact that it shows us Americans, if you take 10 of us, 7 of us have done shit and would be considered done bad shit. So if you take 10 of the niggas come across the border, 7 of them would be the same. That's just statistically.
I disagree.
That was
That
my
ain't
point.
statistics. Those are
All
your
right,
statistics.
maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think if you did 10 people, 7 of them are good, 3 are bad. You're saying
No,
7
I
are
said
bad.
did bad. Listen to what I said.
Who
Because you
did
were telling
bad?
me
I
because
got
I
10
did bad.
friends.
I'm
None of
telling
them
you
did
that 7
bad.
out of 10 did bad. And we know
What's
it's higher
doing
than
bad
that.
mean? What does that mean?
You said I
Define.
did bad. Remember when I sold drugs, you said I did bad?
dope. That's bad.
That's subjective, pimp. I don't see you
There
outside
he
of
is.
What are you
Pfizer giving them shit.
What are you talking about? They're bad too. Two bads don't make
oh,
a
my boyfriend got a haircut.
Very good. So you don't fuck with
So
Tylenol either, huh?
You selling
You
dope
don't
in
fuck
your
with
neighborhood and
you
killing
don't fuck
people.
with
That makes you
Tylenol
good.
either, right? You don't fuck with Tylenol. You don't buy alcohol or none of that shit cause it's bad.
Cecil throwing up gang signs.
What, when
You
did
guys act like
alcohol become
Mormons.
bad? When did smoking weed become bad? These are legal things. Dope
So
kills.
blood.
No,
What
now you
does
guys
legal
changing the
got to
subject.
do
Wait,
with
wait, wait,
bad,
wait.
man? What
So
does
blood.
legal have to do with bad? Who are you?
What are you
Oh,
talking about?
you guys
What
changed change the
does
subject
legal
before I
have
got
to
to the
do with
subject.
that?
Well, if you
Well,
do
yo,
something
weed isn't
illegal,
bad
that's
because it
bad.
doesn't kill motherfuckers.
It's
Zoom
not
in
got
on
nothing to
me
do with
real quick.
legal.
TML.
No, it just makes
Well,
you
let's go
lazy
to
at the
morals
bit.
then. Let's go to natural
Okay,
laws.
I
guys,
dig
guys,
it. I dig it. I dig
guys.
it.
Selling dope and killing people. That's
Hold
not
on, the
bad.
lady's trying to talk. Poop.
Yeah, the lady, the sucks. I was gonna. Anyway,
You're all
listen.
confused.
No, stop. Before you guys change the subject, because we were on that previous subject, I wanted to add before we move on.
Yeah.
I was going to add that you know how this whole vetting thing, and we are supposed to get the brightest minds from all the countries. Instead of it just being the brightest minds, when they gave all that money to the colleges, they built the gymnasiums. Okay, I'm here in Illinois, and they gave millions of dollars to the colleges, and they took all that money. Guess what they did? They dropped. Listen, they dropped all the extra. They dropped all the art classes, and they dropped all the language. I wanted to learn Arabic. They dropped the languages classes because they said it wasn't necessary, and they dropped the art classes. You know why? If you guys watch
to
the
do with
news,
anything.
yes, it does. It has to do with everything. Listen, let me finish. If you let me finish,
Can't
listen.
let you finish if you're talking stupid.
Pops, be nice,
We
please.
never
You're
said
actually
let the
proving my
smartest
point.
people in. We said you got to
You're like
bring
my
something to
dad
the
when I come
table.
home with my report card. I get $1 for every A I get in
learn
science and
Arabic.
math.
We don't
but I get a 0
understand,
for
Pops,
art.
if we don't
No,
let people finish.
I don't
Well, I
give a
think
shit when you
he
talk.
proved.
I
He
know,
proved
but
my
there's more
point.
people on panel than you.
He proved my point.
Dumb.
He proved my point.
I
So you're
can't
gonna
learn
say
Arabic. What's that got to do with the conversation about letting people in?
I was gonna decide when she was done. Then I'd yelled at her if she was off. I wouldn't cut
I
her
did.
off
I
midway.
didn't. He's hung up on the whole Arabic.
Arabic. I was married to a Muslim. So
Here
hey,
we go. I got a black
you
friend.
got
shit, huh?
you better. That's right. She
Arabic
was
and Muslim aren't congruent.
Well, she was from
Arabic and
Morocco.
Muslim?
Tell me she wasn't Arabic. So listen to me. You're
Oh, Dios mío.
in Italian, we call you stunad. You don't even belong in this conversation because you have no idea what. I got to call it out when I hear it. You're just talking about retardedness.
I used to think you were smart, but now I'm unsure.
I couldn't learn art and I couldn't learn Arabic. Who gives a shit about that? That's not important. What's important is letting people in this country that bring something to the table.
Wow.
It don't have to be the brightest minds. You could be an electrician. You could be a plumber. You could be a pizza maker.
Over me all the times.
All right.
My shit's more relevant than yours is, okay? Get out of my head.
I think dude's been watching Tucker Carlson way too much. He's got psychosis.
And I want people like him deciding who comes into the country. His standards are higher than them than they will be
Where
for
did
me.
Tucker Carlson get into this subject?
Fucking meatball.
You sound just like him. You sound like Fox News.
Hey, maybe you voted for Biden too and told me he's a good president.
That's exactly what you would say.
That's exactly what you're saying. You're worried about art in college. Who gives a shit about art in college? Who cares?
Listen, bro, I was with the woman all the way. When I went to high school, I always wanted to go because my brother and them had wood shop, trade schools, learn things. When I got there, they cut all the programs. They would have benefited me greatly. How was she saying crazy shit? I care. I wish the girl would have learned a second language.
Well, big deal. You don't need to learn. You know what language you need to learn? English, because you live in fucking America.
Oh my God.
Stop
the thing is, the Arabic language wasn't even my point.
This
He
is
cut me
why
off
we.
before I even got to my point. It was actually art. Art was my major
Who gives a
point.
shit about art?
Yeah, I do.
Well,
I
good
do.
for you. See if you can pay your bills doing art.
I pay my bills off of art. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't know
I've
too many
fucking
people
been
that
traveling the
can.
country for 4 years off of this shit,
Well,
pal.
I don't know too many people that can pay their bills off of art. I'd rather, if you told me have a choice, I'll take an electrician over being an art guy.
Hey, Pops, when
What
you
do you
saying
know,
you're a Call of Duty
musicians
fan, Pops, when you saying
can
you're a
ever
Call
make
of
a
Duty
living,
fan,
huh?
The
Pops?
money didn't go
No, I'm
to.
not a Call of Duty. I played it.
You
The money
played it?
went
All
to
right. So you
football.
know how many artists made that and how much that one fucking video game series is worth? 4-point-something billion. A lot of art people made money off of art. That's one game. We're not talking about the rest of those that you named.
What does
Art
that? What
pays the
does
bills in
art got to do
2024.
with illegal
Art pays the
immigration?
bill in 2024. Don't jump subjects. You said it don't pay. You were wrong.
What does art got to do with borders and illegal immigration?
Well, first say you were wrong.
Second-hand emotion. What does art have to do? Sorry.
You see how crazy?
Oh, now I should do that earlier.
No, she's whacked. No, she's like a Karen.
I should have did that
She's like some
earlier.
crazy Karen on the show.
I should have did that earlier.
Listen, you got to have fundamentals. You don't have fundamentals. You're worried about bullshit. Stop worrying about bullshit and worry about the real problem.
Yeah, like keeping the Mexicans out.
Like keeping, keeping criminals out. Forget about Mexicans.
Yeah, I dig it. Them niggas coming across the borders like criminals. You are fucking right wing. Listen to that Fox bullshit.
Where do you think all the fentanyl's coming from?
It's certainly what percent of fentanyl is coming across the border, Pops? Do you know how you
All
spell
of it.
right wing nonsense?
All of it.
Oh my God.
Two
Well, what do you
fucking
say?
percent.
What do you say? We're making the fentanyl in America?
Hey,
It's actually all coming over the border, by the way.
Ding, ding, ding. Yes, we are making. We're making fentanyl in America. Yes, that is a correct.
Do you want facts? The
Oh, you're
illegal
so cool,
fentanyl coming across the border, across the border fence shit you want up is 2%.
Where did
The
you
rest
get
comes
these facts?
across the traditional forms the way people cross the
Where did you
country.
get these facts?
So
Sandbar.
fentanyl again, Pops, you are wrong.
Jokel, you are
Fucking
very
bullshit.
mistaken right now.
Listen,
Who, me?
I
I hope you're
You are
telling me
very
because I
mistaken
just-
right now, bro.
It's coming
All right.
from Asia.
Well,
Going
now,
till
what
the
percent
Mexican
of
cartel,
fentanyl?
and
The
they're
question
printing
is,
the
what
pills.
percent of fentanyl comes across the border?
Most of it.
A bunch of
Most
it.
90% of
Yeah,
it.
right. Like right now, most of it actually. China's running it through the border right now.
I love
Oh
that
yeah,
both you
Fox
cats
News
do.
told you China's doing it. You dumb shits. It's Fox News telling you China.
No, it's just
China
a
is
widely
making it.
known
It's the
thing that
truth.
China is equipped to mass produce synthetic chemicals, have been and
How
have been
about New
importing them
Hampshire?
for the
We
last
have the
20
strongest
years.
You think
military
they're
in the
coming?
country.
Illegal
If they didn't want
immigrants
the
are
shit
bringing
here, it would
across
not be
fentanyl,
here.
right?
We're killing our own people because we don't
Yo.
want druggies. No. Our country's doing dumb shit. Sorry.
Nobody's arguing that poop.
It's gonna go cute-hard, but now I'm kind of feeling
That
like
guy is.
gay
That guy's
op-
arguing. He said Mexico's doing it. It's not.
No, it's coming from Mexico. The Mexico cartels get the fentanyl from China, print the pills, and send it across the border. That's how it works. That's a
I
How
heard
does
it
it
was
get
coming from
across
New
the border,
Hampshire.
Pops? Because we're
They probably
arguing. I'm
got. It probably
Googling it
comes
right
both
now.
ways.
How does it get across the border?
Yeah, can you big screen me?
Yeah, for sure.
If y'all can see it, 2% comes across. Where is it?
Bro,
Yeah, I see that.
ain't even
point.
that ain't even 2%. They said 0.2%
Nah,
of
that
the
was too
people
quick. That's
arrested.
not
Joe,
even
cool. Look
fucking
up how many
stat.
people
Well,
come
let's see
across the
that
border
fact.
too. It's not going to
Just
tell you
0.2
about the 100,000
point-
people coming across the
point-
border daily.
0.02% of people arrested by
Joe, cool, you're
border patrol.
mistaken, bro.
Now you niggas want to talk over me?
You're
Now
wrong.
you niggas want
Because
to
you're just
talk over
fucking.
me?
You're wrong.
Can I read it? I'm
Joe,
just
cool,
reading.
you're wrong, bro.
I'm just reading. Tell Google
You're
wrong
wasting
when
your
I'm
time.
done.
You're wrong.
The fact that you niggas got to yell over me, tell me you're soft.
You're wrong.
Okay, can I read Google or you got to
can
keep
read whatever you
interrupting me and
want.
tell me I'm wrong?
But when you're done reading,
What are you
realize that
afraid
you're
of?
wrong.
What are you afraid of? Can
I'm not
I read
afraid of
Google?
nothing. I just
Well,
want
why
you to
you
not waste
fucking
your
scared
time.
to me to
You want to
suddenly
waste your
read
time?
Google?
Go ahead. I'm busy.
Thank you. I need your fucking permission.
Go ahead. I'm busy.
In fact, just 2% of people arrested by Border Patrol for illegally cross-possessed fentanyl. More than 90% of fentanyl freezers come across the border since the fiscal year of 2030B have been at points of entry. Now tell me I'm wrong. Those are exact stats I gave you.
It's not coming over the point of entry, silly. It's coming through the tunnels and over the fucking fences. Over the 100,000 illegal
I'm
people
just
pouring
telling
in
you what
daily, bro. You
Google
don't know
say,
what the fuck
right?
you're talking about, Joe
Just shut
Cool.
up for 1 second. I'm going to tell you how you're wrong, Joe
Tunnels and
Cool.
fences. That's funny.
Tunnels, yeah. It's not something that's new. You guys might want to look into
Nobody
tunnels.
uses, hey, dummy.
Why?
I don't want to call names. I'm sorry. You guys sucked me into it. The tunnel and fences thing, that's not real.
There's fucking tunnels. There's been tunnels. They've been closing down tunnels for years. Are you guys
I don't
on
know
crack?
if anybody cares, but I'm actually used to
going to tell you how you're wrong, Joe Cool.
You're so shocked.
Google's wrong. I just read Google. Tell me
I'm going to tell you that you read it wrong.
Okay. Tell me how I read it wrong.
Okay, I'm going to show you how you read it wrong.
Do that.
Spanish.
Put the Google to the camera. Go ahead, put
Yeah,
it to the camera.
Stupido.
Hold on.
You can chupa my
Yes, no.
verga if you
Go
want.
sleep on the floor somewhere, like you usually do.
Okay, go
Hey,
sleep.
bro, you better leave Cecil alone, Pop, so we'll have some beef right
But
now.
Cecil's not talking about anything important.
Cecil's my boy.
I like
Dude,
Cecil.
I used
but
to
he's not
live
talking about
where I could spit and hit Mexico. Okay, so I know I've seen people carrying it across. They have tunnels. They used to smuggle drugs.
I
into the
agree with
country
you.
in fucking gas tanks of cars and shit.
But we don't disagree with you. We're not
Okay,
your enemy.
Yeah, I've seen them
We
close
agree.
down plenty tunnels.
Hey, Joe Cool, put your Google
I got
thing
it
to
up.
the camera.
I got it up.
All right,
I
put it
got
to the
it up.
camera. Put them on
I
camera.
got it to the camera.
All right, you better learn how to read because it's 0.02%. So that's
I said that.
that's not
knucklehead.
2%.
I
That's
said
2.
0.02 cents. Is that why I'm facing this at
And
the camera?
those
So you
were the
can...
people they caught and arrested. Everybody else is
Motherfucker,
getting
I
through.
read that. What is your point?
You said 2%.
I just read that.
That's just
Nobody. My point is 90% of it's coming true without them getting caught. It's all coming from Mexico. That's
Wait.
my
You didn't read the rest of it, right? I read more.
Doesn't matter where it's coming from if
Yes, it
our
matters.
government's ordaining it.
96% of fentanyl
Yes, it matters.
seizures
We gotta
come
stop
across
pointing
from
fingers.
regular points of entry. 96%.
Does it
Come
matter
from
where it's
regular
coming
points
from?
of entry.
Yes, it does.
So,
We
so
should
we can all
actually
agree
go
on a
after the
topic.
Mexican cartel.
We can all agree on a
Damn
topic.
it.
Does it matter where it's coming from if our government's ordaining it?
Well, it tells you that Pops was wrong when he said most of it is coming across by
No,
illegal
I actually
is
said it, and it's actually true. You're wrong, and I'll tell you you're
We
wrong
buy
again.
products from Walmart.
I mean,
we
you
get,
saying
we
it
get
means
half our
something.
shit.
Why don't you Google something or show me something?
I'm telling you
We
that
get half
Google
our
is
shit
not
from China
documenting the
anyway.
illegal shit that's
From
coming in
Walmart.
and not
Does it
catching
matter
it.
where we get our
You gotta
lettuce?
understand, they
Does
can't
it
have a
matter where we
metric
get
for
our lettuce?
secret
Does it matter
illegal
where we
drugs.
get our fentanyl? Does it matter where we get our lettuce or our
Yes,
lead?
it matters. Yes, because ever since the border's been wide open, fentanyl deaths have been on the rise. Yes, it
It has
matters.
nothing to do with our border. It has to do with
Matters.
our government saying it's
No,
okay
it
to
doesn't
kill
have to do with it.
What are you teaching me something? Duh.
Apparently not.
Are you teaching me something?
It matters.
Does it matter if it comes across the border?
Look, it matters. The point is, it matters. Can we do anything about it? Probably not. But does it matter? Yeah, it fucking matters.
If the borders were closed, there'd be less coming in. That's
true.
Yeah,
So in other words, okay, now I get it. So, no, I think I know you're.
If
I
the
think I know
borders
where
were
you.
closed,
No, you
there'd be
guys
no
are teaching me.
iris.
You guys are teaching me. I think I know where you're going with this. So if the American people stood up, like
Yeah.
Texas is doing, and shut off the border, then even though our American government wants it to come in, we could do something about it by stopping the border. Is that the point?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Now I understand it. Okay.
We should
What do you
stand up,
think? We're
take
sticking up
arms,
for
and
the
go to the
government?
border, or pay some people to stand at the border with guns and keep everybody
Our
out.
government's
That's what
the
I'm
most
hearing.
corrupt government in the world. What are you kidding? We're the masters of the world. We run shit.
I don't
That's
think
why
they
you
should
love
stop
being
people from
American,
immigrating.
bro.
I just think they should stop
No,
having
I
a
don't
wide
love
open
being-
border.
I do
That's it.
love being American. I don't love my government. I love being an American. You don't love it? Get the fuck out. Leave the country if you don't
Oh
love
my
this
God, how old are you?
country. You don't love the country? Leave.
What
Go to
is
your-
that?
Go
Just
back
stop
to your
watching so
roots.
much fucking TV,
Episode.
bro.
No,
And then saying that
bullshit.
shit like you proud.
I
Some
am
fucking
proud.
puppet invented
I've been
that fucking
proud to be an
slogan for you to
American.
pop
That's
up
right. I
and
love my
parrot right
country.
now.
You don't love your country?
No,
Fucking
quote some more
leave.
Nancy Reagan slogans for me, would ya?
Fuck Nancy Reagan. Fuck them all. They're all corrupt.
Well, you're puppet and parroting for me here today.
No, I
Fucking
love the
give me that
Americans.
original thought.
I love Americans.
Say no to drugs.
People are a little bit too old
Just
to
say
drive
no.
it.
If you don't love
Fuck
your
outta here.
country, fucking leave.
Yes, you sound like them hillbilly hicks that got no
No.
fucking sense, racist
Where
fucks.
you-
That's
what
who
are
you
you
sound like
talking about?
quoting that shit.
You're the racist.
Wait,
You hate
how is
America.
he racist for loving America?
No,
Because
listen
you're
to what I
psycho.
said. Don't put
Because
words
you
in
gotta
my
use
mouth
your-
because
You
y'all
know
No,
suck.
well then
You know
explain
what your
yourself because
problem
you're
I
just
will.
throwing
I
around
was gonna say the
racism a
same
little
words
You
loosely.
just
again.
used the racist
He
card
sounds
again.
like
We're gonna
those
pull the race
racist.
card.
You're the
He
fucking
sounds.
racist. You're the fucking
He sounds.
racist.
You niggas get
You said
sensitive,
white
yo.
man is bad before. You said the white right light is the bad man. The white right side of the government is the white man that is
I
bad.
think most of these people
You're
were
the
hearing
racist.
and understand that
You
I
don't
was
like white
joking
people.
when I said
You're
that,
the
but
fucking racist.
give
I'm
it a
just
shot
saying.
though,
We
Pops.
got you
Keep
on
it
video
push
tape.
it though,
Race
Pops.
into it.
Give it a
That's not
shot.
even
See how
hard.
far you get it.
Race
You guys
don't matter.
know.
You keep saying, yo, you
Yeah, it's all
people
on
judging us at
videotape.
the border, you people,
people.
bro. bro, you ever heard of affirmative action? They've been
Yeah, I
getting
think it
rid of the
sucks.
white
What
people
about
for
it?
a long time, bro.
What about affirmative action? I think it was a horrible
Yeah.
idea.
Don't
Yeah,
call
bro, they've
people
been getting
racist
rid of
when
white
you
people
are
for a
the
long
fucking
time, bro.
racist.
So it's not any people, and we
They
ain't
have
even
the
white people.
top
We're fucking
psychologists
Sicilians. So
at
what? Who
work
the fuck is us people?
Who's
separating us.
calling
You
I
us
think
don't know what you're
racist?
Sicilians
talking
run
They
about,
this
have
to be
the top
country?
honest with you. I don't know what
psychologists
you're
at
talking
What are
about.
work
you talking about?
separating us.
You don't know what we're
They have
talking.
the
I'll tell you
top
what
No,
I'm
no,
talking
psychologists
Rant.
about.
I
at
don't know
work
what Rant's talking
separating
about.
us.
You're
I
a
can only really
fucking
focus on
racist.
one
You don't
You
motherfucker at a
keep
understand
saying
time. It's
you
it.
people
difficult.
run the country. You
Hi,
people get to
Urkel.
decide who comes in. You people get to make the
Was
Yeah,
regulations.
Obama
You
stop
not the
people
listening
get to
to
make
your
president?
the laws.
knucklehead
Who
dad.
the
It was
fuck is
two
you
jokes.
people?
It was two jokes in a row. Stop
Oh,
listening
now
to your
we're
knucklehead
joking.
Nah, it ain't
Now
no
we're
childhood.
jokes,
joking.
I
bro. It's
sit and
only a joke when
explain
you get
jokes
called
to
out on it, bro.
Oh,
motherfuckers.
so when you call me a racist, it was a joke?
They
Well, I
have the
don't know,
top
but now I'm thinking you
psychologists at
absolutely
work
are.
separating us.
Get
They
the
have the
fuck
You
top
out
go
of
into the
here.
race.
psychologists at
Nobody got
work
racist.
separating us.
You know what I
Listen to
mean?
me. I know
If
what
you
I
want to
am.
ask, I'll tell you the truth, nigga. Yes, you
Oh,
are the
here we
worst,
go.
motherfucker.
Nobody's
You just said the N
racist.
word now. Oh, but you can say it, right? Woo.
What are you, 3 years old? These arguments suck,
Woo.
Pop.
Your argument sucks. You said the white man is bad.
You said the N word. Ooh.
You said the N word.
Oh, wait,
Woo.
wait,
You're
wait. And now
racist, bro.
I
You're
said the white
racist.
man is bad. Ask me,
I'm
do I
offended.
think the white man is
I'm
bad?
offended. Well, when
That's
you
I'm
call me a
melanated, bro.
racist,
I'm
I'm going to
offended.
attack you.
You know what I mean?
I
That's
don't
straight
attack
racist.
people until they get over the line. You
Yo, I'm
crossed the
offended.
line, Joe.
You're a
I'm okay
racialized
with, I'm
racist
a
child.
habitual line crosser, nigga. I'm good with it.
Shit.
Ooh, here
I
we go
fucking wake
again.
up to cross lines, man.
I'm reporting you to Al Sharpton, bro.
Don't be talking.
Improper use of the N word.
All right. Anyway, I'm going to play some League of Legends. You guys have a great night.
Be
Later.
easy. Those artists, by the way, you make sure you pay them because they can make a living off of it if you pay them for that month, the
He's
video
gonna
game.
play League of Legends.
Yeah,
I'm about to go League of Legends on him, bro.
I just
Yo,
Googled it. No, I've
does he
never.
really play WoW, or is that
No,
just
Pop's
like
game's out, bro.
joker?
He's a gamer, bro.
Damn, son.
You know what I mean?
Played
Yeah, I
that for
got.
like 10 years.
He's got to get out there and make sure he keeps China down. You know what I mean? Can't let them get ahead in gaming either.
Hey man, if I was hard on Pop, I apologize, but I was a lot less hard on with you in here, man, because I
Dude,
like you.
they have cyber cafes where they just sit there all day. So I think they might outdo us on game. Wow, shit. That's going to be a hard one. That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a
You
toe to toe. That's going to be a toe to toe.
is the question
Americans
whether
versus Chinese doing the gaming thing.
I don't
They,
think
they,
that's
they
toe
don't
to
have a
toe.
life, so they have to live in their cyber cafes to have this surreal life. And then, but then Americans too, we got nothing better to do. So that's gonna be when you do the that's gonna be toe to toe with the
Oh, you
game.
mean playing, not creating. I thought you were talking about creating. You're talking about playing.
No,
Yeah,
yeah, playing. Oh, creating they got to beat by
yeah,
1,000.
they got us beat. Yeah. As far as playing, yeah, we all pretty worthless, right? Right.
Sorry,
Everybody
I
wants
always
to
felt
be.
good.
Everybody thinks they're gonna be a pro gamer and make $100,000 a week and shit. Everybody who's playing all
Or
fucking day.
SoundCloud rapper. Yeah, everybody thinks they're gonna do something, and then it. But at least they're trying though.
Yes and no, man. Every motherfucker who jumps on this YouTube thing think they're gonna make money off
Yeah, I
this shit.
know.
YouTube don't pay where. You know how many millions of fucking views? If I tell you how many millions of views I got this month, how much money I get for it, how fucking hard this is. It's not like it's like trying
That's
to
why guys
put.
eat chips because all we have to do is twerk our butts, and we'd get like 5,000 more views and more money.
It's crazy. I fall for the thirst trap every time. I ain't gonna bullshit. I'm the worst, bro. All you gotta do is put some clickbait bikini shit up there. I'm all on, bro.
Yeah, I'm from Illinois too. I'm over by Davenport though. You're probably
Okay.
over. You're over by Chicago, right?
West side of Chicago, yeah.
West side. Never eat Cicero.
Right by Cicero Avenue. Yeah, so about a
Who
mile
do you
from
read the
Cicero's probably
newspaper?
exactly a mile from my crib. Yeah.
Hello?
Not Cicero suburb.
Who
That's
do you
about a
read the
mile from my crib
newspaper?
too. Cicero Street, Cicero, the suburb
Dude,
where Al
they be
Capone
off the
was.
chain. They be off the chain with their the 4th of July celebrations.
Oh man, I brought my girl out there and showed her, man. It never stopped, Joe. I took her downtown. We watched it from Navy Pier. And then on the way back, then we hung out for a while. Then we went to, where do we go? Ohio that night. And it was still, the fireworks were still going along on down that stretch, bro.
Did you buy her little cake? Did you buy her little cakes too?
I bought her. They had the little sit down. I don't remember which ones we had, but I do remember the guy who was selling the shit had a bottle of alcohol in there, and I drank with him, and I don't even drink. It was a Hispanic dude. He was cool as fuck. Yeah, Pops wanted to keep him out the country.
They're taking their jibs.
Stupid.
Wait, wasn't Cisco trying to say something? Cicero, dude, what's that guy's name? Oh, I'm sorry, guy. Oh God, the guy was trying to say something. Oh, he's my favorite dude too. The Polish dude. Cecil was saying something.
I'm not Polish.
Yeah, you are. You're not Polish.
I'm not Polish. I'm Dutch.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were
Same thing. But anyway.
I was asking you if you read the newspaper by chance.
Yeah, every day.
Do you have one? Do you by chance have one laying around there with you?
It would probably say we just got done doing secret shots on Houthis.
Right. I was just asking, do you by chance happen to have one laying around?
No, I get everything off the internet. Is that still followable?
Oh, okay, I see.
Wait, no. Is there a difference?
Where were you going, Cecil? Where were you going, bro? Because I'd be hard pressed to find a physical newspaper too. Where were you going?
Where was I going?
Yeah, you asked us. You have a newspaper
get them out of the
nearby.
newspaper machine still, don't you? I mean,
say again.
Do you get newspapers out of the newspaper machine still, right? Or it's like, are they like?
I mean, that's a real thing. But I'm in the desert. I got to ride 20 miles to get a cigar. I have no idea what the nearest newspaper machine would be.
Yeah, that's true, huh? They're like phone booths now.
Yeah, like phone booths now.
Yeah, really. Like you can't. There's no one around.
Remember that movie Dumb and Dumber? And then the guy goes in with his dead parrot, and then he says, "I'm going to buy a newspaper," and then the old lady takes off with the shopping cart. Did I get that right?
I don't know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, but Jim Carrey, he's buying a newspaper. Okay, I'm way off. All right, sorry guys.
Dumb and Dumber.
Continue.
So I was gonna ask you, just out of curiosity, because I might be in the market soon. Like, what's the housing like in Illinois? How much are you paying for rent?
Dude, all right. I'm gonna sell it. Pritzker is an awesome governor. I don't know what the other guy thinks about it, but listen, legalize marijuana. The potholes are in the roads, but our minimum wage is $15 an hour.
Okay.
You got good pay.
Right, so how much are you paying for like a 2-bedroom apartment over there?
Not shit. We got low everything, big money, weed. It's up to you.
Weed is expensive though. Twice as expensive as anywhere else in the fucking nation.
That's what you get from a pharmaceutical agency.
Yeah, I support street business, but I know what it costs at the fucking. In fact, out here, when I'm on the road, I frequent a lot of dispensaries. I would not frequent them in Chicago because I buy a lot of weed and I know the prices and I know I'm gouging. They're gouging me, and I know all my friends sell weed. I've been selling weed all my fucking life.
Another perk to Sissel, another perk is there's no men here. It's all chicks. So if you want some horny chicks, come on over to Illinois because.
How close is Illinois to Indiana?
Next door.
Okay, well, yeah, that's where I'm planning on going to get those. But yeah, I'm in Oregon. I live like 30 miles away from a dispensary.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's,
I drive to Indiana to cock watch some nights and come back.
You're a tit man. Sissel might be a tit man. Illinois chicks are flat. Not just me, but all of them. So, I mean, are you a tit man or an ass man? Never mind. Go back to your red. I gotta go
Wait,
pee.
see, so let me answer. I know what you're thinking. He can't really determine unless he sees Illinois boobs. Can you show him something so he can see what Illinois tits look like?
I mean,
Hold
we're in
on a
public
second
right
here.
now. That's
Wait,
not really
what?
appropriate. You know what I'm
What?
saying? So, and I kind of favor blondes and redheads, by the way. But yeah. Anyway,
I got a racist joke there, but I probably won that shit then.
And I'm not sure I could even pass the name test right now.
I don't know what the name test is. I know I'm high as all.
I don't know if I go around introducing, hey, yeah, this is my girlfriend, Poop.
Isn't it funny that we
name
all have
test.
room? Isn't it funny that we all have room to talk now that Rant's out of the picture? And now all of a sudden we got breathing space. And we even got pauses between the sentences.
I'm right here. What are you talking about?
Pops.
Yeah, she meant Pops.
Yeah, I think she meant Pop.
Oh, that was the guy. Sorry, Rant. Oh, Rant's the respectful gentleman. But are you from the East Coast? Are you from the East Coast, Rant?
The East Coast? Yeah, Pops is my dad, yo. You better watch out.
That's what I thought. Okay, but I got you guys confused. Hey, dude, I grew up in
Pops
PA, so I'm East Coast too, but just not all the way up there.
It's good.
Pennsylvania.
That's good.
I love East Coast. That's why I got a sweet spot for the East Coast.
I went to my first dispensary in Boston. And it was like $35 for an eighth or something. It was cheap. It was good. I bought a Black Triangle. It was like heroin. That shit was so good. Yeah.
$35 an eighth.
I think that's what I paid for it. I don't know. Maybe it could have been more or some shit.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I originally was born down in California, right?
Yeah.
And it was pretty common down there to spend like. We're talking about Mexican weed now, which like you get close enough.
It's
to the
good.
store,
I used to sell that shit a ton. That was my favorite
hit
shit
and
to
miss
sell,
with
Mexican weed.
But back in the day, you're paying like $10 for an eighth for Mexican weed. Around here in the dispensaries, you can get eighths for the same amount of like chronic.
Right.
$10.
All right. All right. Maybe I got my fucking numbers wrong. And here, you can get $10 only get you like a joint here at the dispensaries. I'm in Colorado. But you can get out of there with some good grade shit. I'd say you can get out of there with some 29-30% shit, and you can get out for $100 at most places for an ounce. And if you shop around, I know Pueblo has it cheap. They have decent shit. You can pay $50-$60 there for an ounce. But normally $100 expect to pay that shit.
That's about how much Mexican weed was down in California like 10 years ago. $50-$60 an ounce. And it had seeds in it, but it was sectioned, so, you could pick it out.
I ain't seen a seed in years, yo.
Right. Well, the Mexicans don't care. They're just growing for quantity. They don't really care about quality. But yeah, I haven't smoked in a while just because I have stuff I need to get done.
Yeah, I don't smoke either, man. That shit for squares.
Yeah, Portland.
I heard about people jumping out their windows and killing themselves after they smoked.
Yeah. They weren't smoking the right stuff, but
there was recently a murder suicide.
Portland. I've never been there. I've only ever driven through there.
You say Cleveland? You say Cleveland? Cecil? Cleveland? Portland, okay.
Portland,
I've never
Oregon.
been to, I've never been to Oregon.
Cheap here on the West Coast. Weed is very cheap on the West Coast. But that fentanyl stuff, though, that fentanyl stuff is killing people over here.
Same in Chicago. When I stopped selling, it was in damn near every package that we got in. Fentanyl came with it. It took the fun out of the game for me too, which is good because now I don't sell drugs no more.
Yeah, yeah. I've never had to do that.
Wait, did you guys see the headline of the Tasty Kansas City? They were at the football game at their buddy's house. 3 grown men. They look straight collared, and they all croaked in the guy's backyard, and he didn't know how they got there. And then the autopsy said it was fentanyl. You guys see that? It's all over the news.
He was asleep in the house the entire time. For 2 days it took for them to find them guys
and all
out
the
there.
bodies rot in his backyard. And the one jealous girlfriend, she's like, "Where's my hubby at?" And she's the one that found him in the backyard.
Yeah, I heard she got video footage of it. One of the guys was still sitting up in the chair, frozen.
God dang. Yeah, the autopsy said fentanyl.
Yeah, I said fentanyl. I got a lot of buddies who OD off of fentanyl. Many of them have been had told me how they fell asleep out in the winter and out in the snow and could have died. And one guy told me how he got his pockets rifled twice, but he didn't die. But eventually he did die from overdose of fentanyl. But it wasn't outdoors. He had 2 outdoor times where he could have died. He was out there the entire night, got snowed over. He was so high for that shit he didn't even know.
Dude, but why didn't their buddy like do something? Like, I almost thought like foul play, unless the buddy did it too and he woke up in the house.
That's logical, right? That motherfucker was nodding for 2 days off that shit too.
Listen, there's people putting fentanyl in drugs like coke and stuff like that.
I heard that, yeah.
Not telling people about it.
Yeah.
Because they think it's gonna make people think that their drugs are the bomb or whatever the fuck, and people are thinking that they're doing normal coke and overdosing on fentanyl. So it nowadays the hard drug games freaking, you're like taking a gamble with your life.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel what I feel for that. It probably won't be what you guys feel. Because I think, nigga, you taking your chance on some shit coming over from Chinese somewhere, fucking, you don't even know. You know you're taking fucking chances in that game anyway. So it's not the same as a motherfucker buying a box of Frosted Flakes, man. You know what you're getting into when you buying cocaine and heroin and shit like that.
Right. And the funny part about it is especially on the West Coast, the Mexicans and the Asians are actually fighting for territory. Because it comes over from Asia, and I'm sure there's stuff that comes into like Portland and Seattle, but then the Mexicans run it up the freaking length of the West Coast and hit California and every place they can all the way, you know. So, like, dude, I'm out of here. I'm done with this shit.
I think it gets.
I don't want to be around these people anymore.
I don't know if it's, I think it's going to get worse, man, until we get better. And I mean, we're going to have to elevate ourselves morally, blah, 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 and stop acting like fucking children, take some of the responsibility and shit that motherfuckers talk about. I think it's going to come from being role models to our kids. Our kids going to have to make a change. It's too late for us. And as long as we keep these shitty moral values, going to keep the climate. I don't see it stop. It won't be keep the drugs out, keep the guns out. No, it has to be within us. We're bad people. It's so far off a baseline, it's sick.
That's deep. That's very deep.
And I also believe that we cause the vibrations and energies we put out. If we're sick, we're putting that sickness out into the world, and we're causing the earthquakes, the babies dying, the horrible shit that we blame God for and everybody else. We cause that by putting out this negative energy in our contained atmosphere.
That's why you got to accept the ability not only to recognize somebody calling you a name, but the fact that that's just merely a name. Why would you let that set you off of your path? And that's the problem. Everybody's part of this popularity contest, and they want it to be about their ego and not about the message that they're supposed to be sharing.
Agreed, Jack. And I hate to say names. In my opinion, Jack must deliver the message more so than the message must be delivered. And it doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, well, Uncle Ted was right about the liberals. They suffer from hypersensitivity.
I would agree. Most Americans, period. Even the fucking men are soft as fuck. I keep saying this, but I ain't seen one girl in my neighborhood as soft as the dudes I see on the internet.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's embarrassing, bro. Motherfuckers get called a name and make 12 fucking videos about somebody because someone called them a name. You'd be like, oh my God, I'd be embarrassed as fuck to be you.
Anyway, there are places in America where drugs are still illegal, like all of them, and the police actually do their job, and they've got situations under control, and that's where a lot of people are moving to from the West Coast. There's a huge amount of people moving off the West Coast right now and moving one state over, because a lot of these states, especially the Idaho, Utah, Wyoming area, is picking up
What
most
should
of
the
the population.
I'm sorry. What should the
Because
police do about drugs, Cecil?
keep them out of the community.
Or
And
once
actually,
they get in, should they lock up motherfuckers who use them?
well,
You did.
we can have the debate about how effective that is, but they should definitely not just be allowing drug dealers to operate and then only busting users. I have personally seen that with my own eyes.
So you believe that people who sell drugs and people who use drugs should be locked up?
Well, I believe that the priority should be put on people who sell drugs that are
That's
potentially.
not my question. Who the priority lies with? I'm asking you this for the third time. I'm really only interested in the last part of this. You believe that the drug dealer and the drug user should be locked up? Yeah.
It's not as black and white as that. I don't think potheads should be put in jail.
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have distinguished heroin addicts. People use heroin. They should be locked up.
I mean, if that's the only way you can get them off the drugs, yeah.
I'm sorry. Is that a yes? Yes, that's a yes. Very good. What about people who drink alcohol? They should be locked up as well.
If you get behind the wheel of a car and kill somebody because you're driving drunk, yeah, you should be.
Yeah, you know the problem though. You didn't make that distinction for heroin. You just said all users. You didn't say the ones that get behind vehicles.
Well, no, I didn't. I said what I said with heroin users is if that is the only thing that is going to get them off the drugs, then yeah, they should be put in jail.
All right, let me rephrase the question. Should anyone caught with heroin be put in jail?
I mean,
the pause, baby. You speak. You ain't gotta speak. You know, I know what you're gonna say before you do, right?
No, you don't.
All right.
I mean, you got to take things by. It's not as black and white as that.
Okay, I knew you weren't gonna answer by your hesitation. I knew you were gonna deflect and weren't gonna answer, and you said I didn't know.
Because that leaves a lot of leeway for people to discriminate. Because when you leave it up to people to make the decision, they're gonna go after some people and not the other. It's got to be across.
This are you over there in possession of heroin because you were on painkillers and your doctor took you off of them and you're about to fucking die if you can't get some fucking opiates in your body? I'm not going to tell somebody who's trying to use it because they're trying to survive.
And I think by
the way, I've met plenty of people on the West Coast who were in that exact same situation. It was the fucking doctors who did it to them. They put them on all this Valium. And what were we going to say, Wizard?
And I think that's the distinction, is that there's a definite difference between the use for completely anesthetic or entertainment type purposes, as opposed to those that would be medicinal. And while at the same time remembering that their very concept of medicine comes from being able to synthesize what they have observed and seen in nature. That's the only difference there. So again, it just comes down to the point of what's the intent of its use. Is that for a good quality intended use? And if not, is that still just a private right use that you still don't have any right to interfere with, unless it gets to that physical point where now it's causing problems with other people?
Was it if a person is caught with heroin, should he go to jail?
Again, it comes down to that same thing you were talking about. It's not that plain and clear. It's distinct, but only by certain events, such as a physical event that caused harm against another person.
Very good. So a guy on a corner of Chicago,
an alcoholic. Let me finish. Same as an alcoholic.
You answered the question. Now
no, I did not. You're cutting me off.
I was
You
trying
didn't
to,
ask a
yes.
yes or no question, so I'm clarifying it, and
You
then you
think
want
you
to
are.
cut me
You're
off
not.
in
You're
the
convoluting shit.
clarification. Because if you're gonna compare it again to an alcoholic who got in a car accident and killed somebody, then that's the issue. It's whether the effect came out hurting somebody else.
So the guy who's standing on the street corner in Chicago, the cop goes in his pocket for whatever reason. He has heroin. He's cool. He's hurt no one. He shouldn't go to jail. Yeah.
Well, of
Was
course
it?
not.
Okay, good. I agree. Of course not. Cecil, if you're still here, should that guy go to jail? Now here comes a dodge. You say I don't know what you're gonna say and what you're gonna do. Cecil, should that guy go to jail?
Is he selling it?
Did I say he was selling it, bro?
I mean, you know,
You didn't hear what I told Wizard?
I mean, you're asking me questions that are like that generalized
dodge,
questions
right?
that have distinct answers.
I
You know,
think
there's
you're
more to
dodging
it than
because
just
you're afraid of some shit, man.
Did he go to jail? You know.
No, was there an answer in there somewhere? That's why I feel comfortable talking. Oh, I think all this is dodge time and I'm being a dick. The guy standing on the corner who get caught with that shit in his pocket in Chicago, should he be arrested?
For selling it? Yeah.
Did I say selling, Cecil? Did you hear my question?
All right. Does he have a broken leg?
Did I say that?
You know, does he have a bottle of Valium with him that he's trying? You know, is there any proof
I
that
would have
he's
put that
stepping
in there.
down?
I didn't say he was left-handed either. I would have put it in the question.
If we're talking about somebody who's
This is what I mean by you dodging, Cecil.
Plan on using drugs for the rest of his life. Yeah,
whatever you're talking about. And you thought I didn't know what you're talking about before you do. I knew you wouldn't be able to answer the question before you did.
Recreational user of heroin? Yeah.
I'm sorry, are you answering my question now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, very good. So the answer is yes or no. The guy should go to jail or no?
Recreational user of heroin? Yeah, you should lock him up.
So let's define. So let's hold on. So let's hold on. So let's define recreational. Is that something that might skew your mind so that you recreate it in a different view? Would that be the recreational?
Say what?
Well, the thing about this medical world and the way they term things is very particular. And so when we talk about recreational use, it's one of those sticklers because they use their fake medicines to recreate what happens naturally. So are you going to recreate something in your mind that naturally would appear in any imagination? Or is that recreation a physical effect that actually kills somebody? There are distinct differences. The same way somebody can think about hitting somebody over the head with a shovel or shooting them in the heart with intent to kill them. It's just a thought. The actual effect is different.
You're going to need you to make it
When
simple.
I was in kindergarten, my teacher had on the wall a saying. It was by Thoreau, and it was, "Your rights end where the rights of another begin." Thomas Thoreau, and that was what our country was founded on. We have all the rights. Our rights end where the rights of another begin.
Absolutely.
Like, is somebody over there using heroin that freaking probably could be a more productive member of society?
But you can't pose your need for somebody else to put their part into society by saying their recreational use of drugs is no good for them, and therefore you're going to make them do something that is productive for society.
Right.
No, I'm not going to make anybody do anything, but I think if that person, the moment that person has then decided to sell their drugs to somebody else, you're just a recreational user and lock them up.
No, now you're conflating.
Recreational argument network television.
Lock up recreationals?
Lock up drug dealers.
Oh yeah, if they're harming.
What about recreational argument? Should we legalize
How am I
it?
going to get my drugs if someone don't sell them to me? Y'all argument sucks.
Well, then the government's going to tamper with it and make it deadly when on the street it was probably safe. There's another argument.
Or you can just sober up and like, become, there's always that option. You know, or you could just sober up and become a more productive member of society. You know,
Why would God give us drugs if He didn't want us to use them?
That's not even an argument in my opinion.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to what
Mic drop.
we're gonna go back to what me and Cecil will argue about. I think, Cecil, you were saying that everyone who sells alcohol out of the 7-Eleven and the Quickie Mart should go to jail, should be arrested. I
No,
think
I
that
never
was
said
the
that.
point you were
I
making.
never
Yeah.
said that. What I said was, if you drink to the point that you're fucking blacked out and then you get behind the wheel of a car and kill somebody, then yes, you should probably be locked up.
And you
If
can
you
probably
drink,
understand
if you drink after you freaking finished your shift that night and you're
Yeah.
under the legal limit and you drive back over your house, it
Yeah.
should be a welfare check and thank you, sir. We were just checking to see if you're okay and send them on their way.
You
And
can
to
understand my
the point, and to
confusion.
the point earlier too, that if then in that case,
Cutting up there.
that would mean the guy that sold him the alcohol would too be guilty, as you pose a drug seller would be.
That's where I was going to take it. That's the whole reason I asked the question.
That's different.
No. It's the same. The guy at the 7-Eleven, he is selling
Well,
alcohol.
no, I actually work in restaurants and I know some of the laws behind this. Okay. So
Yeah, but those are laws, and they're still
I'm
not
not
using
sure we would.
reason and logic.
shit. They like to hold bartenders accountable, but in all honesty, that bartender is not responsible for if that person has a freaking bottle of liquor.
I don't
and
think
puts
we
in
were
the
talking
car.
about laws. See, so we weren't saying what the laws are today, whether that guy, how much time the law says the guy should get who's selling heroin. We were talking about what we think. And if you think the guy who sells heroin should go to jail, can you explain to me why the guy who sells alcohol should not?
Well, alcohol is legal.
Again, we're not talking about the law, right?
I mean, people are individuals, and if somebody freaking sells something to somebody, how can you be liable for what that person chooses to go do with whatever it is you just sold it for?
Same thing with drugs.
Do you know what? Joe just expanded my mind because I've actually never thought of it like that before.
Yeah, it's very important to understand the very element of that thing we always think we have so much power over, and that's that free will. Okay, if I really have the free will to be this entrepreneur and create something, is it going to be on my ass the rest of my life? Whether it be a drug or a mind altering drug,
Like the guy who made the gun, the wish and shit.
Let me finish. Or inventing something else like a nice convenient car that could take you 60, 70, 80, 90 mile an hour. But for some godforsaken reason, you don't know how to handle yourself in it. It flips you out and you die. So is it the maker of the automobile, the inventor of the automobile, the guy that first thought about it and thought, nah, I won't do that, but I'll talk to my friend about it, maybe he'll make it, and then the friend made it. Whose responsibility is it?
Charlie Chaplin coming in with some wisdom. Yeah, like the Winchester gun. Supposedly the guy died and the widow lived in a mansion and she kept redoing it. Look it up on YouTube, the documentary. She made like 1,000 stairways to her house to trick out the spirits because she was haunted by all the people who died from the Winchester, the first rifle. It was like Winston Winchester. There's a documentary on it. So I know what.
Thought if she stopped building, she would die. So she continued building her whole life.
Yeah. So she was like haunted by the fact that invention, dude, it's like the guy who made the atomic bomb. Remember, I have become death, destroyer of worlds. That guy, dude, imagine inventing something. Yeah. Oppenheimer. Yeah. It's like Oppenheimer. The drug dealer is like Oppenheimer because he invented it because he's doing a good job and you just don't know what somebody's going to do with it. It can protect your country or it can.
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Actually, the person who created or discovered the mathematics behind the atomic bomb was Einstein.
Yes, and he regretted it greatly.
They're all German Jews. Miscellaneous point, sorry.
I believe Einstein was Austrian, but I could be wrong about that. But anyway, the point that I was trying to make is that, everybody's responsible for their individual actions. And if the people of the state or whatever it is that you're living in, the community that you live in, have decided that they don't want drugs there, then it's responsibility of the police to do their job. Because they don't
Well,
want their
I would
kid
absolutely
getting a
disagree
hold of a bunch of
because
heroin that's laced with fentanyl and dropping dead of a drug overdose.
let's check that logic. See, so I could remember a particular community that decided they didn't want people of color in there or doing a certain thing, and the police
Totally
job was to
different.
kick them out.
It's totally different. Okay,
You sound
that
like my
particular
girlfriend.
those people having that skin color is not killing people. All right,
I was
and I
talking
saw
about,
this up in Seattle. I saw this up in Seattle where they were letting people die of drug overdoses all day long, but until it was somebody's rich kid that was going to
we weren't
UW.
talking about dying. See, so changing a little bit. We were
Yeah,
talking about
drugs kill
if a
people, bro.
society created
That's why I used
laws,
to lock
the
people in
police
jail
should
for selling
follow 'em.
them drugs that kill people.
Wait, no, that's not what you said. If the society decided on a law, the police should follow it. And I was giving you examples of crappy laws, but do you think the police that were decided upon, as you say, by the community, do you think the police should still follow them? Jim Crow, black people on the back of the bus, should they still follow them just because the community supposedly came up with them? The
I mean,
answer
I
is
don't
no.
know, man. What
The answer
century
is
do you
no.
think we're in? What century do you think we're in, bro? Because all that stuff's over with now. But drugs are
You
still here, by the way.
wait. You think all that shit's over with now? Don't get me started.
I mean, yeah, I think there might be some misappropriation of blame taking place when it comes to some of that stuff. Anyway,
Yeah. Anyway, I don't think that if a law is unjust, just because a majority came up with it, the police should do it. For instance, marijuana. If they say it's illegal, and where is it illegal at? Let's say Ohio. I don't believe that a police should take me and my car and I risk losing my job or I can't pay my family and all of that because I had a bag of weed in the car. If police does
Oh
that,
yeah, that's
even
true.
though that's the law,
right. I
he's an
agree with
evil
you
piece
there.
of piece of shit.
I agree
So
with you there. That's
so he
why down in
probably shouldn't
California,
follow a law just because society came up with it.
For the longest time before they legalized it, if you had under an ounce, it was just a ticket. They just take your weed and write you a ticket, and that was it. And they were,
Yeah, I'm
well,
not
but
so
weed
sure.
doesn't kill people, though. Weed just makes you hungry and go to sleep.
I'm not so sure, man. And that is that kind of like guns kill people? I'm not so sure. You say every man. If weed kill me, I'm a man and I know weed. Let's get off of weed. Because heroin and shit kills. If I decide I want to do heroin and I die, whose the fuck business is that of yours? I'm a man. I make my own decisions. Where do you come into play? I have no fucking idea.
And
if
not to
another
mention,
man,
think of all the music that was made on heroin. We wouldn't have that today if it wasn't for those heroin addicts. So if they outlawed that, we wouldn't have like most of Alice in Chains musics and Nirvana.
Okay. Well, there's certain things for certain places and times, like France, for example.
What
you want to
about
be an artistic heroin user, I guess you can go over to France or something. But it
you're
definitely doesn't
trolling?
belong being sold on the side of a freaking freeway where anybody can like get it and not even worry about it. They're just like, oh, whatever, I got it, not
Really?
tested or
See,
whatever.
so because
You know,
if I want some alcohol, I can literally go to the side of the freeway and get it. What is this between you and drugs? And that there is a distinction, and alcohol is not different. You know how many niggas die from alcohol and cigarettes, which is sold in that 7-Eleven, more from illicit drug users, deaths, and murders combined die from the legal shit you're talking about, alcohol and squares.
You
You
guys
don't
want
have
to
a
get
problem
tripped
with
out?
that.
Except for
You
when you
want to know
go
what the
buy a
number one
bottle of
cause of
alcohol. When you go buy a bottle of alcohol, it says like the percentage of alcohol that's on the label, and it's illegal for them to lie about that shit. So you know exactly what you're getting. If you go buy some heroin from somebody living under a bridge, you have no idea what you're getting. You could be dropping dead for taking that shit. So that's the reason why it needs to be at the bare minimum regulated. But most likely, the easiest way to make something regulated is you just go bust the fucking drug dealers.
See,
Just
I
make it
agree with
legal.
that. Well, I don't agree with. I agree with regulating stuff, and yeah, that would be good. Like, let's say I want to be a heroin junkie, which I'm
dying. They're doing that here in Oregon State, and people are still dying of fucking fentanyl overdoses. So
how
regulation doesn't work. It's just a step in the right direction.
Wait, question though, how are they still dying of where they get? So they're not using the legal process. Like, if it's legal in Oregon and they're still dying of fentanyl, that means they're still getting it from the street, right?
Pretty much, they decriminalized it here. So the people are coming to Oregon State in droves from all over the country to go use dope because it's reducing the quality of society here, which is why a lot of the people are freaking leaving the West Coast, leaving California, leaving Washington State, leaving Oregon.
Hey, you want to know another reason why they're going to leave it? You guys are going to get some naughty no-no storms here shortly.
Well, that's par for the course. It's still nothing compared to what the southern states get.
Google future map of future Navy map of United States.
I have a hard copy of it sitting around here in a file somewhere. Okay. Yeah, the Tool song, Arizona Bay. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I know.
What do you think about that?
That's mostly dependent upon fault lines giving way. That's not going to be from a storm, but we have earthquakes out here. In fact, there was one, I felt one last night, but whatever, when it happens, there ain't nothing anybody's going to do to stop it. And nobody can predict really. I mean, you got like channels like Dutch Sense and stuff that are like earthquake watchers.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's another reason to actually leave the West Coast is I don't want to freaking die because of an earthquake, but yeah.
That's just real. I heard San Diego and like California right now, they're getting whaled. I don't know if you checked the weather lately. They're right now, they're about to get whammied. They're gonna have flooding like crazy. They're about to get it.
I mean, it's still nothing compared to what the Gulf Coast, the Gulf of Mexico, all those southern states like Alabama and Georgia and Louisiana and all that shit. They get hurricanes. California's never really had to worry about a hurricane.
Why do you think I'm in the Midwest? Oh,
So you get
on the Midwest, chopper.
That's why
I'm in the Midwest.
In Chicago, we don't have floods, we don't have tornadoes, and technically, we have none of these earthquakes. We don't have.
We might be the last.
Once in a while.
We might be the last survivors. I ain't moving from this spot.
Yeah, technically, we've had a couple earthquakes, but it was like, did you move? It was like that. Did you feel anything? I thought a truck went down the street. That was the most you'd have felt.
Right. Well, the fault line that's over there in that part of the country runs with the Mississippi River, the New Madrid. But there's the San Andreas that runs the entire length of California. And then there's the Juan de Fuca, which is actually in the ocean off the coast of Washington State.
How these fault lines? I remember, I don't know if it was the fucking whatever the one in California is called. San Andreas, I think it's called. When an earthquake stopped a ball game, a baseball game, and all of that shit. How much damage do these fault lines that we refer to actually cause? Are they active at all?
Dude, it's a lot of damage. I mean, they call the Pacific the Pacific Ocean is basically a massive tectonic plate. They call it the Ring of Fire. I mean, you got like Alaska, Japan, the Philippines, Mexico gets some of it, and then the one that matters is actually the San Andreas Fault. It starts in the Gulf of in the Gulf of California, right where Baja is.
Yeah.
Then goes all the way to San Francisco.
That's the one I'm interested in. The others, I'm aware. The Ring of Fire, they got all sorts of
it's
shit going
devastating when you get
but what you just said,
earthquake. Yeah,
the one running, running north and south. What damage has that done recently?
I mean, not recently, I mean, I want to say like in the early 2010s.
That ball game that was interrupted, that was probably the last time it really kicked some
But
ass.
Japan, for example, Japan and the
Speaking of
Philippines
ball
have
game,
those
who's
fights
going to win
all
the
the
Super
time.
Bowl?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, speaking of ball game, who's going to win the Super Bowl?
The Bears.
Who's even going to play? I don't pay
Kansas City and somebody.
49ers. It's the
Yeah,
49ers
thank you.
and Kansas City.
Probably KC.
Hey, I think I'm abandoning you guys, man. It's been a blast, man. I really enjoy this shit. But I still wanted to get some work in. I've been cheating for hours now. It's been nice, Tim. All of you cats been nice, man. Later.
Yeah, me too. I'm out.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. You know, blessings, man. You know, and yeah, peace to all the people who were here earlier. You know, Rant and Pops and Wizard's still here. It's pretty late. 1:38 right now. Yeah, I gotta plug in my laptop cable here. Give me a second, everyone. But yeah,
You always forgetting that cable, man.
yeah, the cable, because of this 8-hour shit and the StreamYards.
Oh, hey, what's up, bud?
Rapidly drains the battery here.
I got the panel going on over here on my freaking screen and everything, and then I got my phone right here for my camera. So that's why I keep on looking back and forth, and trying to check my haircut to see if I missed any spots.
Was
but I don't
that a
think-
3-pointer?
Say what?
Was that a 3-pointer? You threw your bottle.
Nah, bro, I missed. That is one of the advantages of Oregon State is we get 10 cents a container. That in Michigan.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, man.
Yeah, it was a crazy time. I don't know how all of that type of dissonance, you know what I mean? I don't know if you were here earlier, Cecil. You kind of came in late, but yeah, there was a lot of back and forth, you know what I mean, for a long time.
Yeah, I saw that and I kind of avoided it, but
Oh, you were
they
watching?
started talking
Yeah.
about they were talking about immigration, and I actually used to live on the Mexican American border, so I thought I'd chime in and say something about that. But,
Yeah, I think it went over their head.
I don't know who just fell out right now. Who was that? You guys even know?
Was it Dom?
Oh yeah. That was Dom. Yeah, thank you for joining, Dom. And I know Dom's got a bunch of messages. We could really just start philosophical conversations off of Dom's messages. I could pull these up right here. You know what I'm talking about? He's always coming out with shit. Canuck was here. He didn't say anything.
I don't think he had the chance to, if memory serves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That's
he
right.
was waiting for all the bullshit.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people fell out.
A lot of heavy virtue signaling going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of I guess stipulation.
Something in the water.
Yeah, there's a lot of especially between Pops and the Frogman, Russell. They were having it out. I think that was 90% of it. Was there?
Yeah, it was like 95% of it.
It was like Northerners versus Southerners. It was literally like the fucking Confederacy and shit, and the fucking Union and shit. Which is, I mean, it is what it is.
I'm trying to figure out how to get my BitChute to work. I'm trying to like upload videos and seeing. I thought I had it linked with my YouTube channel ID, or maybe I just got the wrong ID or whatever. But I'm trying to get my freaking YouTube to, you know, how it just automatically downloads it to the BitChute type thing.
See, so this is not the YouTube tip line or helpline, brother. Please take
I
it
know.
somewhere else.
Yeah. Fucking A, dude. Whatever. I mean, dude, I'm not gonna be freaking doing this for very much longer. I'm gonna be freaking traveling here real soon, so I'm definitely not gonna be sitting around
Traveling
uploading.
where?
Not like on the road in America.
Oh.
I haven't really decided my final destination yet, but you know, we'll
You
have to
found
see.
some tunnels.
It's not gonna be inside of tunnels. Not gonna be, you know, although I think it's kind of weird. I remember seeing these old trucking videos of these guys like driving semi trucks into the side of a mountain, and there was a guy interviewing them. It was like in the rain, and apparently that was like in Pennsylvania, and the driver of the truck was like, "Yeah, dude, I drive into this thing and I come out in Colorado."
Yeah, they're gonna say that they go in and it goes miles and miles and miles.
Yeah. And they have the tunnels designed to where they can like receive a freaking daisy cutter or a freaking nuclear blast. And the way that the architecture is just designed, it's kind of like the ribs of a snake, to where if it gets hit with something that powerful, the tunnel will crumple, but it won't collapse. They're designed. It's military installations that are designed to where if they need to ferry troops back and forth across the country really quickly, they can do that.
Yeah, and that's what they base the infrastructure on that. And the after World War with Germany, Germany had created the Autobahn and everything specifically for that same intent. Because in preparation of war, they were going to carry heavy machinery, so they needed to build the roads appropriately. That was the original creation of the Autobahn. United States just did the same thing and followed right up.
Right. Well, actually, there was a lot of freaking German engineers that came over here and built highways.
Oh, absolutely.
After
There
that,
were, you remember Project Paperclip? That was after
Right.
World War II. Now you think that 1,500 was a lot of people? What the fuck you think they did with 10 million Germans that were displaced from their home country after World War II? 10
Right.
million Germans were displaced from Germany. They had to go somewhere. Many of them came here to America right along with Operation Paperclip.
Mm-hmm. And Charlie Chaplin was actually the only point. He was actually a character that was made for the purpose of making fun of Germany's leader during World War II.
Oh yeah, specifically picked out.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, the stash kind of says it right there.
Right. Right.
And in case you guys don't understand this, if you look back through history and stuff, the symbolism goes far beyond what you really see. There are so many stories being told, and they're telling you exactly what's going on. You're just learning through the public education system only to remember certain things.
Right.
So what we need to do is concentrate on our other senses. We have more than just the 5 senses, people. You have a sense of balance. You have a sense of direction. You even have a sense of weight. Through your touch, you can have a sense of how heavy something is. This was what tells you whether you can carry something with ease or not. You're going to be able to pick it up and test it. That's what life is about. It's testing your senses. Start learning to use more than just the 5 senses you think you have.
Right. There's a temporal sense. There's a spatial sense. America seems to be like an overlap country, actually, of like a bunch of different. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's similar to America and like Egypt. There's crossovers between America and Germany. There's crossovers between America and a couple other places too. But Egypt and Germany are the two big ones that stand out to me the most.
Yeah, I think I think Lindsay had like some questions for me. But I'm just gonna go ahead and let her ask her questions. What's your questions, Lindsay? Let's go ahead and hear these. Well, we can't hear you at all. The audience can't hear you. Yeah, maybe it's a headphone thing. Yeah, nobody can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, but I want to know what your questions are. I was very curious. Yeah, we can't hear you. Yeah, maybe you got to come back in. Or yeah, we'll let you figure it out. Yeah, because no one can hear you.
Yeah, it appears that your mic is not operating properly.
Yeah, it might be having like having to do with the headphones, or it might just be something else. Yeah.
Now?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah. Okay, okay. Okay, now we can hear you. All right. What's your question?
Am I way
Yeah.
too loud?
No, 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 no. No, you're fine. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
go ahead.
This little piece right here was kind of
Yeah, whatever button you press now, yeah, worked. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't
so
do it.
this is a little bit two-part. The first part is somebody told me something about you. So yes, you know this is drama-oriented. And I said, I don't believe it because I don't know the machine lies that well, but I know you well enough to like you and to respect you. And I said, that can't be true. Prove it. And this person couldn't. It was snafu. And
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, Snafu just lies all the time. Yeah, he got lies, yeah.
so I asked him to prove it. He couldn't or didn't. And he said,
Yeah.
ask around. So instead of asking all your little buddies and whoever, I wanted to ask you. This guy said you beat women. So I wanted to ask you yourself and see what you said.
No, no. Although I think if you know, if like a female used excessive force, like on a group of men or like somebody like that, I think that perhaps they should be suppressed. But no, no, I don't beat any women. but, but I would, but I would consider being beaten by a woman. You know what I mean? In like in the right type of setting. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I get that. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
all a rumor and him trying to cause trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Okay.
I'm not a sadist. But Snafu, he is a perpetual liar. So to kind of go ahead and spread that type of lies. I don't know if you know that about him. Do you know that
I don't know him
Snafu
well
lies?
at all. I just know him from he has
Snafu lies a lot. Snafu went around yesterday on a panel. The other day, he was talking to all these people, telling them that he was a Christian and that he believed in Jesus Christ. And he came on my panel and said he's not a Christian. So he just makes up whatever he wants. It's just based on who he's talking to.
Is it true that he has a brain injury? Do you know?
No, I don't think he has a brain injury, but I do think that he's like a vindictive person. I do think it might be true that he stalked that 17-year-old girl, because her little brother, her big brother was in the chat and he was talking about it. So he was talking about the incidents and stuff, and he's pretty vocal about it. So I don't know if he's a real person or what's going on with that.
Okay.
But yeah, I wouldn't trust people that, are going panel to panel talking about.
I thought it was kind of weird. So I thought I'd ask you. I was going to ask some other people, but I'm like, who would know? I'm going to go to the source. So to get that that bullshit out of the way or whatever, that got me thinking about how you are Muslim, and don't worry, I'm not a feminist. And it got me wondering how you felt about women, and so that's what I was going to ask you about. I know you would definitely be, or I assume you would be against all the feminazi stuff and the feminism stuff because just simply.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought originally you were asking about. You were
No, I
asking
wasn't.
about.
You're like, okay, let's talk about the socio-democratic, theocratic supremacy of the da-da-da. No, I was just asking a simple question because I wanted to know, do you, because of your faith or beliefs, feel like women are superior or inferior rather? And do you see it more like the traditional Bible way where women are sort of submissive to men and they have a role and it's important, but they're not really less than? Or how do you see it? I was curious.
Well, I think that it's important to note that in the Bible, there is a strict hierarchy, and it's mentioned there.
But you don't follow the Bible.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't follow the Bible, but I'm just letting you know that up until, modern, Western civilization or whatever, the 1800s, really, where you have Mary Wollstonecraft, and that's why I thought it'd be more educational to talk about the history of feminism, because it kind of shows you that majority of history, they had a different the scheme on how to run society, right?
Still.
And in that, in the Western society, there's Christianity, right? And they have like
I'm
the
asking
hierarchy.
you specifically, and if you read the Quran, what do you specifically get out of that? Do you see women as submissive or less than or less?
Yeah, but I'm just correcting the first thing you said because you said that in the Christian or in the Bible, right, women are equal.
No.
So I'm just correcting it because that's wrong, right?
I agree. It's wrong. That's I don't think they're equal.
Okay, yeah, because that's wrong because it says there's Christ, and then there's the man, and then there's the female, and then there's the child. So there's a strict hierarchy. So I was just making sure that you knew about that.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
so in the Quran, it talks about roles for women, but it doesn't have a hierarchy in terms of, because there's no Christ, first of all, in between God and, because as the Father is to Christ, so is man. To Christ, so is the female to man, and then the child to the woman. It's like that hierarchy or that totem pole. It really doesn't exist in Islam. So like the spiritual value of a female to a man is kind of similar, but a female has certain like restrictions or whatever. Like they still hold to the dowry. Like so you like pay the dowry. So
lambs for a chick, a lamb and a cow for your daughter. You're talking about dowry.
Yeah, dowry is a marriage contract. It's not like
I thought it was gifts so that you could have somebody's daughter.
Yeah, it's gifts, but it's not so you can have somebody's daughter because you don't marry a female gets to choose who she wants to marry in Islam. So but they can't initiate divorce. So a female can't initiate the divorce.
Mm-hmm.
So once you choose to marry somebody, you have to marry them like that's it. Like you can't, like as a female, you can't choose divorce.
No.
Because if you notice in American or in the Western society, there's a lot of divorce, and most of it's initiated by the women. So there's. Yeah, that's the statistic.
Over 50% of marriages end up in divorce.
Yeah, and most of them are initiated by the women. So
okay.
Yeah, so in Islam that wouldn't be allowed. and of course you pay the dowry to marry, and you can marry multiple women. A man can marry multiple women in Islam. So if you're asking just about Islam, or if you're asking my personal opinion, what do I prefer?
Yes.
See, these are different things. You know what I'm saying, right? Because you're kind of like merging everything together, but it is what it is.
Would you be a polygamist? Would you marry more than one woman?
I don't think I personally would. No, I'm
one is enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like on my I'm kind of like I've been married twice now, so I'm on my second marriage, so I just yeah, so I've always been married to like one woman.
You've never had to hit either one of them?
What?
You've never had to hit or physically punish either one?
Do you just ask that to regular people, or are you just asking that because you heard Snafu say it? Because that's pretty offensive. That's
sorry.
pretty offensive to assume that I just beat people because you heard Snafu.
No, well, I'll tell you where
it's actually stupid to assume something's true just because Snafu said it on the internet.
No, well, that's part one. Part two is I'm kind of analyzing the things
I don't mean to judge you, but that's pretty it's pretty stupid
okay.
to assume it's true. Just
I came up here with that, so if you want to,
I guess you chose to come up here with that. It's an open panel, and
I asked you first.
Ask me whatever I want, so it is what it is.
Yeah, but I'm fine with you calling me stupid.
No, I mean, it's stupid to repeat lies on the internet.
Okay, I wanted to find out for myself, so I apologize. But I did ask beforehand if I could, and you said that you'd be open to that.
I did allow you to say it.
Okay, and so here's the second part, and probably why you're offended is because I'm going against or questioning things.
No, because you reasserted it after I already answered that.
Somewhat. Here's why I'm trying to explain. I wanted to consider all the things that I've read about Muslim men and met and in here on different right. I'm gonna offend no matter what I do.
No. This is very interesting.
I wanted to contrast the things that I've heard that are the generalities and ask a person who is actually a Muslim that I thought would be open to it.
Yeah,
say,
but
hey,
how would asking a single Muslim about what you've read about a general trend confirm or deny what you've read?
Because I trusted that you would tell me the truth, and I don't know a room of Muslims that I can speak to.
I guess. I mean.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to continue this because I feel.
Well, why is the question important to you? I guess that's a real question.
It's not. I guess I've been an asshole, and I apologize. And
no, it's not. I mean, it's okay. I mean, if you feel that way, then you feel that way. But it's just like.
Yeah, I feel embarrassed. Like
I would say, yeah. Like this is a good one. Like like go to a mosque. Like I would go to a mosque, or I would speak to a lot of Muslim women. Speak to Muslim women who are in relationships because there's a lot of Muslim women who are.
Too.
No. There's over 1 billion Muslims on Earth, and a lot of them, like my mom is in a happy relationship. My mom never gets beaten by my dad.
I didn't hear anything about relationships.
Well, you'd be surprised. Talk to Muslims about their family. Talk to them about their parents, and ask them if their parents have happy marriages. Most Muslim.
Do you think that would be welcome in a mosque?
From happy families. I would say I would encourage you to talk to the hundreds of Muslim women like in your town or in your area and ask them if they've been beaten or abused or if they're in a happy relationship.
I'm interested.
Yeah, of course.
I'm
If you're interested.
Yeah.
No, if you're interested. No, of course, because I'm just one guy. I've been in 2 relationships, right? One is with a Punjabi woman like me, and they don't take any bullshit. Punjabi females, they're extremely difficult to deal with, and my second wife now, she's a Russian Jew, and they don't take any fucking bullshit. They'll just tell you whatever the fuck is on their mind. So,
Are they respectful are they respectful to you?
Hmm?
Or are they more like, get the fuck out of my face? You tell you're a jerk today.
I generally just let women disrespect me because I'm American. I have American customs and stuff. I don't have to, I'm not like I don't try to control women and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're just kind of chill and mellow, and I don't ever hear you yell at anybody or anything.
No, I do. No, I do yell at people. No, I yell at people all the time.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Right,
yell at people all the time on the panel and all that shit.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah.
So, but I need to sincerely apologize for my ignorance or thinking that if I talk to you, I could get the download.
No, I just think it's interesting. You heard Snafu say that I beat women, so you came here to ask me if I beat women, and then you assume that Muslim men beat women because you read it in an article.
No.
So it's just a hilarious approach.
I
But-
want a chance to defend myself.
I have a question for
No,
Lindsay.
of course.
Under what circumstance would you?
I'm in
would you
trouble
beat,
now.
I have a question. Under what circumstance would you beat a woman, Lindsay?
The same as he said, if she were, accosting me physically and trying to beat me up, and other than that, I would never ever do that. Especially
Lindsay, I've got my sleeveless T-shirt right here.
Wife beater.
I live in a trailer park. If she doesn't get the fucking beer fast enough, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wink, good.
No, I just felt kind of safe in this space to get rid of some, or have them verified, validated, or not.
If somebody said a rumor about you and someone confronted you about it, how would you feel about it?
Well, first of all, I would be grateful that that person would come to me instead of going to other people.
Okay.
Hey,
How
Lindsay, I heard such and such.
How about on a public forum where your friends or family might be watching?
If they asked me first, and I would have a choice to say no, which I did. I came up to him in chat, and I said, "Hey, I want to ask some personal stuff, and this is women-based stuff and whatever, but I want to make sure that I'm, giving you respect." And I wrote that to the Machine Lives, and he said, "Yeah, I'm okay. I'm cool with it." So I made sure, I tried not to be disrespectful or whatever, but I find myself kind of outspoken and in trouble a lot. So I know the problem is not with the other person.
Do you think there's any reason in the past, let's say
who's talking?
Let's say like 100, 200 years ago, do you think that there was any reason that you might find a reason why a man might hit a woman?
Well, I'll just say what I think, because I've seen Lindsay on a panel and she told extremely strange details about her life, about her dad abusing her. And then she actually when somebody said that they don't want to hear about it, I think it was Joe Cool said, "I don't want to hear about that right now."
Oh,
maybe you shouldn't have said that out loud on a panel. Your response was that it's like it's like they're making the abuse happen all over again.
No, it was relevant to this discussion at hand in Jack's room about forgiveness.
Right. But it was it's just kind of like your approach to the situation is like, if you don't allow the abuse of women to be aired out, then you're allowing the abuse to happen again, or something like that. I just think that is an extreme approach, people's personal business, or something like that, or you
mean too much information, like you shouldn't say all that stuff, right? Is that what you mean?
No, I think you should be allowed to say it, but I just think that the insinuation that having to clarify it somehow allows it to because you're actually sensationalizing things,
by bringing them up here.
No, by just spreading things that you think might have value, or might be true that you just heard in an internet chat room.
Can I pose
and then the greater insinuation is that if you don't air that out, then it's like you're allowing abuse to occur. So you have to be this crusader for like feminist rights or whatever, or female abuse or whatever.
No.
right? And I
Yeah, it's like some shit like that,
No, I feel like I'm
that's
being
what I could be like.
dishonest.
Like that's what I kind of like, pick up from it.
No,
And it is what it is.
no. I'm not a feminist, so I'm not a feminist.
Yeah, but it sounded like it when you said that on the Jack show, when you were like, "Oh, if somebody doesn't allow me to talk about the abuse that happened to me, it's like they're allowing the abuse to happen again."
This is not along the lines of what I'm thinking. This is I've articulated something, and then you've taken you're telling me how you took it, how you think I meant it, or whatever. But I'm telling you, no, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't even have some grand agenda.
I can only extrapolate from your previous behavior why you came here to insinuate something that you've heard in an internet chat room.
You said I could. I asked for permission in chat.
Right.
You remember?
Right. Right.
You said yes.
I allowed it, and I'm allowed to respond to it as I see fit. Right?
That's right. And
right. So like if you come here and say whatever you want, I'm allowed to respond however I want. I don't understand how you're so
terrible. I feel terrible. I guess
why should you feel terrible about saying whatever
because
you want?
Obviously upset you or something, or you're just pissed off.
I'm not upset by anything. I'm not upset by anything you said. I'm just asking you. You seem very upset by what you brought up.
Yeah, I am because I'm upset.
So why are you assuming how I feel?
Like,
because you're
not aware. Like, what did you actually think he was gonna say?
I know, right? Like, do you understand? No, wait, Lindsay, do you understand the concept of a loaded question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you beat your wife as a loaded question?
Right.
No, it wasn't what I asked.
No, it is.
I said somebody was
No.
Can I point something out?
You came up here with a loaded question.
Okay.
You came up here with a loaded question.
I won't bug you again. I completely apologize. It looks like I've done the wrong thing. I take credit and responsibility. I'm sorry.
You just don't know how to communicate. I think you just don't know. Either you don't know how to communicate.
I'm very honest. I'm very honest and forward. And
can I point something out?
No, I don't respect you, Carol, so I don't really want to hear from you.
Well, that's okay. I'm on the panel. You'll hear it or shut the fuck up, right?
The
thing is that sometimes the best question is one that remains in your mind, and you just sit back and watch. Sometimes asking the question is one of the dumbest things you can do. Because the most important thing is, instead of sitting here posing a question that somebody might be violent towards women, it's often better to just sit back and find out for yourself. Because when you go throwing that kind of shit around, that's your own disrespect. Shows how idiotic you are in being able to let somebody else manipulate you into their drama.
I think also it shows the kind of low the low level of people who have that shit on their panel day to day. Like I'm talking about, they allow that shit to be said day to day on their panel. And I'm talking about specifically about OTW and Paul Enslaved. I'm just gonna point that out. They allow that motherfucker to say that every single fucking day. They should not allow him to lie like that about me. I'm just a guy who's talking to people on here, so I don't deserve that type of behavior. So I mean, it is what it is. But if you're gonna spread those type of lies and then I have to come here and defend that shit, hey, it is what it is.
Well, and that's why
it's just if you're gonna go ahead and collude with these dickless faggots like Snapu, I'm not gonna come on your show. It doesn't matter how many times you say, come on my show. I want to talk to you about truth. I want to talk to you about this, that, and the fucking third thing. I don't give a fuck.
Right, but it ends up being the same concept as the alcohol and drugs. You really can't do much about it. So the only thing that we really can do, since it is your platform, that's what you can do about it. You can let them run their mouth and then just shut them out the back. You know, let them prove themselves. These people do nothing but lay their own rope. And they lay enough that if you want to get trapped up in it too, go ahead and repeat what they're saying. Because when they get hung up, it's going to wrap around your nice little legs and neck and hang you up with them too.
I just want to point out to everybody that my wife was in the chat today. You know, she said, I miss you. She said all these things about me. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? You know, so make of that what you will. You know, we have a good relationship with each other. We're just going through a weird stage right now. But, you know,
I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new addition to the NPC cunt category.
Too small, can't see that.
It's big enough, Cecil. That's what they all say anyway. It's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Big enough, bro.
What is that, ravioli?
Well, what I notice is it's like, you know, people want to be the head honcho leader, but they don't want to take responsibility for the subordinates that they have, quote unquote, beneath them. That's kind of what I notice. It's like they want to be the cult of personality. They don't want to be the responsible for the actions of those that they guide. You know.
Well, I'm just gonna put it straight right now. I'm just gonna say, look, you know, if you're out here just, you know, saying something that you heard in the internet chat room and you want to come on somebody's fucking shit or whatever, or even call somebody in their personal life and ask them about it, you know, I mean, you're wasting your fucking time. You know, it's just like, why are you gonna waste somebody's time? You're basically doing exactly what the person sent you to do. It's like you're being controlled by internet chat room to go and have conversations with people. It's like, why would you let an internet why would you let an internet chat room tell you what kind of conversations you should have with people? You know, they're like, that's the first fucking thing. You know, that's it. Like, it's like, use your fucking brain. You know, and I mean that with the utmost love and respect, you know, because you know, that's a smart person, you know, because one time she came out at me in the chat, she was like, you know, this cat has, you know, a parent that's a doctor. You know, he has a parent that's very strict. You know, so she could judge things about my personality just by seeing my behavior on the panel. So
I don't know if she's too much of a great character judger, though, because she's taken the word of snafu on the other hand.
She's pretty
That's
smart.
pretty
She's
ridiculous.
pretty smart. Sometimes she has the ability to be smart, but it's like sometimes, you know what I mean?
But you know, ignorance is the best excuse to do wrongdoing too. I mean, let's just be honest.
Facts. I don't think that was ignorance.
I mean, I must commend you, TML. You have way more patience with the situation than I would have. I mean, I would be like, so some retard told you that I did X, Y, and Z. That should
well, I didn't want to just come out with it, but it's like the first time I was like, okay, like, so you're asking me this, why? And then she asked me again. That's when I was like, all right. That's when I said what you just said. I was like, okay, well, let me just say this now because
Plus,
this is crazy
an
because
old
I just
hat.
told you. Wait,
Can I give a little
what was
perspective on that, brother?
This is old hat. This is just a rehash of stuff that's happened. So
I know, right.
Yeah, you smoke hash, don't rehash.
If we keep talking about it, we'll give them what they want.
Wait, what?
But I
Can
think
I offer a little perspective on this, gentleman?
Yeah, go ahead,
A little perspective.
bro.
I don't think she came up here with an accusation. I think she came up here with a wholehearted.
What? By what?
This guy is fucked, right? I think she was
what-
saying that the accusation was fucked, right?
By
I
what
think she came out to
by what
expose the accuser and not to try to, accuse. I think she
By
came
what
up.
metric? By what metric do you make such inferences?
I think the second answer was a softball. It's kind of a really, it's like a real easy yes or no type of thing where You got through the first question. She got through the first question and the accusation, and at least
ask you the same question. How would you answer it?
I would say no. I don't.
We're gonna need a
condone
sim category.
beating women. I don't condone beating women. So
under no circumstance,
in the moment, we've had a very fucking emotional night here for a little while, right?
Well, say you ask somebody. Well, say you asked a criminal on an internet panel if they committed the crime that everybody knows they might have committed. Even then, they would deny it, wouldn't they? Like,
no, but
bad enough to do the crime, but you think they're not bad enough to lie about it. I mean, essentially what you're saying, right? Like it embedded in the same.
like what value does that fucking,
like you're a person if you beat women. Now, do you beat women? Do you want to be seen as evil by the on a public forum, even though you're evil enough to actually do the deed? I mean, do you understand that literally makes no sense whatsoever?
And I understand from her perspective that was like throwing somebody a softball when somebody just has to say, "No,
asking
I don't."
Do you think that makes any sense to go on a public platform and say, I think that you're dumb enough and evil enough to commit a crime. Now, will you admit to it on a public platform? I mean,
who said that? Who said that? Did she say that?
Saying that beating a woman is not a crime?
Yeah, it's essentially what you just did.
No, that's the way it was perceived.
So you're saying that
how do you perceive what she did?
I perceive it like this: that she came up with an open heart to say, look, bro, I heard some accusations and I know they're fucking wrong. Okay. I know these accusations are wrong, but I want to present them to you and let you know that they're out there. Okay.
And then she followed that. And
she followed that with getting the first question behind that we understand that did not happen and that these assholes make accusations. So do you? And the simple answer is no. Those guys are fucking idiots.
No. Now I'll tell you what okay. So that's what you heard.
Well, then what's the purpose of the question in the first place?
Hold on. Because hold on. That's not what happened. Let me tell you what happened. Okay. First, she asked me the question, right? Then she asked me about Muslims in general. Which is like, how the fuck would I know that? And then she insinuated it again. And the second time, the insinuation was more severe than the first. So it was as if she used the addendum of asking me about Muslim men beating women to then insinuate stronger the third time. So it's like, oh shit. So she actually insinuated it 3 different ways. And on the third way, I said, what the fuck is your point?
Why even come on panel to
I understand
act?
that. I understand that.
Yeah, like why even come on panel to insinuate something 3 different ways when nobody even implied such a thing?
Because she was trying to set you up and get you into a situation.
known liar.
Bro, I think she's on your
liar.
team. I think she's on your team, bro. I don't think she came up here with an accusation.
By what
I think she came up here
what
wanting to find some clarity, right? And knowing that.
By what standard do you have that claim that she's on his side? Like, what evidence do you have of that?
Because she got upset when the question was taken in a different way than she meant to give it. That it was perceived in a different way than what was offered.
How do you know that what she's saying is true? By what standard do you adjust?
Well,
I've been on a bunch of panels.
Another hour of programming here.
I've been on quite a few panels. I've been on a bunch of pretty intense panels with Lindsay. I've seen her on panels, and she asks hard questions.
Do you know her intent? How do you know her intent?
Does anybody know anybody else's intent? Come on. We're going to go there.
Uncle Fatty, I did not know where to classify you, but you've made it clear where you stand.
I think she's a simp. I think she loves this channel. I don't think she has any ill will towards our friend Machine at all.
Okay, so if somebody came on your channel and asked you this question, you would have no issue with it whatsoever, right?
You know, no, I wouldn't, because I would have realized that it was a softball question. The third question, getting into the personal stuff, getting into the personal religious stuff, is just trying to find clarity. You know, it's trying to find some nuance to something to figure out
on a show
to
about
figure out
on
to
a show
figure
about
out
philosophy,
why
ask about
to
people's
figure out why somebody would make that accusation in the first place. I don't think she came up here with the intent of trying to reiterate somebody else's
How are you going to know?
intended accusation.
Okay. How are you going to know
But that's
someone's
what she
motive?
did.
How are you going to know someone's motive and intent? Tell me about
It's the
how
way
you.
it wasn't. It's the way it was perceived, guys. Okay.
Okay, if I make an accusation about somebody and you go ask them what is their intent or motivation of doing this, how would they know? Okay, Uncle Fatty, what was her intent and her motive? Do you know it? And how do you know it?
How do you know what it was?
I don't. That's the whole point. I have no idea.
Exactly. So you read the situation, right?
Why should I believe what she says? Why should I believe what she says on the face of it?
Why should you believe what anybody says?
Why should I believe what you say right now? Is there any reason I should take your word for what you're saying?
Have I asked anybody to believe me?
Yes, by the very mere fact that you're here making an argument, it means that you want people to believe what you're saying, right?
No.
Okay, so you could be lying. Okay.
Sure, whatever. I mean, you want to get into the nuance of human thought, or do you just want to, understand a situation on a situational basis? She came up here and said, "Look, bro, this is going to be some really personal shit, and I don't want it to be fucking misstrewn." Okay,
something that
I'm going to ask you some really weird shit, and here's some shit. And she was kind of like half-heartedly like laughing, like there's some dumb fucks making some dumb fuck shit accusations again, and we all know it's fucking not true, right? So here we go. Now that we know it's not true,
it's not true, but let's bring it up publicly. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That clarifies the whole. That actually makes so much more sense now. Thank you.
Kind of like, hey, I was on a panel this afternoon. I heard some guys talking shit, and more than likely they're going to be coming at you with these accusations.
Right.
And I've never heard them make these accusations before, so I just wanted to be clear.
I heard this rumor about Uncle Fatty, and I just want to address it for 33 million people who are watching the TV. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
33,
It's
huh?
retarded. I know it's not true, but I'm gonna tell 33 million people I have a question for you publicly. How does that make any fucking sense? I've never heard it. I mean, I'm just seriously like, please explain to me how that makes sense.
Like a way of discrediting somebody's argument before they come say tomorrow and say, I heard this on a fucking panel that you're a fucking woman beater, blah, blah, blah. Snafu fucking bullshit. Okay, you're not going to be attacked on this tomorrow, and I just wanted to just kind of nip the head in the bud and just say, we know this is all bullshit. We know those guys are all full of shit, right?
Give an example. Okay, hey, Uncle Fatty, have you ever done X? And you say no. Okay, and next part. Have you heard that Christian? What are you, a Christian, right? Let's just say you're a Christian. Have you heard that Christians beat women? Oh, okay.
No.
How about this? Have you heard that white Christian American dudes beat their women? Because it seems like it's a problem. I've heard around. I mean, you understand
I've heard that.
Okay, you understand that's kind of like odd way to frame it, right?
Okay, let's nuance this a little bit here. I live in a part of America where it's very kind of white dominant. A lot of white separatists, a lot of white supremacists up here. A lot of poor white trash. And they beat their wives often. Yeah, a lot of fucking meth up here, a lot of fucking fentanyl. And
okay.
Yeah, I would say
and
that
if you told them to get on a videotape and admit it,
I would say, yeah, there's a tendency for white trash people to fucking beat their wives. I would agree with that.
Yeah, that's not what I just asked. I said, would you get them to go live and admit it? So somebody can turn it into a court.
Throw them a softball. I would throw them a softball and hope that it's not taken the wrong way. And
then judge them on their innocence or not based on how they take it.
I don't think she came up here to judge anybody. I think she came up here to give an opportunity to respond to an accusation that's probably going to be coming
as
tomorrow.
a white trash dude from the South, I can tell you, you do this kind of slippery stuff around a white trash redneck dude. He's not going to take too kindly to it. I'm just being honest with you. Like, you know, I don't know what kind of people you're around that you can like make this kind of logical argument, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, you know, this makes total sense. You know, just go on a public platform and ask somebody out of care and love, hey, did you do something that everybody would automatically find you reprehensible for? I mean, yeah. You'd ask your if you thought your father did something wrong, you go on national.
If you admitted publicly to it, it would be a crime.
You know, why didn't she just say the part where like, hey, by the way, you're implying like, hey, by the way, somebody might be accusing you of this at some point. Why didn't that part come out of her mouth?
Because it's implied in the actuality.
Okay, well, you know what you can do with your implications, all right? Like, if people aren't mind readers.
It's not an assumption. Okay, I'm not trying to make an ass out of you and me. It's an implication. That's how the first question was presented.
Right.
That's how the first
so we can't
accusation.
make inferences, but we can't make inferences like someone might do that out of not actually caring, but out of malice. You think that there's no way to justify that it could possibly be any percentage possibly malice and not out of concern.
Anybody can perceive it as
okay.
So
what?
Okay,
if you had $100,000,
it could be out of concern, but it would have been done in private.
It probably could have best been done, especially after the past couple hours. That this has been a heated panel, guys. And she kind of hopped into the chat and then hopped right up on panel, and I fucking commend the fuck out of her for that, because man, this has been a pretty intense night with a bunch of dudes fucking screaming at each other for a while.
Maybe she
as
was
much
sent
as
here.
we all love each other, right? Out of love.
Maybe she didn't just hop on the panel. Maybe she got sent here by Snafu.
Oh, I'm sure she's taking orders from that dumb fuck. Yeah, right. I don't
So
think
why
so.
even bring up his accusation if he's so dumb?
Yeah,
in a way,
accusation
to preemptively
turned off right there.
It's like putting
all right, maybe she got sent over by someone else and they used Snafu as a reason.
This has been hashed out last year, and it's
the problem with that though, guys. The problem with that whole premise is that there's too many maybes in that sentence. There's too many maybes in that.
Well, it's a probably.
She probably got sent here by somebody else to do their dirty work.
Yeah, it's more of a maybe that she came here out of general human compassion.
How convenient that we can't possibly know someone's intent, and that you want us to 100% say it couldn't possibly be anything other than genuine personal concern for someone, right? How about 5%?
Are we going to the full extreme of possibilities? Are we going to go with impossible scenarios, or I mean,
yeah, okay, yeah. I'm just saying, dude. I mean, you gotta put yourself in the shoes that you're trying to put everybody else in, and let's just.
I'm trying to put myself in.
You're not really. Let's just be honest, dude.
Hey, you can perceive it however you want to. Okay, I don't have to fucking tell you that I'm lying or I'm not. Okay, she doesn't have to tell you I'm fucking here for peace and love, or I'm here to fucking try to fuck you or not. It's all perception. I can tell you 100%.
How convenient. How convenient, right?
From the interactions that I've had with the woman over the past few months, on some heated panels, on some very intense conversations.
The last 10 minutes it kind of tells me quite a lot too. Am I allowed to use that perception, or?
Yeah, you are. That's why we're having a conversation.
Because the probability of
I don't care if I change your guys' mind at all. Okay. I just want, brother. I want.
Okay.
I want
you don't
machine
care
lives
at
to know.
all. You have
from my perspective.
Whether you. So what's the purpose? To make the audience not believe us?
From my perspective, Brother TML, I don't think she came up here with any ill will at all. I don't think she's that kind of person. I don't think she would have fucking done that. I think she came up here to present an accusation and not to be an accuser. Okay? I think she came up here as a friend to say, hey, there's some guys talking shit over on this other thing, and I don't really know those guys too well, but she said straight up, I respect you enough to come here and tell you, and have this conversation, and it's going to be difficult. I think she came up here as a simp. Like, hey, bro, these guys are talking mad shit, and I know it's not true, but I just wanted to present it to you as a softball. I'd like to put the softball onto a tee and let you smash that fucker out of the fucking park.
Right. I guess with simps like you guys, who needs trolls? You know what I mean?
I don't know I don't know these terms, okay? Jesus. It's not hard, okay? That's the thing is, this has been an intense night. Softballs are usually whiffed upon when we don't realize it's a softball question. I think she came up here with 100%, brother. TML, I think she came up here with nothing but fucking love. I don't think she came up here under anybody's fucking orders. I don't think she would even take anybody else's orders. Have you fucking not argued with this woman or seen what she fucking says in chat sometimes? She ain't taking no fucking orders from no stupid fucking man, especially some stupid fucking zebra.
That's part of the problem.
I don't think she was coming up here to try to do a catch-22 or catch anybody in some clippable fucking clip. Okay? I don't think that at all. From my interactions, from my previous interactions with the woman, I don't think she would do that to anybody on this panel. I don't think she has that in her heart to even have that fucking hatred.
Do you think women should be controlled by men?
Sure, yeah. Do I think she's one of them? Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Well, why do you think that's positive then?
Why do I think it's a good thing that Lindsay Smith is not controllable by men?
Yeah, because you just said it's a good thing if they are.
No, that's the way you perceived it. I don't think it's a good thing that women are controlled by men. I don't think it's a good thing that women are controlled by men.
Okay,
I think it's possible. I think it's possible that they are. Yes, some women are
What if a
easily
woman's
controlled.
happy to be controlled by a man? Is that negative?
Then good for her.
Okay,
but I don't think that's Lindsay. I don't think that about her.
What if she
No,
wants to get beat by men? Does that make her bad or does that make her good?
Who? Some random fucking woman? She can do whatever she wants with her life. If she likes to get beat, let her get beat. I don't think that about Lindsay at all. I don't think she would come under here under somebody's orders.
What's the
especially
standard?
some zebra?
I mean, you make a lot of claims with like zero logical reason why we should take your opinion. You know what I mean? Like I'm actually wanting to be convinced.
Regardless of the point.
The point is, I'm answering your guys' questions, okay? Because I don't really care what anybody fucking feels or thinks about this conversation, other than brother TML.
I'll tell you, I
I
think
think
too
we
much
had
of
a
it.
heated night. I think we had a heated few hours, right? And I think she came up and
put a cherry on top.
No. Put a softball on top.
Yeah,
And-
softballs are one of the best ways that reporters, catch somebody in some bullshit. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I've used them in that way before too. I don't think she would do that.
Oh, okay. So people would do it, but we just know 100% positive for
No.
sure.
No. Don't get me wrong. People do that. I don't think she does that.
Okay, but why should we agree with you is my question.
You don't have to. I don't care if you do.
Okay, so why come here and say something if you do not care about the result of what you're doing?
Because I care what TML thinks. I think that this was a situation that was just taken out of context.
Well, it was a situation where many questions were asked. They weren't related to each other. They were assumed to be related, and they were assumed to be founded upon some sort of pretense to truth.
I don't think that pretense of truth. I don't think that pretense of truth was there, though, brother. I don't. I think that it was more of a
No, it was a complete pretense to truth. You can't just go on repeating stuff that you hear in an internet chat room.
Right.
So
And
why?
and that
What
I
would
think
be the import of? What would be the import of doing such a thing?
I think it was presented in a way that it wasn't an accusation, is what I'm saying.
There's no way to
I
present
do
such
not.
information. There's no way to present such information in a reputable manner. It's like
I mean,
it's
I
like
guess
it's like you found a fucking, you know,
found a mark or
dirty
something, right?
fucking bubble gum wrapper, and it had something written on it, and you're wondering if you should take it seriously. You're taking the trash from around the street.
And you're the one that picked up the wrapper, though, brother. Is what I'm saying. I think she
No,
presented
I
the wrapper
didn't.
to
No, I
you.
didn't. No, I didn't. I
I think
allowed somebody to pick up the wrapper, read it, and then report it to me. I'm not I'm not the one picking up a fucking dirty bubblegum wrapper and then reporting what I read on it. That's not what happened, friend. You're missing the analogy. It's a
Yeah, I just
finger
coughed
point.
my weed all over
Listen.
my lap, dog.
Yeah, it's a finger pointing to the moon. If you pay attention to the finger, you're missing the fucking moon. The point. The person
yeah.
making the point instead of what the fuck
I
they're
got that.
pointing to.
I got that. Okay. Trying to spin the wrapper, okay, was the wrong way to do that. I think she picked up the wrapper. Okay. She saw something was written on it about you, friend. Brother. Okay. And I think she came to you and said, "Look what's on this wrapper, bro." And I know it's not true, but let's address it. So when people come in here tomorrow and try to make this accusation, that we've already addressed it. That we know, kind of in a joking way, that's just bullshit anyways. And that type of shit is something that, like, nobody would fucking believe that you're that type of person, bro. Nobody would fucking even think that unless you're on a fucking riding the back of a zebra, right? I think it was presented in that way, and brother, I think you took it in the wrong way. I think it could have been presented better, yes, and on a night that wasn't so previously heated. But I'm telling you, man, bro, I don't think it was presented in a way where it was an accusation. I think it was a softball, and it was just taken the wrong way. And when that third question, implication, whatever it was, came up of, is this something that happens traditionally in the Muslim faith?
Let me ask you something. If somebody walks up to you and repeats a flat out lie in front of your face, right? And you tell them that it's wrong, right? How is that taking it the wrong way? I'm just a little confused at like how I took that the wrong way.
It was the next offering of how does this traditionally happen?
Like, should I like what would be the response in your opinion that was necessary there?
I think your response was great, bro, to the answer.
But that's not what you said. You said I took it the wrong way. So why don't you tell me how I took it the wrong way?
I will. Okay.
Okay.
I will. She asked if you endorse multiple wives, right? That kind of got covered. That you don't. Okay. And as a Muslim man,
though, who cares? Like,
right.
Why care if he wants 10 wives? Who cares? Like, why does it matter?
Because it goes back to the part of the accusation that's being made by the zebra. Okay.
So
it's a potential accusation that's going to be coming up tomorrow, right?
Are you equating that beating women is the same as having?
What's going to be coming up tomorrow?
These accusations that were presented on this other platform that she came over here to present, right?
What other platform is this that you're referring to?
Where she heard the other accusation on the Zebra
Where is
channel.
that?
On Snafu's channel.
On
Snafu? Or from Snafu on somebody else's channel. Wherever it came from, the accusation came from the Zebra, is what I'm getting. It was probably on.
So they were talking about me on some other channel. Great.
That's what she said. That's
okay. Okay. So then they're going to be talking about these accusations tomorrow. Where?
Potentially to you. They're, I don't.
No.
I don't think you fully understand.
Hold on a second. I go live twice. Okay, I cover topics, right? Many of the men on this panel, right, they came on here, right, to talk about topics, right, related to the subject matter, right. In the beginning, they talked about politics, they talked about different ideas, right. They even argued. Some of the arguments got heated, right? Right? This is gossip,
Yeah.
right? Of the level, right?
Yep.
Of the level of the lowest possible level,
Yeah.
right? Of a
I think.
cretinous, of a caterpillar of a man.
Yeah.
You know, so why would you think that it rises to the level? You know, it rises to the quality of what I present, the type of material, the type of you know what I mean,
Yeah.
energy. I mean, and anything. I mean, any aspect of the presentation given at the beginning of this video. Have you ever seen any of my presentations?
Yeah. Quite a few, bro.
That's what I
I think.
mean.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
think that.
So yeah, you know, that's what this show is about. You know what I mean? So I'm
Mhm.
happy to talk to you about any of those. I'm sure you have questions about theology or political science or philosophy or any of those
Mhm.
things. So please move on to some of those subjects if you're so inclined, you know.
Yeah, bro. For real. For real. Peace, bro. Okay.
For
I'm
sure,
not
yeah.
trying to spread. I'm not trying to spread accusations, and I just don't think she was either. Okay. I
Who
really
cares?
love.
Who cares what she
I really
thinks? Who
love.
cares how she feels? Like, who gives a
Sure.
fuck, dude?
Cool.
Yeah,
I
who
know.
gives a fuck, dude?
What I really do like about your channel, though, brother, is when you get into the
Of course, yeah.
nationalism stuff, you know, on
Oh
a
yeah, yeah, yeah.
grander
Yeah,
scale,
I did a whole
on a
series
grander
on that.
scale.
Yeah,
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 man,
for sure.
and I'm, you know, I'm a big studier of that particular subject. You know, at some point, I would love to have a couple of maybe even just a little one-on-one on that subject too at some point. But you know, that's one that I really have gained a lot of insight from your intellectual experience in dealing with other theologies, right? And having the nuance to be able, having the fortitude to be able to understand why somebody else would have that nationalistic look, you know, throughout history. Being able to really recognize more so why people do things for the real, you know, the real reasons that you talk about here of, you know, power and control. And I think you got a great fucking deal here going, brother. I think you do some very, very intellectual,
Yeah, I think
hardcore
yeah, I think
subjects
they
that
got
people don't do.
yeah, I think it's you know, technology that's been moving culture, you know, and I do think
man.
that there is a monoculture in the world today, you know, and I do think that it's apparent that technology has caused a world culture to emerge. You know, that is the objective
Yeah.
force of power in the world, you know. So if you want to look at where this world culture came from, you know, well, you know, it started out in a multicultural form, you know, meaning that, you know, civilization came from many different places, you know. But really, you know, what it was is that, you know, every culture in the world, right, talked about the flood, you know, and they
Yeah.
all were basically around these river civilizations, you know, these large river, you know, conglomerations. So it was like India, you know, China, you know, I
The
mean, when you
Middle
look
East.
at yeah, yeah, if you look at Confucius, if you look at Zoroaster, if you look at you know, the Hindus, if you look at Plato, you know, and if you look at the
Plato and
Egyptians,
Aristotle, man, for sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
they all have stories of the flood myth, you
Yeah.
know. So they got this flood myth, you know, going back. You know, Confucius talks about it, you know, Plato talks about it, you know, so they said they came from much more advanced civilizations, you know. So
The
they talked
Aztecs talked
about
about it. Yeah.
yeah, they talked
Yeah.
about these emperor kings, you know, and they
Yeah.
talked about the merger of God, king, and people in
Sky
this,
Kings. Yeah.
yeah, this land. A lot of people thought that these civilizations, these great sage kings, you know, as Confucius called them, and you know, I mean, basically what it was is that every great civilization on Earth that we know that all the world cultures actually originated from say that we devolved from a much more advanced civilization.
Yeah.
Although there's no
Facts.
proof of those world civilizations, you know.
Well, you know,
So,
they hide all the giant bones and don't let us, you know.
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. They bury the evidence of these things. You know what I mean? So then what
To the
happens
victor
is,
goes the history books. You know, there's nothing new in any history books right now.
yeah,
You know, we're at
yeah.
that point in time where there just hasn't been a big cultural shock to this new one world kind of mentality and thinking, right? That it's about time for some history books to be rewritten, right?
Yeah, if you look at you know, all the ancient civilizations, you know, they had evidence of a world culture that was
Right.
part of civilizations, an interconnected realm of civilizations that was much more advanced than themselves, you know. So we're talking about Confucius talked about it, and Confucian culture ruled Chinese society for 1500 years.
Yeah,
You know, and the Jews talked about it, right? Because it's in the Bible, it's in the Babylonian books. You know, they talked about the flood. You know, you know, Plato talked about the flood, and Greek culture. You know, just you could just take Greek and Jewish.
Fuck the Egyptians.
Yeah, you could take Greek religion. I'm sorry. Jewish religion and Greek philosophy, and you can construct everything you need for Western civilization right out of those two things.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's really astounding that you know, these sources, you know, because when Plato wrote, he wrote in Greek, right? And he used words like pneuma, which means spirit, you know, and and they also use words from Greek philosophy like logos and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
So
Didn't
when it
Plato
came,
get knowledge from Solon, who told him that?
Yeah.
Who told him that basically that they got their knowledge from them? Like he was like a mind fuck, bro. He's like, "What do you mean you don't know where y'all came from?" He's like, "We got all this shit from y'all."
Yep.
Basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Confucius said he got it from the Sage Kings. You know, Critias, who's Plato's uncle, said he got it from Solon, and Solon said he got it from some other source. You know, so it's all, you know. Yeah, and Solon is the guy who constructed all the laws of Athens.
Yeah.
You know, so his laws actually served as you know, information to make the Roman laws, and actually Athens actually rejected the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle. You know,
They were heretic. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, because they believed in one God. So until the church came, you know, the civilization never adopted these philosophies. You know, they had an internal struggle going on between Plato and Aristotle. You know, they were fighting between Plato and Aristotle all the time.
And then comes along Nicholas Copernicus, and everybody's like,
"Oh, that's way later. I'm still on 400. I'm still on 400 BC. You gotta wait a little while to get there. You know?
yeah.
You're going way ahead. You're
1,500 years there.
Yeah, you're going 1,500 years ahead. But anyways, from Plato, okay, and this is where I started my presentation on this show. You know, from Plato to Aristotle, okay, from Aristotle to Alexander the Great, right, from Alexander the Great, who spread all the Hellenistic learning. I'm talking about Stoicism, you know, Greek philosophy, you know, the thoughts of Plato, the thoughts of Aristotle, the thoughts of the pre-Socratics, because Aristotle talked about all the sage philosophers, right?
Yeah,
so you had all that shit spread from all the way to 180.
Yeah.
Until the Hasmoneans took over in Rome. They took over and they built the second temple in Rome. You know, until the Romans came and destroyed their temple in 60 AD. This is the same time that the Gospels came out. You understand what I'm saying? 60 AD.
Man,
and this is also when St. Paul passed away. Now, St. Paul is single-handedly responsible for spreading Christianity to Europe. You know, one of the places he went was in Macedonia. That's where he wrote Thessalonians. You know, Thessalonica is in Macedonia. You know, a lot of people don't even know that. You know what I mean? But
Yo,
you
what
know,
about the French and the Vikings, bro?
Yeah, that's what I got to get to later.
The
because
Nords converted to Christianity, and basically, like it comparted with their shit, which was basically old school Judaism.
Yeah, that's around 500 AD. You know, during the collapse of the Roman Empire, because this happened around 500 AD, you know, and it's the same time as the death of St. Augustine. You know, St. Augustine was martyred in Rome, you know, and he was one of the people who created a philosophy, you know, because Augustine is basically 700 years before Aquinas. You know, and Aquinas is the one through scholastic theology, he finally lays down the doctrine of the separation of church and state. Why? Because he said that faith and reason operate in two different spheres. He said there's truths of faith and there's truths of reason, you know, and they operate in two separate but equal spheres, just like the church and the state operate in two separate but equal spheres.
That was a big move in humanity right there. Just the thought
For
of
400 years. For
Yeah.
400 years. They would have wars. Somebody would pick the fucking pope. Somebody would pick the fucking king. You know, until the Protestant Reformation happened. And in the Protestant Reformation, they said the Pope was the Antichrist. So they picked the king. So that's when they began the era of statecraft. They started to develop the rights of the king and the rights of the people as opposed to the king. You know, because they didn't rely on the church to hold the king accountable anymore. You know, the Pope couldn't hold the king accountable anymore. So the people had to hold them accountable. So they developed natural rights and laws. Why? Because they believed in the laws of nature. Why? Because they found it out from Greek philosophy. They rediscovered Greek philosophy after they abandoned the church. They were able to read that shit on their own. You know,
Yeah,
and
the Anglican movement was huge. The move that the Anglicans made away from Catholicism was, and is still is, like,
Now this is where you develop the idea of nation states. Where does it come from? It comes from the Kabbalah, because all of these nations, right, so-called nations, right, they said that they get their divine right from king. They get their divine right from God. The king gets their divine right from God, right, instead of the church, right? See, this is because of the Protestant Reformation, because otherwise you'd have a synergy between the church and the state, right? Right. So they had to abandon that, right? Right. So they came up with the idea that these nations were ancient. So they said, actually, you know, Albion was an ancient king, and you know what I mean? And he was like a descendant of King
We
David.
was kings.
Yeah, exactly. They
Bro,
made up
was
all
they
these-
the original Hebrew Israelites, bro?
Yeah, we was Vikings. You know what I mean?
We was Vikings.
You know, they came up with this whole myth, you know, of this great European manifest destiny, that there were actually the Scythians, or there were some ancient Israelite tribe, there were a lost tribe of Israel and all this shit, you know, to supply the fact that these kings were taking the divine right. You know, they would conflate whatever the new kingdom of the church was with Israel. You know, the new church was Israel's, you know, so there was European kings that were comparing themselves not only to Roman kings, you know, but also to the kings in the Hebrew Bible, like King David and all of those types of, you know, so that's what they,
that's the point in history right there, that
when they started formulating the nations, the European nations, you know, France and Germany. And they said this is based on the ancient kingdom and the divine right and blah. But yeah, you get the picture. You know?
And really, from that point in history is real big with the Aryans that live up here in my neck of the woods. That point in history is a very specific time in history that they that ideology uses as kind of a turning point in the difference between the Aryan and the non-Aryan.
Well, a lot of that
Aryan has nothing to do with color or race. You know,
Have you ever compared the Aryan runes to the ancient Paleo Hebrew?
More so the bloodlines.
No, I mean, have you compared their letters? They have the same letters, and they actually are basically the same people.
Yeah, sons of Canaan, or not. Is kind of how these guys break it down up here.
It's debatable as to who exactly they are, which side of
Yeah.
the fence, but we
Figured-
know they were
figured
like
shit
the
did, yeah, 'cause-
Phoenicians. You know what I mean?
Right,
They were
right.
the Vikings. They were merchant, like maritime merchants.
Yeah.
And they made all these different guilds of merchants, and they all had the same practices of, you know what I'm saying, blood sacrifice. You know what I mean? They basically worshiped the same exact, breakdown. It was just a lot more open in the Viking cultures and shit.
Yeah.
You know,
And
it had
monotheism.
hidden. And yeah, yo, if you look into like what is it? What's that Hebrew? It's like it's not a Jewish, it's fuck. What's that? It's like a Jewish language, bro. It's like
Yiddish.
Germanic. Yiddish.
Hebrew? Or?
Yo, Yiddish matches almost like some of the Nordic languages in German.
Yep.
It's real bugged out.
Yeah, Yiddish has a part in
The Lion of Judah and the Ari, which is the Lion of the Aryans. It's the same shit, yo. It's the same flags. It's the cross. You know what I mean? It's the Templars. It's the Vikings. It's the, you know what I mean? It's all the same shit.
Yeah.
The mystery
And
occult religions.
It all
of
comes down to one
Luciferian
thing, and
Satanism.
we all know that it's just a matter of trying to control people and who can, manipulate their own society enough to
Exactly
profit
what it
from
was.
right?
It was always Luciferian satanic occult knowledge.
Yeah, somewhat though, but they're, I don't think in their time that they were necessarily aware of the dichotomy of the reflection they were living.
Not all of them, but some of them were. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And
The
especially
ones that
the
were
government.
familiar with the quote unquote gods, like the oracles and shit. You know what I mean? These are the people that were manipulating the majority of because you got to understand, our civilization is run by the mystery occult, right? If you look at our civilization as if that's all of us, that would be not a good representation. Most of us are being controlled by a rulership who are, high level occultists in the satanic Luciferian system.
Sure,
And then, of course, like a lot of the Vikings were just going along with the customs of their people. They don't know what they're doing, and they didn't tell them. That's part of the mystery.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I've been asking everybody the same question. Like, what do you think how do you think we're all being controlled? Because we just, like, people do society. Like, we're doing the good persistent. Like, you don't need these rulers for everybody to get up and go to work in the morning. They're just gonna do it because they need to pay bills. I'm personally not being controlled by anyone, and I'm an agent of chaos apparently.
You're absolutely being
I
controlled.
prefer
Tommy.
a climber of the ladder that is chaos, maybe.
You're absolutely being controlled, Tommy.
How's that?
Well, I mean,
Because
everything that you do is based on some type of programming, right?
No.
Why not?
Because I do what I want and I don't do anything detrimental to myself. Like,
I
how
agree
am I-
with you. But what are your
Like,
wants?
I
built
think what you
upon?
guys are calling control is like the order of civilization.
Yeah, it's
Kinda, yeah.
basically, you know, when you
Kinda.
go and buy a gumball, Tommy, at the gumball machine, and you put the quarter in and you twist the knob, you could want whatever color you want. But at the end of the day, the gumball machine gives you whatever gumball, and it just goes around in the machine. And you might want to get the gumball when it's halfway down.
Bad analogy,
but you
dude.
still got to wait for it to go through the machine, right, Tommy? And so that
No.
gumball is being controlled from the moment it leaves. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think that's a
You're
good
in the
analogy.
gumball machine, Tommy. It don't matter if you have free will to roll around in the gumball machine. You're still in the machine, which means you're being controlled. You're going to come out the bottom, and some little kid's going to eat you.
Where do I want to go if the machine's not there?
You're in the machine, Tommy.
Right. But how is it detrimental to me? How do I
The
not
problem
have
is that we realize we're being controlled,
I'm
right?
not being controlled. That's that God.
You can't be
I
awake if you don't first realize that you're being controlled. You're
Well,
still in the
everyone
matrix.
tells me it's my religion that controls me, and I'm like, on the contrary, that's what gives me my freedom. Like you guys were just saying, whenever that.
What's your religion, Tommy?
Christianity.
Can the societal norms be manipulated by those, higher up, so to say, in society that have the money control, that have the control of the media,
Wait. How does Christianity give you your freedom? Don't you have freedoms long before Christianity even came about? Long before Judaism?
Right.
Long before any of this came about, we all actually had freedoms. And it
That's
wasn't
right.
until we started talking about this shit that all of a sudden the idea that we didn't have them came up.
No, it's Christianity that gives me my freedom of this rule of law, where I will default in the overall. I go to God's law over man's law.
Yeah,
That's why we
I
get
can see that.
jabbed. Why I don't do.
I mean, I don't disagree with you on that.
To that, I would say, how is it that a society can not as a group, but only as an individual, see certain things?
That's what it's all about. It's all about the.
Right.
That's what I tried to tell Paul for years. It's like, dude, you can't make everybody do this. It's the individual that has to do it for themselves.
And we have to choose, right? We make a conscious choice to do what we're going to do, even when we're acting reactively, right? But okay, it's about intent. I see it from the point of intent, where there's a group of old white guys sitting at a table trying to figure out how to take over the world from the coloreds and the others and they and them, right?
Oh, the
and
coloreds never
their
had the
intent,
world.
their plan, right, is to infiltrate government, to stop getting swastika tattoos, and stop acting like Nazis in public, and to get elected to public office so they
Oh,
can
no,
manipulate the public office rather than the individual on the street.
See, this is how
That sounds
we
more
got
like
backwards.
a perspective
Yeah,
problem
it's
than
not.
an intent.
No, it's not the Nazis that are doing what you're saying. It's more like the commies.
Right. Yeah.
And again, that sounds more like a perspective problem than an intent problem.
Sure.
Because if
But
you fix the perspective that we're all equal, then what's the intent of the unit as a whole, as opposed to Nazi versus somebody else?
What was the intent of the Jewish nationalists that used to push nationalism onto their society? That intent is to divide the society and make them fight themselves, right? So that we don't have to fight our own public. If I'm the government, I want to control these people. I'm going to
No,
sick them again.
I think you misunderstand how the caliphate and polity and religion all work cohesively together. It wasn't until the onslaught of the Israelites in slavery and stuff, and Cyrus freed them, that polity was first originated. That's the origin of Judaism.
Has every thriving society questioned their government?
Absolutely.
Right. So I mean, that's what it comes down to. Is we all
Why
know when
wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? There's not one to this day that has ever been successful.
Because we don't want to be controlled. We don't want to fucking be controlled, right? No, as a group or not as an individual, right? We want to be the free-minded, free-thinking, free will people that we've been programmed to think we are.
Well, that's how I do it. Like, your control is based on the things you want or desire. Like, the more you can be that basic man on the land, make your own food, have your own shelter, not need anything else. They can't.
In simple form. Yeah, I mean, we can't. Once we acknowledge it, that releases the power that it had over us, right? It's that simple of the concept of just knowing that they're fucking with us allows us
like
to.
If Paul doesn't want to have a license or registration or insurance, he can just not have a car. That's all he has to do is find out how to not need a car.
Right.
No,
that's how
that's unrealistic expectation. Understand. Listen. When you go through bankruptcy, one of the main tenements of those bankruptcies is not just a house, but a car. And there is nothing in the bankruptcy code that even touches on that subject, regardless if you don't have a driver's license.
Why am I dealing with bankruptcy?
You're not understanding the point. There are certain tenements in life. There are certain tenements in life that are due every man, regardless of his supposed wealth accumulation.
No, if you want a car, get a car. But if you don't want that way to, like, they can finagle you, and then now you're on the road. Now you're in those regulations. So yes, you are due if you want to take
that's
on that.
only if you're not that's only if you're stupid enough.
Tommy, if you live in a city, you could get around without a car. But if you
I
live
don't
in
have
the
a car,
country,
dude.
if you live in the country and you don't have a welfare check, you're gonna have to get a job, and you're gonna have to get to your job, and you're gonna have to walk like fucking 80 miles a day to work. That's
Why?
impossible, bro.
Why do I need? Why would it? I'm talking about the Jesus.
You need money
thing,
to
man.
build an
Why
infrastructure.
can't
and
you
a house.
do the
You
Jesus
can't just
thing today?
fucking cut wood with your teeth, bro, and put a house up.
Listen, I'm not doing it, but I've acknowledged I'm partaking in this, so I'm aware of.
I am doing it. I'm just saying, there's certain things you got to do when, you know what I mean, in order to live in the
Unless
woods in
you
the first
don't.
place
That's
to
what
have
I'm
freedom.
saying. See,
You
this
know,
is
like,
how you're
if you want
controlled.
the
This is how
freedom,
they've got you. You don't see what I'm saying is no, you don't have to.
well, yo, sometimes you got to play the game until you get to a point where you don't have to. But if you have a family and you got kids that you got to support and feed, you got to do what you got to do and play the fucking game until you can position yourself where you get out of the game. But you're in the game.
Paul? Are you
if you choose
Paul?
not to play the game, that's on you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's all variables of what degree you want to participate or not. I'm not saying I don't, but you could
Like, do you have
totally
some kind
opt
of
out.
guaranteed income regardless of what you do?
No, there's a guy that I saw a guy in California. He just walks around and eats foraged food.
Okay.
Doing
What I'm saying is,
in
you
essence.
personally, how do you have like a house? Do you pay rent? Do you own it?
I pay rent.
Okay. How do you get the money for your rent?
I'm a baller in the market.
You're a baller
Shot
in the
caller.
markets.
I'm in the
28
top.
blade on the
I'm in the
Impala.
top 10% holders of XRP in the entire world.
Was
Have twice as much
XRP?
XLM. It's the future money.
So how do you pay your rent with it?
No, that's stonks.
Yeah, I'm asking, how do you pay your rent?
Stonks.
Stonks?
Stocks.
Like you just buy and sell stocks?
Mostly just sell.
So like, what if you lose the stocks?
I don't.
Oh, I guess you got it all figured out, bro. I mean, how can I argue
No,
with
I
that?
mean I had a couple lottery moments to where I'm just rolling on that. I'm not saying it's not like I'm sitting here with my fingers crossed. It's already happened.
Well,
I
yeah.
was in Tesla.
You
at
got
50 bucks a
super
share.
fucking lucky. But yeah, I
No,
can't give that out as advice to tell people hit the lottery and then just be a Lumitami and don't have a car. You know what I mean?
I think you're merging off the point. Like
Guys.
that's just my situation. If I didn't have that, I'd work
feel
a
you.
job or whatever.
We all recognize we're playing in the same game, though, right? The problem is we've been conditioned to make a new game with each other inside of this game.
Okay. What do you propose?
Right? I propose we get off our high horses and praise the flying spaghetti monster
G almost gets it. Share G's comment.
and get a little bit of Talcott in it and forget fear and just come together with love and passion and
Yeah.
change the fucking world.
No. That's what Talcott has wrong. We don't have to come together. I would never follow that dude into whatever it is he
Okay.
thinks he's doing.
Hold on. Yeah, I
Right,
want to
but
entertain this idea for a second, right? Because I have sat there and thought of this deeply, you know, because I'm a deep thinker sometimes, you know what I mean? The thing is, it's like,
That
okay,
tier list suggests maybe not so much.
let's say we did adopt that, right? And we all went on the love streak, right? The problem is that if you don't have truth in that love, then that love is fake.
So let's
because
get rid of
it's not
lies.
based in the truth.
Let's get rid of all lies.
The love becomes vulnerable.
That's
You
what it
can't
is.
get rid of lies. Lies aren't
Right.
necessary. Lies are kind of amoral.
I'm telling you, bro, it's like, yo, the people that you truly love, right? You can get over, I said this the other night, you can get over things that happen between you and people that you love, right? Because you and each other have a common understanding that you've built this trust through the knowledge of each other, through the experiences you've had with each other. You've built this relationship and
Through
trust,
that
and you
relationship,
built that love.
I
we forgive
disagree
each
because
other.
I've often said in these panels, the way you become my mortal enemy is to have been that close to me. And that's where I won't find the understanding if you wrong me in some
But here's
way.
the thing. You can never have a brother, right, that you stand next to, right, if that relationship is built on lies. You understand? We always have to be on the same level in truth, right?
It's got to be built on constructive criticism, right?
Now,
but we have to
also,
realize when that constructive criticism is a bro saying to a bro, "Hey, bro, fucking hey, bro," okay. And when it's a fucking when we know intimates about each other, and we use those intimates as ammunition against our brothers, against our friends, against people that we don't even know, right? I know very little about all of you, but I know enough of a little bit of a personal detail to be able to attack you on that detail, right? Why
Look,
is it that we?
I'm not talking
can?
about details. I'm trying to
Go on.
literally think
It's
out
intent,
the
though.
idea that you just proposed.
It's intent. It all comes down to intent.
You got to
right?
understand the idea you just proposed, right? How can we have that mutual love, right, when not everybody is seeking the truth?
How do we get? That's what I'm saying too. I'm 100% with you. How do
You know
we
what I
get
mean?
rid of the judgment of each other?
Why do I think the manipulation and the way we're guided is everybody seems to have this idea they'll find the perfect way for everyone and they'll unite everyone. It just can never be. It can't
Right.
happen.
It's not meant to happen, bro.
Then what are we even talking about? Because society's already.
So at the end of the day, right, I come out here to meet with people and speak the truth, to grow in understanding and knowledge, and to hopefully, you know what I mean, build together in knowledge. Because, at the end of the day, right, if you build up what people understand, if the world understands more of the truth, they are less likely to be controlled by the lie. And so the system that you speak of will come about naturally with that truth. You see, but people have to first seek God in truth before they can ever love even themselves. And then
Not
once they
necessarily,
can love themselves, then they can love another person. But they
Sure.
can't do this in any other order. It's impossible.
I do think people can love themselves and love society without having to love a higher power.
Well, that's where you're wrong. It's just that they've made themselves their own higher power.
Right, but that's the programming that tells you that I'm wrong.
What programming?
John Thomas cornered a telescope on this.
Explain to me, Fatty. Did you create yourself?
It's the programming it's the programming that you've programmed yourself with the Bible, with the church.
I'm just saying,
I
Bible.
100% respect.
I took the Bible, put it down, right?
Christianity.
Did you create yourself? This is non-biblical. Just man to man.
According to the Bible, yes, that's exactly
You created
right.
yourself. All right, tell me how you did it.
It's not what I said, Rant. I said, yes, that's exactly what the Bible says. You're correct.
The Bible says you created you. Uncle
That's what
Fatty.
the Bible says.
Well,
yes,
let's
I agree
try
with
this
that.
one.
I'm not saying that's what the Bible says. I'm asking you, did you create yourself?
I agree with the fact that
Uncle
that's what the
Fatty.
Bible says.
Where does it say that?
Yeah,
Uncle Fatty, what's
I'd
your
like to
outlook
know
on
where
the
it
jab?
says that.
If you're saying that's what it says, I'm saying
No,
yeah.
it's not. I said
That's
I
what
put
it
the
says.
Bible down. I said I was just asking you man to man, a simple question between men. This
I
is
didn't hear the part about.
non-biblical.
I didn't hear
Hold on, let's
the part about
try
that.
the thing
it's
that we
okay.
did with telescope on this very
I
panel.
was just saying we're gonna put the biblical book down for a second, and it's just a question from a man to a man with no biblical connotation. Do you believe you created yourself, or were you created by something else?
Let's put down the who created question.
I don't think.
Let me ask you this.
I don't think a who created me. I do believe I was created by a system of processes, and I believe that we are all space dust with consciousness.
To go out in the weeds,
right?
Fatty,
And
what
who
do you think about the jab?
organized that system of processes? Because it seems pretty intense. If we can't do
I
it
don't-
today with modern science.
I don't think a who did it. I think a what did it.
Well, what do you think of the jab?
What do you think did it?
I don't know. It's a what.
See,
I'm telling you what that what is.
Origen's
That what is
question
God.
is negative.
But
That's it's
but
real
I have
simple.
100% faith that something did create me. I
That's
don't
what I'm
think it
saying.
was.
That what is
Okay, let
God?
me
It's
ask.
just the
I
title
can
that
ask.
we're putting on it. It doesn't have
I
to be the God of the Bible. The God created all
exactly.
things.
Sure.
So if that's the problem that
Sure.
you're having, if it's the God of the Bible, that's not what I'm saying. There is that thing, and so yeah, I see
call
what
that.
you're saying.
I call that force. I call that system of processes God as well.
So, what do you think of the jab?
The what? The who? What?
The jab. The jab, the thing from the coof. Do you think everybody should get it?
Oh, that
Tommy,
jab.
stay off that subject. Thank you.
No,
You
this
know,
is remember what me and John Thomas asked Telescope? This is what I'm going for. Just yes or no. Do you think
Just speak like a squirrel or
It's
something at
over.
least.
It's over on that subject. Let's move on to a different subject.
it's the answer is okay, no matter what you would answer, I say the other. Now where's the authority compared to one of us has to go?
I'm just saying that basically,
is there authority?
you
Is there
know,
authority? Really?
Well, if you were saying you created yourself, your authority comes from you. So if I say a thing and you say the opposite about that thing, well then how do we work that out without someone's got to go?
I don't think
Thank
it's
you for
possible.
that.
Exactly.
I think the offer that I made earlier, I think people coming together is natural enough only for us to be able to not kill our ant's nest, right? There's a reason why it takes a long fucking time for ants to kill their nest, right? And I think we're kind of in the 5/8 point maybe of our span, but I don't think that there's necessarily any other nuanced reason for us being here.
Uncle
Other
Fatty,
than
we're
the
not
fact that we're
bugs,
just
man.
here.
We're
Okay?
not bugs, though.
A guy and I were Bible study thing and trying to figure out what was Noah's Ark, right? They're finding stuff on whatever mountain way high up there. They found some wood, right? They found some new stuff in the Mediterranean Sea, right? They're finding like European carts that have been coralized, and the wheels and the spokes are like have turned to coral, right? And they're saying that those were from when the Red Sea came back to itself, right?
Yep.
I think there's a lot of physical proof that the things that we've been told definitely did happen. I don't think there's any other reason for anything maybe other than the fact that maybe Earth is the ark.
No. But that's why it came up, because we were talking about the ark on another channel last night, and that's the only thing I can't wrap my head around is if there's one ship landing, why different creatures on each
I mean,
continent, like between Australia.
if we think about Einstein knew the fact that all of his theories were full of shit, and that not full of shit. They were not complete. Okay, he knew that our existence is based off of a mathematical equation of time and distance, right? So that
Well, distance is relative
distance,
to
time,
or
time,
is
speed,
relative to,
right? How do we
yeah.
define speed? How do we define
Hey, yo,
those three things? They are the Trinity,
Never says
right?
nothing else was created, by the way, after the flood.
When you think about a time
It
scale,
never says nothing else was created. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't limit God, and if God wants to, he could put some extra animals in because he felt like it.
No, but on a grander time scale that maybe humans aren't used to thinking about, right? Einstein hypothesized. Think about
recording that shit, bro. If
think,
God just threw
think
some
about
animals
time.
in there real quick.
This is something that Einstein said, like right when he was trying to figure out why his shit isn't working, right? It's
Do you
because
know
of
we
our
have
perspective.
recorded events in history where there was fucking clouds of all kinds of different animals coming out of the sky and animal parts and fucking all kinds of shit just coming out of the sky?
Yeah, dude, there's
throughout history, bro.
Crazy shit like that. That's
Random
why
shit.
that's why this theory came about. Okay, you're gonna love this rant, dude. The Earth is the ark. Okay, think about our lifespan in 100 years. Okay, humans live for 100 years. Let's think about Superman's parents. Okay, they came from a planet where 100 years to them is whatever number we want to make it. Okay, one of our days.
I hate every analogy that's been used tonight.
But wait a minute, do you reject the God of the Bible and not the story of the Bible?
One of their days is 100 of our years.
But yo, you believe in a God, but not the God of the Bible, but you believe in the flood story from the Bible. I'm just trying to get this straight.
I believe the flood happened, yeah.
But you
On
don't
Earth,
believe in the biblical God, but you do believe in a God. Is that like
as a singular? Yes, I believe in
you believe in a God, but you don't believe that the God of the Bible is the real God. And essentially you believe in the story happened as a recorded historical event, but you don't believe in necessarily the God that was operating that story narrative.
Kind of an agnostic front. I believe in the red letters for sure. I think the red letters of the Bible are 100% good fucking things for sure.
I mean, you're starting to really line up with the shit that I believe, to be honest.
Yeah, I think when we think on this scale, Einstein invites us to think on a different scale in this equation that he presented. One of our days is 100 years, okay, on Earth. So if I came from a place where one day to me is 100 years for you, and I could, and I needed to move some DNA. I'm a DNA hustler, right? I need to move some DNA from way the fuck over there to way the fuck over there. Okay, but it's on a microscopic scale and it's got to be pampered. It's a terrarium, right? And I got to get it from there to there. I'm going to put it on Earth and I'm going to fucking go, and it's going to do whatever the fuck it's going to do. I don't know the equation. I don't know how that shit works, but it's working.
I feel
there is a universe. There is a fucking universe. Okay, we've been to the moon.
I understand what you're saying, but like,
Mars.
I don't even believe God has to have a fucking an arc of some sort to get to like, you know what I mean? You got to realize God already created, like he created animals in the first place.
But we're told that God is infinite, right?
Right.
God
like
is
there's no limit on this shit. You know what I mean?
Because whatever it was that got us here, that thing got to where it's at from somewhere else. So the infinite is the knowing that nobody knows where they came from. Our God, where did our God come from? Either we created God or God had a creator.
Why do you think God had to have a creator?
Where just things aren't just that magic, brother. Our science can't prove it. Our brain thinks it. Okay, it's apophenia. We find patterns in what we want to find.
That's the mystery of Plato's cave. You know what I'm saying? It's like we exist in the earth as a physical being. We're trying to understand what created us from, like, which is something outside of this, that which is created.
They love thinking about apophenia and why we find patterns in things that aren't there, because we're humans and we're seeking.
Yo, like you were saying with the ant farm earlier, imagine an ant farm that's in a terrarium, right? Could you imagine that ant trying to contemplate your life and like why you built this terrarium? And like, could you imagine that ant contemplating anything but, you know, life in that terrarium?
Definitely. I mean, and vegans would go a step further. Vegans would take that a step further.
How close do you think that ant would be to what you're actually doing in your real life? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Right.
That's probably how close we are to the understanding of God.
If my point for that ant farm, right, as the creator of such, and I feed it once in a while, right, and I just fucking so, I just feed it once in a while, and it does its thing, and it eats itself and kills itself and grows and it dies and it grows and it dies like a big mold fucking spore or a big kombucha fucking ball or some shit. And every once in a while, I check on the fucking thing.
No matter what you do.
Now, in this scenario, I'm God. The terrarium is Earth. Okay. I just come to it every once in a while and I go, dink, 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 dink. I don't think that type of thing's possible. I don't think there's somebody that does that and controls all of us.
Here's what I'm saying, yo. No matter what you do, right?
Control us. He gave
no matter
us
what you do,
will.
you're gonna ask yourself in your life, right? What created me? And you're not gonna be happy with your parents because you're gonna see that other things were also created and they had to be created. And you're gonna realize by the nature of this existence that there is something that created everything. And you don't have the ability to see it, hear it, taste it, touch it, or smell it unless you are paying attention.
Well, you can't prove God because God requires faith, and faith requires that you can't prove a thing.
And it becomes an endless loop, which is the infinite. That is the
But
infinite.
the reality is
loop.
that God proves God to you individually.
loop, it's a ring.
No man can prove God to you.
Right.
This is what
Rings
I'm
are
trying to
infinite.
explain. God reveals himself to those who he chooses. No matter who you are, you can't decide to build a relationship with God unless he chooses to build one with you.
And
Well,
the
no,
reality.
you choose to, and that's when he does.
Well, it's kind of like we don't understand how it happens.
Yeah,
but like it's not your decision whether you want to approach God. You understand?
Yes, that's exactly what it
Because
is.
there's a
That's
lot
why
of
you
people
have
that
free
choose to
will.
go to God, but God is nowhere to be found.
That's because they're doing it wrong.
I'm just saying, God is nowhere to be found because he has turned their backs on these people for the wickedness that they have done. You know what I mean?
Well, no, he invites us, though. It's the thing. He invites us to come. He doesn't demand that we come.
Yeah,
He
yeah. I mean, there's a
there are
process. You know what I
consequences,
mean? Like you
but-
can't just
yeah.
being, you know what I mean,
But
a
there's
serial
consequences
murderer.
if we don't, right?
and
We
then
all
be
know
like,
in
I'm good today.
yeah.
You know what
I mean, in all of the 1,700 religions and all of the 4,200 gods that were worshipped on Earth today, what says
So you
that
know what I
this
mean?
one is the only right one?
Just like
you know?
the fact that we're sitting here even talking about it is the proof in
Because
itself.
Only
It's like a
one of
self-proving
those gods.
point that'll never be disproven.
Only one of those gods tell you the future, and you can see it coming.
The Aztecs saw it coming, and they hopped on the ship and got the fuck out of here.
Yo, there was really a lot of evil people that made predictions that came true. It doesn't mean that their God is the real God.
And we got Republicans making predictions all day. We got Democrats making predictions all day. We got everybody making predictions.
You got Baba
when
Vanga making
instead-
predictions. You got
Well, this
Nostradamus.
is the
You got all
thing.
these fucking
Just like true believers will read the Bible and
Bro,
see
you got
things that.
Jason of Archaics making predictions for the Phoenix, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you were listing off more predictions once I started talking. You're
Listen,
the
bro,
agent
the
chaos.
Phoenix is coming, okay?
Let's not go there. But
Oh,
yes,
so you're done your point, and now you're going to derail when I'm trying to finally
I'm
get
not
a sentence.
derailing anything, bro. Make your point.
Well, shut your fucking mouth for a second.
Listen, you don't
Whenever
have
a
to be rude,
Christian is
pussy.
reading the Bible, they see things that regular Joes wouldn't get. The same way these people say, "Yeah, I've read it cover to cover this many times." It's not even designed to be read cover to cover.
Right.
But
It's like 60 some odd books, depending on which version you're reading. You know what I mean? If it's the reduced KJV,
That's
you're
why
reading
the-
like 66 books, bro.
that's why the Bible
It's not one
means
book, it's a library. People do worship the book in its entirety, and that's a
No,
problem.
they don't worship the book. They get information.
There are people
from
that
it.
worship the book as the word
They
of God.
bow to the book and say, "This book is my God."
They hold the book as their guide to all things and only. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this becomes a problem when you have a book that gets corrupted because it's a library of books.
It's not corrupted.
It's actually the most corrupted book that's ever been corrupted.
Wrong.
It's not wrong.
Okay.
They've constantly
How is it
remixed it, edited it, chopped it, screwed it,
Nope.
changed it during the
You can't.
translations of the language,
You
changed the
can't.
words. I can prove it to you right now that your book is
No,
altered.
I can
Pull it out.
prove that it's
Go
not.
ahead. Pull out the KJV, right? Open up to page 1, Genesis chapter 1. Right?
Please
The
don't
word God
patronize me through this.
that appears there in Genesis appears in the English in a singular word. Now, the word they chose is
Oh,
God,
you're doing
which
that.
actually
We
means,
Are Awake TV.
which
stuff.
actually originates from the Germanic pagan term Gad, right? From Balgad. But let's get past that. They use the
No,
singular
the
term there in
problem I have
Genesis.
with that is that sun pissed is running around
The
saying
true
that.
term in the Genesis is Elohim, or in the Paleo Hebrew, Elohim. And that means gods. And that's why in Genesis it says, let us make man in our image. So they directly mask, what they claim to be God's name, the Tetragrammaton, Yod He Wahe, and they put Lord on top of that, wherever you'd see that in the Bible in all caps.
That's why I stick to the red letters, bro. I
Well,
try
what
not
I'm
to
saying
overanalyze
is-
any of that stuff anymore because it all comes down to one thing, and we all agree on it. It's when the
I
Bible
like
is
the
used
teachings of Jesus
as weapon.
Christ, and I think that's the most relevant thing to any person who claims to
So,
be a Christian,
If
because that's
we
what
go
Jesus said.
reference back If we
Those are the red
reference
letters.
the dead, if we reference the Dead Sea Scrolls, blah blah blah, all these historic writings that were translated, it is impossible to manipulate it because you would have to go back and get to, at a certain period, you would have had to go back and get all the
Well,
monks and tell all
Unless
and
you're
like
an
either
evil,
off all the
unless you're an
monks
evil
and change.
fuck. Yeah, unless you're an evil fuck like Ken Copeland, who
Here's
just
the
happens
thing.
to need a new fucking
No.
jet plane, right?
Being that the Bible
That
is a
makes no
compilation
sense
of
to what I'm trying to
books,
say.
do you know what books compiled together created the Bible itself before it was even in English?
Do you think that the
Yeah.
one true God is going to let the
Hold on,
word
hold
of
on.
God
What were the
be
books? What were
disrupted?
the books that the Bible used to translate from the original languages into the English?
Listen, if somebody in
This is a
if
very
one of my
simple
if
question.
one of my neighbors in
It's
Mexican
very
said,
simple, Tommy. It's
"You
the
have
Old
not
Testament is
I
written
would
in Hebrew,
listen."
and the New Testament is written in
No,
Greek.
see, not
The
only
Old
are you
Testament is
playing
called the
trivia
Tanakh.
games, now you
The
answer
New
your own
Testament is
trivia
called the
games, and all
Textus
you do is talk
Receptus.
over people. You're
The
an
Old
agent of chaos.
Testament was compiled by the scribes in the libraries of Babylon as they were slaves. The New Testament was compiled by Erasmus.
Okay, cut and dry, just there. That was the one
That's the
translation.
breakdown of the two books, the main chunks of books. These are two
If
libraries. by
I
the way.
say yo quiero motra to a Mexican guy, he knows I'm saying I want weed. And we didn't miss a beat.
I'm just saying, like, have you studied into the etymology of the words that you're reading?
No, that's word wizard bullshit. I've studied into why you could
Is
never
that
go
word
back and
wizard
corrupt.
bullshit, or did word wizards do word wizardry on the Bible when they turned it into an English Bible after Tyndale? You know, the
No,
Masons who
you
wrote the
wouldn't be
King
able
James
to go
Bible.
back and corrupt all the copies that were protected and hidden away by groups of monks. There's like I can't cite the trivia of how this happened.
Tommy,
I can go
you
back
weren't
and
even
get
allowed to have a Bible. It was illegal, right? And it was only kept in Latin until the Latin Vulgate was translated by William Tyndale.
yeah. That's whenever they were
Right.
memorizing it,
And that
that's
was
what I'm saying.
I
You
believe
couldn't
in the
go
late
corrupt
1500s,
those
early
monks.
1600s, if I'm not mistaken. And then a few years later, we have essentially King James and Sir Francis Bacon, aka William Shakespeare, compiling the King James Bible. Right. And they're masking
KJV is
what
the
Tyndale
best
had put
copy
out,
you
which
can
was closest to the truth, quote unquote. Right.
So what's the problem?
So what I'm saying
what
is,
what
it
do
was
you
corrupted
read?
at that
What
point.
do
If
you
you're gonna
read?
say,
What
if
do
you're
you
gonna sit here
read
and
in
say
your
the King
Bible that's
James
steering
Bible,
you to corruption?
what I'm saying is, if you're gonna say the King James Bible from 1611 matches
Is
the one
the
of today,
best
that's
is
not
the
really
best
true. If you get the Old English version, but if you want to say the English version of the Bible stayed consistent without being corrupted in the KJV, that is true. However, it was corrupted many times before it ever made
how?
its way
What's
into the
what's the
KJV.
corruption? What's the
I just
corruption?
gave you a simple one in the
No,
meanings of the
no,
words.
no.
Because,
Well, I don't
well, I'll
say
explain it
plural
to you,
God.
Tommy, since
I
you're
don't
unaware.
say
Hold on,
plural
Tommy.
God.
I'm going to tell
Let
you.
me
You
simplify.
want to learn
Let
or
me
you want to
simplify.
argue? All right, you
Let
want
me
to argue. Go
simplify
ahead,
this,
argue.
guys. Let me simplify this
No,
before
I'm
you guys
only
go.
starting to argue because you haven't let
Let
me
me
say a
let me
clean sentence
let
without
me make it
talking
simple.
over me.
Let me make this simple, okay? When the Bible is being used as ammunition, I think we all
How?
agree that that's wrong.
How
That
is it being
there
used as ammunition?
are
Because it's a
forces
fucking
of
control
government.
system, Tommy, and the people who control the world
How?
have to alter the Bible to
How?
alter the
Cite it.
control system.
Cite
Tommy,
an example.
what don't you understand? It's a control system. They needed to alter the control system, so they needed to alter the Bible.
All you're doing it. All I hear is it's all in who you know.
Are you not here? Do you know how many
Hey,
times
no,
the
I'm
Tanakh was
here, and I
altered?
don't hear
Why
one
do you think the
example of
Tanakh wasn't
how
written
the
into
Bible
books?
is a control system.
The Tanakh was written in scrolls.
How
The
about the
Codex first
Crusades?
became popular with the Bible, the edition of the New Testament. The Tanakh was
Show
being
me
altered constantly
something
because
that
it was
is
scrolls
creating
that were written
corruption
on
and evil
leaflets
from
that could
reading
be
the Bible.
chopped and
How
screwed
about
and
the
copy and
Crusades?
pasted
He's not going to
into
answer me because
the
he
Tanakh.
can't, because he knows he's full of
How about the
shit.
I can't
Crusades,
what?
Tommy?
What are you saying?
How
I
about
can't.
the Crusades? The Crusades, okay? That's
What
an
the fuck
example
are you asking
of
me right now? I'm
people
trying to talk
taking
to
the
you about the
Bible and
Bible's
using it as a
authenticity.
fucking weapon.
You're asking about the Crusades?
No, the Crusades used
The
swords
Bible
as
was
weapons.
being used as a weapon.
What the fuck does this have to do with the authenticity of the Bible?
You're saying it's
we all
corrupted and
agree.
it's creating
I think we all
slaves
agree.
and
I'm
control.
saying that most of the Bible has truth in it. There are some
Yeah.
modifications and
And
corruption.
I
This is a fact.
asked specifically, how is
I'm
the
trying to
Bible
fucking tell you,
steering us
Tommy.
wrong? Well,
You
come
know
on,
how it's
fatty.
fucking being used. You know how it's being used as a weapon. You know how it's
How?
steering us wrong is when we
How?
have government. And
I
we
ain't
have,
being steered wrong.
not as an individual.
That's
but you
what it's
do
all
agree,
about.
You do agree
That's
that
the whole
society
thing.
I
Your
can prove you
individual
wrong,
relationship with
but you
God.
won't
is
listen.
being manipulated, right? Maybe
Who's the
not
one that won't
controlled.
listen? You guys are the
Maybe
ones
not
that don't
controlled.
shut up.
Because control, right, is a resolve. Okay?
No, you're just
Manipulation is ongoing. So let's change the fucking word to manipulation. We are
You're
being
cow-cotting.
manipulated. We're being manipulated.
How?
Correct? There's a
How?
force out there that doesn't want to see society grow and be stronger,
Society
right?
has grown
Bro, they're
through the
altering
industrial
the
era
fucking
on
Bible
into
as
the.
we speak. They're
So
literally
your
changing
question
it.
needs to
Mandela
be
affecting the fucking
be
Bible.
who are these people and how are they doing that specifically, right?
You gonna
I
tell
don't
me they
know because
didn't do the
you
Mandela on the
can't prove
Bible?
it's happening.
So I'll answer that question. Okay, the people that are doing it, the way they're doing it, right, is through the corporate fucking structure of bullshit that's running the world right now.
That's fine. That's not the Bible.
The freelance commercialism, right? The unfettered commercialism.
You've got too much talent.
High and demand manipulation, right? Where companies get to make record fucking profits, right? In a time when nobody's
now you're
fucking
going into
buying
capitalism
anything.
and monopolies. You're totally off how the Bible is corrupting and guiding
Because
people wrong.
those motherfuckers are using the Bible as justification to do what they want to do. Because
I
their
don't
God said
think
it's
they
okay
are.
to just wear a fucking cross around your neck and do whatever the fuck you want. And be justified in the
that's
fact.
not Christianity.
You gotta understand, like, I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
sitting
where
here
we're
telling
going,
you
Tommy.
that the Bible
That's
is
what we're
a
saying.
lie. I'm
No,
not
are
shitting
you
on the
telling
Bible.
me that like Wall Street is corrupting the market because the Bible?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you that the Bible has been corrupted, even though I hold it as one of the most true books to myself.
I'm telling you, you're wrong.
How about that?
Let's
How
think
about
on
tell
real
me how
small
You know what I
terms.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
you gotta
No,
understand
open up,
that
bro.
I'm
It's
not
a bigger
saying the
term than
Bible is
just
shit.
Wall Street. It's
No,
not just
no, you
fucking
guys
Wall Street.
can't. You guys
It's
can't
everything.
stand on your own statements, and you're
I am
telling me to
standing on
open
my
up.
statement. This is true.
Yeah, you have. You've given me nothing.
You have
If you
done
shut the
zero
fuck up,
fucking
Tommy.
research, Tommy. I've provided you with mad knowledge,
fuck
and
I
you
haven't.
disregarded everything like an asshole.
Yeah, because I know you're wrong. Because you're
I'm
an
not
asshole.
wrong.
Rant, he wants
Okay,
individual,
look.
very
If
specific.
X-Men number 5 was corrupted, I could say Wolverine is sitting in Professor X's chair, floating around, and we'd know that's how it's corrupted. Tell me how the Bible's corrupted.
I
The
don't know
word
who those
God
people
in
are.
Genesis chapter 1 is Elohim, which is plural. They have it as a singular
No, don't
word.
loop this.
Corrupted.
Don't loop this.
The reason
I
why
don't.
they corrupted it is because they were pushing a Trinitarian doctrine at that time. Do your
No, the
research.
Trinity. No, I do my religious research.
Do
The
I think
Trinity
there's
is
a bunch of
a
old men
thing.
at the Vatican, in the basement of the Vatican,
No, I'm not
sitting down
Catholic.
there
I'm
like
not
Dr. Evil?
evangelical either. It's not fair
Listen,
to say I'm evangelical. How about you just ask a dude?
do I?
Butthole?
I'm
Why you're
asking
an
myself.
agent of chaos, Tommy.
I
You don't
didn't
know what
ask
you're
you.
talking about, but you
I'm
talk
asking
as if
myself.
you do know what you're talking about, and you try to get
I'm
people on
asking myself.
doctrines that you don't even know if you got them.
I'm not trying to get people on anything. You said a thing. I said clarify, cite it, and you got nothing.
Tommy,
It was
this
a
is not a dick
softball
measuring
question,
contest.
Tommy.
Do you want to learn, or do you want to fucking just cause
I'm
fucking
not gonna learn from you or Talcott or Fatty.
See, that's your fucking
You guys
problem.
are out
You
here
don't even
saying
believe
your
you can
mumbo
learn
jumbo,
from
and
me.
I'm asking
why
you
do
to
you ask
explain,
me
and you don't
questions?
explain.
Right? Why do you
Why
ask
do
me
you
questions
expect
if you
anybody
don't
to
even
try
want
to
Because
learn from you when you have that
if
fucking
you tell
attitude?
me something
Bro, I was
that's earth
breaking down the
shattering, then I will
construction
learn.
of the Bible for you piece by piece. What don't you understand?
You're just gonna rest on that. Oh, it says plural gods, and then you're just gonna. That's it. That's
Tommy,
it.
I broke down the whole the whole construction of the book, who broke it down from memory?
When?
Before, like 5 minutes ago. And then someone cut me off.
You didn't break down the whole.
I really did. I really did.
Pretty much nailed the timeline for sure.
Grant, from your silly tier list to this biblical bullshit.
I was giving you the timeline
really,
of the KKV and how it was made. I don't understand what you don't get about it.
Right, I told you why it can't be corrupted.
Why can't it be corrupted? Tell me.
Because you can't go back to all the copies.
Can man be corrupted?
Talk and say, like, fuck you, fatty. You're a boomer, dude. You can't
Listen,
shut
dude,
up.
we have a fucking we have a terminology problem here.
You go on and on and on, and as soon as I get 3 words out, I start hearing people chiming in.
It's a fucking vocabulary problem here. Okay, we're trying to define something and giving something a wrong definition.
If
we're
you
trying to
wrote me
define
a letter, right?
man,
and then
can
the
man
mail
corrupt?
guy, the guy who is
man
doing
be
the
corrupted?
mail.
We
if you
know.
wrote me
I'm
a
not
letter,
going to listen to
the guy
both
who
of
was
them.
sorting the
Well,
mail
well.
took the letter
know.
and replaced all the words in the letter wherever it said the with cheese.
Impossible.
Right? Now
It's
he sends
impossible
it
because
to me
that's
and I
not
get
the
the letter
only
and I'm like,
source.
what the fuck is he saying
There's
here? All
too
the
many
words are cheese.
sources that you wouldn't
Right.
be able to do that.
Here's what I'm saying. When you change the words, right, from single to plural, and you start hiding literal names under titles that don't mean the names, you start to alter the text in a significant way. Okay.
And that's man, though. That's man doing that. So what we have here, listen.
So what I'm trying to tell you is the
You're
Bible
saying
is
because,
corrupted
like,
because it's
I don't
written by a
read
man.
the plural. I don't
Let's
read
change
plural
the
God.
perspective. Let's change the perspective from can the Bible be manipulated? Okay, to can
you
man
you
can man
can
be
manipulate it
manipulated?
just in the misinterpretation of the English Bible.
Literally in
Can
real
man
time.
can man be manipulated?
All
Can
the time.
man
Man
right
is
be
the most
fucking
easy to manipulate being on the earth, bro. You know what I mean?
Can we
Man
be
has the
influenced?
intelligence to comprehend his programming.
Can we be influenced by bad things to do bad things for our own gain?
It
and
happens
not for
every
group
day,
gain?
bro. It's what this
Okay.
whole
You
satanic
can do good
Luciferian
things for your
society
own
was
gain.
built on. Mind control.
Exactly.
The Matrix.
Yes. So we fucking agree.
The lie.
No, we
The
don't agree.
illusion. Yeah, the system.
That shit fucking that's going on.
I
Right?
agree that
And-
that's going on.
Yeah. So
That's
yeah,
why
we
this
agree.
chart exists, bro.
It's fucking awesome.
You know what I mean?
So what are we arguing about? We're arguing about definitions of words.
Like, yo, we just did a
Okay?
big song on this specific topic. That's how informed we are on it.
Comes down to the fact that we just want to fucking argue with each other because we've been
No,
programmed to do
somewhere
so.
along the way, like, people start throwing out analogies that are not even relevant or needed.
Yeah,
It's like,
possible
we can
analogies.
break this down to brass tacks. We can keep it real simple. And I will come back with the specific thing I'm saying to cite this stuff. And Uncle Fatty, just for your own knowledge, those wagon wheels, we know that was the Greek era of when the Red Seas were parted, because that was the only time the number of spokes in the design of different parts they're finding, and that's
Yeah,
all.
man. Yeah.
I would like to have intelligent
I think
debates
that
on this
stuff.
topic.
I think that stuff is very fucking cool, man. I am really fucking into that type of archaeological proofing that proves those stories happened, because they did, man. Straight up, I believe in all that. I believe it fucking happened. I don't,
believe a lot of the stories happen too. I don't think they made this shit up. That's not what
Yeah,
I'm saying
and-
either. Don't get it
and I
twisted.
believe in the red
Depends
letters,
on,
man.
is Jesus just speaking a parable, or is it you got to know who's talking to who and what context they're speaking in, and then you can figure out whether it's a thing they're saying happened or if it's just Jesus
That's why I
trying
like
to get
the
in
red
your
letter
head.
verses. That's why I like to stick
No,
to the
you
red
can
letter.
read the black letters too. The African
In
American
between
letters
the red
are
letters, abso-fucking-lutely.
informative.
Yeah, but read the whole chapter for sure. But why do we take 5-letter verses out of context in a 2 fucking paragraph statement and use that 5 letters to be ammunition at each other when we actually believe in all the same shit?
We don't believe in the same shit.
That there's
Uncle
a higher
Fatty,
power.
you gotta understand, a
right?
lot of the work that I do is to try to get people out of that. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing yet.
do. I fucking do. I totally understand that. Respect the fucking hell out of it.
I
used to
was
do it
one of them
myself.
Bible quoters, you know what I mean? With
I
the verse,
used to be a
chapter, and
fucking
everything.
really hardcore fucking really kind of badass Christian, dude. Real fucking hardcore. But I don't fucking believe in that shit anymore. I'm not saying that I'm
That's
better.
what I don't get. You
I'm
just
not
said
saying
you believe
anything
that
else other
book,
than
but
that.
I don't believe.
And yo, Uncle Fatty, I don't
evolved, dude.
blame you. I don't blame you for
Everybody-
your stance. You
What
feel
were
me?
you
But
getting
I made a
wrecked on?
critical
What were
mistake
you
one
getting wrecked
time in
on
my
till I
life,
showed
right?
up, Uncle Fatty?
Hold on a second,
I haven't-
Illumitami. I made a critical mistake in my life one time. I just want to tell you all about it real quick. When I was raised as Roman Catholic for the most part of my life, right? I rejected Roman Catholicism because I knew that was bullshit, right? But in doing so, I rejected God because I thought that God was the God of the Bible, specifically verbatim, as it was written at word for word, right? So I reject it.
Yeah.
This was a fatal mistake. You know what I'm saying? Later on in life, I'd come to realize it's a lot more simple than it's made out to be by these control systems. Jesus Christ laid it down real simply, and they did all kinds of shit to try to throw heaps of fucking bullshit on top of it to distract you from the truth and the message. And it was very simple. These motherfuckers are lying. They have subverted the religious systems. They are not of God. Okay? They are the seed of Satan. You know what I mean? They are the synagogue of Satan. And basically, he was bruising the head of the serpent, which is the mystery occult religion that has woven its way through all of our religious systems and our society. It is the same control system that is now almost taken over the world. And until Jesus returns, it's going to continue. That's what I believe. I don't think we can stop it.
Or until Buddha returns.
I don't think we can stop it. You know what I mean?
Or, or until Kali is reborn. I mean, or until is it wrong for me to pray to literally take to all 4,200 gods every morning, just in case, just to cover all bases?
Yo, at the end of the day, bro, you know what I mean? Like I was saying, God has to fucking
knows, dude?
basically choose you. You
All
what
I
mean?
know is I don't know nothing.
That's what I'm saying. You could try to be any religious system. You can see all these different people, doing all these religious systems, but they don't really know God. They're still walking around in this world in an illusion. They're still in.
No, bro. No, they do. They know, bro. They're not just walking around blind. They fucking love their God just as whole fucking heartedly as you love yours. And brother fucking TML loves his, man. It's this about faith. It's about what we want
I'm
for
not
ourselves.
saying
It's about what we want
everybody.
for better. It's faith, bro. It's all faith.
I'm not saying everybody. You know what I'm saying? I guess I made a generalization. What I meant to say is there's a lot of people that go to
every
church on
religion
Sunday
loves their fucking
and
God
they're stabbing people
wholeheartedly.
in the back in the parking lot on the way out. You know what I mean?
What makes that God wrong, though? What makes another God wrong because it's not mine?
Well,
You know?
because it doesn't resonate with what essentially, I mean, if you believe in the words of Jesus, Jesus said he came in the name of his Father. What does this mean in the Hebrew context? The name was the character of the person.
Yeah, but what does
right?
that verse mean to a Buddhist? Or what does that verse mean to
Well, it was spoken to
Anybody
Hebrew
else.
people, so we have to understand what it meant to the
Sure.
audience.
But
You
as
know what
of
I mean?
right now, in this fucking point in time, when we use those
So
words and
now,
we say
if you read those
we're going to
words,
be
I
perspective,
agree. You might get the
I
wrong
agree in
understanding.
those words, and I believe that a member from the Nation of Islam, a member from the Inuits in Alaska, right? The Eskimos. They're going to take that verse in a different way, and that's fucking awesome. I fucking cherish
saying,
the
I
fact that
can't-
we can look at each other's religions.
I
and
can't speak
gain-
for every man, right? I
gain what
do
we
believe
want
there's
out of it,
good people
you know?
scattered throughout the world, and I don't think it's a matter of what religion you belong to, honestly.
Okay, so
I
back
believe
to the
God is going to
universe,
judge
right?
every man based on what he was given in this life to assess his reality.
There can't be a positive without a negative. Okay, we
I
cannot
agree.
prove on an energy form of thinking, a scientific and energy. There can't be a positive without a negative. It has to be a fucking yin yang. It has to be a synergy. There has to be balance.
I mean, in this reality, there has to be
every
negative.
fucking religion. I think every
in order
religion
to
has
harness
taught
the
one
positive.
thing. Okay, religions try to give people a way to seek balance. Okay, to find a way to not have this, to have a steady, right? I think religion as a tool, as a knowingly, like guys in the basement going, okay, we're gonna fucking screw over this society and make a bunch of money.
Well, yo, the thing is, bro,
Okay?
the
I don't
positive
think
and the
that's
negative,
happening,
while I
but
still
it is
agree with you
happening.
somewhat,
There is a
I don't
system
agree with the
that-
way you're taking it.
The system is there. We recognize the system. Okay. The fucking preachers that used to preach up here at the fucking Aryan Nation, white power, fucking skinhead church had plans, and they sat in the back of churches, and they fucking still do. And they go like this: we're gonna fucking go in, and these motherfuckers, and we're gonna drive wedges, and we're gonna okay. And this group over here, they're doing the same fucking thing, and all the other groups do it. Okay. And that's the programming that I don't fucking like that's going on right now. Why are we driving wedges? Okay. We're a fucking log.
wedges do
We're
need
a
to be
tree.
drawn.
We're a tree. Okay. Say that all of humanity is a tree.
I believe
Let's
in
cut that
driving
fucking
wedges
tree down.
between me
Cut
and
that motherfucker down.
trash.
Now
Like,
we're cut up into logs. Okay. And what we are right now is we're a chunk of a fucking tree that's fucking dying. And we're a log. Okay. And we have fucking a force. We have a force out there that's trying to split that fucking log.
I get
and
what
the more
you're
you
saying.
split that log, you'll never fucking put it back together. You quarter it, you fucking eighth it, you kindling, and you go down to the fucking micron. You'll never put that motherfucker back together. And I fucking heard people preach. I heard people preach Christianity in a way that is what is going on right now, as a fucking force, as a tool to use against each other. They preached it. I fucking heard it. I was there. I was in those back rooms, bro. And it's not fucking cool. I don't fucking agree with it. I think
You
there's a
have to
fucking
stand on
force.
the truth.
I think
You
there's
have
a
to
force, all right.
expose that.
I think
You
there's
understand?
a fucking force of fucking evil motherfuckers
have
that
to
don't care
expose
if we
people-
die or not.
You have
They
to
don't
expose
fucking
people
care
that are in false
about us.
Christianity.
They want
You know what I mean?
money. They are fucking white power motherfuckers. They are fucking skinheads. They are self-described Nazis. I don't fucking agree with them. I kind of used to fucking be one.
Were you part of them at one point?
How do you
A little bit.
kinda used to?
I've gone over this on a couple of different channels, and we're not going to do it tonight.
Well, you don't have to tell me. I already know.
You
That's
can-
why I asked the question.
You can
You know what
trust
I
me
mean?
that I was at those breakfast meetings.
I don't have to like have someone tell me something in order to know things. I can judge by the read I
I
get
know
off
that those type of people have been in power for a long fucking time. Look at who's in office right now. We got 40-year, 50-year, 60-year men. 60 years as a fucking goddamn public servant? No. There's no public service in fucking anything anymore. Nobody gives a fuck about anything about themselves. Right?
It's not
I don't
true.
fucking like that. And I think
not
that
true,
is
man.
the force. I think there's a force that's being.
I think you got a cynical
used
view of the
against
world and you think you can fix it by just everyone singing Kumbaya, and that's not going to work out, bro.
Obviously, that was an analogy, brother. Come on.
But yo, look at the reality. Look at the chart I got here in front of you, right? Are we supposed to not drive a wedge in between us and pedophiles, us and Satanists, us and fucking NPCs,
Brother.
us and glowies, feds? Should we welcome these
most
people
religions-
into what we're trying to do, or should we just allow that to go down?
Most religions would say, be a fisher of men. Save the fucking evil and the fighting of evil for the gods.
Well, how do you fish men when you have all these agents out here working against you 24/7?
You just try to fucking spread positivity, bro.
Well, I'm trying to clear the way for everyone to do that, bro.
My goal in the wintertime, okay, is to fucking snowboard every day, dude.
Once I clear the way, it'll be so easy to spread positivity and
love-
real shit. We'll have them
I
all tagged
love,
and bagged,
bro.
baby. You know what I'm
I-
saying? In a database.
You know that
Can't
one
just let them
thing.
watch you, bro. You got to watch them watch you back. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking ain't right. That's what I'm saying. Fight the fucking man. Fight the power. Be part of the system. Fucking fight back. Don't just sit on these fucking panels and fucking bitch about shit. You know what I do? Listen, bro, straight up. I do not get to fucking contact my governor anymore.
We're getting into Mitchell territory, ladies and gentlemen.
Kind of like a fucking cease and desist order for writing one letter a fucking week to my governor saying, why did you take away my daughter's right to health care? My grandma fought for that. You know,
right?
A 2-sentence fucking letter, handwritten in a fucking envelope once a week. It goes a long fucking ways in this country, bro.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
We have to fucking be part of the system to fucking change it, dude. We can't just sit around and fucking say we're gonna.
So if I write a couple of letters, then I'm good?
Do something.
That's what I'm doing. This is way better
than
than
a hell of a lot
letters.
more than that.
Yo, this panel's gonna be this board is gonna be on live all night while I sleep. Hundreds of people are gonna see it. It's amazing. It's gonna be on every night. I'm gonna be editing it, putting extra people on, taking people off, moving them around. Let them all know. You know, people can comment. The public can comment if they don't like what's going on. You know, we can have public opinion and maybe sway the board, kind of to the way that people see it. Maybe I don't know.
But why do we like? Why?
We must identify the threats. We must identify the glowies and the Q-tards and the NPCs, the LARPs, the gay op flakies, bro, the Luciferians, the cult leaders, the memes, you know, the Jesuits, the fedoras, you know what I mean? The people who sleep. You know what I mean? We just got to know like where they're at. Don't worry about this guy. He's just here to sleep. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. Right?
So then,
worry about this guy. He's worshiping the devil, literally. You know what I mean? Like these are things you got to know.
Some days.
At the end of the day, you're going to leave your kid with a babysitter that's like, yeah, I sacrifice animals to Satan. Sure, I'll watch your kid from 9 to, 7. And,
Who would?
Make sure I give him some jelly ranch.
But why do we have to obsess on what other people are doing, too? You know?
It's important. I'm just
It
saying,
is,
I would never let anyone babysit my kid. I'm just saying that, look.
Oh, yeah. No,
these people need to not worship Satan.
Extremely hardcore with my babysitters, yeah.
I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Look. This is what
I do.
it is.
It's
anybody who likes to do evil things. I don't even want them making me a sandwich, bro. What the fuck? You know what I mean? People everywhere making sandwiches, doing all kinds of shit, masquerading as just regular humans out there, bro, and then coming on the internet and worshiping Satan. I'm just saying, we gotta know who the fuck they are.
Well,
might be in your town. You know what I mean?
But if somebody used to do that, does that mean that we just assume?
No, this is updated daily. If you choose to,
and
if you choose to stop being a Satanist, we can move you out of that category. But this is updated daily.
Why do we fixate on what other people are doing, though?
It's important. We need to know where they're at. If we're out here trying to do truth, we need to know who's just going to come in here and be an agent of chaos and just say nonsense, so we could just ignore them and get them the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what are we doing when we're doing that? We are managing expectations. We're setting up boundaries, right?
Currently, I'm doing a case study,
right?
And tagging and bagging fools.
And we're putting up the consequences. We got to make sure that people know that there's boundaries and there's consequences. We're gonna label each other. We're gonna have a very refined, labeling system.
And if we get some accountability in the panel sphere, then people will stop acting like fucking idiots on the damn panels, and we'll be able to have some real conversations for once and for all.
Accountability comes after boundaries are crossed and consequences are faced.
Hold on, let me put me on my own board. Hold on.
I like it. Sounds like a very cognitive way of running a society. Where'd that thing go? What do you think there, Brother Machine?
Well, I think that actually I'm thinking about.
Is it okay if I call you by your first name?
Of course.
Muhammad?
Yeah. Yeah, you can call me Muhammad.
I'd feel more comfortable.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't mind people calling me by my first name, but yeah, I think about these things a lot, and I think it's important for people to understand the American system, how it's run and the politics and how it came out, and to understand the Federalist papers, especially, and the anti-Federalist papers, and also the views of the founding fathers. You know, if you're gonna,
James Madison is kind of one of my heroes.
yeah, Madison and Hamilton. You know, they have
Bro,
interesting
those
views.
guys talk about
you
some
know,
deep thinkers, bro. Some real deep
Yeah.
thinkers on a very spiritual level, bro. Like, you guys know Andrew Wilson, dickhead,
Yeah,
fucking the Crucible.
yeah, of course, I know him. Yeah, yeah, I debated him one day. Yeah,
I got into it
Yeah,
with
you
him
know about
there.
my debate with him, huh?
I don't. No.
No? Oh
You
my
with
God,
Andrew?
it's right on this channel. You missed it, huh? I'll show you guys right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't deep dived, but I caught him. I've caught him a couple times on Verbal Combat over there at Speakeasies, and
Oh, okay.
we
Speakeasy's top Satanist on a chart.
Yeah,
Hey,
he did some type of satanic thing on the Gen X Jeff stream. One day we talked to him on Gen X Jeff, and he definitely has a unique view about religion, and
No, I've personally pressed him. He claims to believe in the gods. All right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
And
He's
that's
got
his,
he believes in a
but
sort
then
of
again,
neo paganism.
straight up,
Yeah.
I'm a Pastafarian. I'm 100%.
100% pasta, huh?
Dude, the Great Flying Spaghetti Monster
The flying
teaches
spaghetto.
us that every god has the right to exist, and when we acknowledge every god, maybe ours isn't just so important, right? And our God can be a part of the system and be a part of good and the positive force, because there's always a positive and there's always a negative. We can't define good if we don't have a word for bad. And when you really look at just the yin yang and the true love of life and how shit is so symbiotic, we don't grow without a fucking reason. There has to be a force saying grow. There has to be a force trying to kill us so that we can overcome that force and become bigger and better and fucking stronger.
It's like ends just.
And I want to be part of that force. I want to be part of that positive force that attracts the negative, because the positive always attracts the negative. But if there's a force looking on to that micronic,
Yo, how do you think I collected all these Pokemon?
why does that force, just the observing of that thing, change that thing? Why does that fucking happen? That's what I want to know. Because, from the top of the top to the micronic level, when we're being observed, we act different, all the way through anything that we can observe. That's from fucking Einstein. But then when you think on an ultimate level that we can't even fucking fathom, what if I'm from a planet where one day to me is 1,000 years to you? What if one of my days is 1,000,000 years to you?
I mean,
Keep
what
on
if?
going. Keep on going. What if one
What
of
if I
my
had a
days
20-foot dick though?
was a quite, think on that time scale, and you'll realize that all we know is we don't know fucking nothing. All I know is that I don't know nothing. Because we don't,
Well, yeah.
and that's
I mean,
Plato and
I don't
Aristotle
claim
to
to
the
know
fucking
everything, but I know some shit. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
2 + 2 is
but
4.
why do we?
You know what I mean?
What? Why
1
does
+
it have
3
to
is
be
4.
the
Quick
infinite?
maths.
Why do we use that as a rally point to change others, when we can just recognize the beauty and the awesomeness that they have, and yes, poke out the fucking psychos
Because
and the weirdos.
first we need to separate those who don't know and those who
Yes.
don't know. And then those who don't know need to listen to those who know, and then everyone will know, and then we are on the same
But
level.
those that fucking are going to be found out will be found out,
Right, because they
And
be
I
fucking
honor
around
you
daily.
guys. I honor you guys for being part of the Finder Out force.
I've
I
included
can't.
myself on the chart. I am now in the
I
Inquisition
go
category.
up to the fucking ski mountain, dude, like every day, and I give out 500 fucking high fives every day.
I agree.
I'm jonesing. I haven't worked for a few days, right? Fucking snow's all shitty. We're getting a bunch of rain. So, but there's literally nothing better in the fucking world, dude, than a high five. And when some random fucking dude walks up to you in public, walks up to you at the fucking anywhere other than on a ski hill, maybe at a sports game, you might get a high five from a random person. Being the person that fucking runs around and gives people high fives and spreads that much stoke, dude, I get home and I'm so fucking high on the word yes. And then I get onto like a situation where, no offense, brother, but I don't think fucking Lindsay was coming at you, man. I don't think she would fucking do that. I don't think she's that type of person. I don't think she came at you with any other fucking intention of saying, bro, here's a softball. Boot this motherfucker out of the park, okay? Here it is, bro. People are talking shit because we know people are gonna talk shit. Right? We just know they're gonna. We know they're doing this, right? So it's fucking just hit this fucking out of the park, dude. Tell these guys what they're fucking worth. Here's a softball. You know, what do you think about fucking, you really fucking think that guys should have a bunch of fucking wives? No, I fucking don't. Do you really think that guys should just control their fucking wives?
Fatty, that's
use
old
their
news, bro.
use
Like
their
the whole,
shit,
the
you
whole
know,
thing, bro,
to
is
do
old
this
news.
or to
It's
do
not,
that,
it's not new. It's not a softball. You know what I mean? It's old news.
right? Exactly. I don't
So
think
why are you trying to why are you trying to spin it
bro.
for her? Why do you care about
She's
that?
not.
Right?
She's not in on the lore,
So that
dude.
shit has
She
been
doesn't know
gone.
the lore.
I
She doesn't
forgot
know
that
about
even
all these
happened,
psychos
bro.
and
And
what
you're
they
back
do.
on it. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Don't
we got you in
call
the
it.
same category, bro.
Because yeah, I don't
I'm
give a
just saying.
fuck about categories.
It's your one weakness, bro. You have a lot of good
I
ideas,
haven't.
but your one
I
weakness
haven't
is
looked.
that
I don't even
is that
know
fair
what I'm
skin,
looking
bro.
at, bro. I don't know what I'm looking at. Haven't I already kind of like?
It's the fair skin. It's got you in a trance, bro. All right, you got to break. You got to snap out of it. All right.
You don't. You have no clue. Okay. Blondes. I no, not even fucking close.
Well, if you don't like blondes, you definitely better reevaluate the situation. I'm just saying.
Make it rain, daddy. I'm taken. Right.
So that's what I'm saying. What is in it
there's
for you
no-
to defend this woman who obviously had bad intentions?
Because I respect her and I respect TML. And I think
And
it
if
was just a miscommunication, bro.
Bro, if it was a
That's all.
softball, she brought it up twice. This shit's old news.
I think
It's
it
like
was
evidence is
communication.
insurmountable against her for being
So
not genuine.
in this term, right?
Could have been done privately if it was just a heads up.
The second time it would have been
Course it's
brought up
trash,
was because
you know.
the first one was a strike or a fucking whiff, right?
Why you looping,
And she
dude?
set it up again. And it was just taken out of context, brothers. It was taken out of context. That's all I'm going to
Just saying,
say.
this is not an argument that we would even.
I don't have to fucking
argue.
prove it. What's
You know what I'm saying?
provable?
At the end of the day, right? I don't know why
Who
she didn't
fucking
ask
cares?
me. I'm Sicilian, bro. We're notorious for beating our wives. We wear shirts called wife beaters. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, up here, guys have skinheads, right?
You know what I mean? I'm not worried
Why
about
do-
your head, bro.
No, why do we even do that?
What?
What's?
Why do you shave your head?
Why do you fucking label yourself? Why do
Me?
we label ourselves as better or more than?
When did I do
You
that?
know, in general, you know what I'm fucking saying.
I don't do it in general. I try to fucking
You
have
know what I'm
conversations.
fucking saying.
You know what I mean? It's like you get in what you put in. I mean, you get out what you put in. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like I said, you know, people want to go come at me with the Muslim thing, and I said that. I said, look, I'm a Judeo-Islamist, you know, so then I could hide from the labels, you know, so that people won't blame me when I say something about the Jews, when I say something about the Muslims. I said it's a perfect cover. I said I'm a Judeo-Islamist. You want to know why? Because people said they're Judeo-Christians. And I said, oh man, I can't even play this fucking game. I can't compete in this fucking game. You're gonna just apply two labels to yourself that don't even fucking make sense.
Yeah.
And you can do whatever you want then behind those two fucking labels that don't make sense. I said, you know what? So I said it as a joke, you know. I said, "Oh, you know, I'm a Judeo-Islamist." So people actually ran with it, you know, and now they're saying I'm a Jewish Muslim. So you know, that's exactly what I wanted
They
them to
called
do.
me a Jewish Muslim for being on this show.
Yeah, they call yeah, it worked. Yeah, it worked so good. They call people who come on my panel Jewish Muslims, even though I made up the concept. So you know, see, this is what I'm talking about, and you know, somebody in
I don't think she
you know,
knows. I don't know about
yeah,
that force, dude.
somebody who we're talking to, you know, Dr. Lestat, he's bringing up this idea called hyperstition. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, fucking A. It's like
you could meme something into existence, right?
Hypno-programming.
Yeah. So see, I was trying to educate Lindsay, right?
Yeah, I can
You know
see
what I'm
that.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she thinks like everything on here, like she's assuming that everything everybody says to her on here is honest communication. Either that or she's playing
No.
dumb and being deceptive.
No.
You understand?
I do understand that where it could be seen that way. I don't think that's what happened, though. I don't.
No, it's two options and it's either or. It really is.
No, there's another option though. She doesn't know about all that lore. She doesn't know that about that force, about all
Right.
the other stuff. You know, she's
Yeah, but
ignorant.
We don't
Yeah, but
know
that
that,
precludes-
fatty. This is a fucking war
Yeah.
zone, okay?
That precludes the
Ignorant,
second option of her being dumb.
It was intent. It's ignorance or intent. I don't
The
think there was any
panosphere has
intent.
become a battle sphere, okay?
Yeah, I mentioned
She
both.
doesn't know about the battlesphere. She doesn't know about it. She doesn't want to be a part of it. She just wants to be somebody's fucking friend and come to him and say, "Look, dude, these guys were talking shit. Here's a softball." And we were heated, bro. We had just come out of a very fucking heated 4 fucking hours of yelling at each other.
Where?
Yeah, she
where?
wasn't
At
a part of it,
Category?
though.
Like right here earlier.
You know what? We'll switch her down to
happened.
NPC, but we're gonna keep Uncle Fatty in the same category.
I don't
On
care what
VP.
the categories are. Fuck, do whatever you
100%.
want.
We moved her
I
over to
better be the only
NPC.
Pastafarian on there because I am a fucking certified Pastafarian. I have an actual legal deal going with my local DMV because they won't let me wear my fucking pasta strainer as a hat in my driver's license. And yes, you need a driver's license if you want to drive on the state fucking highways.
All right. Fucking chart's evolving, ladies and gentlemen. It's evolving.
I don't see any fucking other Pastafarians on there.
It's missing some things. There's a salty boy in the chat. They're probably on the list. Oh man, they're always salty.
Yeah, it's a strange world down there in the chat.
I think that might be toilet bowl Earth. But yeah, it is what it is. This guy's probably toilet bowl Earth. Yeah.
That's a super sock puppet right there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think somebody said it was toilet bowl Earth one day, but I can't confirm or deny it. But yeah, it would make sense because he's trying to watch the show and he's aware of the fact that I'm aware of the fact that he's watching the show because of his recent performance. So he tried to hide and watch that shit. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna have to shut this down here. Thank you guys for joining here. I'm gonna go around the panel and let everybody do closing thoughts. Uncle Fatty, you know, if you could
Thanks
talk
for
about
having me.
something substantive, yeah, blessed brother. Yeah. What do you got to say? Lay down some words of wisdom for them. You know, some of your pasta, some of your pasta wisdom, your pasta creed. You know what I mean? Tell them the
You guys
pasta
know
creed.
I think I did the first live stream canine wedding the other night. Totally impromptu.
The what?
So if your dogs
that
want to
was
get
you?
married, if your dogs want to get married, I'm your guy. I'll do it for fucking free, but only during Black History Month.
Yeah, yeah, I read about Saint Christopher today. Canaanite dog face Orthodox priest. I'm not even making this up. I was watching EBT's
My middle
stream.
name's Christopher. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're talking about no, but this is a dog face Canaanite. And I was like, what the fuck is like, you know, and And I think I'm gonna start calling people that as a diss. I'm gonna be like, "You fucking dog face Canaanite." You know that sounds like a good diss for people, but yeah, this fucking. I don't know.
Yo, they got a saint that's a dog face, bro. You seen it?
Yeah, that's what they were saying. I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Motherfuckers over there worshiping Horus and shit. Fucking retarded.
Yeah, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but yeah, it is what it is. You know, I mean, you might as well get the pasta going. You know, you might as well boil up some of that.
Oh, this
It's
is just a
just-
saint, bro. It's not a
It's
dog
just a way
god.
of recognizing that, you know, I can't say that one form of human can't exist if I say that only my kind can exist, right? I can't say that only my God can exist without at least acknowledging the other gods, giving them their credit, giving them their due, giving them their actual time, their amount of time, right? I spend a lot of fucking time in that Bible. I like to spend equal time now. If I'm gonna open that Bible, I'm gonna spend at least the equal amount of time looking at a different God, acknowledging, respecting that God,
Good
embracing
shit,
that God
brother.
for what it is, you know, because it is something that people love. It is something that people die for. There is
And
a
I know
reason why
you
there's
sent me
3
an email.
big religions on earth, right? There's a reason why that is. I like exploring that reason, right? Why do we divide each other? Why can't we just, in a way, just fucking accept everybody and just move on as a species? And I do believe that we are in a moment in time where a lot of shit's converging. Our knowledge needs to be rewritten. We need to have new fucking history books. Now is the time when things are going to happen that are going to rewrite history, and we get to fucking be a part of it.
Thank
Do
you,
I know what
brother.
it is? Is it controlled? I don't know.
Thank you, my friend. And I know you sent me an email. I'm gonna get back to you and send you a copy of my book. And at the end
Yeah,
of the
we'll hook
book, they
up.
got the yeah.
I wanted to get a copy of that for sure.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna have at the end. I wanted to tell you, it's got this exegesis of the epistles. You know, so I think I usually just like recommend that people read that because that's really the part of the book that I really worked hard on because I just read the epistles and kind of decoded what it says there. You know, but yeah, take a look at that because I know people quote that a lot. But yeah, have a blessed night.
You as well. You as well.
Uncle Fatty. Yeah, bless you,
Rant
brother, man.
still next to me. Rant, it's good to be with you.
Yo, you already know, bro. I'm sorry that you're in the simp category. Unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? I gotta call it how it is.
Yeah, I don't even acknowledge the categories exist. So
No worries. Okay.
You know.
Okay, well, have a good night, brother. Yeah, thank you
Fuck
so
the
much
label.
for yeah,
Who do we
bless.
got up there? Is that Tommy still up there?
No, this is Reddington.
Who, me?
Oh, Reddington. Oh, okay, sorry. Great to be with you as well.
No, not Tommy.
I
Sorry to
couldn't.
disappoint.
No, well, it's great to be with you.
Yeah, no hard feelings, Uncle Fatty. Come back anytime, brother. Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah.
Never any hard feelings, bro. That's fucking the story of life.
Of course,
It
of
is what
course.
it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, have a blessed night. Yeah, thanks, man. Okay. Yeah, brother Rand, you go ahead, brother man. You let him know what's up.
Hey, bro, you already know. You know what I'm saying? You know what it is, bro. I ain't want to take any more time, bro. Just go to the next guy, bro. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Yeah, thank you to brother Rand. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be talking to you tomorrow about some things, on some
Oh,
shit.
yo, I sent you them joints, by the way. Them the song and I sent you my book.
Oh, okay.
I sent you a book for a book, bro.
All right. Okay. I see. Game recognized game out here. You already know. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, for sure.
Hey, it's not very good, but you know what I mean? It's something.
All right. Well, I'll check it out. I'll definitely.
Because yo, I
read
do
it.
appreciate the book. You know what I mean?
For sure. Anytime. And this is only my first one. I'm working on a second one right now. That's only going to be 99 pages. So that one's going to be. So I'll send you all that one too. So look
I'm gonna
out for that.
physically pirate it and make a physical copy of it on my book printer, and I'm gonna bind it and I'm gonna read
Yeah.
that shit. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Because I can't read on the screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, guys. yeah, guys, go ahead and print that shit and distribute it if you guys can. I'm happy to just let people just print that shit out and just distribute it. I just
I
want the
wasn't gonna distribute it, but
no,
I was
no,
gonna
but I'm just
pirate
saying
it
in
for
general.
myself.
I'm just saying if anybody gets it in their head to do that, feel free because I am talking to my general audience. But yeah, if anybody wants, yeah, man, you guys email me. I'll send you guys a copy. You guys print that shit out. You guys fucking send that shit, bind that shit yourself, sell that shit, sell copies of my shit. I
No,
don't give a fuck.
we ain't selling that shit.
Oh,
If you
calm
sell
down,
that shit,
son.
you gotta send the money to Machine Lies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you need a job, go ahead and sell my book. You know what I mean? Man, I'm telling you guys, man, we could all
Creative
prosper.
Fire Press might have some words with that.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. Scrivito be pissed. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I
Yo,
don't
my
know. But
couch. Just name the account My Sock. All right. I mean, like, why even play games? Just let us know. We know it's a sock.
I know. I seen you over there at Toilet Bowl. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, what I mean, it is what it is. My couch. But yeah, man, bless you. But yeah, yeah, Rand. Oh, brother, you got anything else for him?
I just want to say, bro, they named their sock puppet My Couch because, you know what I'm saying, my name's Mike, and when I came over there, they were like, My Couch!
All right, thank you, brother, man. All right, yo, I'll talk to
Yo,
you
bro.
soon, my friend. Yeah, peace. All right, Red, what you got for him, brother?
Yeah, I don't agree with what Fatty was saying about the duality thing. I don't need to torture myself to appreciate the good things. That is just kind of crazy to me. You don't need to. Evil doesn't define good. Good doesn't define evil. You can have good without evil, and you would know it. Evil only just makes the contrast more stark. Like
Yeah.
that's just kind of like almost like an excuse for evil. Ultimately, trying to give them a way out or something.
Oh yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, definitely. Very, very wise statement there. Yeah, thank you for your input there. And we have another guest here before we end. Gen X
Oh,
Chef.
you ended?
You got some closing words for
Look
them.
at this guy sneaking up at the end.
I
Yeah.
just woke up from a nap.
Yeah, what's your you were here earlier, you got any opinions on what was happening or anything really,
Who
You
was
got
here? It
morning
was
thoughts.
that frog guy.
Yeah, let this be your morning morning sermon if you want. You
Oh
can let the
Lord, I
world
don't have a
know how you
sermon.
feel.
I don't want anybody listening to me.
Go ahead.
Oh
I have no
Lord.
wisdom to share.
Yeah. Yeah, well, what'd you think of the frog guy anyways, Russell. That's Russell 5-speed,
Russell.
Yep.
He's one of these people that seems difficult to have a conversation when he's around. He didn't
Yeah,
seem interested in talking
yeah,
or
well,
communicating much.
yeah, well, let me know what you think of the conversation that happened with Lindsay. Go back and watch some of that because we had some interesting conversation
who?
with Lindsay came on here. Lindsay
Oh
Smith.
no, I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah, she came on here and she asked me if I beat my wife.
Why
I was
would
like,
she
what?
do that?
I don't know, but it was a very interesting interaction. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" So it's obviously a loaded question, and and then she implied that it was because I was Muslim or something like that. I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Where did that? That's so
Yeah, I was
weird
like,
from her.
yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't even understand. Like, this is not like exclusively like a Muslim show, and I get popped for that. Even though I did the last few shows on Islam, and I was heavily critical of Muslims and shit. I was like, all the modern Islamic movements are like created and shit, and I was like, fucking, So I don't even know, but yeah.
Well, I have it pulled up. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, it's fucking odd. Yeah, it's fucking odd. Very odd interaction, And it seemed like she came up just to say that, and then she just left. So I
Yeah,
was
she
like,
just left. That kind of was shady, I thought.
yeah, because I was like, okay, you just gotta sit here and answer for yourself. But she was just like, she just booked it after she like dropped this hot rock hot potato on the panel and then just fucking just
Yeah,
book.
just throwing
Damn.
grenades.
I was like, all right, this is fucking weird. But yeah, you know, I know you like the drama shit, but yeah, it'll be interesting for you.
You don't need Big Brother. Just watch the stream, dude.
Yeah, for real. But yeah, thank you for joining, Jeff, man. Bless you, man. I hope you have a good morning. And I might join later when I wake up. You know, I'll probably
Yeah,
wake
you
up around
too. I
the
hope
time.
you get some sleep.
Yeah, I'll probably, yeah, because I wake up around the time when your show starts, and then sometimes I join up
Okay,
there.
yeah,
Yeah,
pop on if you want.
yeah, bless. Yeah, so I may talk to you later today. But yeah, bless. Yeah, you have a good morning, brother
You
Jeff.
too. Take care.
Take care. Yep.
Peace.
And yeah, peace. Yeah, peace, brother Red. And yeah, I'm gonna play my old appearance on Talkai. I usually just do that before my show ends. You know, and then I'll go ahead and talk to you guys soon. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's been a fun time with you guys. You know, now these 9-hour conversations, you never really know what might come up. But I'm happy to curate this time with you guys. You know, discover some themes. You know, next time on Wednesday, I'm going to be bringing up some more stuff about capitalist realism. Obviously, we brought up some of the ideas of Marx today. And we're going to go back into Marx. You know, he was a member of the Rothschild family. His dad was a Freemason, Heinrich. You know, Marx. And yeah, you know, he was moved to London. That's where he wrote Das Kapital. And yeah, I mean, he's a very interesting figure. You know, the League of the Just was, yeah, involved in Freemasonry, as we read. But yeah, some of the ideas there influential in the development of postmodernism to a certain extent. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting next time. You know, because we looked at Hegel and we kind of touched on how Hegel influenced Marx. So we a little bit here touched on Marx, and we're looking at scientific socialism, which even influenced the thoughts of Bertrand Russell, right? Right. Russell had some interesting thoughts. You know what I mean? You know, as we read last time, the thoughts of Bertrand Russell. And you know, I'm gonna read some of these things. It says, according to the late Joseph Campbell, science functions as a cosmological myth. The second function of a mythology, he says, is to render a cosmology, an image of the universe, right? Last time we looked at the work of Bertrand Russell. Okay, it says famous atheist philosopher Bertrand Russell talks about the blind forces of nature. Okay, he says the way in which science arrives at its beliefs is quite different from medieval theology. Experience has shown that it is dangerous from start from general principles and proceed deductively. Both because the principles may be untrue because of the reasoning based upon them may be fallacious. See, he totally casts aside deduction, and he totally casts aside the view that we could know anything about the physical world. He denies the existence of matter, okay, because he says it's based on sensation and sense data. Remember, we talked about this last time. And of course, this influenced the thoughts of Wittgenstein, right? Okay. But this kind of scientific materialism, you know, man as a species being, as Marx said, you know, that man is a measure of all things, you know, says science starts not from large assumptions, but from particular facts discovered by observation or experiment. From a number of such facts, the general rule is arrived. Okay. That's called induction, right? Okay. The problem with this is that any amount of new information could change the whole basis of how you collect information. Okay. Say you observe 99 instances and you observe one instance that doesn't match up with those 99. You have to reform. Okay. You may have to affirm the base assumption or the base conclusion you arrived at from observing those 99 instances, right? Say you observe 99 white sheep and then you see one black sheep. From seeing 99 white sheep, you may conclude that all sheep are white. Okay? All it takes is one black sheep to destroy such a belief based on induction. Get it? Okay? Technical truth is a matter of degree, he says. Technical truth, pragmatics. Okay? A theory of which more successful inventions and predictions spring is truer than one that gives rise to fewer. Okay? So he's seeing at placing emphasis on the success of the process of discovery of technological means. And Marx talks about this too. Okay, he says that the process of work and machine production first alienates us from nature and then, okay, alienates us from the products of our work. Okay, where the objective and the subjective are become enmeshed, okay? And we lose our definition between technology and nature, okay? Okay, man begins to blend into his environment. Okay, man becomes mechanical and nature becomes a machine. Okay? Anyways, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine, on the machine that lies, and those who create the lies about the machine. Bless you guys, you know what I mean? For joining us, and I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends, as we talk about some more topics next time we move into capitalism, realism, postmodernism, and some of those themes as we prepare and see how postmodern philosophy is going to influence the acceleration and Discordian divide that we talked about at the beginning of this episode. But yeah, bless you guys. Thank you for joining us. And I hope you're enjoying some of my solo presentations, you know? We moved to having solo presentations at the beginning to bring you some unique information as well for your edification of your learning. But yeah, you know, we're going to continue doing that, okay? And we're going to serialize some of those presentations into a episode series on the Machine Lies, serialized episodes. We're going to present in series first on the holy robots, Machiavelli and Melchizedek, about some of our preliminary discussions we had on the historical setting of the Middle East. It will feature some of our panelist members. But yeah, bless you guys for being here with us. And here is our recent appearance on Jack Talcott and some self-help, or, you know, some of that, you know, motivation for you guys this morning who are just waking up. Bless you guys. You know what I mean? And thank you for joining us, friends. Peace to you guys, you know. What's popping?
I got perfect timing, you know, like usual.
Absolutely. Talking about the applying this knowledge, though, Cage, this is what I've been doing. I have been learning and applying these things. God has allowed me a very unique opportunity, I think. And I'm really trying to figure out what to do with what I've been learning. Because here, the truth is, I know for a fact the peers that I learned from in my coaching, you know, the certification, the different trainings I went through, those guys are living quite different lives than me. Some of them are doing pretty damn well for themselves. And I know we're applying the same things. So, Machine Lies, growing faith. or anything you want to take us. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think that's one of the essential components to putting forth or self mastery. I think is just that you don't really have to check if you did a good job. One of the things is that whether you fail or win, application is about applying yourself to your fullest extent. It's not necessarily about getting a specific result. Otherwise, it would be reduced to technique. Skill is not technique.
You're on point.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, skill.
You're extremely on point with that, because when it comes to any magical operation or whatever you want to call it, like something beyond what you're being put into, what happens is the outcome usually blocks it, or like any sort of emotional tie towards it usually blocks that, because it fucks it up. So it has to become like beyond second nature. It's like you don't think about your heart beating or your breath as an automatic function that's instilled into your subconscious mind. It becomes like a program, like your own program that you created, and then all of a sudden, now you're playing the game.
Yeah, and that's why the program, people even call it programming, a la behaviorism. But the thing is that there is as Jack said, the application. There's such a wide gulf between theory and application. If you look at the mathematicians, who solve the issues of how to design something, then you look at the engineers.
What's your definition of application, though? We're gonna have to start with that. So application is what? Doing something in this physical realm, like doing something physical to bring it into thought, emotion, and action.
He could finish. Sorry to interrupt, but I was hoping he could finish his point.
Well, I was a little bit done. I think it's just that the engineer and the person who designs the machine is not like the person who fixes it or improves it. To go with what Cage is saying, and I think application, of knowledge. See, knowledge is inert. Application is not inert, and neither is technique. Technique is in a way processes, but those processes are immaterial. If you look at application, application is the physical aspect of it, but it's not exactly the technique or the knowledge of the thing. But as they say timing needs opportunity. Well, you can get the timing, but there's not always the right opportunity to make the things happen. Like they say, like Nas said, he said, I'm on schedule but never on time. so it's kind of like that.
Hey, we got someone else joining up. Welcome, Neurojack.
Yeah, I brought Neurojack here.
New York Jack seems like a smart guy. You know what I mean? You can have a proper conversation.
Yeah, he is. He's an intelligent friend of mine for sure.
Absolutely. Hey, something I was considering regarding my comments on faith and fear. We get to choose each day what we focus our time and energy on. And so then I started wondering, how often do you do the things you want? How often do you?
Every single day, all the time, right now.
And you want to do what you do.
Well, that's what I do. I do what I do. But Jack, you know what I go into? Rudolf Steiner and stuff have gone into this. I'd recommend growing a plant, like any sort of plant. Like just grow a plant from a seed, and then from a seed, from germination all the way up, from Seedling,
he's
all the way
got
up to
some great
if you,
stuff about that,
but
especially
even beyond
biodynamic.
that,
Yeah,
even beyond
biodynamic.
that, if you even if you do that, you'll realize how reality is formulated just through something like that.
Cage,
You can bring interpretation.
Cage, I know more than you may think.
I know you do.
Well, we could share more of what I think, but you keep interrupting me, dude.
It doesn't matter what you think. What do you know?
What matters is what you do in my experience, Cage.
What matters is what creates matter is your subconscious program. What matters to you? Does that really matter to you, Jack? Well, therefore, it's going to create reality.
Cage,
No
why does it not matter to you? Your behavior is what I'm discussing. Why does your behavior not matter to you, Cage?
It does matter. Obviously, it does matter in a way. I'm not saying it doesn't. Is a negative behavior?
I'm
Is it something that's
addressing.
putting you down?
I'm addressing your behavior, Cage, and you were trying to say it's in my mind. If that's not gaslighting, I don't.
My behavior is my own. I'm saying your reality is, even having this conversation, for some reason your mind projected this conversation in a way.
And so you're blaming my mind for your interruptions?
Yeah, it's called self-accountability. I'm gonna blame myself, blame you. It doesn't really matter. Same thing.
Can we stop trying to blame and label and just kind of chill out? Right? I don't
It's
even
not
know
about the blame.
what I was trying to get out. See, this is what happens. We try and discuss topics for truth to grow and emerge. That's the natural course and the way that the Creator has designed us. But what prevents the truth from growing, and truth is the power that we can know, what prevents it is our primitive, juvenile impulses, the antichrist, the rebellious one, the one that keeps the truth from flowing. I've been working on my own patterns, right? Self-control. Actually intentionally trying to listen more than interrupt. I have a bad habit of interrupting. I recognize that in myself. And maybe that's why I'm seeing it in you, Cage. But
of course you're gonna see it within me, because everything's a projection.
You a little bit broke up there, brother Cage, and I don't know if it's permanent, but I like what you were saying about growing the seed. In terms of application, it's huge because application. There's a bifurcated place of application right there, because you could think of the architect and the gardener. That they have different processes. I've heard this described before, that an architect has to lay the plan first and then he builds. But the gardener, he's always nurturing as the process goes along. So he has a kind of a different process of application, or nurturing. That nurturing is a different process than just simply planning.
Nurturing. These are some of the ideas I've been having about how do we change our minds from the real rigid and controlling
Jack,
ways.
Jack, you say you want to make a difference. You want to
let him finish his thought real quick, bro.
No, it goes back to the nurturing versus the planting, or the seeding,
right,
or the sowing of the seeds, right? When you leave a seed there, when you plant a seed, you can't go and disrupt it. You know what I mean? You have to let it lay where it is to develop roots and hopefully develop into something. So you can't constantly go over it and fuck with it and touch it and mess with it. You gotta just sow the seed, move on.
Well, if you try that with a child, then watch how that goes. But yeah, I get you.
Well, you're not gonna get, again, now you're getting trapped into.
Well, my point is this:
if it's nature versus nurture, which one can you change? Can you change your nature, or can you change your nurture, or both? Or
Both of them.
How do you know?
Because it's easy to do. You can do it yourself.
How do you change?
I just changed the nature of this environment. Cage can develop nurture. He can nurture his understandings and start realizing a little more self-control. The urge to just jump in and take over and start teaching, Cage. Please start a little resistance, all right? There can be some nurturing there. And it does. Sometimes it requires an interruption to the nature, to the environment, or an interruption to the, hey, little slap on the face, so to say. Not literally, but life will bring us wake-up calls, and the realizations we can find can bring us to our knees. Both with, regret, shame, sadness, anger, pain, but also, man, I'm like, holy shit, could that be real? Is this real?
Is this fucking real, man? What's going on? Get out of your goddamn, what do you call it, Talcott? Get out of your fucking imagined disagreements, man. What are you talking about?
I like how they have the catchphrase, "That is you." It's a literal symbol of projection. Like, did you not see? It's like
everything is you. That's the fucking funny part.
I know it's like that is you. Projection.
Of course it is.
Well,
of course
well,
it is. That's the funny part.
Can I ask Machine? I want to ask Machine 2 questions, and because I think it will add layer to what we're. That's interesting. Nice. I wanted to ask 2 questions of Machine of definitions. Can you tell me the difference between, this is the first part and then second part. What is the definition of fate versus destiny?
Yeah, I think I went on this that when me and brother Talcott were talking about time, I was saying that fatalism is the belief in determinism, whereas destiny is a belief in purpose. Where it doesn't have to end up one way. You get to go along a road, and the road is leading you to your greatest purpose, but you don't have to follow it, because the future is not set in stone. I don't believe it is, but
It just sounds like another term for goodwill and determinism, right? So I think it's a mixture of both. You have the option, like I said, I always say this, like the allegory of those books you had when you were a kid, where everyone has to start on the same page, but you can move around different pages depending on your actions and your decision. So it's all written within a code, within the possibilities of reality, but you have the option to move around in it. So it's a mixture of both.
Well, it goes back to limitations are freedom in a way, and no limitations.
Well, yeah, anything you can imagine. If you can imagine it, if you can think of it, it's a possibility technically within reality. So you do have free will. You do have the choice to navigate around that parameter, the parameters that are set within this simulation or this reality that we're in. But
well,
there is limitations to it.
You know what's funny is I think Cecil might be the reincarnation of Buddha, because he's very.
That's a possibility. That's a possibility. I think Jack may be, same with Machine. Even you, Jack. Forgot Nero Jack and Talcott Jack. Everything.
What do you mean? I didn't hear what you said, sir.
I think you may be Buddha. What are you, the Sattva, the Bodhisattva? You're inserting yourself into the Matrix now, fucking around.
Well, I think that Machine made a good point the other day, which is something I've always believed, and I've heard very few people say it, which is that the version of Buddhism that we all kind of take for granted is not really Buddhism. And I think that that's something, and Cecil was talking about this the other day too. It's like people have a very warped view of what Buddhism was actually trying to get across to people, in my opinion.
It's a part of a key, right? You can look into any Vedic stuff, Buddhist stuff, any other religion, all the Abrahamic religion,
Hey, Kate.
the Talmud, the Quran, the Torah. It's all leaning towards the same thing. It all comes from the same thing, really. Right? So you can use your discernment and get great insights out of it. Sorry, Talca.
Yeah. When are you going to take a back seat like you've been asked? When are you going to learn to cooperate with what is offered?
Right now.
Do you cooperate, or do I thank you? If it continues, you're gone. I'm not saying another word, all right?
Well, it's happening right now. You don't have to threaten me with kicking me off of your whatever this is. I'll take the back seat now. What mudra is that, Talca? Remember we tested out the tetragrammaton one? Remember the Spock thing? Can we do that now on camera again, Talca? You remember, you do the Spock thing, you create the triangle.
Holy cows. Holy cows, man. This lack of self-awareness, self-control, it's not healthy.
Well, it
Go ahead.
It could be on purpose, though.
I know. I don't believe it is. He has no malintentions. He's got a big heart and he cares a lot. But this has been the pattern of my life. I don't know why or how exactly to change it, but many people claim they're helping me and they do not see the damage and disrespect they're sharing. Right? The disruption to what my actual goal and hope is. I mean, I don't start the stream so I can sit here and fucking listen to Cage go on and on about anything he thinks of. It's like, I know we can get along. I'm actually, tell you what, I interrupted, and at this point, I'm actually I'm feeling good. I'm ready to wrap up, but unless you guys have something, different perspective, please.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll say this very quickly. The name of your stream is Growing Faith, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess the question I would ask, and I ask myself this, is faith in what and to what end?
I have clarity on those for myself. Everyone will have to find those own answers, but truly it's faith in myself that I'll be able to figure out the next step, and that faith that God, the creator of the universe, it will reward my efforts, because I know the amount of kindness, mercy, forgiveness, compassion. I know how generous I have been to this world in my ways as often as I've been able. So I trust, I have faith. I have faith that my actions will be rewarded. The results haven't shown, other than what I feel. But nobody seems to care about what I feel. Let me not generalize or exaggerate. The direct experience I've had with many people seldom have seemed to care about how I feel, but I sure have a lot of advice to give. It's been interesting. Oh, the thing about my feelings, though, is I feel so amazing. I didn't know that I could. I didn't know being a human could feel so good without being drunk or without being without having sex. I think those were like the two ways I knew to be happy: sex and booze. Today, I feel a joy. I feel a bliss. My goal was several years ago to know and better understand God. The realization I made for myself, I sought to know God through the truth that God might allow me to learn. And so I set my mind and my heart to learn. I learn as much as I can every single day, and I love learning. And that love in itself, if you find what you love learning and becoming or doing, creating, because that's who we are. We are images of the Creator. That means we're reflections of the universe. And we're all of time put together in the here and now. We are the present. It is us that is the happening of today. And through us, for us, with us, that will become tomorrow. But it really depends on what is our thought pattern? What is our intentions? What is our purpose? With chaotic thought forms in our minds, we live these karmic lives, repeating patterns over and over and over. Even in the same lifetime, we'll repeat these patterns of life. God is so amazing. God is so divine. God is so incredibly perfect. We just don't, you know what? Let me not, for it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you, but we don't understand how glorious and perfect God actually is.
I think that has to apply to every single person. Personally, because how are you going to wrap your mind around what God has given you? It's
holy cows. Yeah. See, that is what I think I found out what was special about me, and I'm just like everyone else. What is special about me is my perspective, my knowledge, what I know within me, and my heart, my care. What do I love? Those are the two things that really make me unique apart from others. So recognizing my mind was that's one of the gifts I noticed God has offered me. I allowed my mind to destroy me most of my life and to hold me back, but I've been seeking out minds like this, and I've been blessed to discover some brilliant people who
like I think NJ Jeep Girl said that giving credit to God is giving credit to an imposter, but I think that in a sense, how people get stuck on the fact that God is love, God is truth, and God is something, and that to define God is really to limit God, in a way. But in another sense, God is more than love will ever be. Wisdom, wisdom seeks a beauty beyond relation. It's beyond anything imaginable. So, the thing is that, God is somewhere there, exalted. So, it's like Krishna says. He says, "Whatever you pray to, I will become that." You know what I mean, right? So it's like good luck. Like atheists have a God. It's just what they pray to, their own desires. They pray to the nature, whatever it may be. Wherever the buck stops for them. The end of all their answers. Because knowledge begins with faith. You have to want to learn. And then afterwards, after you're done learning, you're not done finding out all the information. So you got to have faith in what you know. So faith comes before the movement of knowledge and after it. Knowledge is wrapped up in faith, whether you like it or not.
And desire.
Yes.
Yes.
Beautiful. And I love how you said that. It's those unseen things, man. Faith, desire, knowledge, wisdom, those things are the bomb. That's the treasure we're here to capture, guys. The capitalist adventure, it's been steering us the wrong direction. There's better ways for us. And I'm confident we're here to create it.
Well, capitalism, like many things, are tools, and people think you can just pick up a tool and it's a good thing, but it depends on what you're using the tool for and how well you know how to use it. What plans God may have in spite of your plans. So,
dude, yes, tools in the hands of the ignorant, well, and wise, can easily become weapons, but tools in the hands of someone skilled, a master, and they become toys. And there are people who have learned how to use the economy as a game, as toys, and by playing playing with the toys and the games of economics, that messes with people's livelihoods, people's professions, their careers, their savings. I think it's time to rewrite the rules personally. So, hey, we got a couple more guests here. Scott 2B, Cecil.
Cecil, what's up?
They're freaking interdimensional demons, okay? You can make fun of me on CNN or wherever. I was just watching Alex Jones clips on Neurojack's channel.
All righty.
Gotta love Alex Jones.
Nah, I really don't. But sometimes he's funny when like the spit's flying everywhere and he's like snarling and.
Dude, when his blood pressure's up and he turns beet red, I'm fucking all in.
Well, the truth is a weapon, just like everything else. The truth is a tool to a lot of people. I think that's kind of what we're all talking about.
You hope to find the truth amidst some of the bullshit.
I think lies might actually be a far more dangerous weapon than the truth, but still, I mean, the truth is only going to harm you if you can't handle it.
Well, most lies are only dangerous because you believe them.
That's a good point.
Every lie contains the truth. I mean, because the truth is the essence within all things. God is the truth. And so in every lie, the most convincing lie is simply well-concealed, obvious truth.
Is God perfection, Jack? Machine lies, Neurojack. You guys see God as pure perfection?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What leads you to believe that it's pure perfection? That God, the entity that we know as God, is pure perfection. The stories that we've heard, or an actual interaction of your own, or some sort of it's a sensation, a feeling, a calling to revere this deity as the end all be all.
I think for me personally, I believe it's looking at nature. I believe that you could see nature and you could say, well, the other way they had it is to look at some part of nature that's uncreated. So in other words, the option with having a God that is limited, is in having a part of nature that is uncreated that God would simply have to mold. You get what I'm saying, Brother Scott? So
sure.
Philosophically, it would have to be that nature, a part of nature is in some sense uncreated, and God had to mold it into what it is. So therefore, God would be missing something. But I don't believe that. I believe that in order for nature to come into existence, I believe that it had to be made whole cloth. Because look at what it is. It's totally unique in my mind. I don't see anything outside of nature with a capital N. I mean, of course, I'm not talking about trees and rocks and stuff, but I'm talking about the universe, you know.
Sure, but if we just look at trees and rocks and things, and we look at the dinosaurs here and stuff, and we look at the different generations of things that have come and gone, and now we're left with man, which, you know, and elephants that are, well, a lot smaller than what a woolly mammoth or anything like that. I mean, we're talking about things have changed. Is that some sort of indication that the creator has looked down and said, okay, I don't really, and we know in the Bible with Noah and the flood, there was mistake.
That was, yeah, that was exactly what the you know, the Neoplatonists, they had said the universe is eternal. You know, the main reason they came to that conclusion was that God, in order for God to begin to create the universe, it would signify a change in God himself. And they said, well, God can't really change, you know, because God is omniscient, omnipotent, and he's you know, he has to be complete. So for him to need to do something is a sign of incompleteness. But for other philosophers, they said that's a sign of God's absolute power and will. You know, they said for him to decide to do something, that means that God has absolute power and will. The onus is on his you know, his you know, his freedom to create, you know, whatever he wills, you know, not on you know, I guess the change or the percent, because they thought that in order for God, because they thought permanence is a sign of perfection, but I don't think it necessarily has to be, you know.
See, I wonder. Go ahead. Yeah, that's definitely. But I wonder, you know, and that's, it's interesting. I'll probably have to go back and listen to that again to fully, you know, understand it, if you will. But let's walk away from the perfection a little more. Let's walk away from the idea that there's one God. You know, I mean, the tablets came down from Mount Sinai. Was it with Moses or and they said, "Thou shalt worship no God before me." It doesn't say there's no gods. It says don't worship any others but me. And so let's say that there is more than one God. Let's say that, you know, not Hercules and all that stuff, but let's just go, there's a house of gods. And the house of gods were put together, you know, maybe to say a teacher or an omnipotent one that's above everyone. Okay, of all, let's say there's 12 gods instead of apostles, there's 12 gods. And the story that we've been told is on the seventh day he rested, but our God, instead of on the seventh day he rested, he actually slept for 6 days. And on the seventh day, he said, oh shit, my assignment's not done. Okay, so he went around to the other gods and took little pieces of their worlds, which the assignment was to build a world that could sustain itself. Takes little pieces, different colored people, Asians, takes the white people, takes everybody, mixes them all together, and takes different animals that shouldn't be together, mixes them together. And we end up with a world that is a little bit chaotic. And now, what is he left with? But the pure faith of all of us to try and turn it back around and make it so that, well, you know, if this idea that there should have been a whole planet of Asians and a whole planet of Africans and a whole planet of Jack Talcots or whatever, this has turned into we're all mixed together. How do we get along? All right. So the point isn't I know God better than you, or you know God better than me, or we should figure out who and what God is. Let's just go with what we've got. It ain't right. It's not fucking right. We don't get along. We're not facing the obvious truths, and we're not working towards the solutions.
Hey, Scott, you're speaking for yourself.
Okay.
Fuck, oh dear, man.
I'll digress. Interest yourself in some sort of opinion on how I was speaking for myself, though. Let me hear it.
Do you even listen to your words? I mean, you're just going on and on. I'm waiting for a point or a relevance, but it's story after story. And then you come to the conclusion that, we're not doing this and we're not doing that. No, you are not doing the things you're claiming the world is not doing. And you said something, God, a long time ago. It reminded me of a thought, but here, please.
Well, here's what I would say, Scott. It's easy to mistake what people say for what people do. And it's also, people can use words to mean anything. It's like when you were talking about, I'm actually glad you brought up the 10 Commandments, for example, right? Like, what good is a commandment if it can't be understood by the people it's given to? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's where lost. People try to use the words rather than intent, and I think this is where everybody gets lost.
Here's the thought that came up. There was a question about how do we come together? Seriously, people need to learn how to overcome the urge to talk and listen, because I see so many people having conversations at me and about me while they're around me. And then they're claiming they talk to me, but I'm like, no, I sat there and listened most of the time, but whatever, dude. I mean, people can practice listening. That's how we understand each other better. And then I'll yield.
Machine Lies, what did you hear in what I said? I don't think Jack kind of took it in. Maybe Neurojack did. I'm not sure. Cecil, you can weigh in. But on the fact that we're looking at this from a perspective that we think we know what's going on, and I don't think that's true.
Why do you think? Who doesn't know what's going on, and why do you think they don't? Unless you're talking about yourself.
In the world at large, we have a dozen different religions on top of another dozen different religions on top of each individual has their own perspective of what their fucking relationship with God is. So do you think we're all tailor-made for each other, or do you think we're all being divided and pushed apart because of this?
Can I ask you this question, Scott? Do you choose to be confused, or is it done to you?
Well, no, I don't feel as though I'm confused. I think there's a lot of people out there that are, but people that are confused choose not to be confused or pretend they're not.
Yeah, I
Typically.
mean you specifically. I mean, just in general, do people choose to be confused, or is it just done to them?
I think this society puts a lot of bullshit on our plates, and to say you're not confused at best is just to not admit to yourself the facts. Jack, hey, let me ask you a question. Would you admit this statement to be true? The more you find out, the less you know.
Sure. So what?
Therein lies the fact of the matter. We
Okay,
just
right.
endlessly.
You imagined a case. You presented a case. You won. You presented a victory to yourself.
That's what you missed the point totally, Jack. I'm sorry. I'm going to yield. I'm going to let you go ahead and take this from here, and I'll just listen in the background. But I do believe, and I'll leave this parting thought right here, we can do better. Way fucking better. I yield.
I agree. Now, one of the things I wanted to point out to you, Scott, is maybe you and some of the people, this environment you've been in, maybe you've found a lot of people who are confused about the religions and stuff like that. I'm seeing a lot of people who've actually overcome the beliefs, who are speaking with the knowing. They are practicing what they're preaching. I'm trying to follow their lead and bring that around here. Our confusion is easily resolved when we become willing to put it down. But if we don't think we have any confusion, and I'm not saying that's here, our minds are tricky. They're very, very tricky. And it's real easy to confuse ourselves. I know this. I've suffered it. I've been a victim of myself before. But I know everything I'm saying is honest, and I can explain the things I say, but Many people find offense at the things I say or disbelief, but I know what we're here to do. Each of us is help us all grow into a greater version of who we were. And to do that, we do, like Scott was saying, there's a lot of division because we've all got these different beliefs. But if we really just stay present with each other in the moment, because the moment doesn't last all day, it's temporary. You want to capture it. And our moments together are rare. I mean, it seems like they're all the time because we see that there's a frequency, and with the frequency creates the appearance of familiarity. But I'm telling you, you guys don't know me as well as you think, especially if you're holding me with some sort of pity or contempt or whatever.
Well, and the thing about the vision is it implies oneness.
That puppy, man. Scott's getting some love, man. Some puppy love.
I have to accept it.
Sweet.
This is the deaf and blind dog. He just loves me so much. I love him too. He's such a good puppy. He's such a good puppy.
But it's like if you don't give them, 5 minutes a day, twice a day usually, 5 minutes or so to just love on you, then they're not comfortable. They don't have their own. So they as much as you have to be there and take care of them, they have to feel that they're doing something for you too. I think that's the point.
Oh, the heart of service. Even in animals, we want to serve that which we love, that which cares for us.
These dogs are not comfortable, all three of them, unless I give them a little bit of time in the morning, a little bit of time in the afternoon. It's just that's their life, and that's how I keep them calm. That's how I have control over them. I think it's just real simple things. I mean, this is my buddy. He's my puppy.
Hey, can I jump? I want to jump in because that's kind of one of the thoughts I've been playing with. The idea of we are in the image of the Creator. With that image comes the responsibility and the opportunity to nurture growth. We are here to influence, nurture, care for, to conserve what is natural, what is healthy, what is life-bringing. And if we look at ourselves as that, caretakers, nurturers of the relationships, of the property that we've received or acquired in our lives, I think it makes it a little smoother. Here's another guy with an edge. But I want to welcome Rant. How you doing today?
Hello, how's it going? How's everybody doing?
Feeling blessed, brother. I saw some of the interaction over at TBE last night. That was not, wow. I didn't see how it ended up, but didn't seem like there was resolve possible there.
But hey, on that note, real quick, I just wanted to mention that Reagan just uploaded another video this morning, like almost directly after TML's stream, talking about Jesus. And it almost feels like it's a response video, although she never directly calls anybody out. But if you guys haven't seen that,
interesting. Yeah, I'll go check it out.
Yeah.
Some people, Jack, want to hold up the appearance of having the ability to debate and argue, but when they don't actually have it, they resort to, real lowbrow tactics. And, like any kind of monkey in a cage, eventually they just start throwing shit everywhere. Right. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I'll go monkey style too. You know what I mean? Like we could do that.
Well, and I want to say this really briefly. If the tactics are to divide and conquer and demoralize, then shouldn't we just do the opposite of that?
It's a lot of people would get demoralized when they get insults hurled at them, I'm a special kind of fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like you know what I mean. It's like the hitchhiker who's a serial killer who gets picked up by a serial killer. You know what I mean? It's like that situation.
I'll watch that movie.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, well, you know, you had these intentions. It's like you just walked into a thicker plot than you
That's
imagined.
a Dexter episode, if I ever heard of one.
How's it going, everybody?
I'm doing great.
Joe Cool. How's the Cotton Creek jungle you're in today, Joe Cool?
Oh my goodness, I'm not in the jungle. Hold on, I don't know if I can show you out the window where I am. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know. I got plastic up. You probably can't see it. I'm in a desert, man. I'm not in the jungle. I'm in the desert.
Oh, that's, I was thinking Chicago. I'm sorry.
No, I'm in Colorado.
That's right.
Damn near New Mexico, man. I'm out here. We got a little sprinkle, a great little rainbow. It's beautiful out there, man. I had storms and shit. It's beautiful out there. What about you guys? How you guys doing?
Clear skies.
I told my girl what you just said, Rant, Neuro, whichever one of y'all said that shit. Picking up me is like a hitchhiker who's a serial killer being picked up by another serial killer. You never know what you're gonna get. That's cool.
It's like a lot of people go into situations with a certain intention, but they have no idea what they're approaching.
Yes, they get away with shit a lot, and they assume they're gonna get away with it all the time, or the other victims done laid down. They assume this guy is gonna lay down. It was easy last time. You think it's gonna be easy this time? Yeah.
They, in the assumption, this is their critical error. You know what I mean? And and there's a saying that they make you know when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. But at the end of the day, I've made a habit of not being the second ass. You know what I mean? Just let you assume, making
Let you
yourself
do it
the ass.
alone. Yes.
And then you know what I mean, just kind of point that out and be like, ha ha.
There was a little bit of that
Hey,
yesterday.
guys.
Go ahead.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but Machine Lies is up there and Jack disappeared. What'd you do with the Machine Lie? Did you eat them? Where'd you
No, we just took over because of the kind of topic there about he wanted to bring in the stream last night, and yeah, it was interesting how many times because I wasn't on the screen, but they kept talking about the show there. But then I like also Jack's approach, not involve yourself in the drama or try to make yourself amenable to compromise somehow. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it's like there has to be some type of accountability after a long time,
Are we talking about Jack's stream?
No, Jack commented on the stream last night.
Yeah, last night. Yeah.
You did
Yeah, I
good
got taken down.
yesterday, Jack. I don't want you thinking you did bad yesterday with that all that time. You didn't get triggered and all of that. Jack did good. But you guys finished talking about what you were talking about.
Thank you.
Well, I have a thought, Jack. If you want to say something, I'll yield. But I had talked to you before about something, and I know your wishes, wants, and needs to have are upon you. You have a lot of things you want to do, so you probably focus on it a fair amount of time every day. Would that be fair to say? Okay, and so you probably got some planning and some execution in your mind that's set out and set forth. You may not have it all to just hand us right now, but you have it for you, right? Do you remember me? Do you recall me asking you about the SBA?
Yes.
Have you made any attempts to reach out to them?
No.
SPCA, is that the dog people?
Yeah. I was telling them to go bark, basically. No, SBA, the Small Business Administration.
Right.
Okay. And anybody can do this. Okay. The loans that they'll give you, the money that they'll give you, the grants that they have, they're for the people who can't go to the bank and get fucking money. The guys can't market that money because they just can't. But yeah, they want to give you a loan. They want to help you out. Give them an idea.
Don't you need a business if it's a small business
Go
loan?
buy a fucking business, Joe. Pick a business and tell them to help you.
Scotty B, not for nothing. Like I don't know if y'all were talking about this before or some shit, but that seems kind of left field as fuck, right?
Well,
And he's angry too.
It's not. It's just looking at the whole situation as a whole right here and saying there's solutions and there's problems. And if we just talk about, well, let's go fucking magic, let's go mystery, and let's go evolve with our
Is that a
chakras.
fraudulent slip over there, bro?
No, I'm thinking that there's probably some planning and some execution. Typically, Jack, is it not your wish to move forward with, ending legal secrets, stopping wars, and getting basically our shit together, everybody? That's what it's going to take. You have to get your shit together to stop people from taking advantage of you with their secrets and stupidity and lies. So we got to get our shit together. We, as in, I don't have a fucking frog in my pocket. That's you and me. So you talk about that stuff, and I'm just saying, if you wanted to, you could get money for yourself for Live Without Fear.
What kind of business is that, bro?
What the fuck?
What is Jack selling? What's his product? Exactly.
I'm saying you can go out and take a business that's already there. Pick somebody else's fucking dream and take it over.
Yo, you telling this guy to take out a loan, right? For Jack Talcott, Live Without Fear.
Let me ask you how big
No. Let me ask you, how's he gonna pay this loan back exactly? And what's he gonna do with this money to make money with it?
Okay, let me ask you, if he starts having problems in the first year and the second year or the third year with the Small Business Administration, don't you think they have some plans to help you? Because they know you're a small business starting out. Go ask them. Next thing I would say, if you just fuck up after fucking 2, 3, 5 years and you go bankrupt, you got $5 million from them. I don't know how much they'll give you, but probably up to that. Then you just go file bankruptcy. That costs you $1,500, and you start over.
This is the worst advice I've heard today, but go ahead.
The whole fucking country of rich people are doing it, Joe. What do you want to do? You talk to your friends and ask them how many businesses they've done just the same fucking thing. Go, Jack. I'm listening. I hear you. I yield.
Well, I've already asked Cage. You're getting, I don't know if you saw the interaction with Cage, but you better check where you're at. Start learning how to control your impulse to just vomit all over the conversation with your thoughts and your ideas, because your rambling is not serving my purpose. So, brother, please check your interactions, and please, when I dropped the link today, it was really for those who might want to have conversations with Jack instead of at Jack or about Jack. Scott, do you have anything you want to talk to me about? You ask a question and then here I'm doing it. Oh, you.
So what's up, Doc?
Thank you. Tell you what, the topic, growing in faith, growing in trust of the future, it does come down to knowing. We've got to learn how to understand each other. Scott, your idea of going to the Small Business Association, you're right. Believe it or not, if you listen to me, I got a lot of ideas along that direction too. But I'm not chasing money. I know that relationships are my most important goal. So that's what I'm focused on.
You better check yourself, you Eeyore little bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, some people trying to build businesses, some people trying to build kingdoms, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, hey, Jack. I'm kind of new here, so can you kind of introduce to me or kind of recap, pretend like I haven't been following you for months or years or whatever, and just kind of tell me what your vision is and what your goals are in, like, you know, the short form without covering all the details. Thanks.
Thank you. In short form, the conclusion I believe is possible is for wars to end, for reforms to the government and corporate structures to happen. And I think all of that can happen through individual self-development.
Don't forget the transparency part. That's a good part.
Yes, we'll do it through transparency. But the real idea is, if I'm living here today, the likelihood of me speaking, you know, someone involved, that's pretty small. But what I can do is anyone who tunes in, I can encourage self-development, turn towards God, increasing faith, growing more in love and trust, forgiveness. That's kind of where I'm at.
So is your focus more on like the spiritual or the political, or are you trying to like marry the two somehow?
Yes, good question. Maybe that's been part of my problem. I confuse the two, but I believe the spiritual path is the way to overcome the political.
Yo, Jack, at the end of the day, right, we really can't come together as humanity until we have love. Do you agree? Now,
Correct.
here's the thing, right? Until a man has a love for the truth and a love for God, how can that man ever love another man? No homo.
It would be challenging, but the truth is, love is eternally present. So the man wouldn't need to be convinced to love another man or anything other than.
I'm just saying, how is he even capable if he lacks even the love for truth itself? If he lacks even the love for God? How
Was
can
that
that
no
man?
homo? Was that no homo a dig on Diddy?
No, that's it's that how can men, right, actually have love for each other in a non-homosexual way, right?
If they don't love themselves, I
Like
think is
wait,
where
like
you're going.
I love my dad, right? I love my close homies that I consider brothers.
I
right?
think
I
platonic
love
is
them,
the word you're looking for.
right?
Platonic love.
And what I'm saying is that's what keeps us together, even through like little bullshit, right?
I
Like
agree.
it
Yes.
will happen. Whereas
Yes.
if it was other people, right, it would be different. But since we
I
have
tell
that
you.
love, right, it's not different. We can get over these things. And if humanity had that common love, right, with everyone, then we wouldn't have all these problems because we would be able to get past them without it becoming something else. Right.
When
But here's the
Jack is
thing.
done, I want Machine Last and Angelina answer this one after Jack is done. This is a good one.
And here's the thing, right? We can't get to that understanding because the only people I've ever been able to come to that understanding with are people who love God and the truth. And if they don't love God and the truth, we could never, ever get to that.
That's interesting. Shut up and let somebody else. That's great, right? It sounds logical as fuck.
But shut up. Is that what you just said, Joe?
Yes,
Humanity
but
can
shut up
never-
before you ruined it. It's perfect.
Humanity can never be united in the lie. You understand? It will always cause division and division and division.
Hey, Rand. Okay, you offered a lot of definitions on love and a lot of things there, but here, what you said, I have no disagreements. What I found, though, is we can move beyond the words, move beyond the limitations of words and recognize the whole expression of love in its variety of forms in different ways. And so even though there may be those who reject the truth, they don't have a love for the truth, they may even be offended by the truth may even crush them internally.
It does.
But
they run from it.
Yeah. Well,
I chase them around. It's a game we play.
But this is where godly people, those who love the truth with love, they can share with love together to help others understand and receive the truth that they've been unwilling. Because to allow people to continue to loop in these insanities of being wrong, just defying the facts, denying, ignoring what's real, it's insufferable. It's inexcusable, really.
I've made it my business to go to war against the lie. It's the only option we
Hold
have
on. Let
left.
me hear those two. Machine Lies was nodding his head for most of that.
Yeah.
You agree with Jack, Machine Lies?
It's about time you start talking.
Well, I said a lot in the beginning, and I'm sure everybody's tired of hearing me talk at this point. You know, it's hours of me talking on this interweb, far more than I'd like to talk. But I've been forced to say certain things. I feel, you know, but I think that you know, ultimately, I think he's right. You know, but you know, eventually, I mean, a society of saints, you know, they wouldn't need any laws. You know, that is to say, you know, an obvious statement. But those who are truly good are not aware of their own goodness, as I like to point out. You know? So,
I think his question was, can you work with the lousy guys that don't love themselves? I think his question was along them lines.
Well, I think Rant took care to a little bit answer that too, because he was kind of saying, well, you have to change them from the inside out. And I think ultimately that is a the ultimate solution, is that, you know, people are going to have to transform into good guys before we can actually help them. And that's why, to the truth, we are witnesses and not people who actually can teach people the truth. You know, you can only lead somebody to the truth.
May I ask you to pause for just a second and just ponder this thought? Is it not potentially God or a deity that we don't agree on that's causing division and fucking chaos?
Yeah, I'll get back to that, because you seem very, very interested in the answer to that last time. I think that ultimately the different gods on earth are you know, testaments to a grand you know, creator. Otherwise, you know, if there's
Chaos.
multiple gods, if there's multiple gods, then one of them, as I said earlier, you know, would have to be the all-powerful God, you know, and a village cannot have two chiefs as the master, otherwise one is going to overtake the other in power, you know, in my opinion. So I think that, you know, there may very well be multiple gods, but one has to be all powerful, and all those multiple gods are testament to the one God, obviously, you know, in my opinion, you know, because, you know, I mean, if you look at the world, it's unique. You know, the creator also has to be unique, just as the world is single, unique, one, and you know, I think the creator has to match all these qualities, in my opinion. But you know, it is
Before
what
we
it is.
get too far, Angeline, can a person who knows and loves himself work with the guy who doesn't love himself? And what's up, Jesse? And dude, who was that? Said it much better. I think that was fucking Rand who said. I don't remember no more. Angeline, can you? You're the big smiles. I love you, niggas. I love you too.
Joe Cool, I just want to correct one thing real quick. You
Okay.
said himself. I never said to love yourself. I said you have to love the truth and God.
Thank you.
The love of
He
the
said it
self
better
is
than
the folly of the devil. All right.
Thank you. He
Hey,
said
you
it better
guys,
than
take just a second for me. Jesse, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Really good.
Where
Thanks.
can I find a woman like that?
Ideal, Angeline.
He's been waiting to see that fucking tune.
Welcome. Good to see you both.
Good evening, all.
There we go.
I'm quiet, Angeline. At some point, this conversation is going to move on. I was curious, and Jesse, I'm curious. Can you love? I'm sorry, the way he said it, man. Can you work with a person who doesn't know truth and doesn't follow truth? That type of shit. If you do,
What do you mean? Can you work with?
Rant.
What do you mean? What do I mean? Can you work with?
It's,
You know what I mean?
He
What do
probably
you
didn't
mean,
hear the
you
question.
people?
He just got here.
No, I just got
think
here. I
he
didn't hear
just-
anything that happened.
yeah.
Okay, I can play it back for you real quick. Are you ready? We're done. You get it? Caught up?
Sounds like a great example of people trying to interpret energy and call it all these different things that we're arguing over.
Oh, hey, this is what I've been, one of the descriptions that's been helpful for me. Sorry to bring us, maybe
No,
this
no,
is.
no, 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 no. It's the perfect time. Apparently, that wasn't going anywhere. Go ahead.
the description of the analyzer that's within us, right? That's our logical mind that wants all the data and accumulates, and right. It serves a great purpose.
It does.
But in order to analyze, it must create a separation, right? And be apart from. So the analyzer imagines our separations between us and from us and the creator, from the infinite.
Yeah.
So to overcome that, we need to get out of the pattern of analyzing.
Whoa. I'm sorry, let me interrupt a little bit. The analyzer also sees good things. He just don't get it wrong all the time. He also analyzes God, your relationship with this guy. He sees why you click with that guy. He sees good shit and bad. Don't you cut them off altogether, right?
I didn't say that.
All right, I thought you was like, try to get rid of that analytical dude. He sucks.
Keep him on
the show. I am suggesting, though, break the habit of letting the analyzer be the controller, be the guide. I mean, let it be the guide rather than the
Who do we give the head to, the heart or the analyzer? That's a good question.
The heart and the spirit side of our mind.
That's the one we get control
right
of.
side.
Can I ask a question for the panel?
No.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up, Scott.
Yes.
So,
okay, good.
So, at the end of the day, what would you prefer if you had two options? The comfortable lie or the uncomfortable truth?
Truth has to be the thing for me.
Lie is not an option.
The truth is forefront.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat the purple pill.
Whatever that is.
This, by experience, I'm glad to hear those responses and that's a good question. Sincerely, truth is God. It is what carries us forward. It's what allows us to grow and overcome knowledge. So just because we don't like truth,
who don't like truth? Oh, I'm sorry.
I actually think God is beyond.
Some people don't like truth.
Evil people, Joe. Evil don't like
well, here,
I believe God is beyond the truth, Jack. I believe He created the truth.
Of course,
yes,
as a mechanism.
Well, here, I'm sorry but for an example, I didn't like the truth when I realized my wife was having an affair. I didn't like the truth when I realized I'd been accused of being a criminal. I didn't like the truth when I saw life changing. But the truth, I think what Rant was saying, the truth comes from God. The truth comes from that which is real. And
you caught your wife cheating on you, right? Your wife did not love the truth. She could never love you. And that's why you had what you had.
I know. We were both very confused at the time, and I blamed her for a while. I didn't understand.
At the core of all evil, you'll find a lack of truth and a lack of love.
Yeah.
I think some of the hardest truth to awaken to is awakening to our own unconsciousness, awakening to ourselves, right? And what we're not aware of. That's the hardest one to face because it comes with a whole series of
uncomfortableness,
feelings, and even sorrow, and just not knowing that
fear
for such a long period of time, right? And then having to figure out, now what do I do about it?
The problem is magnified also. With all of the problem is also magnified though in trying to find yourself with so many things masquerading as the self from within.
Okay.
Them are those personalities.
That is incorrect.
Hey, Joe. To answer your question, there's lots of people that don't like the truth. It's not just people that like obvious lies. There's the people that enjoy delusion.
I dig it.
And delusion's a hell of a drug. So getting those people off of that is
that's why I checked myself when I was like, who doesn't like it? I checked myself. I thought people are very comfortable living them bullshit delusions. I better shut the fuck up.
Also, if you've never met humans, I'll introduce you
to a couple
because there's a lot of them out there, dude.
And for people that have gone and they swallowed the Kool-Aid and they've poisoned themselves, or even worse, their children, it's so hard for
Hard to
them
get out then,
hard to
yeah.
admit that they fucked up, and it's easier for them to just go along to get along
love
than
it.
to admit that they actually were the ones who willfully agreed to their children being poisoned.
And
Tell them what it's
Jesse,
called, Joe Cool.
and
Tell them,
no,
tell
I'm
them the
thinking
word.
something else. I lose. I said, and
You know the word.
you have those who have influence over others, and when you have a big crowd of motherfuckers and you realize you were wrong, you definitely know. Fuck, I gotta tell 1,000 or thousands of people that I was wrong. You'll just suck it up and live that bogus philosophy of life.
So how many pastors and preachers live like that? Politicians, pastors, preachers, all kinds of people that are, telling people a bunch of bullshit.
Peddling hopamine.
Hopamine, baby.
Well,
I thought it was copium. I thought that was the main drug.
Copium, we'll write that one down too.
Copium, you know what I mean? And then you got hopamine.
Hey, I actually do have hope and faith that the truth will be revealed. I know there's scripture about that. There's words about that which is hidden will not be, it'll only be temporary. The truth will come forth. We are this time. I am becoming more and more and more confident. I don't know how it's going to happen or exactly what it's going to look like, but I believe we are the return. The return of the Christ.
I dig it, Jack. He say, don't believe when there's people say he's over there, Don't believe it. He's in you.
Amen.
I think that all the time.
Do you smoke any ganja?
I do.
You do? Do you smoke often?
No, he wouldn't say I do if he did.
I do daily. I smoke daily. Yes.
Okay.
Man.
I'm trying to figure out connections here because I'm gonna be honest. I've noticed that there's a correlation. I'm finding a correlation with how deep people are in the truth correlates with how much they smoke furiously.
Is that true? Somebody help me. Is that true?
There is some correlation, and there's. I have theories behind the fact.
I think that's true.
The truth hurts, bro. I'm telling you, and you need some medicine to make it not hurt so bad. All right, every day to live in it. All right.
The medicine, the plant, the medicine, and the shrooms, stuff like that. It helps break the connections. The
opens the mind
between our thought patterns, and then we can move beyond what this society is conditioned.
Programmable.
I like it, baby. It breaks the conditioning. Yes.
Yes.
I've been reading a lot of studies on mushrooms on how, we make pathways in the brain that get really ingrained in there, and when you do a guided mushrooms, it can it's kind of like putting a fresh layer of snow over all the trails.
It's called being programmed.
I'll keep talking about mushrooms. Damn it, I'm finna take some.
Did you
now.
hear about Michael Bublé at the NHL awards? Apparently, someone gave him. They said it was a microdose, and they gave him a real dose, and he was out in front of everybody, and going off. And he said, all these years I built up my career, and I ruined it in one weekend because he got all fucked up on mushrooms. Apparently this just happened.
Look, mushrooms is not it's not like weed. You can't just recklessly eat mushrooms. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, I'm literally recklessly eating mushrooms right now.
It's not recommended. I mean, you do what you do. I've done it. I've been reckless. You'll learn.
Don't operate any heavy machinery or anything.
I'm editing tonight.
Dude, where we used to go get our mushrooms years ago, my buddy lived right on the fucking cow field. So he actually became the guy that would eat them right out of the cow shit. It was unfucking believable. He could
if you eat them every day, they won't even hit you, bro. If you,
he became that way, and now he's like a Pentecostal preacher or some shit.
Yeah, so what's good about mushrooms is if you do damage to your brain, they give you the ability to repair neural connections. You don't get a lot of hangovers, but it's not really it's something that you need to use once in a while. But if you do that shit every day, you're gonna fry your shit.
I should invite that guy on this panel sometime because he's a very interesting and deep
I got a buddy who microdoses now with the mushrooms or acid. He'll interchange, but he's military and he had PTSD really bad. We couldn't even barbecue around him because all he smelled was burning bodies. And since he started that shit, I don't know, last time it was warm, he was over here making steaks and shit. He's the guy who cooks the steaks and shit now. And he attributes it all to that microdosing shit. He'd only be high or no shit like that, but he takes it and he says that's what got him back. He's sociable. He's be mean and distant and standoffish. Now he's funny and sociable and shit. He just want to play like a little kid all the time.
I mean, you got to understand, when you're dealing with mushrooms, you're dealing with an entity that is way older than you, and you just don't realize the extent of this entity. You know what I mean? The largest organisms in the earth are mycological networks, you know what I mean, taking over somewhere in, like, I think the southern east of America.
Network.
So
root network.
At the end of the day, you are essentially dealing with an entity. When you deal with these mushrooms, you're not experiencing your own chemicals like a normal drug. When you take magic mushrooms, you're actually experiencing the psilocybin converting into psilocin in the liver, which goes into the blood-brain barrier and is processed as serotonin. The experience of the mushrooms, you are experiencing the literal mushroom, and that's what separates it from most drugs.
You're actually poisoning yourself.
No, it's not poison at all. That's incorrect.
Well, hold on, Rant. If you were to pick a mushroom somewhere near aluminum within like 5 feet.
No. Get out of here with.
I'm going to take a break from the conversation.
Do you do mushrooms, Jack?
I do. Go ahead and say it, Jack.
I have in the past, and I trust. I don't know. I've heard it said psychedelics, stuff like that, plant medicine will come into your life when it's appropriate, and I would enjoy it, but it's not easily accessible for me. So it's not something I deal with.
Well, we're going to smoke together, bro. Me and you today. Go get one of them joints, man. Me and you right now.
Yeah. Actually, the topic I suppose in a roundabout way, the medicinal part of healing, which is what really I think could be developed there in the conversation. The medicinal part does bring the healing, and that's where we were going. Healing brings us faith, restores our faith. But
yeah, I feel like I'm high already. I don't know. That could be the weed.
So you want to go back to growing faith? Is that what you're
I'd like to get back to growing faith.
Did you kick me out, Jack?
Yes.
What did I do?
I think he was getting burned out on the drugs topic.
I mean, y'all brought it up. Joe Cool's eating them. What are you talking about?
You're right. You're not reading the room.
What do you mean, read the room? Break it down for me, because maybe it's just flying right over my head. All right.
Yeah, I'll give it to you, Rand.
Here. Actually, I'll point it out. Sorry. There is a distinction. I know many of these panels, that is what they offer is come and share you, and just, the people who join are the content. Admittedly, and not in an egoic way, I am doing these with the hopes to host conversations where we can share topics that allow, hopefully, me to shine, that people tune in because they're really getting value from me, not hit and miss.
I thank you for saying that outright, Jack, because I've been wondering. I'm like, Joe, you have no idea a concept about that. When you go into other people's room, they're running a show, they have so-and-so. And I know Paul gets on me. He's like, Joe, the object here is to set them up so I can knock them down. Nigga, it ain't about you. And around here, I get loose with the conversation. I just be happy to see all you niggas, all you cats is equal to me. And I totally forget, that some shit. I just be talking and chatting. I know I'm the worst.
You bring fun, Joe. You do. You frustrate me, though. You get caught up in the side conversation. You're like, shut up, Jack.
I'll talk about anything.
I'm talking here. Like, all right, man. So, I don't know.
So, what are some of the biggest things you've done, Jack, to grow your faith in your life? Like, what are some of the biggest things that have come up in your world that have grown your faith?
Thank you. I was considering that recently, and I think my story is like many others who found faith. It's just you make it through things you think you can't. You make it through the impossible, and you look back and you're like, huh, well, there was something there.
Dope answer.
Well,
is that what you wanted to know, Angeline? Or were you talking about was there practices that he does to grow his faith? Or did he answer your question?
It's whatever his answer is.
Thank you. There is that part too. And honestly, what I found, and I tried, and I started bringing this up earlier, so it's a great point. Faith. We know we have faith, like in someone we love. When we're praising them, we're proud to praise, right? That relationship, that knowing. So faith, we show our faith through praise, through encouragement. And through praise and encouragement, that's real easy to find when we have appreciation. So if we're going to have faith, let's start with appreciation for every moment, every breath, every whatever.
You made me think, Jack. I'm on a new kick. You can't accept praise. I'm on it for me for right now, but I'm sure I'll be putting it out there. You can't accept praise if you're not willing to accept criticism. It should not be done. You perhaps should not read too much into either of them. But right there, I was thinking, everybody loves to praise shit. Maybe you should cut that out. Maybe we should cut that out. I wasn't talking about you. We need to not love to fucking praise shit, because if I suck up and believe all this fucking praise, then when they could criticize me, yeah, I got to believe that nonsense too. That makes me weak.
So, Jack, can I inquire to what your religion is, or would that derail your thought?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
My religion is love.
So like, do you have a church or like a holy book or anything like that, or is it just according to your thoughts that day?
There's many.
You're a fan of the Bible, right?
Yes, I am a fan of the Bible, but I don't. It's not my be all end all. That's the place to go.
So you don't subscribe to Christianity or Judaism?
I hope to. Well, there's parts of it. There's parts of everything that I've embraced, honestly, from primarily from Buddhism, my learning and my understandings of Buddhism and Christianity. Those have been the greatest influences. I've looked into the others, but not as deeply.
So you're not a fan of like Hinduism or Taoism? And
Oh,
stuff like that?
yes. No, yes.
Any Eastern philosophy is pretty cold, yeah.
Yes. What is that, Scott?
Yeah, we can't read that shit, Scott.
Praise.
Oh, praise.
It's a word game out here. It's a word game. Do we really know what the fuck we're saying when we say it?
The reason why I asked about your views on Hinduism, since you said you are a fan of Buddhism, I would assume that you're familiar with Buddha's view of Hinduism.
I'm not certain.
We're gonna kind of get into that a little bit on my show. I'm gonna give a little presentation, history of Buddhism. If anybody's interested,
Spoilers.
Yeah,
Sorry, Machine. I didn't know I was doing that.
No. No, it's okay. Buddha had a poor view of Hinduism. He thought you should try to break the cycle of reincarnation. But yeah, go ahead, I think you know about it.
Oh, I was gonna go with the angle that he was more like criticizing it than had a poor view of it. I think he had a pretty good view of it since he was kind of like born and raised into it, and so I think he was trying to like liberate himself from the bonds of.
I would agree with that.
Well, reincarnation is partly a goal of Hinduism. But since Buddha said you should try to break the cycle of reincarnation, I don't think I don't think it flows very well.
Yeah, I remember reading a lot about that now that y'all brought it up.
When you're saying Buddha, are you meaning Siddhartha?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
Siddhartha.
Buddha. So my understanding of his exchange was that he wasn't like trying to like revise it or anything. He was pretty much just saying like don't even follow it because it's just such
Yeah,
a
it's kind of the same way
dead
that a
end.
Gnostic would have of a Christian. You know, it's kind of like
Yeah. But I also find it weird that like Buddhism became a religion because I don't think Buddha ever even claimed deity.
Well,
or
hold on,
being a
I-Fi.
religion.
Excuse me, I-Fi. This is the Jack Talcott show, and everything has to be about Jack Talcott. So, I just wanted to direct this back to Jack Talcott.
That's
You know what I
okay.
mean?
He can chime
No,
in.
no. Listen, this is.
anytime he wants.
Excuse me. This is the Jack Talcott show, sir. I need to direct this back to the host.
You know where
Okay?
you are.
I've been thinking about it, Jack, and you're completely right. But
Didn't
however,
take long.
I
You
have,
that
look,
fast,
I
bro.
have some constructive criticism directly for the Jack Talcott show. I think it would be better, right, if instead of putting people backstage, when they don't read the room, you can get a little clip of yourself, right, and put it up on the screen, like to break up the conversation, and it could be you saying, "Read the room," right? I don't know if you ever saw like
yourself. People do that.
other
big
shows.
screen
Other
who they
shows
want to
do
talk.
this, you know. Yeah, but you could have a you.
When you shut up, you'll understand.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying. But a read the room one instead of putting people
Just
back.
because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it.
Yeah, those were nice.
Works
you should
good.
come up with a better one.
Read the room would be a good addition. You're right.
There you go.
That was a Mimsy Lim's suggestion, actually.
Was it? Thank you.
Yeah, it came from the shadows.
Thank you.
So do you plan on integrating these religious views into your political views at some point? I'm still not seeing the connection here.
Ruh-roh.
They have. In my with me, I've united. I've overcome. There's a unity with all the religions, the politics, the states, all of that. It's just imagined. It's nonsense. We can overcome it.
Can I switch gears real quick on you? Putting religion aside for now, purely speaking of politics, can you kind of break down your view of politics for me real quick?
He's a big Trump fan, bro. He'll tell you.
Are we already done with the topic of faith?
I mean, we can go back.
No,
I'll
put it into very easy terms for you, I find, and then we could move on to faith. It's basically a version of anarcho-syndicalism.
Anyway. Thank you for simplifying that. What the fuck, anarcho-syndicalism? What the fuck?
For all of us laymen.
We can explore
I'm
that.
going to beat you with your own dictionary.
Right.
So no government,
Look it
no
up, guys.
state, and some sort of like community, co-op community.
Exactly.
Kind of like Jack talking about.
Voluntarism.
Oh, is that government in your shit, Jack? In the end?
Yes.
There would be administration, but not governance.
I think it'd be a government by a different name, but I understand where you're going.
And what
it's
sort of
a resource,
economy
it's
would
a
you
resource-based. It's a resource-based economy, friend. But the thing about faith is, I think, practically speaking, because people have a problem with faith in general, I think it's important to tie faith to the concept of intuition. That gets people into it because I think faith and intuition are carefully linked concepts, you know. And I think, to quote Martin Luther King, he said, faith is seeing the next step before you take the next step on the staircase, you know, to paraphrase him, you know. And I think, you don't guess that you're going, you know, to take another step. You know, you just know that it's going to be there. You trust that it's going to be there. And that kind of faith is kind of acting without, thinking and knowing without learning. You know what I mean?
Acting without
Not the
having all
last
the
part.
answers.
Oh, knowing without learning. Okay.
So many of us build faith, like so many of us talk about having faith from traumas, but how many of us have practiced building faith from while we're in a good place by like being in high vibration and then getting something and taking action on it without knowing the fullness behind what you're getting and building your faith that way. Like how many people do that?
I'm not sure I even understood
really
the
fun way to
faith.
build faith.
The
You
faith
can't
by
have
trauma
true
stuff.
faith.
Let me
You can't
understand
have
that
true
first.
faith without truth.
Hold on.
You can't have true faith without truth. You can't have faith without knowledge, because if you don't know, how can you have faith?
That's what faith is not knowing. Are you fucking kidding me?
No, that's blind faith. It's different.
Agents of chaos.
What were you going to say, Joe?
When you started your thing out, you say people recognize something through trauma. That's how they talk about it. No faith through trauma. I'm not sure I even understand that first line.
Well,
Do people get
sometimes
faith through
when
trauma?
sometimes when you're in life and death, something shows up that you can't
And that's
explain,
when
and it helps to
and you
kind of
and you be like, I got faith
just
because
like
I go
something
through
is out
trauma.
there, something's bigger than me. Some people
Comes
kind
and
of
helps
start
you at a
to
time
have
of trauma.
awakening like that. Yeah.
I think there's a
Hey.
general misunderstanding of faith, Jack. I want to bring it back to Jack Talcott real quick.
Well, I was actually
Really?
trying to build on what she was saying.
Yes, I liked the rest of what she was saying. Yeah.
I'm just trying to read the room, and I think we should bring it back to Talcott at this moment.
If you yield, if I would, thank you.
Jack.
I've got it just fine. Thank you. Golly jeez, man. So
your suggestion
here with what Angeline was saying, if I heard you right, what people most often find the faith or develop, they pay attention to their faith in the darkness, in the darkest times when they're hurt. But I think what you were saying is remind yourself of the faith when things are good and build on that and press into the goodness. Is that what you were offering?
Like, I have an example. Like, we used to do something called treasure hunts where people would get together and, like, I don't know, we'd all be feeling good from music and worship and whatever. This is back in church days, but I've done this outside of church as well. And we'd all just write down things that would pop in our heads that didn't make sense and separate from each other, and then bring it together, and it would make a picture
and
of
find
something that comes together.
Interesting.
And so we'd
that
we'd
works.
all jump in vehicles and like kind of see if we find all these clues and stuff that we got on these papers, and it would almost lead us to a person every time. And then it was so much fun because we could take these papers, maybe we got like blue jeans with gemstones on them, or red shirt that says something, or a big M, or whatever everyone was getting, and we'd go to this person and be like, look, we just want to show you all these random things that we all got that led us to you, because obviously God just wanted us to obviously have an encounter with you today, and we don't know why. This is following the next step, right? It's like,
That
we
would
don't know
blow
what's
my
next,
mind
right?
if
You
motherfuckers
go,
walked
go,
up to
go,
me
and
with
then exactly, right? And then you're like, well, if anything, the message is here. This is proof of how much God loves you. He brought us here. Is there anything we can like do for you, pray for you, whatever? Or sometimes as soon as you take that next step, you get more. You take a next step, you get more, right? And you just keep following those steps, and more gets revealed to you as you go. That's kind of building faith from a good place.
Can I want to jump in there with that, because that's in lines with what Machine Lies was saying too. I think long ago I heard and started thinking about the idea of intuition, and I know we all have it, and so I started pressing in. I wanted to try and understand my intuition better, and the way to understand your intuition is it's in the silence, it's in the feelings, communicating with your inner being, yourself. And intuition and faith, those two are absolute. They go together. It's that divine. This is the divine spirit. It's the way we were created. It's so amazing. It's so mystical, so perfect. Someone asked the question, why do I believe in the perfection of God? Because holy shit, how does this work, man? Like breath and sunlight becomes energy, and plants become me, and it's like, holy cows, dude. Holy cows. See, this is why they criminalize pot, because people will smoke pot and they'll think about, holy shit, man, this life's a trip. We don't need to be monkey slaves putting on a suit to go tell people what to do or be told what to do. This is nonsense. I think it's time for the monkeys to wake up.
He's so right. He's so
right.
right.
Do you have faith in your intuition, Jack?
I do. I do.
Someone brought up
There's
blind
unrestricted
faith. Is that a
practice.
problem?
No, it's
Blind
just different
faith.
from faith.
Blind faith sounds shitty to me.
That
It
used to scare the shit out of me. I refused it. I said, it's not possible. You can't have blind faith. God said, bullshit.
That's
Watch
kid
this.
shit, right? That's insanity, right?
Am I
Would
allowed
somebody
to
give me
take
an
the topic?
argument for blind faith?
Am I allowed by any chance to take the topic off of Jack Talcott for like 30 seconds to just explain the blind faith thing?
Please do.
Cool. All right. So I think that the reason why people get confused when it comes to faith and blind faith is because they misunderstand why other people have faith and what faith means to that person.
Okay.
Right. And so basically, I have faith in God because God has revealed himself to me in his own way. Right.
So that's not blind.
Someone might believe that I have faith in God because I can't prove it and I just believe it. That's not true. That would be blind faith. If God had never revealed himself to me and I just believed it because I read it in the book, but I can't prove he exists, that's blind faith.
Wait. You gave me an example of what someone else thinks is blind faith. Does blind faith
I'm giving
really
you just
exist?
situational examples.
I get it, but does blind faith really exist? Because in your example,
absolutely,
blind faith was not really a thing. Can you give me an example of a motherfucker using blind faith? Because yours, you had reason to have faith.
Yeah, I mean, you got people that believe in, like, I got a friend who's like, I believe in the Norse gods. And it's like, why do you believe in it? Because I like it. It's cool.
Bullshit. I didn't know. He's got a reason. He just ain't told you.
I'm just saying, like, this is what this guy believes, right? You know what I mean?
Same way you believe in your God.
Right. So
It's no different. This shit is not blind.
You want to know an example of blind faith, right?
I do.
There's people that go up to the tops of cliffs and they know that this is a common spot where people jump off the cliff all the time, right? And they know that they could jump in there and they're probably not going to hit the bottom, right? That's faith.
Hey, Joe.
They still might hit the bottom. Now, you got people who go to random cliffs that they don't know anything about and just jump in and they might smack the bottom. That's blind faith.
Hey,
and then
Joe.
you also got experts.
Here, hold on.
Oh, I'll wait until Rant's done. Go ahead.
Good. No. Okay.
Jack wanted to chime in
Yeah.
on that.
Hey,
What's
Joe.
that?
I got an example of blind faith. So,
Jack wanted to jump in there before you.
No, he was just opening it up for dude.
Doing it for
if you're walking down the street and you walk up to a guy and you say, "Do you believe in Jesus?" and he says, "Yeah, I believe in Jesus." What is Jesus? That's blind faith.
That's confusing. Who said
Doubting
that?
Thomas is the story of blind faith.
It means you're believing in something that you don't even know what you're talking about.
That
That's
guy
blind
said,
faith.
"What is Jesus?" Yes, I believe in it. What is Jesus?
Like he doesn't even know what a Jesus is, but he makes the statement, "I believe in Jesus." That's blind faith.
Yeah, I got an ex-girlfriend.
Well, it could also be just ignorance as well. And I see that a lot. People claim to believe in things that they really can't explain or don't understand. And maybe that's faith, but
what about people say you sneeze and someone says what do they say? Bless you. Thank you. I was about to say gesundheit. How old am I? People say bless you. Is that blind faith? They don't know why the fuck they're doing that shit, right?
Well, you can understand the general concept of like wishing someone good health without believing in religion. So that's not exactly blind faith. Again, it would be like making the statement you believe in Jesus, but you don't know what Jesus is.
All right. Thank you. Angeline, what were you saying?
Sometimes we experience things or just have a knowing that we don't have words for yet. That, in a way, can be faith too. It's not blind in a way because we know something, we just don't know how to describe it or express it yet, right?
Yeah.
Then that is not blind faith.
She said,
you get what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't actually believe in blind faith, but we can believe in what we can't see in a way. So maybe there's a separation between believing in what we can't yet see or understand yet, and just blindly believing something because somebody else said so. That's
we can't just assume
Well,
that, like,
doesn't the scripture say walk by faith, not by sight? It doesn't say blind faith, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is you can't assume
It
that
even
I'm telling you
defines
that
faith
your
for you.
faith is blind at that time. Like, even just because I mentioned blind faith, I'm not targeting every person on this panel and saying your faith is blind faith. That's where people get crazy and they get defensive. I'm just saying there is a difference.
It's
By
usually
mislabeling.
arguments with atheists and theists is where that comes up.
I hear you.
By the way, I'll share my 2 cents. My definition of faith is the evidence of things unseen. So what that means is, even though I didn't see something with my own eyes, I can still believe in something. So in the scientific sense, I've never seen like an atom split, but I believe it's
That's
true.
dope.
Believe it's real
That's dope.
because it's evidence that I haven't seen with my own eyes.
Yeah.
Likewise, in religion, I believe that Jesus performed miracles, even though I wasn't there to witness them myself. And so I can have faith in Jesus without having to witness him personally myself.
So what
Or
does
you
that
can
do for you?
perform miracles, and then you have to have faith in whatever is doing that, right? Because I've seen miracles, and it wasn't me, and it wasn't whoever's doing it or whatever. Miracles happen, and you just have to have faith that there's something bigger than you that's
I'm
going
not
to
so
move through
sure
Here's the thing. If
miracles
he
happen.
didn't do the miracles, does it matter to you and your faith? That's the thing. Even if he didn't do the miracles, even if you prove the miracles never happened, does that
Can
matter?
somebody tell me a miracle right quick? Because I'm not sure what those things are.
Walking on water.
I'm not so
Healing.
sure.
It's
Can we
healing by
have anything
saying
y'all can
People
relate
love the
to
Harry
more?
Potter fucking fantasy parts of the Bible, but they don't love the true message because the fantasy's been put
How
there to
about
distract.
miracle healings? There's miracles all around. Miracles
Where?
every day.
Joe, I won't tell you a miracle. I'll tell you something that's probably akin to it because it had that effect on our family. You follow me? And when my grandparents, which they're from near Chicago, Kankakee, they were down here in '96, right after John Benet Ramsey was murdered. They were murdered right by Disney.
Your grandparents?
Yeah.
Sorry.
The 2 days after, I think, that
Excuse
happened.
me, what do your Disney stories have to do with Jack Talcott?
Listen to me. It's about miracles. If you want to know something that's just out
Well-
of the fucking blue, is it possible, or is there a connection? Is there an Akashic record?
I want to
Is
know what
somebody
it has to do with the
tapping in?
Talcott stream.
Oh, Ray,
Okay?
shut the fuck up.
We're
Okay,
gonna have to
moving
direct
right
this
along.
back to Jack Talcott.
We will
Unfortunately,
in just a minute. We will
at
in
this
just
point
a
in
moment.
time.
Jack, I'm coming right back to you, buddy. I'll
I
be
do
there.
apologize to you, Scotty. Sorry you can't get to the end of your Disney
Oh,
story with your grandpa.
let
But
him
Jack
finish.
Talcott.
So
All
it
right.
can be done, please.
So it'll be done. The
They were murdered the day after,
the
shortly
day
after John
or
Murray.
two after, we're at my parents' house. We've now found out that they don't know. They're calling it potentially a murder suicide, but the police haven't figured it out yet. My cousin, second cousin, actually, my mom's first cousin, works for Greta Hines. Now, if you look that name up, you'll find out she's a famous psychic. Greta Hines got on the phone with my mother, and this woman started having a reading over the phone with my mother. And Greta was near death at the time. Her experience with my mom on the phone, evidently from the other caregiver on the other end of the phone. My aunt was, or my cousin wasn't there. But the caregiver that was there that put it all together took her off the phone, said that she was getting ill, physically ill, having, I believe, lived through what my grandmother had, simply because she told us shit we couldn't have
Shut
possibly
the
known.
fuck up, Donnie. It's about Talcott, okay?
Until we got into the trial 2 years later, we didn't have any chance or any way of confirming what she had said. But when we got there, we knew there was already, the police didn't know there was a killer.
Nobody gives
told
a
us that.
fuck about your story. I'm
I
having
know,
a hard
man.
time
You're about
cleaning
as
it out
dumb as
for
a
this long.
truckload of
So let's
bananas,
get
man. So
back
you
to
just flip
Talcott.
out.
You've said enough words, all right? Sit down for a minute. We'll let you talk in another 30 minutes.
Hey,
Back to Talcott.
explain how she knew this stuff. Explain how she was
No,
able
no. You didn't mention one thing. That was a Vegas shit story. Sorry, Vegas.
I
excuse me.
could tell you
That
a
was a
ton of
Vegas
stuff.
stuff. You just said there was so much stuff. When we went to court, there was more stuff. You didn't explain a thing.
No,
Tell me how we
what
knew
she
what
told-
stuff.
I think I lost 2 points of IQ. I have
She
a lot,
told
so
us-
it's okay,
oh,
Scotty.
yeah. There's-
But if
there
I
was
have to
about-
listen to you for another 5 minutes, bro.
And at
No,
some
that's
point,
all
we
right.
got to welcome OTW. You guys wrap this shit up.
I'm done.
So I don't think you
OTW.
should always associate faith with miracles either, because you can have faith in someone's authority or knowledge. And so one of the tests that Jesus gave to the Roman soldier was to tell him that his servant would be healed. And the servant, the soldier responded to him, I don't even have to check because I know he's already been healed because you said so. And Jesus said, see, now you have more faith than all of Jerusalem. And so he's
If
talking
we
about
could,
how they lacked
I
faith.
remember the story. If we could take Jesus out of the miracle thing
It's
for a
'cause
while,
he knew
because
that he had the
Jesus,
truth,
I'm sorry,
dummy.
a motherfucker was talking already, because Jesus is so old and so huge. It's like talking about Thor. Those stories will have been blown up, and if we can give me something even more current, I'll be more happy, because to me, miracles seem to
Buddha
all
recent
have a
enough for you,
reason
or
and a
like
shit
who is
behind it.
valid?
It's because he knew that he had the truth. That's why the Roman soldier, believed him, and that was the faith. He knew that he was telling the truth.
I understood the story. I just wanted something more current. I don't want to use Jesus in
People
there
be missing the
because
point, though. They'd be thinking,
maybe
"Oh, well, this proves it's blind faith." No, it doesn't.
Who's a
Proves
better
that the
example of
Roman soldier
faith?
saw
What about
happened.
Miracle on
Back
34th
to
Street?
Talcott.
It's a little hard to go there, Joe, but like I did grow up in a world where there was a lot of miracles, and
Tell me one.
like nowadays miracles, like people being healed instantly on the spot. Broken wrist was prayed for at a buffet with this group we were with, and
Yeah.
they went to get their x-ray the next day and the break was no longer there. There's like just things like that, like that.
Yeah,
It
that would be a miracle by my eyes, and I'm sure there'd be some science to it. I don't even
No
want to
miracle.
believe that
That
one.
would
I
just
wasn't
denote
there.
that we're in a simulation. No
Yeah, I
miracle
think
there.
it's yeah, I think it's interesting how Jesus says to that one woman that that your faith has healed you, and I think that that's really what it is. And then after he heals people, he's immediately like, don't tell anybody I healed
That
anybody.
I did it. Don't give me the
Yeah,
credit. Yeah, my
exactly.
old
And,
man
that, and
did.
that's yeah, and that's the thing, is that an action whose reward and end is contained in the act itself. That's an action committed
Yes,
with faith. You know what I mean? A
yes,
non-utilitarian act, if you will.
yes. I
Where
dig it.
it's
I
like,
like it. I like
And
it.
So
I
also,
the
like
yeah,
it.
faith in the Word of God is what
think
How
about
about
healed.
how about an irrefutable miracle that nobody can dispute?
Give me
Just
one
the
of
fact
those.
that we are all here and that we exist.
Doesn't sound like much of a miracle. Life
Boom.
seems to find a way. If you fucking
Come on,
farted on
man.
another planet, life would begin.
Dude,
Life
think
seems
That's
to
about
a
it.
exist no
miracle.
matter what.
Just
Stop
the
Not a
taking
fact
that
that
miracle.
for
It
we
seems
all
granted.
logical.
be
It's
here.
not. It's a miracle.
You're
Don't
entitled to your opinion. I
don't
get you. Don't
overlook it.
make me believe it.
Miracle.
Hey,
But
y'all shut
listen,
up and
life
listen
is
to a true
everywhere. It
miracle.
seems life is fucking everywhere. Life will find a fucking way. We find a rock, I don't know how many years old, break it open, shit been buried and dead and buried for 1,000 years, and it'll come back to life.
So, Jack Talcott, what miracles have you experienced in life?
Hey, today I've experienced a miracle. Jack
Shut the fuck up, Scotty. I'm trying to hear Jack Talcott's miracles.
He hasn't
There's a
thrown you
miracle
out
right
either. You're
there.
a
Scott,
fucking miracle.
Scotty, hello? Do you hear me? Quiet.
Listen, beat me up, you dumb fuck.
Scotty, be quiet.
What's up, Flo? If you're still up here,
I'm trying to hear Jack's miracles.
Actually, I was going to give you and Scott.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Rant? I don't even know you. You just got
Well,
a big
Scott,
goddamn mouth.
hey, Scott, on this rant, both of you
You
guys
attacked me
have
twice. So
irritated
fucking,
me.
what is that about?
Well, you're not paying attention.
I'm
He's
going to attack
actually
him back. He
speaking up
can
for
shit
me.
on himself.
Look, I just want to get Scotty to be quiet
up,
instead of
asshole.
to be live.
Jack, continue.
I've been trying.
So what do you have, Scotty?
What do you need, you punk?
Scotty, what do you have for us? Provide some value to the stream, please. I've seen nothing but nonsensical, sweet little nothings and backstories that had nothing to do with Jack Talcott. And as you can see, this is the Jack Talcott show where everything is about Jack Talcott. Scotty,
Yes. Yeah.
what don't you understand about the fucking show? You
That's
didn't
all-
read the room.
You're a genius. That's all you got.
Hey,
That's it.
hold on. All right. Thank you.
That was
Thank
pretty
you.
solid, Scott.
So
Honestly,
let's come back to
I would like to welcome Glow State to the panel of Jack Talcott. Back to Jack Talcott.
Can't you shut
It's
up?
Rant Panel AIDS.
Rant cracks me up. When he and I get along, we're gonna have some fun together.
Like an enema.
I think we are getting along.
Glow State, that shake weight looks like an AK-47.
Did
You need
you
to fix it.
see my last thumbnail? Pretty good.
No, I have not seen your last thumbnail.
What's the only thing gayer
Have
than a
you
musical
seen
about
your
AIDS?
penis lately?
What's the only thing gayer than a musical about AIDS?
The only thing gayer than a musical about AIDS? Well, that sounds pretty offensive to the gay and AIDS community, okay?
Might be.
But I mean, since you
I
belong
came
to
up here
both
'cause
of them,
OTW
you
actually,
can
I
say
think, had
that,
a
right?
great example. I know that you want attention, Rant, but I'm tired of paying attention to you.
I'm just saying, since you belong to the gay and AIDS community, you can say that. It's like when black people say the N-word, right?
Hey, actually, guys, I think it's time to wrap up.
Well, it's your fault.
Back to Talcott, everybody.
No, we're coming up 2.5 hours. That's a pretty reasonable good chunk for. I consider the consumers, the people who may be tuning in and trying to catch some of the conversations.
Thanks for having me on and letting me know your views, dude. I appreciate it.
Jack, Glow State just got here. You didn't even let him shill anything. You didn't let anybody shill anything.
I
At
will.
all.
Everyone's welcome to shill. I don't care.
The only thing we got was Scotty shilling a story about grandma predicted something at Disneyland. I don't even know.
Rand not reading the room.
Jack, you got any place to be? Flo, how you doing tonight, bro?
Hey, I'm good. You?
Hanging in there.
Hey,
If
Jack,
you
why don't
could-
you hop on over to Flow and Machine Lies and we can build some stuff together? Sound fun?
I'm going to go on probably around 10. I'm going
Flow
to
State, excuse me. This is the Jack Talcott show. We don't care about your show, okay? You just came here to fucking chill.
Let him shill. Let him grift, and then he'll get out of here.
I've already shilled. That's all I got.
All right, go back to playing with your shake
Rant's got
weight.
AIDS. Rant's is panel AIDS.
No,
I'm shake weight,
Yeah,
man.
he's the worst fucking
No,
panel participant
Rant
I
is
think
awesome.
ever.
I like Rant.
I play with a shake weight.
Voice,
There's been worse.
from New York.
There's worse.
Because
There's far
Where's your wife at, Flow
Hey,
State? Why you play with that
hey,
shake weight so much
come
instead of your
on
wife?
now.
Hey,
All right.
hey, just to be
That
honest,
shake weight so
Rant
much
chews the
attention.
bone.
I love you guys. Thank you very much for joining. And I think this has been the more peaceful ones here.
It's a good try, man.
We made the cut. We made the towel cut.
Woo.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome.
I tried to throw Joe Cool a bone when I gave him a scientific example of faith, but he still wasn't happy with that. So I went back to Jesus. So I don't know how to impress him.
I don't know. Hey, I do feel like I want to be done by the 2.5 hour mark. We're coming up on that in a few minutes, so I'll let you guys. Anything final? Growing faith. That was the topic. What has helped you grow your faith? Anyone?
I'd love to talk about like what I've learned, because one thing once you catch on to this, that like source, God, love, that life-giving energy, it always wants to reveal itself. And it's always looking for a way to help others allow it into them more and more, so that they can be more and more alive and more vessels for that life-giving energy. So what I've learned is that when you go out there with love, right, and you have that faith that when you're praying for someone, or I say prayer because I don't know what other word to use, but I'm not religious or Christian or anything, but when you go to someone led by faith and you know that Source loves them, and you can be a conduit for that love, and you just try to open yourself to that you start to gain faith that source is going to back you up and show up for that person through your faith. And then you gain more and more faith as you go. And when you really know you're loved and that source loves you and source loves everybody else, I mean, you go out, you take that risk more, and it builds that faith more, right? Like, and that's the only real way to do it. Like, to build a faith that heals like Jesus did or whatever, it takes risk. It takes finding out. It takes making mistakes. It takes making lots of mistakes. And I mean, I've gotten it wrong lots of times when I was practicing, but then you start to like get a little less nervous and it flows a little better and things come a little better because you're not like as tense and whatever, and stuff starts to show up. It takes practice and yeah, and you start to learn that love wants to be known, wants to be revealed, wants to show up, wants to heal people, wants people to have revelations. And if you're a conduit, it'll come.
That's beautiful.
That's what I believe. I don't have the results around me, you know. According to the worldly ways, it appears I'm opposite. It appears
Yeah,
I
that's what I was
react,
thinking too. I was like, yeah,
right?
you know, let's get some of that going for sure.
All you
Yep.
need is
Yeah, bro.
love.
It does start. I know this is true, that the love, we are here to just receive,
But it's
resonate,
how she said it. She said,
right?
you know, you got to find it on your inside. You can't, you know, once you, you know, have it inside, then it'll come to you. You know, so yeah, that's what it is. It's like, you know, we're looking for love in all the wrong places, looking for it outside of ourselves. But yeah, bless them. Yeah, go on, brother Jack.
I found my love. I'm hoping to find others willing to receive it. But we're all on these paths to discover the love who we are. And once we discover the love who we're complete without any others. When you know you are the love that is the present moment, place and time, you are the expression of love that God has brought forth. If you can have that realization, the reason you are today the topic of miracles, it's a miracle I'm alive, sincerely. And I would bet many of you could offer that same brief testimony after the life you've lived. It's a miracle you're here, right? So to me, what I accepted is the probability. The creator, the source, the expression of divine that brings life forth, it has faith in me. It has faith that I didn't have in myself that allowed me to walk through those dark times where I felt completely alone. It gets more comfortable. And we don't have to create these actual islands and isolations to draw God's love near. But I think if we don't do it, if we don't take our mind to God, and maybe it's part of the design anyway, if we don't take our mind to love and allow love to guide us, we live kind of miserable lives. That's from experience. I don't like that life. I want to share the life of love that I've found with everybody. And thank you all for tuning in, joining. Let's wrap it up, though, please. I'll shut up.
All you need is love.
That is it. Anything else? Anyone final words?
I've been at this trying to rattle the cages, wake people up for 30 plus years. It's been a long and lonely journey at times. This last 4 years, I've seen more people become awake and aware, start connecting to God, start talking about God, start, you know, realizing the slave, you know, system that, you know, people have put themselves in because it's a voluntary mind thing. And more people are waking up to it. And that gives me so much more faith that we can win this fight. and it just strengthens, the resolve to keep pushing forward no matter what comes around the corner.
Amen, brother. Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna start tossing you guys.
Later.
Thank you.
Hey, peace,
Sincerely.
Jack.
Thank you, brother. Peace. And oops. Final words from you, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna share something that always gives me faith since I read this in high school for you guys. It's from a book called Hagakure, the book of the samurai. And it says, when the time comes, there is no moment for reasoning. And if you have not done your inquiries beforehand, there's most often shame. Reading books and listening to people talk are for the purposes of prior resolution. Hold on, give me a second. Let me take my glasses off so I can see this better. It says, above all, the way of the samurai should be in being aware that you do not know what is going to happen next, and in querying every item day and night. Victory and defeat are matters of temporary force of circumstance. The way of avoiding shame is different. It is simply in death. Even if it seems certain that you will lose, retaliate. Neither wisdom nor technique has place in this. A real man does not think of victory or defeat. He plunges recklessly towards an irrational death. By doing this, you will awaken from your dreams. Anyways, I found that displays a great amount of faith, and what I was talking about before is acting without learning and knowing knowing without learning and acting without doing, really, and blessings to you guys. I hope you guys find the faith to that comes before knowledge and after it, and the intuition it takes. Bless you guys. I'm gonna be over at my channel watching a debate. So if anybody wants to come watch a debate, bless you guys. If you guys are feeling debatey or especially in the religious, the theological sphere. But yeah, bless you guys. Thank you guys. See you guys soon.
Thank you, brother. God bless. And brothers and sisters, sincerely, all who joined the panel, joined the chat, tuned in the live or afterwards.
Penetration, directions, information. Roll up your knuckles, get blasted in your. Infantry, space text, banana clips, skin penetration, directions, information. Roll up your knuckles, get blasted in your fingertips. Phasers with max and handles, clamp up on your hips. Infrared beams, so sharp, reach your pan seams. Winchester barrels, I sold them at the Christmas carols. With small scopes for mouse adjusting to your house. With see-through Glocks, that's natural, you low with rocks. With vinyl holsters, some acid pellets in the box. Big tanks, that's German, Spanish stores, I be serving. Bodegas and trucks, shipping weight to Las Vegas. Bicentennial bars with leather straps for your arms. Garments and bags from hefty, I'm a lefty. Welcome to Weapon World. Welcome to Weapon World. You're welcome. Lucum headband for light blue, German Luger, sports push protect, razor bumps behind your neck, automatics from 7 chambers, 82 bullets. When you pull it, the little 25 sound like cannons. Machine guns, electric cords while the power runs. Remington 870 for the pedigree. Nighttime militant mask, filled with laser gas, atomic ACP 30-round American slugs. Bugs, undefeatable Navy systems. Brown pearls, pistols with every hour whistle. Suitcase with missiles stashed with toilet tissue. Triggers with frames for 44 that shoot flame. Law enforcement, I got the first kill endorsement. Uzi's material, eating Cocoa Puff cereal. Close range focus, infrareds let you notice. Factory parts here, screws with the custom parts. Deputy badges, fake SWAT team closing gases. Blow up your asses, over here put on masses. Welcome to Weapon World. Welcome to Weapon World. Welcome Welcome to Weapon World. You're welcome. Antagonist, colonist, astrotech abuser. 85 rounds of dynamite, sticks with mix on old rifles, and little differences I fix. LAPD can't see me. I wear a husband beanie, Indian transporter, machine guns across the border, and Siberian boats, bulletproof with the coat. Across the region, duffel bags on the Major Deacon, station wagons with desert eagles to stop a dragon. Elephant darts with propane travel through the rain. Bust back, the right machine to counteract. Carbine 31 shots, wake up the project block. Neighborhood with wood, blast off the D off the hood. Bounty hunters with camouflage green alligators. Straight from the Barbados, chewing sweet potatoes. Jamaican passport with hand grenades that I bought. Welcome to Weapon World. Welcome to Weapon World. Welcome to Weapon World. Welcome to Weapon World.
I was just driving home. I'd only had a few drinks. The world was completely dark. I saw flashing lights, the treetops. I thought it was like a helicopter or something, you know. And then it was dark again for a minute. Then these lights appeared right in front of me, in the road. I'd never seen. I swerved in my head. I hit the steering wheel. When I got up, I saw these pillars of smoke rising like mist. And as I followed them up, I was sucked up through the vortex. And I felt like I was completely floating. All of a sudden, I was white light. I felt strong, piercing sensations all over my body, like mild electrical charges.
Rock. Low pop cops up the trip, tag a front like you the shit. Head by the give, shift gears with the ship judge. In your mind with the design, elastic speech. I'm mad, make me feel like you like the gator, make you scream like you won the lotto. I rock the show with no rehearsal. My name is sensational, I'm live like roaches. Scope this, I do hocus pocus.
Yo, check it.
Follow the smoke. Follow the smoke. Follow the smoke. Follow the smoke. Follow the smoke.
Happening? What's happening?
Follow the smoke.
It was that one spark of fear that went
Yeah. This is definitely one of the jams. Got to get loud. Got to get loud. Loud like this. Loud like this.